Chapter 1. Transcending to the River of Hades. In the Primordial World, time is forgotten. In the eerie blood sea, two figures, one red and one black, sit cross-legged above the surging crimson waves. Brother, are the two bald heads, Jean and Junie, truly as shameless as you claim? The speaker, clad in a black robe, exudes a rebellious and domineering aura, yet his demeanor shifts to one of respect when gazing upon the ancestor of the River of Hades. Shameless? To describe them as such would be a gross understatement. The ancestor of the River of Hades snorts coldly. Among these individuals, I harbor the greatest disdain for those two. They are not merely shameless, they are shameless to an extreme, brazenly recruiting fated individuals under the pretext of I perceive a connection between us, with no regard for dignity. Moreover, employing underhanded tactics, they whisked away over 3,000 disciples from the Chan and GSX during the War of the Gods. Should they dare to provoke me before the teachings commence, I shall unleash my Abijna and Yuan too, the ancestor of the River of Hades declares, producing two swords that emanate a murderous aura, causing the blood sea to churn violently. His presence, too, radiates forth, indicating he is at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal stage. These swords are notorious for taking lives without incurring karmic retribution. Furthermore, with the infernal fire red lotus capable of incinerating karma, combined with the refined blood sea, as long as the blood sea does not run dry, the River of Hades shall not perish. He is, indeed, an immortal presence within this realm. After Hongjun achieves sanctification, he shall expound the teachings in the chaotic purple cloud palace, and all those with fate shall attend. As for those two, you will soon understand. Having traversed the primordial world for millennia, he remembers this timeline vividly. It will not be long before Hongjun delivers his teachings at the Lingxiao Palace, where the three purities in Yuhua will also be present. The mosquito Taoist, listening intently, wears a fierce expression, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and his own aura reveals that he is at the midstage of the great Luo golden immortal. In this era of the primordial world, he stands as one of the most formidable beings, second only to his brother and the three purities. I, the mosquito Taoist, shall follow my brother to the end. If my brother wishes to slay those two at a single command, I shall be the first to charge forth. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure their demise. Having pledged his loyalty, the mosquito Taoist's eyes are filled with confusion as he inquires, Brother, what does it mean to achieve sanctification? And how do you know that Hongjun is to become a saint? Since being taken under his brother's wing, he has been by his side for millennia, yet he still cannot fathom his depths. It is as if he possesses knowledge of all things within this universe, which instills a deep admiration in the mosquito Taoist. Moreover, despite exhausting all his power, he cannot even graze a hair on his brother's body. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have long since attempted to drain him. For now, he only bows to his brother. The ancestor of the River of Hades squints, turning his gaze toward a distant direction, responding casually. A new realm, one that transcends the great Luo golden immortal stage. Transcending the great Luo golden immortal. The mosquito Taoist gasps in astonishment, his voice escaping him. In the entire primordial world, he knows that only 4 individuals are the strongest. His brother and the 3 purities, all at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal stage. He had thought that this level was the highest attainable in the primordial realm, holding the 3 purities in disdain. Yet, he had not even approached that threshold, and now a new realm emerges. How does his brother know of it? The more he contemplates this, the greater his respect for the ancestor of the River of Hades grows. Truly worthy of being my brother, even if Hongjun achieves sanctification, I, the mosquito Taoist, shall not regard him highly. Suddenly, a flash of insight crosses the mosquito Taoist's eyes, and he turns to the ancestor of the River of Hades, speaking excitedly. Brother, since you are aware of the realm beyond the great Luo golden immortal, does that mean you have? Understanding the fervent gaze of the mosquito Taoist, the ancestor of the River of Hades nods slightly. I indeed know the method to achieve sanctification. The mosquito Taoist inhales deeply, his excitement intensifying, causing his body to tremble. However, before the ancestor of the river of Hades, he still restrains himself, speaking solemnly. Since my brother knows the method to achieve sanctification, why do we not pursue it ourselves? In this vast universe, no one shall be our opponent. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the river of Hades shakes his head, sighing, falling silent. Even if he were to speak, it would be of no use. The primordial purple energy is possessed by only 8 entities, all in Hongjun's hands now. Whether through severing the 3 corpses or through the merit of the Tao, it all requires primordial purple energy. Otherwise, one can only remain at the Quasi Saint level. The original ancestor of the river of Hades, even having attained the pinnacle of merit, could merely reach the Quasi Saint level, highlighting the difficulty of achieving sanctification. Noticing his brother's silence, the mosquito Taoist, too, recognizes the moment and wisely keeps his mouth shut. Since his brother is unwilling to speak, he certainly does not dare to inquire further. As the two remain silent, a profound voice resonates through the heavens and the earth, akin to a melodic chant. High in the 9 heavens, on a lotus seat, I shall teach the true Tao. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall be the revered master. Pangu birthed the Taiji, the 2 instruments and 4 symbols follow. One Tao transmits to 3 friends. The 2 teachings divide the Chan and Jia. The Xianmen leads all. A singular breath transforms into Hongjun. The ancestor of the river of Hades feels a jolt in his heart, thinking, could it be so soon? Upon hearing this voice, he realizes Hongjun has achieved sanctification, though a flicker of surprise glimmers in his eyes. As the chant ceases, Hongjun's voice resonates. I am Hongjun, I have now attained sanctification. Thus I shall teach in the chaotic purple cloud palace beyond the primordial realm. All those with fate may come to listen. As the proclamation concludes, a terrifying pressure sweeps across the primordial world. Even the blood sea, beyond the primordial realm, is not spared. The once turbulent blood sea instantly calms, and the ominous aura in the heavens is momentarily suppressed. Confronted with such formidable pressure, the mosquito Taoist's expression changes dramatically, his demeanor alert as he surveys his surroundings. Brother, is this the saint you spoke of? He is truly extraordinary. Even just the sound of his voice makes him feel as though he could be torn apart in an instant. Simultaneously, his admiration for the ancestor of the river of Hades deepens. His brother claimed Hongjun would achieve sanctification, and now, not long after, it has come to pass. He is firmly latched onto his brother's leg. No one can pry him away. The mosquito Taoist turns to the ancestor of the river of Hades, saying, Brother, since he has achieved sanctification and the teachings have begun, let us hasten our journey. The ancestor of the river of Hades nods. With Hongjun's teachings now in motion, countless beings within the primordial realm are undoubtedly rushing to attend. He has no interest in those individuals, but he is determined to seize a lotus seat in the chaotic purple cloud palace. With a gentle wave of his hand, he intends to take the mosquito Taoist along to the chaotic purple cloud palace. Yet, suddenly, an icy voice echoes in his mind, causing his hand to pause. Ding! Hongjun has achieved sanctification, and the teachings in the chaotic purple cloud palace have commenced. Please select from the following options. Option 1. Refuse to go to the Lingxiao Palace and remain in the Blood Sea. Option 2. Proceed to the Lingxiao Palace to listen to Hongjun's teachings. Option 3. Accompany the mosquito Taoist to the Lingxiao Palace, seize a lotus seat, and listen to Hongjun's teachings. After millennia of silence, the system finally makes an appearance, causing a flicker of surprise in the ancestor of the river of Hades' eyes. His rapid ascent to the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal was largely due to the system, which had fallen silent a millennium ago, causing him to nearly forget its existence. Chapter 2. Make a choice, shocking the primordial world. Listening to the system, present choices to obtain rewards. Though all 3 options bear benefits, based on his understanding of the system, the last option usually offers the greatest advantage. As he contemplates the 3 options in his mind, the ancestor of the river of Hades narrows his eyes. The first option is certainly not one he would choose. As for the remaining second and third options, is there even a need to deliberate? is clearly the third option. He had intended to take the Mosquito Taoist with him to the Lingxiao Palace to seize a lotus seat. This aligns perfectly with his intentions. System, I choose 3, the ancestor of the River of Hades silently declares. Ding. Congratulations to the host for selecting the optimal choice. You have obtained the Book of Creation. Upon hearing the system's announcement, the ancestor of the River of Hades is momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. The Book of Creation. The ancestor of the River of Hades feels a surge of excitement within, nearly exclaiming aloud, but manages to suppress it just in time. By the heavens! By the heavens! By the heavens! Could it truly be this treasure? The ancestor of the River of Hades is left in a state of shock. Well versed in the affairs of the Primordial World, he knows that the Book of Creation is a treasure possessed solely by Hongjun. His ascension to saintliness was reliant upon the Book of Creation. Even after the teachings conclude, he would not dare to reveal the Book of Creation. It is undoubtedly a priceless artifact. The ancestor of the River of Hades swallows hard. Beside him, the Mosquito Taoist, awaiting to be taken along, notices his brother's excitement and gazes at him with confusion. Brother, what's the matter? His interruption snaps the ancestor of the River of Hades from his reverie. Cough. Clearing his throat, he waves his hand dismissively. It's nothing, I just had a moment of insight and may be on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal. The pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal. The Mosquito Taoist's pupils constrict. Congratulations, brother. If his brother truly breaks through to the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal, he would be nearly invincible throughout the primordial realm, with only Hongjun standing above him. As the younger brother of the ancestor of the River of Hades, he would fearlessly confront even the 3 purities. Observing the Mosquito Taoist's expression, the ancestor of the River of Hades chuckles softly, well aware of his thoughts. With the system and the Book of Creation at his disposal, he feels confident that he can break through to the great Luo golden immortal stage within a millennium of the teachings concluding. Cough. Time is of the essence. We must set off quickly, lest we miss our opportunity. With time pressing, he knows they cannot afford a delay. Soon, the 2 soar toward the Purple Cloud Palace. The chaotic Purple Cloud Palace embodies the essence of chaos. Yet upon entering, they are immediately met with a tempest. Had it not been for the formidable prowess of both individuals, who are indeed akin to the great Luo golden immortals, it is likely that they would have been torn to shreds by the tempest that rages here today. Upon their arrival at the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, they found the area already teeming with people, all of whom possessed the strength of great Luo golden immortals. Witnessing this scene, the ancestor of the Underworld River could not help but express his sentiments. Such a multitude of great Luo golden immortals. What a pity it would be if they were all to perish in the calamity of tribulation. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open captured everyone's attention. Before them appeared a male and female attendant, who opened the grand doors of the Lingxiao Palace and addressed the crowd, saying, "The Tao ancestor has decreed that all deities may enter." With that, the 2 attendants gestured for the guests to proceed. The gathered crowd regarded the attendants with smiles, nodding in acknowledgement and paying their respects, for they were indeed servants of the Tao ancestor, despite their humble roles. They then moved towards the Lingxiao Palace. However, another figure dashed forward with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of crimson lightning. Before anyone could react, he had already surged inside. The crowd momentarily stood in shock before swiftly regaining their composure, abandoning their formalities in favor of rushing forward. With such a throng, it was inevitable that they would be divided into groups based on their positioning. To be at the forefront would render one more memorable to the Tao ancestor, particularly if there were to be a selection of disciples. As their thoughts raced, they propelled themselves with even greater fervor, disregarding the attendants entirely. Upon entering, they beheld 6 cushions arranged before them, their expressions momentarily frozen in surprise. No, there were only 5, as one had already been claimed by a man clad in a red robe. The 3 pure ones, upon witnessing this, silently mused, "This is not good." Disregarding the presence of others, they hastily rushed to seize a cushion. With only 6 cushions available, It was abundantly clear that they were not mere decorations. As beings of the later stages of Great Luo, none could rival their might, and they effortlessly occupied 3 of the cushions. At present, only 2 cushions remained. This meant that the remaining 2 cushions were to be contested by 3,000 individuals. After a brief silence, the atmosphere around the Lingxiao Palace erupted into chaos as the 3,000 great Luo Golden Immortals engaged in fierce competition. Nuwa and Fushi, joining forces, managed to sustain some injuries before positioning Nuwa upon the 5th cushion. As she settled onto it, an additional presence materialized beside her, which, to be precise, was not a person at all, but a Kunpeng. Seizing the opportunity amidst the frenzy, the Kunpeng stealthily emerged and occupied the 6th cushion. Upon witnessing that all the cushions were now filled, the expressions of the onlookers were tinged with regret. After all, this was the Tao ancestors' sacred ground. Even if they felt resentment, they could only swallow their indignation in silence. Truly remarkable, elder brother, to have secured a cushion at the very first opportunity, and to be the first at that. Beside the ancestor of the Underworld River, the mosquito Taoist exclaimed with excitement. It was only by following his elder brother that he could be so close, otherwise he would have found himself relegated to the rear. A faint smile curled at the corners of the ancestor of the Underworld River's lips as he cast a glance at Hongjun. One of the positions had initially been designated for him. Yet, he felt no pangs of guilt regarding this arrangement, for it was evident that Hongjun would cede the cushion to Junti. Sensing the ancestor's gaze, Hongjun returned a smile and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Beside them, Xinyuanzi gave a subtle shake of his head. What a pity had there been a bit more effort earlier. The 6th position would have rightfully belonged to Hongjun. Sounds emanated from outside the Lingxiao Palace, where 2 bald figures were approaching. It was none other than Jiejing and Junti. After surveying the 6 cushions, Jiejing's eyes darted about, and he lamented, "Brother, we as sworn siblings have journeyed countless miles to seek the Tao, hoping to advocate for the beings of the West, yet it seems we have not even secured a seat." Despite his dramatic lamentations, not a single soul paid him any heed, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was not as though no one responded. Hongjun, glancing at Jiejing and Junti, opened his mouth to speak. Upon realizing his absence from the meditation mat, he promptly closed his lips. Junti's gaze swept over the 6 meditation mats, and he mused inwardly. The 3 pure ones are allied, and they are all at the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. That much is certain. His eyes then shifted towards Nuwa. While Nuwa appeared relatively unperturbed, Fushi cast a cold glance in his direction, exuding an air that suggested he would fight fiercely if challenged. His attention soon turned to the ancestor of the River of Souls, and he felt a surge of hope. Beside him stood only one mid-stage Luo Golden Immortal, seemingly simple-minded, easy to contend with. Observing the ancestor of the River of Souls, one could tell at a glance that he was a kind-hearted individual, with a smile even gracing his lips. After a brief glance, Junti approached the ancestor of the River of Souls with a smile. Ding! As Junti and Jane drew near and prepared to vie for the meditation mats, please choose from the following options. Option 1. Yield the mat and retreat to the Blood Sea. Option 2. Yield the mat and sit beside them to listen to the teachings. Option 3. Refuse the mat, draw your sword to slash at Junti, and hurl curses. Chapter 3. The Primordial Spirit of Pangu. Upon seeing this prompt, the ancestor of the River of Souls did not hesitate and directly chose the third option. In his heart, he declared to the system, "System, I choose 3. Congratulations, host, for making the optimal choice." Reward: a fragment of the primordial spirit of Pangu. What the hell? The ancestor of the River of Souls exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. It was indeed the primordial spirit of Pangu. He struggled to find words sufficient to describe his exhilaration. Nearly leaping with joy, he understood that the 3 pure ones were transformed from the essence of Pangu, which allowed them to grasp the teachings imparted by the Tao ancestor most profoundly and swiftly attain sanctity. Ultimately, they relied on the primordial spirit of Pangu to become some of the mightiest saints. His exclamation drew the attention of all present, who regarded him as though watching a spectacle. He had entered the scene with remarkable speed. And now, as they approached him seeking a seat, they observed his response. Amidst his excitement, the primordial spirit of Pangu provided by the system was absorbed, Instantly, a refreshing and comforting sensation permeated his limbs and bones. He could feel changes occurring within his body. He was quite pleased with these transformations. Even if he did not attain sanctity, he would still be able to confront Saint's head on.it that moment. Jane and Junti had already arrived at the ancestor of the River of Souls side. Their previous smiles had vanished, replaced by a voice tinged with a weeping tone. Fellow Taoist, my brother and I have traveled countless miles to hear the teachings, seeking only to bring a thread of the great Tao to enlighten the beings of the West. Might we request permission to sit here? Faced with their lamentations, the ancestor of the River of Souls offered no response, remaining immersed in the joy of having acquired the primordial spirit of Pangu. Meanwhile, the mosquito Taoist beside him turned his head to gaze at the two. Noticing their bald heads, he immediately recalled what his elder brother had said about Jane and Jui. His eyes flashing with murderous intent. His elder brother had spoken true. These two were indeed here to usurp their seats. Perceiving the mosquito Taoist's murderous intent, Jane and Junti furrowed their brows, wondering if they had previously offended him. After a thorough mental review, they could not recall having encountered him, so they chose to disregard him, focusing instead on the ancestor of the River of Souls, who was still lamenting, "My brother, and I come with no demands, merely desiring a place to rest. Might you kindly grant us a seat?" With that, one of them wiped away non-existent tears. The mosquito Taoist's murderous intent intensified. He now understood what his elder brother meant by shamelessness. Turning to the ancestor of the River of Souls and asking, "Elder brother, I have long harbored displeasure towards these two. May I slay them?" Jane and Junti's expressions shifted, tinged with anger. "Fellow Taoist, is this your companion? Is it not excessively rude of him? We merely request that you grant us a seat, and given your demeanor, it appears we share a connection. We might even become good friends in the future. Yet look at your companion." As his words fell, a blood-red sword imbued with murderous intent cleaved towards Jane. Junti's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated the ancestor of the River of Souls to act out so brazenly, and he swiftly retreated, though his robe was still torn by the blow. "Get the hell out of here." Confronted with the ancestor of the River of Souls' sudden change in demeanor, Jane and Junti were momentarily taken aback, their expressions darkening. "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? Even if we have offended you, must you resort to drawing your sword? My brother and I have traveled far, merely asking you to yield." Before Junti could finish, he was rudely interrupted by the ancestor of the River of Souls. "Are you deaf? Am I your father or mother? Why should I grant you a seat? Who do you think you are?" As he uttered these words, the mosquito Taoist had already risen, his murderous intent directed at Junti. The moment his elder brother gave the command, he would be the first to drain the life from this individual. "You're all the Luo golden immortals, yet you're here weeping. I need to pamper you like a child. Get lost or perish." The ancestor of the River of Souls emanated the aura of a late-stage Luo golden immortal. His cold gaze fixed on Jane and Junti. The sword in his hand was free from karmic repercussions. Killing them here would not incur any retribution, even if he were to slay Junti on the spot. He felt no fear, viewing it merely as a delay in his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal. The faces of Jane and Junti turned an ashen hue, their eyes flickering with a hint of concealed murderous intent. Though it was quickly suppressed, the individual before them was indeed a late-stage Luo golden immortal. They could perhaps contend together against him, but the mad dog beside him was another matter entirely. In their hearts, they cursed the ancestor of the River of Souls. If this person were in the West, he would already be a corpse. The aura radiated from him. The three pure ones exchanged surprised glances, turning their heads to observe. "He is actually a late-stage Luo golden immortal, on par with us." They had initially believed that aside from Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, they were the strongest in this realm, only to discover that there was another of equal standing present. The spectators around them were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The astonishment stemmed from the ancestor of the River of Souls' power and his audacity to speak and act in such a manner. This was indeed the Tao ancestor's sacred ground, and the ancestor of the River of Souls was the first to dare create a disturbance here. The astonishment in the hearts of the onlookers did not last long. Soon, they adopted a mindset of spectator enjoyment, silently contemplating if the Tao ancestor were to become enraged and expel him from Lingxiao Palace. The meditation mat would be left vacant, allowing Jane and Junti to be humiliated by the ancestor of the River of Souls. Their gazes swept the area until landing on Kunpeng, the only one present with the weakest power. Initially reveling in the spectacle, Kunpeng's expression shifted upon noticing Jane and Junti's attention directed at him. Oh no, they see me as easy prey. They intend to usurp my meditation mat. Fellow Taoist, my brother and I have traveled from afar. Junti's voice trailed off, but the auras emanating from the two had already begun to rise. Their intentions were unmistakable. If he did not yield his seat, they would resort to violence to compel him to do so. Kunpeng's expression hardened, mimicking the ancestor of the River of Souls, and coldly retorted to the two, "Get lost." Inwardly, he had begun to resent the ancestor of the River of Souls. Had he not refused to yield his seat, he would not have been caught in this predicament. With these words, Jane and Junti's faces turned a deep shade of anger. To be threatened with a sword by a late-stage Deluo golden immortal was one thing. To be bullied by a mere bird was entirely another. And their fury was barely containable. Fellow Taoist, I speak out of concern for the beings of the West. If you do not yield your seat today, I shall have no choice but to act on behalf of the beings of the West and ask you to leave. As Junti spoke, his aura surged, preparing for combat. If they dared not confront the ancestor of the River of Souls, they would not shy away from confronting him. Just then, Yuan Shi Tianzun, one of the three pure ones, interjected coldly. Which of us here is not a primordial deity? You, a mere creature born from the primordial chaos, clad in feathers and horns, how dare you presume to sit among us? With Yuan Shi Tianzun's statement, Jane and Junti's auras grew increasingly audacious. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that it was no longer a matter of 2 against 1. It was likely that 3 would stand against him. Chapter 4. Hongjun teaches, the golden lotus emerges from the earth. I am Kunpeng, that I find myself beset by the 3 Deluo golden immortals, and I am utterly bewildered. What should I do now? This is blatant bullying of someone without allies. Kunpeng's expression turned grim, his icy gaze fixed upon Jane and Junti. That fellow from the River of Souls even dared to draw his sword against 2 bald monks. Why should he not retaliate? Just as he pondered whether to take action, Yuan Shi Tianzun's fury erupted, his voice slicing through the air. Feathered bird, you presume to sit alongside us. Get down, with a wave of his hand. The oppressive aura of a late-stage Deluo golden immortal bore down upon Kunpeng. Seizing this opportunity, Jane and Junti wasted no time in driving Kunpeng downwards. The beings of the West will remember this. My brothers, Kunpeng said coldly, casting a steely glare at Jane and Junti. Unperturbed, Jane and Junti exchanged smiles before bowing slightly. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for yielding your seat. Countless beings in the West will remember your kindness. Murdering both body and spirit. Oh, how egregious. Kunpeng nearly spewed forth a mouthful of old blood, his fury palpable. Shameless, he exclaimed. I have never encountered such a brazen individual. You shall await my reckoning. Having uttered these ominous words, Kunpeng stormed away, seething with rage. In response to Kunpeng's threats, both Jane and Junti merely chuckled lightly, their hearts filled with scorn. This scruffy chicken dares to threaten them. They could only wonder, do you truly think yourself worthy? The 6th mat was claimed by Jane, and thus all 6 mats were occupied. At this juncture, Junti found himself without a seat. A feeling of discontent stirring within him. Narrowing his eyes, he cast a glance toward Nuwa. For she alone possessed the weakest strength here. However, upon observing Fushi's expression, he reluctantly relinquished the thought and seated himself beside Jane, recognizing that his own power was insufficient to contend with 2 adversaries. Kunpeng, witnessing his designated mat occupied by Jane, clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot with indignation. Even he, despite his foolishness, understood that this mat was no ordinary one. Yet now, it had been seized from him. He felt a deep sense of resentment. Though he was powerless to act, merely glaring in frustration, he knew he could not defeat the 2 bald-headed figures and would have to bide his time until he grew stronger. As for Yuan Shi Tianzun, he need not even entertain the thought. The 3 pure ones were all at the peak of Deluo golden immortal, and one alone was not a match for 3. Turning his gaze towards the old ancestor of the Underworld river, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It was all your doing. Had you vacated this position, these 2 bald heads would not have sought me out. It is all because of you. What does it matter if they are peak Deluo golden immortals? Once I break through, they shall all meet their demise at my hands. At that moment, he had already placed the old ancestor of the Underworld river on his death list. As Kunping's murderous intent flickered, the old ancestor, seated on his mat, furrowed his brow and cast a glance in his direction. Having merged with a fragment of Pangu's primordial spirit, his senses had significantly heightened. Even if Kunping's murderous intent manifested and vanished in the blink of an eye, he was still aware of it. The old ancestor's icy gaze fixated on Kunping, his own murderous intent flickering in response. The mosquito Taoist, sensing the old ancestor's gaze, turned to look at Kunping, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, fixated on him. Anyone capable of evoking such murderous intent from his elder brother was surely no benign entity. Their eyes met, and Kunping's countenance paled, hastily diverting his gaze, his eyes darting nervously. Damn it, how did he sense me? This is a peak de luo golden immortal, accompanied by a mid-tier and two others of the same caliber. In the Taoist's sanctum, he had dared to draw his sword and threaten Jin and Junti. Were it not for their quick evasion, his blade would have surely struck true, should they catch him now. The consequences would be dire. The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill of fear creeping in, and he dared not glance at the old ancestor any longer. The old ancestor narrowed his eyes. It was those two bald heads who seized your mat, while the one who struck was Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Here I sit quietly, yet you harbor resentment towards me, even directing murderous intent my way. It seems you have grown far too comfortable. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, causing the faces of all present to change dramatically. Previously, at a distance, the pressure had not been overwhelming. Now, at such close proximity, its sheer terror made everyone's hearts tremble. Even the old ancestor of the Underworld river was shaken, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this the might of a sage?" As their hearts swelled with awe, a radiant white pillar of light descended from the chaos above. Precisely illuminating the lotus pedestal, the white light gradually dissipated. An elderly man with white hair in a blue Taoist robe appeared upon the lotus pedestal. This was none other than Hongjun. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. The assembly hastened to bow in reverence upon seeing Hongjun. There is no need for excessive formality, Hongjun replied coolly, his expression devoid of any emotion. His gaze calm and unfaltering. Had he not spoken, one might have mistaken him for a statue. Observing the mats now occupied by 6 individuals, Hongjun nodded slightly. The moment of his sanctification, he had sensed that 6 more sages would emerge beneath him, which is why he had prepared 6 mats. His gaze swept across the gathering. He paused momentarily upon spotting the old ancestor of the Underworld river, his brow furrowing slightly, as he subtly gestured with his fingers. Strange, this seat should not belong to him. Why is he seated here? After calculating, Hongjun concluded that this position belonged to the 2 from the west, yet only one was present. As he continued to ponder, the old ancestor of the Underworld river remained an enigma. No matter how he calculated, he could not discern any details regarding him. Could he be an anomaly? Hongjun mused inwardly. Since he had prepared 6 mats, they could not be altered. Reluctantly, he could only acquiesce. Lowering his gaze to the assembly, he spoke slowly. I am Hongjun, and today I shall impart the Tao within this Lingxiao palace. How much you comprehend and what insights you gain shall depend upon your own fortunes. From this day forth, the seating will remain as it is. Upon concluding, Hongjun raised his gaze to the 2 Taoist boys. Instantly, they understood and closed the doors of Lingxiao Palace. This meant that from this point onward, outsiders would be barred from entering. I am responsible for the creation of the Jade Tablet of Transformation, tasked with enlightening all beings. The lecture at Xiao Palace shall occur thrice, concerning Deluo, quasi-saints, and saints, each session lasting 3,000 years. This is the first, focusing on the Tao of Deluo, and I hope you all listen intently. Hongjun's voice was not loud, yet it caused every individual within Lingxiao Palace to sit up straight. Their expressions solemn. The Tao of Deluo. What is the Tao of Deluo? It is said to be the convergence of the 3 flowers atop the head. After expounding for a time, Hongjun did not linger further but commenced his lecture. The assembly promptly closed their eyes, entering a state of enlightenment, captivated by the teachings. This was the Tao of Deluo. Even though they were already Deluo golden immortals, they dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence, fearful of missing a single word. As Hongjun's lecture commenced, phenomena unseen for millennia unfolded above Lingxiao Palace. Golden lotuses surged from beneath the earth, embodying pure Tao principles, flowing into the individuals and ultimately transforming into their magical energies. Chapter 5. Did I speak too softly? Time and cultivation knows no bounds. A millennium passes in the blink of an eye. Throughout this millennium, nearly all the Luo golden immortals within Lingxiao Palace reaped rewards. Hongjun's 1,000-year lecture surpassed their 10,000 years of cultivation. Of course, there were those who gained nothing from this enlightenment. Notably the 12 ancestral witches at the back. They were born of Pangu's essence, their corporeal forms unparalleled in resilience amidst the wilderness. Yet, despite their invincibility, they were unable to grasp these Tao principles. Primarily due to their lack of primordial spirits. In stark contrast, the three pure ones, birthed from Pangu's primordial spirit, quickly comprehended these principles, benefiting the most among the assembly. Wait, there was another who also grasped the Tao principles swiftly. This individual was the old ancestor of the Underworld river, who, possessing Pangu's primordial spirit, did not lag behind the three pure ones in understanding. In fact, one might say his insights even surpassed theirs. Surrounded by countless Tao principles, the four absorbed nearly all the Daoic energies. Meanwhile, Jian and Yua, although they too absorbed the principles, fell short compared to the old ancestor and the three pure ones. The mosquito Taoist, trailing behind the old ancestor, also benefited, solidifying his position as a mid-tier Luo golden immortal. As the collective enlightenment unfolded, 3,000 years swiftly elapsed. At that moment, Hongjun's lecture came to a halt. 3,000 years is a lengthy span, yet for these Luo golden immortals, it felt like mere moments. The instant the lecture ceased, the assembly opened their eyes, gazing at Hongjun with a hint of yearning. Hoping he might share a bit more. They had not yet had their fill, even feeling on the verge of a breakthrough, yet it ended just like that, leaving them undeniably unsatisfied. After all, this was Hongjun's sanctum. Despite their profound reluctance, they did not dare express it would be folly to provoke the Tao ancestor. Losing the opportunity to listen in Lingxiao Palace would be one thing, but it would be impossible to survive in the wilderness thereafter. The old ancestor of the Underworld river slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Although his cultivation remained at the peak of the Luo golden immortal, he was now closer than ever to breaking through. With Hongjun's lecture concluded, he now had the opportunity to ascend to that pinnacle point. 3,000 years had passed, and the first lecture had drawn to a close. Hongjun spoke again, eliciting a sense of melancholy among many. However, the 12 ancestral witches displayed little sorrow, having failed to comprehend the teachings. After a brief pause, Hongjun continued, "Moreover, I shall accept 6 disciples to impart the Tao, with the aim of stepping into the realm of saints in the future." Once desolate, the crowd's expressions transformed in an instant, their discussions ceasing, leaving Lingxiao Palace enveloped in silence. Did I mishear? The Tao ancestor wishes to accept disciples. Amidst the excitement of the onlookers, their gazes fell upon the 6 figures ahead. Soon, his countenance regained composure, even betraying a hint of embarrassment. Accepting 6 disciples. Wasn't that quite evident? 6 cushions, perfectly corresponding to the 6 disciples, sitting behind the one who guided. Kuan Tian listened to Hongjun's words, feeling a deep sense of reluctance, a flicker of cold light dancing in his eyes. "Ming He, were it not for your refusal to yield your seat, the identity of a saint's disciple would have belonged to me. Because of you, I have missed this grand opportunity." Only Kuan Peng was nearly driven to the brink of fury, clutching his chest to suppress the urge to spit blood. Had he known the cushions were prepared for accepting disciples, he would have fought to the death to retain his place. Despite the resentment swelling within, he could only watch as the cushion beneath him was claimed by the Tao ancestor as a disciple. His murderous intent towards Ming He and the other 2, Jian and Zhuan Ti, intensified further. The 3 pure ones, along with Nu Hua and others, were taken aback, their eyes shimmering with excitement at a saint. Only Hongjun stood as the singular saint in the entirety of the primordial world. To become his disciple would guarantee a future where one could stride confidently across the realms. Who would dare provoke such a being? More crucially, the Tao ancestor had just mentioned stepping into the saint position, implying one could attain the same status as the Tao ancestor himself. In contrast to their exhilaration, Ming He exhibited a calm demeanor. Stepping into the saint position may be a fortuitous opportunity for you, but as one who understands the intricacies of the primordial world, I know that after becoming a disciple, the highest one could hope for is to reach the status of a heavenly Tao saint. The prospect of becoming a great Tao saint is beyond consideration. Such an apprenticeship is better left unpursued. Soon, Ming He reached a decision, just as a voice echoed in his mind from the system. "Ding, Hongjun is about to accept you as his chief disciple. Please select from the following options. Option 1. Agree to become a disciple of Hongjun. Option 2. Acknowledge Hongjun as a mentor, becoming a registered disciple. Option 3. Loudly refuse Hongjun, expressing unwillingness to accept him as a teacher. Listening to the three options presented by the system, Ming he narrowed his eyes. He had already resolved to decline. Thus he would certainly choose option 3, silently affirming to the system, System, I choose 3. Congratulations, host, for making the optimal choice. You have received a reward, the location of the Chaos Gourd Vine, increasing the probability of attaining the status of a Great Tao Saint. Hiss, the Great Tao Saint, the Chaos Gourd Vine. Though Ming He's expression remained impassive, his heart was already brimming with joy. It seemed that refusing to apprentice under Hongjun was indeed the right decision. With the prospect of becoming a Great Tao Saint at stake, why concern oneself with merely attaining the heavenly Tao Saint status? Even if it were just a probability, it stirred his heart immensely. Moreover, there was the matter of the Chaos Gourd Vine, a prized treasure, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. According to the narrative of the Primordial World, it would only mature shortly after Hongjun's first sermon. Now that he had acquired the location of the Chaos Gourd Vine, he could seize the opportunity to claim it for himself. The system's voice faded. Ming he felt a jolt in his heart. Sensing the presence of the Chaos Gourd Vine. It was precisely at the foot of Mount Buzhou in the Primordial World. At this moment, Hongjun turned his gaze toward Ming he, hesitating for a moment before speaking softly. Ming he, you were born of the Blood Sea. Are you willing to become my chief disciple? Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the crowd's eyes fixated on Ming he, filled with envy and jealousy. Had they known it was an apprenticeship, they would have fought fiercely for that cushion, but it was too late to lament now. The three pure ones furrowed their brows deeper upon hearing that the Tao ancestor intended to accept Ming he as his chief disciple, their eyes flashing with discontent. They, too, were birthed from Pangu's primordial spirit. It was only fitting that one of them take on the role of the eldest disciple. Now, allowing a being from the Blood Sea to assume that position was utterly unacceptable to them. The onlookers, anxious for Ming he to respond, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward on his behalf. In the next moment, Ming he stunned them all with his declaration. I refuse. Ming he spoke with unwavering conviction, his tone laden with authority. The previously envious gazes around him froze in astonishment. They were utterly dumbfounded, momentarily unable to process the situation. Did I mishear? The Tao ancestor is accepting disciples, yet Ming he dares to refuse. Chapter 6. Not seeking death. I will fulfill you. He actually refused. This is the Tao ancestor, the foremost saint of the Primordial World. Ming he foolish for casting aside such an extraordinary opportunity. Were it me, I would have already prostrated myself in reverence. That I suspect he must be out of his mind. How could anyone refuse the invitation of a saint? Foolish, truly foolish. Who dares to turn down a saint's offer? Within Lingxiao Palace, every murmured voice fell upon his ears, his eyes narrowing slightly. Behind him, the mosquito Taoist's eyes glinted with murderous intent, fixating on the figures behind, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. How dare they insult my elder brother, even in the presence of Hongjun? I, the mosquito Taoist, shall drain them. In the mosquito Taoist's eyes, Hongjun was insignificant. Only his elder brother held true worth. Hongjun regarded Ming he with surprise, clearly not anticipating his refusal. He presumed Ming he was merely overly excited and had misspoken, so he asked again. Ming he, do you wish to become my chief disciple? Tao ancestor, was my previous voice too soft? Allow me to raise it. It is my firm refusal. Ming he's voice rose once more. Tao ancestor, I trust you can hear me clearly now. Hiss, upon hearing this. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, staring at Ming he in disbelief. This was the Tao ancestor. Did he truly speak in such a manner, completely unafraid of the consequences, facing the astonished, foolish, disdainful, and expectant gazes of the onlookers? Ming he let out a derisive laugh. Speaking to them was futile. They would never comprehend the distinction between the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. After all, most of them were destined to perish in the impending calamity. Witnessing Ming he's continued refusal, a shadow passed over Hongjun's eyes, quickly replaced by calm. He turned his gaze toward Laozi and spoke slowly. Laozi, you are born of Pangu's primordial spirit and the foremost among the three pure ones. Do you wish to become my chief disciple? Ming he's refusal took Hongjun by surprise, yet in a certain sense, It aligned with his intentions to in his calculations. He had planned to accept the three pure ones, Nu Hua and Jia as disciples. Should Ming he become a disciple, it would likely disrupt his plans that I in front of so many. To openly refuse him was a source of irritation as the Tao ancestor. Did he not deserve some face? Paying respects to the master as soon as Hongjun uttered these words, Laozi hastily bowed to pay his respects that I could never emulate Ming, his audacity in outright refusal. After all, the allure of stepping into the saint position was too enticing to resist. Hongjun nodded with satisfaction. This was the unfolding of events he had anticipated. He then turned his gaze to the remaining two. You both are birthed from Pangu's primordial spirit. Do you wish to become my disciples? The two, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, promptly paid their respects after Hongjun's inquiry. Hongjun nodded approvingly before directing his gaze towards Nu Hua. Nu Hua, you carry great fortune. Do you wish to become my disciple? As soon as Hongjun's voice fell, Nu Hua hurriedly performed the bow of respect. Disciple pays homage to the master. Jia. As Hongjun began to address Jia, he was swiftly interrupted as Jia hastily completed the bow of respect. I am willing. Disciple is willing, paying respects to the master. This scene evoked both disdain and envy among the onlookers. After all, he was a great Luo golden immortal, yet he displayed such shamelessness. Now, of the 6 cushions, all had been claimed except for Ming Hes, since the Tao ancestor declared the intention to accept 6 disciples. Only 5 had responded, leaving one position unfilled. Xuanti, who had accompanied Jia, watched the others accept their apprenticeship with reddened eyes. For the final position of disciple, he cast aside all shame, his voice tinged with desperation. Tao ancestor, Jia and I have journeyed from the west, bound by brotherhood. We truly do not wish to part, that I implore you to accept us both as disciples, allowing us to join Jia in your esteemed teachings. In that moment, tears streamed from his eyes. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Where is your dignity? Do you possess no sense of shame? Just when they thought Xuanti was shameless enough, they were met with an even more brazen display. A great Luo golden immortal, shedding tears in such a manner. Hongjun, observing Xuanti's demeanor, furrowed his brow and barked an order, silence, in a most unexpected turn of events. A grand celestial being found himself weeping inconsolably within his own sacred domain, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Should this news escape, where would he hide his shame, observing Hongjun's rising ire? Xuanti hastily stifled his sobs and cast a hopeful glance in his direction. Moments later, Hongjun spoke slowly. Since you wish to become my disciple, I shall accept you as a named disciple. What? Merely a named disciple? Xuanti's countenance darkened with dissatisfaction. Why was it that others were granted the status of personal disciples while he received only a nominal title? He contemplated raising an objection. But before he could utter a word, Hongjun let out a cold snort. In an instant, the figures of all present were transported outside the Xiao Palace. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Hongjun's voice resonated directly within their minds. The first lecture has concluded. Return to the Xiao Palace in a millennium. In a blink, the Xiao Palace vanished from sight. The 5 personal disciples and one named disciple bowed respectfully to the spot where the palace had been. Uttering, we respectfully bid farewell to our master. Xuanti turned to the others, his eyes gleaming with pride, tinged with a hint of disdain. Even as a mere named disciple, he was still regarded as Hongjun's disciple, a status no one dared to challenge. The onlookers regarded Xuanti with simmering anger, appalled that such a shameless individual could claim to be a disciple of the Tao ancestor. Despite their resentment and dissatisfaction, they dared not voice their thoughts. After all, he was a disciple of the Tao ancestor, and his standing was undeniably superior. Brother, why did you refuse Hongjun? The mosquito Taoist asked, perplexed, as he turned to the ancient ancestor of the Underworld river. While he had refrained from commenting on the matter of taking on a master, he was deeply concerned about the prospect of their 6 companions achieving sainthood, while only his elder brother remained at the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal realm. The ancient ancestor of the Underworld river chuckled softly. Fear not, you will understand in due time. Besides, what is there to covet in the position of a disciple of a saint? His disdainful tone drew a cold glare from Xuanti. How audacious! Underworld river, have you become so inflated with pride that you dare utter such words? I see you are regretting your refusal to accept the Tao ancestor as your master, though merely a named disciple. He was still under Hongjun's tutelage. Moreover, even in the vicinity of the Lingxiao Palace, his confidence surged as he sought to provoke the ancient ancestor of the Underworld River. He was determined to settle the score for the earlier slight. The ancient ancestor of the Underworld River's gaze turned icy. Madness, you, a bald one, seem intent on courting death. Have you truly forgotten the events of 3,000 years ago? The mosquito Taoist braced himself. His expression contorted with ferocity, his eyes glinting with menace. He had long harbored animosity towards the bald one and was eager to teach a lesson today, with a sharp command. The ancient ancestor of the Underworld River summoned two swords into his hands. A malevolent aura surged from behind him, transforming the surroundings into a crimson haze. Clad in his scarlet robes, he resembled a formidable deity. Suddenly, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Xuanti. The unexpected appearance of the ancient ancestor stunned Xuanti, causing his pupils to constrict as he instinctively took a step back. So swift. In 3,000 years, he had certainly made considerable strides in his comprehension. Approaching the late stage of the Deluo golden immortal realm, with only a hair's breadth separating him from a breakthrough. Yet, he had failed to perceive how the ancient ancestor had vanished or when he had reappeared. Upon regaining his composure, Xuanti found himself incensed, barking, "Underworld River, what do you intend? Do you dare to strike here?" Unafraid of the Tao ancestor's wrath, the ancient ancestor of the Underworld River scoffed, "Tao ancestor? I care not. Today, I shall cleave you in two." With that, he lunged forward, his sword, Abijna, slicing towards Xuanti's chest with blinding speed. For as long as he could remember, he had harbored disdain for these two bald ones. And now, emboldened by his acceptance as a disciple of Hongjun, they had grown even more arrogant. Prior to arriving at the Lingxiao Palace, he had already reached the late stage of the Deluo golden immortal realm. And now he felt on the cusp of transcending to the pinnacle. Xuanti was no match for him, as expected. Even as Xuanti retaliated with his own strike, his reaction was a fraction too slow. In a flash, Abijna tore through his tattered robe, leaving a ghastly gash across his chest, blood pouring forth. The surrounding spectators were taken aback, shocked that the ancient ancestor would dare to assault Xuanti outside the Lingxiao Palace. Who was Xuanti, just recently accepted as a named disciple by the Tao ancestor? How could he be so brazen? While others were astounded, the mosquito Taoist felt a surge of excitement. His elder brother had taken action. He could not remain a mere bystander if he wished to continue aligning himself with him. Underworld River, Xuanti is a disciple of our master, Jane exclaimed, witnessing the injustice meted out to Xuanti. Turning slowly, the ancient ancestor of the Underworld River regarded Jane with a cold gaze, pointing Abijna at him. What of it? A disciple of a saint. I shall cleave him asunder. Do you have any objections? Keep your dissent to yourself. Speak another word, and I shall also deal with you. Faced with the frigid glare of the ancient ancestor, Xuanti instinctively averted his gaze, directing it elsewhere. He was certain that the ancient ancestor spoke the truth. Another word and he risked being cleaved himself. Though Jane's strength was not insignificant, he too could not stand against the ancient ancestor. Yet this was the master's domain. Surely, he would intervene. The ancient ancestor of the Underworld River smirked, fully aware of Xuanti's thoughts and no need to wait for Hongjun's intervention. He would not involve himself in such trivial matters as inflicting injury upon another. Even should he intervene, he had no cause for fear. With his blood sea, he would not perish. Thus, he felt free to act without restraint. At that moment, a voice boomed with fury. How dare you utter the name of the master so brazenly? The voice belonged to the primordial heavenly sovereign. The ancient ancestor of the Underworld River let out a derisive laugh, turning his head to face the source. Seeking relevance? I shall call him as I please. What can you do about it? Even the Tao ancestor remains unperturbed. So what do I care for you, primordial heavenly sovereign? Aside from Jane and Xuanti, he held the primordial heavenly sovereign in the least regard. Previously, when Jane and Xuanti had been pointed at by his sword, the sovereign had remained silent. Now he sought to ingratiate himself. Preposterous. To injure Xuanti is one thing, but to so arrogantly invoke the master's name. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on humility. While Jane and Xuanti feared the ancient ancestor, the primordial heavenly sovereign did not. With his master at his back and the support of the other two, coupled with his own strength at the late stage of the Deluo golden immortal realm, he was not the least bit inferior to the ancient ancestor. Very well, come forth, Let us see how many blows it takes for me to fell you." The ancient ancestor of the Underworld River beckoned him with a finger. Enraged, the primordial heavenly sovereign unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the ancient ancestor. A massive azure light in the shape of a hand surged forward at blinding speed, so rapid that the others scarcely perceived its approach. With this single strike, the Deluo golden immortal behind him collectively gasped in shock. "That I in the face of this palm." The ancient ancestor of the Underworld River regarded it with disdain, striking back with his sword, generating a colossal wave of blood that surged toward the giant hand. Boom! As their attacks collided, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by the shockwaves of their clash. Given that both were late-stage Deluo golden immortals, the resulting waves prompted the onlookers to brace themselves. Even so, they were left dazed and reeling from the sheer force. Such was the power unleashed by a mere aftermath of their encounter. Truly, the might of late-stage Deluo golden immortals was formidable, terrifying, indeed. As the spectators marveled at the battle, their astonishment only grew. They had expected the two forces to counterbalance each other, yet to their disbelief, the blood wave from the ancient ancestor shattered the giant hand and continued barreling towards the primordial heavenly sovereign. He was even stronger than the sovereign himself. The one most taken aback was the primordial heavenly sovereign. Only he knew the extent of the power he had channeled into that palm strike. With a tremor in his hand, he unleashed another azure light to disperse the blood wave. "Your strength surpasses that of this humble self." The previously calm expressions of the ancient ancestor and Tongtian shifted as they discerned the true power of the ancient ancestor of the Underworld River, their gazes fixated upon him with newfound intensity. "Is that so? You, a mere Deluo golden immortal, cannot withstand even a single strike from me. Lacking ability, one should refrain from recklessly jumping into the fray, lest they meet their demise along the way." Upon witnessing the prowess of his elder brother, the Mosquito Taoist exuberantly exclaimed, "Elder brother is formidable. Elder brother is invincible. Even the primordial heavenly venerable stands no chance against him. Who else in this world can compare? Even if one is not a disciple of a sage, my elder brother strides with unparalleled confidence." The expression of the primordial heavenly venerable darkened to the point of overflowing, his eyes blazing with fury. "Preposterous! Is there no other word in your vocabulary but preposterous?" taunted the old ancestor of the Underworld River, playing with the sword in his hand. "You! How dare you treat the primordial heavenly venerable, a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, in such a manner?" He intended to strike again, but was halted by Laozi's outstretched hand, his voice tinged with admonition. "This is, after all, the sacred ground of our master. Must we truly summon him to intervene?" Laozi's words immediately silenced the primordial heavenly venerable, forcing him to swallow his indignation. "Old friend of the Underworld River, until we meet again in a millennium," Laozi said, bowing slightly to the Underworld River, signaling Tongtian to hasten the departure of the primordial heavenly venerable. Observing their retreating figures, the old ancestor of the Underworld River let out a cold laugh. Chapter 8. If you offer nothing, do you expect me to relent? A millennium hence? No need to wait that long. We shall meet again soon. With the emergence of the Chaos Gourd Vine, the three pure ones and Nuwa will undoubtedly be present. The Jane and Junti observed with dismay as the three pure ones swiftly exited the scene, cursing inwardly at the missed opportunity. They had initially hoped to witness the four of them engage in a mutually destructive conflict to weaken their strengths. However, with the three pure ones' departure, they found themselves utterly outmatched by the Underworld River and had no choice but to leave as well. Jane and Junti turned to exit. Suddenly, a wave of blood surged towards them, and their faces paled as they quickly turned to defend themselves. Despite their efforts, they were still forced to spit out a mouthful of blood. Having consulted Laozi, "You think you can simply walk away?" The Underworld River advanced towards them, his steps deliberate. Jane's expression darkened, fixating intently on the old ancestor of the Underworld River. "Underworld River, do not overstep your bounds. Do not forget whose sacred ground this is." In his desperation, he invoked the name of Hongjun. But would it matter? Clearly, it did not. Unfazed by Jane's threat, the Underworld River merely regarded him with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Overstepping? Am I bullying anyone? What are you but a barking dog before me?" Jane, infuriated, could only roar in response. This is the Master's sacred ground. Within, he fervently prayed for the Master to arrive swiftly, observing his frantic demeanor. The old ancestor of the Underworld River chuckled lightly. Very well. I shall grant your master face. I ask for little, merely one innate spiritual treasure per person. Upon hearing the old ancestor's concession, Jane felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was genuinely fearful that this madman would slay the two brothers here. However, upon hearing the subsequent words, Jane's countenance turned ashen, his voice trembling with rage. Innate spiritual treasure. Have you lost your mind? No way. Even a postnatal spiritual treasure, I shall not part with. He was undeniably mad to demand an innate spiritual treasure. How many existed in the vast wilderness? Did he not comprehend their rarity? Even as the leading figures of the West, they possessed but a handful of innate treasures. How could they possibly part with two? Mad I may be, but if you refuse to comply, I shall simply take it from your corpses. The old ancestor of the Underworld River said with a smile, yet the expression was terrifying in Jane's eyes. The mosquito Taoist, brimming with excitement, gazed at Junti as if he were prey. Elder brother, allow me to slay this bald fellow named Junti. I, the mosquito Taoist, shall drain him dry. Hearing their remarks, Jane and Junti's faces shifted dramatically. They could ascertain that this individual was entirely capable of following through. Inciting the ire of these two madmen was trivial compared to the potential danger they posed if given the chance to inflict grave harm upon the two brothers. Contemplating the dire fate of the West, Junti turned towards the throng of 3,000 great Luo golden immortals, his eyes pleading for assistance. Surely, even the Underworld River could not stand against 3,000 great Luo golden immortals. Friend Jane, I suddenly recall an urgent matter. Until we meet again in a millennium, Jane and Junti bid farewell to their fellow great Luo golden immortals. That it was absurd. If the three pure ones were intimidated by the old ancestor of the Underworld River and fled, they certainly dared not linger. After the departure of the 3,000 great Luo golden immortals, Junti's face turned a ghastly green. Jane glanced towards the direction of Nuwa and Fushi. With these two, they were four great Luo golden immortals. Even if Nuwa and Fushi were injured, they should not falter. Yet, when he looked, the figures of Nuwa and Fushi had long since vanished. Now, outside the Lingxiao Palace, only Jane, Junti, the old ancestor of the Underworld River, and the mosquito Taoist remained. In a fit of anger, Jane gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall comply." As he uttered those three words, his entire being trembled. His eyes bloodshot as Junti's expression shifted drastically. "We cannot comply. I possess but a few, and giving one away means losing one." Yet now, with Hongjun still absent and the cold gaze of the Underworld River upon him, his heart raced. To die or to part with a spiritual treasure? Ultimately, Junti chose the latter. Gritting his teeth, he produced a piece of the divine scepter of empowerment, his heart bleeding at the loss. He had brought only this single innate treasure. Jane, too, retrieved a string of prayer beads, his eyes blazing with fury, having mentally marked the old ancestor of the Underworld River as a mortal enemy. Underworld River, await your reckoning. Today, I shall remember this shame. They swiftly presented the two innate spiritual treasures to the old ancestor of the Underworld River and fled from the scene, eager to leave without delay. The old ancestor of the Underworld River refrained from further hindrance, allowing their departure. As they left, the old ancestor of the Underworld River and the mosquito Taoist returned to the vast wilderness. "Elder brother, why not keep them here?" the mosquito Taoist queried, perplexed. "With you and me together, those two bald ones would surely perish today." The old ancestor of the Underworld River turned to glance back, replying nonchalantly, "There is no rush. The time is not yet ripe. After all, they are disciples of Hongjun. Should I truly slay Jane and Junti, he would undoubtedly intervene. It is not that I fear Hongjun, but rather the implications for the subsequent discourse on the quasi-saints." Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist, though confused, nodded in understanding. Since his elder brother had spoken thus, he would not press further. The old ancestor of the Underworld River lowered his head, lost in thought. Before addressing the mosquito Taoist, "You should return to the Sea of Blood and strive to elevate your strength to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal." Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist respectfully nodded and flew towards the Sea of Blood. With the mosquito Taoist's departure, the old ancestor of the Underworld River turned and soared in a specific direction, the direction of the Buzhou Mountain. 10 years later, finally found it. The old ancestor of the Underworld River gazed at the gourd vine in the distance, a sigh of relief escaping his lips, even with the system providing the location. It took him considerable time to locate this chaos gourd vine. Observing the yet immature chaos gourd vine, the old ancestor of the Underworld river approached it. Had it not been for the system, it might have taken him a century to find this place. Now, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the system is remarkable." As he drew near, his pupils constricted upon seeing the items nearby. 3 light divine water and 9 heaven soil. To encounter 3 light divine water here was remarkable. This was utilized by Nuwa to create humanity and was also the foremost healing elixir in the wilderness. Raising his gaze, he considered the gourd. Calculating that it seemed that this gourd required several hundred years before maturity. Very well. I shall wait here, taking the opportunity to elevate my realm to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He settled beside the chaos gourd vine and began to meditate, while simultaneously forming a seal with his hands to isolate his aura. Chapter 9. The Chaos Gourd Vine. Breakthrough to AS. The old ancestor of the Underworld river isolated the aura of the Chaos Gourd Vine and practiced beside it. Far away in Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones simultaneously opened their eyes, their brows furrowed. What is happening? The one who first posed the question was Yuan Shi Tianziu, and at that moment, Tong Tian Jiaozhu also spoke up. Did you notice it as well? Lao Zi's brows furrowed even deeper, his gaze flickering with intensity. I can only sense that the opportunities belonging to us are fading away. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 pure ones shifted, and they closed their eyes to carefully perceive the location of this opportunity. However, they were far too distant from Buzhou Mountain to discern its exact position. They could only ascertain that the opportunity was indeed vanishing. What a pity, the 3 pure ones silently lamented. Thus, they had no choice but to cease their efforts and continue their cultivation with closed eyes, while they could not pinpoint the exact location. Nuwa, residing in Fengqi Mountain, was acutely aware of it. Suddenly, as she was immersed in her cultivation, Nuwa opened her eyes and gazed toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and contemplation. With her awakening from meditation, Fu Shi, nearby, also opened his eyes, concerned that something might have transpired, and hurriedly inquired, "What is it, little sister? Have you encountered some trouble? Is there an issue with your cultivation?" His little sister was a disciple of a saint. If any discrepancies arose during her practice, it would be a grave concern. Such a situation would undoubtedly hinder her comprehension when the second sermon commenced, leading to a significant decline in her cultivation level. Nuwa turned to Fu Shi, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "That I feel that the opportunity that belongs to me is dissipating, as if someone is stripping it away." Fu Shi's brows knitted slightly, his expression growing serious. "The disappearance of an opportunity? But do you know its location? This matter is no triviality. After all, opportunities are often elusive and cannot be sought after." Inyuan nodded and replied, "Brother, the location should be Buzhou Mountain, but I'm uncertain of the exact position. That I wish to investigate it further." Her words made Fu Shi uneasy, and he contemplated deeply. "That I shall accompany you. Buzhou Mountain is vast. Searching alone may take considerable time and could hinder your cultivation. However, with our combined strength as siblings, we should be able to locate it. If the adversary is formidable, even the late-stage de Luo Jinxian would have to think twice before confronting us." Nuwa hesitated, but after a moment, she nodded. "Thank you, brother. You are right. If I were to go alone and encounter a late-stage de Luo Jinxian, I might have to relinquish this opportunity. However, there are only 4 individuals at the late-stage de Luo Jinxian level, so it is likely not them." Soon, the two set off to search for Buzhou Mountain. Although Nuwa was aware that the location lay within Buzhou Mountain, the old ancestor of the Underworld river had severed the flow of energy. No matter how diligently they searched, they found no clues. 20 years later, Fu Shi remarked, "Little sister, while this opportunity is undoubtedly significant, your cultivation must take precedence." For a full 20 years, they had found nothing. Even granting them another 20 years might yield no results. Remaining here was merely a waste of time. Hearing this, Nuwa could only nod in resignation and return to Fengqi Mountain to resume her cultivation. 600 years later, in the context of the current primordial realm, 600 years felt like the blink of an eye, with time passing imperceptibly. Yet, during these 600 years, many events transpired. 1 notable occurrence was the elevation of all de Luo Jinxian realms to a higher level. Early stage de Luo Jinxian broke through to mid-stage, while mid-stage de Luo Jinxian ascended to late stage. Originally, Mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian represented the pinnacle of power, but now they were plentiful. Among them, Nu Hua, Fu Shi, Di Jun, and Dong Huang Tai Yi, among others, successively broke through to the late-stage de Luo Jin Xian. In a flash, late-stage de Luo Jin Xian was no longer a rare phenomenon. Although they still ranked among the top-tier powers, however, aside from their sudden advancements, another significant event unfolded in the primordial realm. The current state of the Wu and Yao clans, the 12 ancestors of the Wu, embodiments of Pangu's essence, were unmatched in strength within the primordial realm. Their physical prowess was unparalleled, rendering them untouchable by any being. With the 12 ancestors of the Wu station, the population of the Wu clans steadily grew, becoming vast in number. Naturally, this led to trouble, as they began to clash with other races. Some smaller races were wise enough not to provoke the Wu clan, but the Yao clan, equally formidable, did not share the same apprehension. Soon, tensions escalated between the two clans. Although the Yao clan lacked the 12 ancestors, they had Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, with these two deities at their helm, along with other powerful Yao beings. They showed no fear of the Wu clan. The numbers of the Yao clan were not inferior to those of the Wu clan, and their strengths were comparable. Now, as both clans vied for territory, the atmosphere was charged with hostility, and skirmishes had already commenced at their borders. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the old ancestor of the Underworld River was engrossed in his cultivation. The events transpiring above were of no concern to him. After 600 years, countless laws surrounded him, and the chaotic gourd vine emitted an aura of principles that surged toward him at that moment. A shadow suddenly appeared behind him, radiating a blood-red glow. This shadow was the blood sea he had refined at this instant. The blood sea resembled a raging tide, threatening to engulf Buzhou Mountain. Suddenly, the old ancestor of the Underworld River opened his eyes, their blood-red hue glowing fiercely, and with the blood sea behind him, he appeared as a descending demon. The red light did not cease, transforming into two pillars of light that shot toward the heavens. This crimson radiance surged swiftly, vanishing almost as soon as it pierced the clouds, while the blood sea behind him gradually dissipated. Peak of the De Luo Jin Xian. As the red light faded, his piercing gaze shone through, revealing an unmistakable joy. Though this place was not ideal for his cultivation, he had nevertheless reached the peak of De Luo Jin Xian thanks to the chaotic gourd vine and the passage of 600 years. Ultimately, it was the aid of the chaotic gourd vine that facilitated his breakthrough. He turned to acknowledge the swaying chaotic gourd vine, nodding slightly. The 7 gourds upon the vine had taken on vibrant hues, teetering on the brink of ripeness. With a subtle movement of his finger, he calculated the approximate time and nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, within 100 years, these gourds will mature. Meanwhile, the 2 beams of red light he emitted during his breakthrough had successfully captured the attention of other beings in the primordial realm. All eyes turned toward Buzhou Mountain. What is that crimson pillar of light? It carries an overwhelming aura of malice. Could it be that a formidable innate spiritual treasure has emerged? Otherwise, how could there be such a commotion? Curiosity ignited within them, prompting many to soar toward Buzhou Mountain. The emergence of an innate spiritual treasure warranted their attention. However, they could only ascertain that it was located within Buzhou Mountain. Yet like Nu Hua, they could not determine its precise whereabouts. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, within the territory of the Wu clan, the visible malice surged skyward. Creatures daring to approach were swiftly reduced to bones upon contact. This malice, though formidable, still paled in comparison to the blood sea of the old ancestor of the Underworld River. As the 2 beams of blood-red light shot toward the heavens, they roused the 12 ancestors of the Wu from their meditative states. The 12 ancestors of the Wu, immersed in their cultivation, opened their eyes and emerged, directing their gazes toward the vanishing location of the red light. How can there be such potent malice, even tinged with hostility? Spoke one with a human head and a dragon's body, resplendent in crimson, Zhu Jiuyin, one of the 12 ancestors. Indeed, the malice emanating from that place is not inferior to our own, said another. With a python's head and human body, clad in black scales, gonged at this moment. One of the 12 ancestors, with a beast's head and a human form, adorned in red scales, with fiery serpents in his ears and a fire dragon at his feet. Zhu Rong furrowed his brow in anger as he gazed toward the direction of the old ancestor of the Underworld River. To dare release malice in our domain is a blatant provocation to the 12 ancestors that I shall go and teach him a lesson, so he understands who holds the cards here. Gong scoffed derisively. Teach him a lesson? We do not even know the location of our opponent. How can we administer a lesson? Zhurong possesses a notoriously fiery temperament. Provoked by Gong, he erupted in anger, bellowing, "When did it become your turn to interject in my conversation with my brothers? I shall speak if I wish. What can you do about it?" Gong, not one to back down, turned to Zhurong and unleashed a tirade. "Are you seeking death? It is you who desires to find your end. Let us see who meets their demise first. Come at me. With your feeble strength, you can't even compare to the hair on my legs. Yet here you are, posturing." Gong's eyes blazed with fury. "I could extinguish you with a single breath. Spare me your ramblings. If you have the courage, let us ascend to Mount Buzhou and settle this in combat. Let us go. Who fears whom?" The two then dashed forth. Soaring towards Mount Buzhou, the remaining 10 ancestral witches, having witnessed such quarrels before, were not surprised. After all, these two were infamous for their discord among the 10. They wouldn't be able to quell their tempers without engaging in battle for a century or more. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the sounds of their collisions echoed. "Is it truly wise for them to engage like this?" one of the ancestral witches inquired. "Rest assured, their powers are evenly matched, even if they were to fight for centuries. A victor would remain undetermined. Having spent 3,000 years in the dojo, a little sparring is merely a form of relaxation," replied Emperor Jiang, the foremost among the 12 ancestral witches at Kunlun Mountain. Two beams of crimson light shot skyward, capturing the attention of the three pure ones, though they had not yet reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm after 600 years. They were already half a step away. Given another century, they would surely attain the peak. Could this malevolent aura emanating from Mount Buzhou belong to the witch clan? The Tongtian cult leader murmured, gazing towards the mountain. In his mind, only the 12 ancestral witches could possess such a formidable aura. Naturally, the old ancestor of the Underworld river could also emit it, yet he had not considered this possibility. The Primordial Lord observed Mount Buzhou and spoke slowly. "It does not seem quite right. It is fading too swiftly for me to ascertain if it is indeed the ancestral witches. Should we investigate further?" The Tongtian cult leader inquired, clearly doubting that the aura originated from the ancestral witches. Before he could elaborate on his suggestion, he was swiftly dismissed. Even if a congenital spiritual treasure were to appear at Mount Buzhou, it is of no concern to us. We are but a hair's breadth from the pinnacle. We cannot afford any interruptions at this juncture. Upon hearing these words, the other two from the second clear fell silent, closing their eyes after casting a brief glance. With only 400 years remaining until Hongjun's second sermon, they must break through to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm and prepare for the ascension to sagehood. Meanwhile, at Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa opened her eyes, having reached the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Upon sensing the red light, she became alert. Why does this place feel eerily similar to where my fortunes lie? At that moment, she felt a distinct connection between the red light and her opportunities. However, even if she sought it out, it would likely prove difficult to find. The red light vanished too swiftly. Had she arrived just a moment later, she could have pinpointed its exact location. After glancing at Mount Buzhou, she reluctantly abandoned her pursuit. Beneath Mount Buzhou, the old ancestor of the Underworld river calmly solidified his cultivation at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Before long, 200 years had elapsed. The old ancestor of the Underworld river, eyes closed, suddenly opened them and turned to gaze at the chaotic gourd vine. That he observed that the vine was emanating a faint divine light, which was steadily intensifying. Before long, it illuminated the surroundings. That it has matured, he noted, nodding in satisfaction at the vine radiating divine light. Each of the 7 gourds was an exceptional congenital spiritual treasure, far superior to those possessed by Jian and Juni. Ding! The chaotic gourd vine has matured, and the great Luo golden immortal is about to reach fruition. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Leave this place and return to the Blood Sea for cultivation. Option 2. Share the chaotic gourd vine with the 3 pure ones. Option 3. The chaotic gourd vine is mine, and I shall repel all who come to seize it. Upon hearing the 3 options, the old ancestor of the Underworld river did not hesitate to reject them outright. After waiting so long for the chaotic gourd vine to mature, how could I possibly return to the Blood Sea? As for the second option, I won't share such a rare and exceptional treasure with anyone. The final option was hardly a choice. Almost simultaneously with the system's announcement, he declared, "I choose option 3. What a joke. Such a splendid treasure is certainly for my own retention. Congratulations, host, on making the optimal choice. Reward: a drop of Pangu's essence blood and the supreme divine ability, Void Great Seal." The old ancestor of the Underworld River had little recollection of the latter supreme divine ability. However, the essence blood of Pangu shone brightly in his eyes. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Chapter 11. Absorption. The maturation of the chaotic gourd vine Pangu's essence blood. This is Pangu's essence blood. The 12 ancestral witches were formed from Pangu's essence blood, their physical prowess unparalleled throughout the Hongjun realm. If he were to merge this drop of essence blood, his own physical strength would rival that of the 12 ancestral witches. Should he acquire a few more drops, he could even dare to contend with the sage to Pangu's essence blood. Is that formidable? He gazed upon the floating drop of essence blood. The old ancestor of the Underworld River nodded in satisfaction. Though it appeared ordinary, akin to the blood of any living being, he could sense the malevolence contained within. Now that the chaotic gourd vine had matured, it would not be long before the 3 pure ones arrived. He could merge this drop of essence blood to bolster his strength, and when the 3 pure ones joined forces, he would be able to confront them head-on. With determination, he acted upon this thought, swallowing the drop of Pangu's essence blood. Unlike the previous experience with Pangu's primordial spirit, this essence blood surged with malevolent energy, almost tearing his body apart. However, for the old ancestor of the Underworld River, born from the blood sea, this level of malevolence posed little threat. Absorbing this essence blood was a breeze. The essence blood melded with him. Transformations began to occur within the old ancestor of the Underworld River. In his mind, a vision unfolded. The scene of Pangu battling 3,000 deities and demons, opening heaven and earth. Yet before he could gaze for long, the vision dissipated. Astonished, the old ancestor of the Underworld River pondered, "Is this truly Pangu?" Upon fully integrating the essence blood, he clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength. Truly, it is Pangu's essence blood. The previous reward was Pangu's primordial spirit, and now he had received Pangu's essence blood. Could the system potentially grant him Pangu's true form in the future? While that seemed unlikely, perhaps future rewards would include more of Pangu's essence blood, or even his primordial spirit. If that were the case, he might well become Pangu himself. He then shifted his gaze to the second reward, the Void Great Sealed. In his past life, he had been an avid reader of web novels and retained some knowledge of this ability. For instance, the neighboring Yi Tiandi had suppressed countless foes with a single invocation of the Void Great Seal. Now, what he lacked most was a top-tier battle technique. Each of these rewards, even if considered individually, would significantly enhance his power. After a moment of contemplation, the old ancestor of the Underworld River looked towards the chaotic gourd vine. The 3 pure ones should be arriving shortly. Simultaneously, at Fengqi Mountain, in the Taoist temple of Fuxi, Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze fixed on Mount Buzhou. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly addressed Fuxi, "Brother, this sensation feels even stronger than before. My fortune must be manifesting." 800 years prior, she had sought this fortune but had yet to find it. Now, feeling an even more intense pull, she was determined to seize this opportunity. Fuxi opened his eyes, gazing at his younger sister, hesitating before asking, "Is there a specific direction this time?" With only 200 years remaining until Hongjun's sermon, he did not wish for Nuwa's quest for fortune to impede his cultivation. Nuwa nodded in affirmation. Her eyes filled with certainty. "Yes, it lies at the foot of Mount Buzhou, though I will need to draw closer to ascertain the exact location. However, once I arrive, I should be able to investigate thoroughly." Receiving the affirmation from his younger sister, Fuxi refrained from further comments and consented to her departure. Following closely behind her, a similar occurrence transpired upon Kunlun Mountain at this moment. The 3 pure ones had recently surpassed the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal and were preparing for the next breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. Suddenly, they simultaneously opened their eyes, their expressions solemn as they gazed towards Mount Buzhou. The Tantian spoke first. "You have sensed it too, haven't you? It feels akin to the opportunity from 800 years ago. But this time the location is confirmed." Laozi nodded in agreement, responding, "Opportunities such as these are serendipitous. Since the 3 of us have experienced this sensation simultaneously, we must investigate further." As their words fell, The figures of the three vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in a mountainous region, the wandering Hongjun paused, turning his gaze towards Mount Buzhou. Is this the opportunity for me? A smile graced Hongjun's lips as he felt a calling within. Then I shall take a look. With a gentle step, he soared towards Mount Buzhou. On the Sun Star, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai, both having reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal and striving to break through to the pinnacle. Like the three pure ones, opened their eyes wide in unison, their gazes locked onto Mount Buzhou. Elder brother, you sensed it too? Dong Huangtai inquired of Emperor Jun, nodding seriously. Emperor Jun replied, there is a resonance within me. Mount Buzhou holds our opportunity. It seems this place also harbors your fortune. Such an opportunity must not be squandered by us brothers. With that, the two flew towards Mount Buzhou, Nezo and Fushi, being closest to Mount Buzhou. Arrived at the scene first, observing the devastation around Mount Buzhou, Fushi furrowed his brow. Such overwhelming malevolent energy. Could it be the Wu clan? In Fushi's recollection, only two places exuded such energy, the blood sea of the ancestor of the Underworld river. However, that sea contained not only malevolence, but also resentment, so it was likely not him. Thus, with both malevolent energy and proximity to Mount Buzhou, the Wu clan seemed the only plausible source. As he pondered this, the sounds of battle echoed from afar. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the commotion, Neza and Fushi looked up. They beheld two ancestral witches, their bodies colliding relentlessly, leaving destruction in their wake. The combatants were none other than Gonggong and Zhu Rong. They had fought for nearly 200 years, leaving the surroundings in ruins yet still failing to determine a victor. Zhu Rong, concede. After 200 years, you have fallen into the disadvantage, Gonggong taunted. Zhu Rong scoffed dismissively at the mockery. Concede? When have I ever conceded? I believe you are merely out of breath and seeking excuses. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided once more, their battle drawing nearer to Fu 11 to in response. Neza stepped forward, clasping her hands in greeting. Esteemed friends, what brings you to quarrel here? Upon noticing her presence, the two ceased their attacks momentarily, though their animosity remained. They would not abandon their desire to strike simply because of a few words. After all, she was Neza, the disciple of a saint, and they afforded her a modicum of respect. Zhu Rong huffed. It is all his doing, seeking trouble in my presence. Who else should I strike if not him? Gonggong retorted coldly. I seek trouble? You must be blinded. Which of your eyes saw me provoking you? Chapter 12. The Underworld River, provoked by Gonggong's words. Zhu Rong's anger surged anew. I see you seek death. Come, face me. I fear you not. The two roared in unison, with Zhu Rong charging forward first. In the face of Zhu Rong, Dong Huangtai remained unperturbed, rushing towards him as well. In an instant, he summoned the chaos bell. Boom! A sound resonated throughout the heavens, sending Zhu Rong hurtling backward, his body cracking and blood gushing forth. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the chaos bell. Truly, it was a treasure of innate origin. It had directly repelled Zhu Rong. However, Zhu Rong quickly regained his footing, the cracks on his body already mending, save for the residual bloodstains that attested to his prior injury. Such was the resilience of an ancestral witch. Had it been any other great Luo Golden Immortal, they might have already collapsed to the ground. I expected something grand. Yet this is all. Zhu Rong's eyes glinted with derision. Dong Huangtai was on the verge of exploding with rage. Zhu Rong's repeated provocations ignited a murderous intent within him. As tensions escalated, Hongjun stepped forward, signaling the two to cease hostilities. Enough! You have already harmed the innocent beings passing by. As the foremost, good-natured individual of the primordial chaos, he could not bear to witness the demise of other beings before him. We have come seeking opportunities. Should you continue to fight, all fortune may vanish. As he uttered his second sentence, Dong Huangtai retracted the chaos clock. Wait until I find the treasure, and then I'll teach you a lesson. This was his opportunity, not Zhu Rong's, his eyes gleaming with provocation. Are you afraid? Too scared to make a move. Dong Huangtai, enraged, was about to charge forward to discipline him, but was halted by Di Jun. Hongjun Dao friend speaks wisely. Opportunities are of utmost importance. Humph. Dong Huangtai scoffed coldly, dismissing Zhu Rong with a wave of his hand, choosing to ignore the provocation. Meanwhile, among them, the Sanqing had already pinpointed the direction of the opportunity. effectively severing the heavenly secrets. No wonder they could not locate it. Tongtian Jiazhu gazed into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yuan Shi Tianzun, however, wasted no words. With a decisive gesture, a colossal green hand shot forth. Boom! As the giant palm neared Buzhou Mountain, it seemed to collide with something, exploding instantaneously. United force, A.S. Laozi spoke. The Sanqing simultaneously unleashed their attack. Boom! The combined strike of the Sanqing was akin to that of a quasi-saint, causing the area ahead to tremble. Then, it seemed as if glass had shattered, an invisible Tao principle transforming into starlight. The scene within came into view, looking at the chaos gourd vine not far away. Everyone gasped in awe at a spiritual treasure, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 7 gourds atop were all supreme innate spiritual treasures. How could they not be stirred? Yet, just as they were filled with desire, a pair of hands suddenly grasped the chaos gourd vine. Everyone furrowed their brows. Who dares to encroach upon their opportunity? Following the hand to the side, they beheld a figure clad in crimson robes. To be precise, blood-red robes. This person was none other than Ming He Lao Zu. Under the gaze of the crowd, he directly seized the gourd vine. Ming He, Chapter 13. Why are you calling your father? Yuan Shi Tianzun bellowed in anger. Just as Ming He collected the chaos gourd vine, he felt his opportunity vanish. This meant that Ming He had snatched away what rightfully belonged to him, which could not help but infuriate him. Ming He Lao Zu turned to Yuan Shi Tianzun, smiling. Oh, it's you, little Yuan. What brings you here? Hearing Ming He's address, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt his fury boiling. Impudent! How dare you refer to him as little Yuan? Ming He Lao Zu dug at his ears, visibly annoyed. Have you no other words? Must you always repeat the same one? I'm tired of hearing it. Enough! I'm not going to bicker with you. Go back where you came from. This chaos gourd vine is mine. Don't come here to steal my things. Yuan Shi Tianzun pointed at Ming He Lao Zu. Exuding the aura of a pinnacle de Luo Jin Xian, his hand raised, clearly intending to strike. Seeing his de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, the crowd felt a flicker of surprise. After all, he was born from the essence of Pangu, and it was expected he would grow rapidly at that moment. Laozi stepped forward, his gaze sternly fixed on Ming He Lao Zu. This chaos gourd vine contains our opportunity. Do you intend to monopolize it? Ming He Lao Zu chuckled. Monopolize? Are your eyes blind? I've been waiting here for 800 years for it to mature. Just because you claim it's your opportunity, do you expect me to relinquish it? This is clearly our opportunity. Is this not monopolization? Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke with fury. How dare you claim it as yours? This is my opportunity. Get out of here, or don't blame me for being merciless. Ming He Lao Zu did not relent, retorting at Yuan Shi Tianzun. His words thoroughly enraged Yuan Shi Tianzun, his chest heaving violently, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. That it was the first time since his emergence that he revealed such a killing intent. Very well, you seek death. I shall oblige, Yuan Shi Tianzun coldly stated, extending his hand to deliver a blow to Ming He Lao Zu. A giant palm of azure light surged forward with great speed toward Ming He Lao Zu. After being provoked repeatedly, today, regardless of who it was, he would meet his end. At that moment, an aura emanated from Ming He Lao Zu. The source of the aura was none other than him. The crowd gasped in shock, turning in unison to gaze at Ming He. What? He too is at the pinnacle of de Luo Jin Xian. They could comprehend that the Sanqing achieved the pinnacle of de Luo Jin Xian. But why was Ming He at that level? Moreover, from the aura, it appeared his strength surpassed that of Yuan Shi Tianzun. They had no understanding of how Ming He Lao Zu accomplished this. How is this possible? Zhu Rong inquired, perplexed. If this reached Ming He Lao Zu's ears, he would undoubtedly give a thumbs up, almost having his identity deduced. Not only them, even the Sanqing were taken aback by this aura. Yuan Shi Tianzun could hardly believe that Ming He Lao Zu had surpassed them in breaking through. Who truly was birthed from the essence of Pangu? Shocked as they were, there was no time to ponder this. As his opportunity was still in Ming He's grasp, that a mere glance confirmed that the gourd was certainly beyond an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, approaching the status of a supreme innate treasure. Such a precious item could not fall into the hands of others. Hand over the innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking courtesy today, Yuan Shi Tianzun declared, his expression darkening. The implication was clear. Either surrender the innate spiritual treasure, and nothing would happen, or face the consequences of being forced to relinquish it. However, Ming He Lao Zu remained unfazed, gesturing for him to come closer. Having melded Pangu's essence, he was keen to test his strength against Yuan Shitianzun. Let us see how you intend to be impolite. I in the face of Ming He Lao Zu's repeated provocations. Yuan Shitianzun could no longer contain himself and struck at Ming He Lao Zu with a palm. Since breaking through to the pinnacle of Deluo Jin Xian, he was using this strength for the first time. Boom! The giant palm, radiating intense light, rushed toward Ming He Lao Zu with a resounding crash. The sheer force of this strike caused Fushi and Nuwa to change countenance. This was the power of a pinnacle Deluo Jin Xian. Facing such a blow, one would not emerge unscathed. Nuwa glanced at Ming He Lao Zu, a hint of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. Ming He Lao Zu was also at the pinnacle of Deluo Jin Xian. Logically, he should be able to evade, yet why was he not dodging? Zhu Rong observed Ming He Lao Zu, his brows slightly furrowed. This fellow, surprisingly, is not dodging that. I think he has been scared senseless, unable to react in time. Dong Huang Tai Yi sneered. Hongjun, witnessing Ming He Lao Zu's inaction, hurriedly called out, Ming He Dao friend, quickly evade. The remaining two from the Sanqing watched him fail to dodge, their eyes flashing with surprise. Yet they did not concern themselves too much. Their focus was solely on the chaos gourd vine that Ming He Lao Zu had collected. Among them, one gourd represented his opportunity. How could he let it be taken by another? Boom! As the giant palm descended, Buzhou Mountain trembled violently, instantly forming a massive pit, dust and smoke billowing forth, quickly obscuring the pit. Humph! Utterly ignorant of the heavens and earth. To dare take my palm head on. You are the first. Yuan Shitianzun coldly scoffed, retracting his palm. To not defend against his attack was akin to seeking death. Ming He, is he dead? Nuwa gazed at the scene in disbelief. To Nuwa's remark, Yuan Shitianzun laughed arrogantly. With my full force strike, even if he does not die, he will be gravely injured. Since his inception, who among them dared to take my palm? Just as his words fell, a series of coughs erupted. Cough, cough. This dust is quite suffocating. Ming He Lao Zu emerged from the smoke, completely unscathed. Had I known, I wouldn't have endured it with my flesh. It has dirted my clothes. Ming He Lao Zu brushed off the dust from his attire, his eyes filled with disdain. This remark turned Yuan Shitianzun's face a shade of green. Behind him, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, upon seeing Ming He Lao Zu unharmed, suddenly brightened. Others might not perceive it, but those among them who were strong in physicality could see at a glance that Ming He Lao Zu had withstood the blow with his body. Unexpectedly, apart from their ancestral witches, there was someone else who cultivated their physique. As I gaze upon the river of Hades, a sense of familiarity washes over me. Zhu Rong, in a state of perplexity, expresses his thoughts. This feeling of kinship is something he has only encountered among the other 10 ancestral witches, excluding Gong Gong, whose mere presence incites his eye. In Chapter 14, the Primordial Supreme Being. It is you who fan, he reflects. What? My full-powered strike. And this fellow merely remarks that he has soiled his garments. As the senior amongst these individuals, with 12 ancestral witches still present, does he not care for his dignity? His countenance instantly darkens with fury. The words of the ancestor of Hades that follow only serve to exacerbate his dismay. Xiao Yuan, you are truly lacking. Not even a single hair of mine has been disturbed. Shall I grant you another opportunity to summon some strength? Though the voice of the ancestor of Hades is not loud, it resonates in the ears of the Primordial Supreme Being like thunder. He has come to a certain understanding of his physical form, realizing that its resilience is only slightly inferior to that of the ancestral witches. The expression of the Primordial Supreme Being becomes as cold as water as he fixates upon the ancestor of Hades. Muttering darkly, Hades, why call for your father? Interrupted in his contemplation, the ancestor of Hades exhibits visible dissatisfaction. You dare to interrupt my thoughts? Hades, you seek death. The Primordial Supreme Being, born of Pangu's essence, considers himself the progeny of Pangu. The ancestor of Hades not only insults him, but also disrespects Pangu himself. Not only the Primordial Supreme Being, but even Laozi and Tongtian also wear expressions of displeasure. Am I courting death? Can you not see? I seek death every day. You dare to challenge me. If you wish to strike, then do so. If not, be gone swiftly. The malevolence radiates from the ancestor of Hades. A blood sea emerges behind him. engulfing the entirety of Mount Buzhou. Since he refrains from taking action, the ancestor of Hades shall strike first. The abysmal blade appears in his hand, its ominous aura soaring toward the heavens, coupled with the blood-red robe of the ancestor of Hades. The mere presence of such might causes Fushi to furrow his brow as he retreats with Nuwa, not wishing to be ensnared in the ensuing conflict. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, however, gaze on with excitement. They are both combative spirits, eager to witness a clash. The primordial supreme being channels his power, launching a palm strike towards the ancestor of Hades. Yet it does not end there. Following the initial strike, dozens more follow. Each of the numerous azure-hued palms embodies the full force of the primordial supreme being, capable of overwhelming even a peak de luo golden immortal. The clash of azure and crimson light reverberates with a tremendous roar, shaking the very foundations of Mount Buzhou. Creatures unacquainted with the unfolding events are instantly reduced to ashes. Had this strike landed upon the ancestor of Hades, Mount Buzhou would have likely collapsed entirely. One can only imagine the magnitude of fury contained within this strike. That as the dust settles, the blood sea dissipates entirely. The primordial supreme being smirks coldly, regaining his aloof demeanor. This is the fate that befalls those who insult me. This strike, let alone being endured by a peak de luo golden immortal, would be no less than catastrophic for a quasi-saint. Suddenly, a voice emanates from behind the primordial supreme being. What fate? The tone is neither harsh nor soft. Yet the primordial supreme being discerns the mockery within, as if to say, what trash are you? Unable to even perceive my presence behind you. His eyes blaze with fury as he whips around, intent on sending the ancestor of Hades flying. Be careful, get out of the way. At this moment, both Tong Dian and Laozi urgently interject, just as the primordial supreme being turns. He beholds a fist the size of a cauldron hurtling toward his face. Before he can react, the ancestor of Hades's punch connects solidly, striking the primordial supreme being squarely on the face. To deal with you. I need not draw my sword, the ancestor of Hades scoffs, transforming his fist into an open palm, delivering a devastating slap to the primordial supreme being's visage. The latter has no time to evade, receiving the blow directly with his face. The sound of the slap echoes loudly in that moment. Dong Wang Tai and Di Juan stare wide-eyed, unable to fathom what they are witnessing. To strike the primordial supreme being is one thing, indicative of superior strength. Yet to slap him is to affront not only the primordial supreme being but also the dignity of the three pure ones in Hongjun. But it does not end there. Before the stunned primordial supreme being can recover, the ancestor of Hades unleashes a flurry of slaps. The only sound reverberating through Mount Buzhou is that of the primordial supreme being struck. Damn it! Your face is truly resilient. My hand aches from the impact, the ancestor of Hades remarks disdainfully, shaking his hand. Hades, I shall kill you. Being publicly slapped in front of so many is a humiliation more unbearable than death itself. At this moment, Laozi can no longer endure the spectacle, his expression now darkened to the utmost. Enough. Today has already been disgraceful enough. Do you wish to further tarnish the reputation of the three pure ones? Laozi swiftly approaches, pulling the enraged primordial supreme being away from the scene. This incident has utterly obliterated the dignity of the primordial supreme being. As the three pure ones depart, the ancestor of Hades turns to the others. Do any of you wish to take action? I am prepared to engage. The voice of the ancestor of Hades strikes heavily upon the chests of those present. The primordial supreme being, a peak de luo golden immortal, has been utterly outmatched by the ancestor of Hades. They, too, are unlikely to be his opponents. Dong Wang Tai regards him, gritting his teeth, harboring feelings of discontent. This opportunity to be relinquished so easily. Not leaving. Then I shall take action, the ancestor of Hades declares, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips, though it appears rather sinister. Since my esteemed friend has spoken thus, we shall take our leave, should time permit. You are most welcome to visit the Witch Clan. Gong Gong offers as he and Zhu Rong take their leave. It is no jest, they have witnessed his strength. Even the primordial supreme being holds no fear of him. And such a figure must not be offended, especially in the presence of the demon clan. Seeing the two ancestral witches depart, Dijuan restrains Dong Wang Tai, who is eager to engage. We, too, shall take our leave. After a quiet remark, he bows respectfully to the ancestor of Hades. This opportunity is yours, my brother, and I extend our heartfelt congratulations once more. He utters these words. Dijuan's heart aches. This is a primordial treasure, a true primordial treasure, now so easily bestowed upon another. However, there is no alternative. They cannot match his strength, and should a confrontation arise, they would undoubtedly earn a formidable enemy. This would spell disaster for the entire demon clan. The ancestor of Hades offers no response, his gaze shifting to Nuwa and Fushida. You remain, intending to seize it from me. Upon hearing this, Fushi hastily takes Nuwa by the arm, making their exit. Yet Nuwa's expression betrays reluctance, her gaze fixated on the ancestor of Hades, feeling as though she has lost something of great significance, perhaps even more so than this opportunity. Esteemed friend, the chaos gourd vine is of great importance to me. Could you? Before she can finish her plea, the ancestor of Hades interrupts her. I shall not repeat myself. Ikatia's words. Nuwa opens her mouth, but refrains from speaking further, her eyes fixed intently upon him. The ancestor of Hades then turns his attention to Hongjun, the epitome of benevolence in the wasteland. As the ancestor of Hades opens his mouth, Hongjun speaks first. Since this is something my esteemed friend has acquired, I shall not intrude. Chapter 15. The departure of all. Returning to the blood as they depart, the ancestor of Hades turns his gaze to the 9 heavens of Shirong and the 3 light divine water. These 2 items had been left untouched while he secured the chaos gourd vine, merely shielded by his power. Fortunately, the recent battle did not extend to this area. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the ancestor of Hades collects the 9 heavens of Shirong and retrieves a jade vial. Though it is not a treasure, it suffices to contain the 3 light divine water, completing these tasks. The ancestor of Hades channels his power and takes flight toward the blood sea. The chaos gourd vine, along with the 9 heavens of Shirong and the 3 light divine water, has been secured. At present, he sees no reason to remain. With over 200 years until the second lecture by Hongjun, it is the perfect time to return and plant the chaos gourd vine in the blood sea. The ancestor of Hades furrows his brow, an expression of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes as he admonishes the mosquito Taoist. After 800 years, you are still merely at the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal? Having been absent for 800 years, even if his cultivation progressed at a leisurely pace, he ought to have reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, upon his return, he finds himself still lingering in the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Blood Sea is a place of gathering for the world's malicious energy, a realm where few dare to disturb. Moreover, the mosquito Taoist was birthed from the Blood Sea, undoubtedly cultivating at a pace swifter than others. With his head bowed, the mosquito Taoist muttered in response, "Brother, you know me well. My ability to reach this level of cultivation is entirely due to your assistance. Without you, my progress has stagnated. Furthermore, there are no spiritual treasures here. Otherwise, I would have already attained the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal." As he spoke, his voice grew louder, only to be silenced by a stern glance from the old ancestor of the Underworld River. Sighing, the old ancestor of the Underworld River remarked, "The mosquito Taoist's primary method of cultivation relies on absorption. Your accomplishments are a testament to your own efforts." Resolutely, he declared, "From now on, I shall provide you with spiritual treasures." Remembering the battle of the gods, the mosquito Taoist had once devoured the 12 grades of merit golden lotus, reducing it to the 9th grade. He extended a hand and touched the mosquito Taoist's forehead. A stream of blood light merging with his primordial spirit, the mosquito Taoist held complete trust in the old ancestor, showing no signs of resistance. "You have but 200 years to break through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Should you fail, your existence in this primordial realm is rendered moot." "Yes, brother, I shall surely break through. I will not disappoint you," the mosquito Taoist responded passionately, his eyes gleaming with excitement, if his senses were not mistaken. This realization surpassed even the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, verging on the pinnacle of that realm. This indicated that his elder brother had indeed reached the acme of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the primordial realm, they could stride confidently, save for the 3 purities. Contemplating the 3 purities, a shadow flickered in the mosquito Taoist's eyes. Humph, relying on their status as disciples of saints, they dare to meddle in affairs that do not concern them. Once my strength grows, I, mosquito Taoist, shall be the 3rd to drain you dry. Should he learn that his elder brother had recently given Yuan Shitianzun a thrashing, he would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. Unbeknownst to the mosquito Taoist's thoughts, The old ancestor of the Underworld River was focused solely on planting this chaos-gourd vine. He speculated about what kind of spiritual treasure these gourds would become as they continued to grow. Casting his gaze over the blood sea, laden with malicious energy, his brow furrowed, initially intending to find a suitable spot for the chaos-gourd vine. He found himself devoid of even a single viable location. With a sigh, the old ancestor waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, the blood sea trembled, waves of blood surging relentlessly that a small island emerged within the blood sea, seemingly modest, yet ample enough for the placement of the chaos-gourd vine. With a thought, the 9 heavens breath soil materialized, and the old ancestor placed it upon the small island. He then retrieved the chaos-gourd vine and planted it there. Primordial spiritual treasure. The mosquito Taoist exclaimed in astonishment. Never expecting his elder brother to return with 7 primordial spiritual treasures, this realization left him with an unsettling feeling. His brother's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While he remained in the mid-stage as the younger brother, his foremost task was to keep pace with his elder brother, ensuring he did not hinder his progress. Resolutely, he vowed to cultivate diligently, striving to cling tightly to his elder brother's leg. In the next moment, the old ancestor of the Underworld River produced the 3 light divine water, pouring it generously over the vine. If any great Luo Golden Immortal were to witness this act, they would undoubtedly decry it as wasteful. The 3 light divine water was renowned as the foremost healing elixir in the primordial realm, capable of mending any injury that journey to the west. Guanyin had revived the ginseng fruit tree with just a few drops. Yet, the old ancestor merely emptied the entirety of the 3 light divine water onto the chaos-gourd vine. The mosquito Taoist watched the 3 light divine water with a quivering lip, his eyes betraying a glint of greed. However, with the old ancestor present, he quickly tempered his desires, shaking his head to remain clear-headed. He could not touch his elder brother's possessions. The old ancestor regarded the chaos-gourd vine, murmuring to himself, uncertain of its potential for growth. As soon as his words fell, he felt the chaos-gourd vine begin to tremble, emanating a profound essence. Clearly, it had commenced its growth. Observing this, the old ancestor let out a sigh of relief. If it could not thrive here, he would have no choice but to head to the Taoist's abode, where the 10 great primordial spiritual roots, including the ginseng fruit tree, resided. His Mount Wanshou could nurture it. Thus there was no reason the chaos-gourd vine, being a fellow primordial spiritual root, could not flourish. At worst, he could offer some 3 light divine water during his visit, which the Taoist would surely accept. However, such measures seemed unnecessary for now. With 200 years remaining, he pondered whether he could refine these 7 gourds. As the old ancestor settled into meditation, the mosquito Taoist approached him, understanding that he must break through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal within 200 years to avoid lagging behind his elder brother. Shortly after his return to the Blood Sea, a significant event transpired in the primordial realm. After Zhu Rong returned to the 12 ancestors of sorcery, he recounted the incident of the old ancestor of the Underworld River angrily slapping Yuan Shitian Zun to the other ancestors. While this initially seemed inconsequential, as they were all brothers, it unexpectedly became a matter of great gossip, spreading throughout the witch clan. By the next day, they would not shout it out loud, but otherwise, they would undoubtedly declare the old ancestor of the Underworld River to be formidable. It was likely that only he dared to challenge the 3 purities. As the tale spread among the witch clan, it soon reached other smaller tribes, where at least 2 gossips emerged in each. Before long, the entire primordial realm was aware of the incident. Chapter 16. The 3 purities retreat to the mountains. The Underworld River refines treasures. While this was not a significant event, the humiliation of being slapped caused a loss of face. However, the narrative morphed into several versions. The 10 great primordial spiritual roots appeared, with 10 great Luo Golden Immortals vying for them. Yet only the old ancestor of the Underworld River emerged victorious. What? Yuan Shitian Zun glared at the old ancestor of the Underworld River and was immediately slapped. This surely must be false. I heard that the old ancestor of the Underworld River nonchalantly slapped Yuan Shitian Zun as he passed by, with the other 2 not daring to utter a word. This is indeed the truth. The old ancestor of the Underworld River single-handedly slapped the 3 purities, and now they dare not even show their faces in Kunlun. Are you saying that the old ancestor of the Underworld River is even more formidable than the 3 purities? In Kunlun Mountain, The news of Yuan Shitian Zun's humiliation at the hands of the old ancestor of the Underworld River quickly reached the ears of the three purities. Yuan Shitian Zun's expression darkened ominously. Devoid of any celestial grace. Witch clan, you have gone too far. While this incident might not provoke trouble with the Witch clan, it would undoubtedly lead to retribution against the old ancestor of the Underworld River. Now, the tale was distorted to imply that he had sought trouble with the old ancestor and received a slap in return. How could Yuan Shitian Zun endure such indignity? Rising to his feet, he intended to confront the Witch clan. What are you planning to do? A voice boomed, halting Yuan Shitian Zun in his tracks. The Witch clan has gone too far, and this matter must be rectified. Or else, Yuan Shitian Zun retorted. His face dark with fury, he was already seething from the slap received from the old ancestor of the Underworld River, and now the Witch clan dared to provoke him, reducing him to a laughingstock in the primordial realm. What will you do? Kill them? My expression is not particularly pleasant either, and there is a flicker of hidden malice in my eyes if I were to kill them. It would assert the three purities' authority, Yuan Shitian Zun stated coldly, his intentions unmistakable. At that moment, Tantian Jiaozhu stepped forward, blocking Yuan Shitian Zun's path. Have you forgotten who we are, transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit? Look at yourself now. Do you resemble the three purities in any way? He contemplated adding that Yuan Shitian Zun had tarnished the three purities' reputation, but refrained, observing the wrathful demeanor of Yuan Shitian Zun. If he were to utter such words and then act rashly, the three purities would indeed lose face entirely. Shall we just stand by and let these rumors spread unchecked? What would our master think if he heard of this? The words of Yuan Shitian Zun plunged Laozi and Tantian into deep contemplation. Indeed, as the foremost disciple of Hongjun, it was utterly humiliating to be struck down. This was not merely a slap to Yuan Shitian Zun's face, but an affront to Hongjun's dignity as well. Tantian, directed at Mingi Laozu, erupted in fury. All of this was Mingi's fault. Had he relinquished the chaos gourd vine, such disgrace would never have transpired. When had the three pure ones ever endured such indignity? I shall go and eliminate Mingi Laozu. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shitian Zun instantly shifted his focus. Only by vanquishing him could the honor of the three pure ones be preserved. Laozi could also empathize with Yuan Shitian Zun's loss of composure. Had he been publicly humiliated, he might have similarly lost his reason. Enough, Laozi bellowed. Are you truly capable of killing him now? Do not forget where he currently resides, the sea of blood that I in such a place. Not only do our powers diminish, but can you truly defeat him? Laozi had witnessed Mingi Laozu's physical form. He could inflict wounds, but could never hope to slay him. Yuan Shitian Zun gradually regained his composure after this outburst, though his face still bore the marks of fury. What then? Laozi chuckled softly. Have you forgotten what our master previously stated regarding stepping into the sacred realm? A light flickered in Yuan Shitian Zun's eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Are you suggesting? Laozi revealed a mysterious smile. Do not forget, our master took on 6 disciples to enter the sacred realm. Although Mingi did not formally become a disciple on the lotus seat, Zhuanti did, thus becoming a named disciple. This implies that of the 6 sacred positions, none belonged to Mingi. That a hypothesis formed in his mind. In the future, there may be only these 6 saints. Alas, this feeling was not particularly strong, and he did not pursue it further. Yuan Shitian Zun furrowed his brow, and after a moment, excitement lit his face. Yes, when we become saints, no matter how formidable Mingi is, he will merely be a quasi-saint at that time. How could Mingi possibly be my match? With this realization, Yuan Shitian Zun temporarily set aside his murderous intent. The most pressing matter now was to devote time to cultivation, to break through to the quasi-saint level as soon as possible, and ultimately become a saint. Observing Yuan Shitian Zun returning to his senses, Laozi nodded slightly and waved his hand outward. Henceforth, no one shall disturb us. With 200 years remaining, we must prepare for the breakthrough to quasi-saint. Kunlun Mountain A.S. Laozi waved his hand. It vanished from sight. Naturally, news of Kunlun's disappearance spread rapidly, followed by rampant speculation. Yuan Shitian Zun was afraid and dared not emerge from his mountain. Mingi Laozu was formidable enough to intimidate the 3 pure ones into seclusion. Though this incident circulated fervently in the primordial world, Mingi Laozu remained blissfully unaware. After all, only Mingi and the mosquito Taoist dared to tread within the sea of blood. 200 years later, sea of blood, suddenly, a surge of malevolence shot up to the heavens, causing the entire sea of blood to tremble. The mosquito Taoist, seated not far away, opened his eyes, and a crimson light emanated from him, revealing his cultivation level to be at the late stage of the great Luo sword immortal. Just a few years prior, he had only recently broken through to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Observing the malevolent aura radiating from the chaos gourd vine, the mosquito Taoist furrowed his brow. Brother, what on earth is causing this surge of malevolence in the sea of blood? Soon after, another wave of crimson malevolence surged forth. The second, the third, up to the seventh. Only after the seventh wave appeared did the blood waves finally calm, and the crimson light gradually dissipated. What is this? The mosquito Taoist squinted at the chaos gourd vine. He then noticed 7 little Taoist boys clad in red garments appearing not far away. However, amidst the red clouds, other colors could be seen, likely the natural hues of the gourd itself. They stared wide-eyed at Mingi Laozu. Mingi Laozu blinked at the 7 Taoist boys, pondering what they might become, surprised by the emergence of 7 gourd children. No, gourd Taoists, we pay our respects, master. The gourd children bowed to Mingi Laozu. Having been nurtured here, they had long absorbed Mingi Laozu's essence, feeling an immediate sense of familiarity upon seeing him. Brother, what are these creatures, and how did they come to resemble this? At this moment, the mosquito Taoist approached and poked one of the gourd Taoists in the cheek. Originally mild-mannered, the gourd Taoist's expression transformed, blood-red light flickering in his eyes. Instantly, the gourd Taoists revealed their true forms. Chapter 17. Xiao Gongming becomes a disciple. The gourds began to shrink, and the gourd vine morphed into red threads, stringing them together. Witnessing this, Mingi Laozu's eyes brightened. A treasure? No, not quite. Though this gourd bracelet had not yet become a supreme treasure, it was nearly so. Each one released would be a congenital spiritual treasure. Suddenly, the gourd bracelet launched itself at the mosquito Taoist. The mosquito Taoist, caught off guard by this unexpected assault, swiftly retreated. Though the attack missed, it concentrated above the sea of blood, instantly provoking tumultuous waves. Such power is astonishing. A hint of surprise flickered in Mingi Laozu's heart. He then reached out and grasped the gourd bracelet. The once ferocious aura ceased, transforming into a gentle demeanor. The mosquito Taoist felt rather aggrieved. I merely touched it, and it retaliated. Brother, a simple touch, and it nearly turned docile. Though he felt some dissatisfaction towards the gourd bracelet, he dared not voice it, as it belonged to his brother. After securing the gourd in his hand, Mingi Laozu addressed the mosquito Taoist that a millennium has passed. Hongjun's second sermon is likely about to commence. Mingi Laozu implied that they were to head to Lingxiao Palace. Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist nodded. As they departed the sea of blood, the two hurried toward Lingxiao Palace. On the way, Mingi Laozu's brow furrowed slightly. Qingfeng, Mingi Laozu murmured. Before long, a wisp of clear wind descended to the ground, transforming into a humanoid form, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, appearing on the brink of collapse. The mosquito Taoist followed Mingi Laozu's gaze, his eyes filled with disdain. Brother, a dying breeze. The mosquito Taoist, would not deign to absorb him. He has only just taken form. Absorbing him would be a waste of time. Mingi Laozu, however, paid no mind to the mosquito Taoist, lost in thought. A clear wind. Could it be Xiao Gongming? According to the primordial narrative, Xiao Gongming's essence is indeed a wisp of clear wind. Is he appearing at this moment? Mingi Laozu, filled with curiosity, descended. The clear wind, sensing someone approaching, instantly grew alert, its eyes gleaming with malice. Mingi Laozu chuckled lightly. Dare to glare at me? The last few who did. One was severely injured by me, and the other was battered. You dare to challenge me? As Mingi Laozu's words reached the clear wind's ears, its pupils constricted, and it fearfully lowered its gaze, unwilling to meet Mingi Laozu's eyes. Very well. I shall lend you a hand today. Mingi Laozu gently waved his hand, infusing a strand of his power into the clear wind's body. In an instant, the clear wind's pale visage regained its color. The clear wind exclaimed in confusion, rising to its feet. Having sustained such grievous injuries, the mere wave of a hand from this figure led to its restoration. This individual's strength is indeed remarkable. Realizing this, the clear wind bowed deeply. Thank you, great immortal, for saving my life. This little demon has no means of repayment. I only wish for the great immortal to accept me as a disciple, so I may repay this life-saving grace." Upon hearing this, Mingi Laozu smiled at the clear wind. "Quite clever, attempting to become my disciple." Before Mingi Laozu could respond, the mosquito Taoist interjected. "You, a mere little demon. How could you repay my brother?" Hearing this, the clear wind's eyes darted around. After a moment of contemplation, it realized it had nothing of worth to offer. Looking up at Mingi Laozu, it solemnly declared, "As long as the great immortal accepts this little demon, whenever you have a command, this little demon shall be the first to respond." No hesitation. The mosquito Taoist furrowed his brow. His gaze turned malevolent as he fixed it upon the clear wind. "How could that be acceptable? As you ascend the treacherous mountain, what shall I do? I am the foremost enforcer of the elder brother," the mosquito Taoist remarked, a faint aura emanating from him, merely a whisper of energy. Yet it compelled Qing Feng to bow to the ground. Such is the might of one who stands beside the great immortal. Even a mere trace of their essence can render one immobile. Should it intensify, I might. The thought sent a chill down his spine as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Very well. Upon the words of the ancestor of the Underworld River, the mosquito Taoist instantly withdrew his aura. "I shall grant you an opportunity to this pronouncement." Qing Feng's heart soared with joy as he hastily prostrated himself. "That I pay my respects to my master," with a gentle lift of his hand. The ancestor of the Underworld River halted him. Not be hasty. In 3,000 years, should you dare to venture into the Blood Sea, I shall naturally accept you as my disciple." Qing Feng, newly transformed, was unaware of the Blood Sea's nature, yet he thumped his chest with assurance. "Fear not, master. Even if it is the malevolent aura of the Witch Clan, I shall brave it." The mosquito Taoist scoffed at this declaration. How could the malevolent aura of the Witch Clan possibly compare to the Blood Sea? After Xiao Gongming spoke, he appeared somewhat bashful, casting furtive glances at the ancestor of the Underworld River. "Master, since I have just taken form, might I be granted a treasure or perhaps a technique?" Seeing the ancestor of the Underworld River remain silent, Xiao Gongming hurriedly clarified. My strength is still feeble. I fear I may not survive the 3,000 years without your guidance, so I seek a technique for self-protection. The ancestor of the Underworld River regarded Qing Feng with a knowing smile. "You are quite astute. Nevertheless, as he has already spoken, he shall indeed bestow upon him a gift." With a flick of his hand, a beam of crimson light shot forth, striking Qing Feng's forehead. The technique he bestowed was the most common, quite prevalent in the primordial realm, sufficient for his cultivation and self-defense. "Since you wish to become my disciple, I shall grant you a name," the ancestor of the Underworld River declared. "Thank you, master." Qing Feng expressed his gratitude with fervor. "You were originally the innate Qing Feng, and by our meeting in the mountains, we share a profound connection. Thus, I bestow upon you the name Xiao Gongming. Xiao Gongming was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the relation of this name to Qing Feng. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing the wrath of his master, which could lead to dire consequences. "Thank you for the bestowed name, master." Xiao Gongming professed his fondness for the name, albeit reluctantly. Yet, as he uttered these words, the figure of the ancestor of the Underworld River had already vanished from sight. "Truly, my master is formidable. It seems I have made the right choice in taking him as my teacher. 3,000 years to the Blood Sea, I shall certainly embark on that journey." "Elder brother, why must he take on a mere imp as a disciple?" the mosquito Taoist inquired, perplexed by the ancestor of the Underworld River's decision. The ancestor chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You would not comprehend, even if I explained. Elder brother, if you share your thoughts, I shall surely understand." The mosquito Taoist insisted. The ancestor of the Underworld River paid him no mind. His gaze fixed on a distant point. Not far from him, 3 clouds hovered, and the ancestor squinted, murmuring to himself. The 3 Celestials? Chapter 18. The Acceptance of Disciples. The 3 Celestials, East King and West Queen. With Xiao Gongming already present, it was only natural for the 3 Celestials to appear as well. That a hint of amusement played upon the lips of the ancestor of the Underworld River. First Xiao Gongming, now the 3 Celestials. Who would have thought he would encounter them in such succession? Contemplating this, he soared towards the 3 clouds. The 3 Celestials, I recall, were also disciples of the Primordial Master. However, they ultimately perished in the Battle of the Gods, becoming deities of the heavenly court. As he approached, one of the clouds slowly drifted forward, shielding the other 2 behind it. they have developed sentience. A flicker of surprise crossed the ancestor's eyes. Ordinarily, at this juncture, they would still be in a state of unawareness. Observing them closely, he quickly discerned the situation. Only the foremost cloud had awakened, while the other two remained in a state of oblivion. With this realization, the ancestor of the Underworld River extended his hand and waved gently. Instantly, 3 beams of red light surged towards them, merging into the cloud. After a brief silence, the foremost white cloud expressed its gratitude. "Thank you, great immortal." The ancestor of the Underworld River nodded slightly. Previously, it had merely possessed awareness, unable to articulate. His guidance had now enabled it to speak. However, to fully take form would still require millennia. The 2 clouds behind it also awakened to sentience. Peering curiously at the ancestor of the Underworld River, "I perceive a connection between us, and I am inclined to take you as my disciples. Do you consent? However, the decision rests with you." The ancestor spoke calmly. Accepting them as disciples would prevent their demise in the battle of the gods, thus saving their lives. Should they decline, the ancestor of the Underworld River would offer no further words. "We pay our respects, Master." The foremost white cloud promptly responded. Though it had only recently gained sentience, it was wise enough to recognize the ancestor's formidable presence. The 2 clouds behind it quivered in agreement. Clearly consenting to take the ancestor of the Underworld River as their master, the ancestor nodded in satisfaction and spoke softly. "Since you are willing to be my disciples, come to the Blood Sea in 3,000 years. With that, he and the mosquito Taoist vanished from sight. Should the Primordial Master discover that I have taken 4 disciples, I wonder if he will be driven to fury, or perhaps come seeking me out with treasures in hand." The thought brought a cold smile to the ancestor's lips. Would he dare seek trouble with me? If he did, I would not hesitate to strike him before countless beings, utterly humiliating him. The mosquito Taoist, who had been silent, opened his mouth to question why they would take them as disciples. However, recalling Xiao Gongming's earlier comments, he chose to remain silent, knowing that even if he asked his elder brother, he would receive no answer. Before long, the 2 arrived outside the Chaos Lingxiao Palace. Upon their arrival, they beheld numerous great Luo golden immortals gathered before the grand entrance, awaiting entry. When the ancestor of the Underworld River cast his gaze upon them, their expressions shifted instantly, heads turning away in feigned ignorance. Naturally, for who would dare provoke one who had boldly struck the 3 pure ones and severed the Primordial Master? Witnessing this scene, a flicker of exasperation crossed the ancestor's eyes. Am I truly so fearsome? It was merely a few slaps against the Primordial Master. Must you all tremble so? You are all great Luo golden immortals. At the very least, present yourselves as such. In response to the ancestor's words, the crowd murmured and feared. 1,000 years prior, he had cleaved the Primordial Master and boldly invoked the name of the Tao ancestor, displaying a fearlessness that they could not afford to offend. Furthermore, rumors from the Witch clan suggested that the Primordial Master, upon receiving a mere glance from the ancestor of the Underworld River, had been struck without uttering a word, adding to their trepidation. "Elder brother, do you see how others fear us? Have I missed something significant?" The mosquito Taoist inquired, perplexed. "Nothing much, merely a scuffle with the little Yuan. It is hardly a matter of consequence," the ancestor of the Underworld River replied casually. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. While they were unfamiliar with who Little Yuan was, the inclusion of the word scuffle made it abundantly clear that it referred to the Primordial Master. To dare address the Primordial Master so directly was likely unprecedented. The mosquito Taoist exclaimed in awe, his eyes filled with admiration. "Elder brother is truly magnificent. The 3 pure ones are no match for you. Had I known, I would have followed you to witness the spectacle of their defeat after breaking through to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal." He pondered this. Regret flickered in the mosquito Taoist's eyes. "Next time, I shall undoubtedly accompany my elder brother." These thoughts crossed his mind. A voice reached the ears of the 2 West Queen. "Would it not be better for us to enter together rather than you coming alone?" A woman, exuding an air of aloofness and annoyance, floated into view outside the Lingxiao Palace. Following closely behind was a man, entwined with the Golden Mother. Daiti was none other than they, the East King and West Queen. The venerable ancestor of the River of Hades gazed upon the 2 individuals, muttering softly to himself. Though he had never encountered them before, their arrival allowed him to recognize them instantly. The West Queen Mother, a manifestation of the primordial first wisp of Een energy, and the East King, an embodiment of the primordial first wisp of yang energy. The interplay of one yin and one yang could be considered a perfect match. Subsequently, one ascended to become the foremost male immortal, while the other rose to be the foremost female immortal. Does elder brother know them? The mosquito Taoist, closest to the ancestor of the river of Hades, inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had been by elder brother's side for millennia, rarely parting ways, and thus felt a twinge of doubt regarding elder brother's acquaintance with the East King and West Queen Mother. Indeed, the ancestor of the river of Hades replied in a nonchalant manner. His acknowledgement did not imply a deep familiarity among the trio, but rather a mere awareness of their existence. Their voices were not loud. Yet they reached the ears of both the East King and West Queen Mother. Upon hearing their names, the two turned to observe. Their expression shifted upon recognizing the ancestor of the river of Hades. How could it be that we encounter him here? The West Queen Mother thought, recalling the events of a millennium prior when he had wielded his sword against Xuan, leading to the departure of the three pure ones. 2 centuries ago, he had furiously struck the primordial heavenly venerable, causing the other 2 pure ones to flee back to Kunlun Mountain, sealing it off entirely. This tale had spread throughout the vast wilderness. And they were well aware of it. We must leave. West Queen Mother, he is a madman. We should not provoke him. The East King reached out, attempting to grasp the West Queen Mother's hand. Her disdain for him intensified at the sight of his gesture. She sidestepped, evading his touch, and cast her gaze towards the ancestor of the river of Hades. Although she harbored fear of him, the moment compelled her forward. The West Queen Mother bit her lip. Striding toward the ancestor, "Are you not afraid of the ancestor of the river of Hades? I shall go nonetheless." Observing this, the East King shouted in haste, "West Queen Mother, what are you doing? Come back. Do not approach him." The more he protested, the more resolute her steps became, and she retorted coldly, "If you are afraid, do not follow me. I am not afraid." The East King replied defiantly, straightening his back. Chapter 19. The fearsome reputation of the river of Hades deters the East King. Despite his claims, his eyes betrayed him, revealing a glimmer of fear as he looked at the ancestor of the river of Hades. The West Queen Mother, having turned back, caught this moment, and a cold smile crept upon her lips, solidifying her belief that approaching the ancestor was indeed the right choice. The East King watched as the West Queen Mother continued forward. His heart racing with anxiety, torn between his fear of the ancestor and his desire to assert himself. He has dared to strike even the disciples of saints. Surely the Tao ancestor will not let him go unpunished. To approach him is to sever one's own path. However, his words bore no effect, only hastening the West Queen Mother's pace. Sever my path? What path is that? Following you is the true path to ruin. As the West Queen Mother advanced, the East King's steps faltered. How can this be? I love you so dearly. Why can you not reciprocate? We are clearly destined for one another. He watched the West Queen Mother draw closer to the ancestor of the river of Hades. Uncertainty clouded his mind. What should I do? Should I go or not? The West Queen Mother sensed his hesitation, intensifying her disdain for him. You claim to love me, yet you lack the courage to approach. Arriving a short distance from the ancestor, she clasped her hands in salute. I greet you, Taoist of the river of Hades, and you, Mosquito Taoist. The ancestor of the river of Hades furrowed his brow slightly. Casting a glance at her without uttering a word, his silence prompted the Mosquito Taoist, as his subordinate, to remain quiet as well, eyes fixed upon her. Under the scrutiny of both, the West Queen Mother felt a wave of discomfort. However, recalling that the East King had not followed, she spoke once more. Might the two of you accompany me to the Lingxiao Palace for a lecture? Yet, upon her utterance, the ancestor of the river of Hades remained unresponsive. After a fleeting glance in her direction, he turned away, striding towards the gates of the Lingxiao Palace. So you intend to use me as a shield, the West Queen Mother thought, slightly taken aback by his disregard. Despite her renown as a beauty in the wilderness, why did he not even spare her a few words? Was she not attractive enough? Observing the retreating figures of the two, she bit her lip in frustration but ultimately decided to follow. If you choose to ignore me, I shall follow regardless. The East King, witnessing this scene, found it eerily familiar. If the river of Hades disregards you, surely being with me is better than being with them. After all, the ancestor of the river of Hades had struck the primordial heavenly venerable. Was it truly necessary to fear him this much? Although the ancestor of the river of Hades had not acquiesced to the West Queen Mother, the East King harbored resentment, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Sensing the gaze upon him, The ancestor of the river of Hades cast a sidelong glance that I have not wronged you. Yet you dare to harbor resentment towards me. It seems another name shall be added to my death list. Nevertheless, he recalled that the East King ultimately met his demise. The cold glare from the ancestor of the river of Hades caused the East King to hastily avert his gaze, focusing instead on the West Queen Mother. Though she trailed behind the ancestor, there remained a significant distance between them. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and approached the West Queen Mother. At this distance, even if the ancestor were to strike, he believed he could still escape. Moreover, this was the Lingxiao Palace. Surely the Dao ancestor would not allow him to perish here, still pursuing me. How relentless, the West Queen Mother thought. Her brow furrowed in distaste as her hatred for the East King reached its zenith. The East King approached within proximity of the ancestor of the river of Hades and offered a respectful bow. I greet you, ancestor of the river of Hades, mosquito Taoist, esteemed friends. May I accompany you too on your journey? He then glanced at the West Queen Mother, raising an eyebrow, as if to say, See, I am unafraid. However, no sooner had his words left his lips than the ancestor of the river of Hades let out a cold laugh. You dare to approach me? Get lost. What are you even? How dare you presume to accompany me? Having just borne his resentment, now he sought to join him. If he were to acquiesce, it would surely indicate a lapse in judgment. The East King staggered back, intimidated by the aura emanating from the ancestor of the river of Hades. How can you speak so to me? What? Do you dare to defy me? Or do you wish to meet the same fate as the primordial heavenly venerable? The second statement from the ancestor of the river of Hades turned icy, his peak Daluo Jinxian aura pressing down upon the East King. Although the East King ultimately perished, the ancestor did not mind hastening his demise a little. You, the East King clenched his fists and turned to leave. Ancestor of the river of Hades, you have offended both Jin and Zhuan-Ti, and struck the three pure ones. I do not believe you will survive. A shadow crossed the East King's eyes as he contemplated how to ensnare the ancestor of the river of Hades. As the ancestor and the mosquito Taoist advanced, the crowd parted ways. Yet, upon glimpsing the West Queen Mother behind them, their expressions turned peculiar. Isn't that the West Queen Mother? What brings her with the river of Hades? With him, she is merely trailing in his wake. Could it be that she harbors feelings for the river of Hades? Why else would she follow so closely without protest? But wait, isn't she enamored with the East King? How could she possibly have feelings for the river of Hades? While the ancestor of the river of Hades remained silent amidst their discussions, the West Queen Mother shot them a frosty glare, her heart filled with revulsion. Are your eyes blind? When have I ever liked the river of Hades? I am merely following him to escape the East King's relentless pursuit. You lot, if you cannot speak sensibly, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Her cold, furious gaze sent shivers down their spines, causing them to quickly avert their eyes. It seems she is truly angered. Best not to provoke her. Crossing the river of Hades is no trivial matter. The surroundings fell into an immediate hush. Yet, moments later, the whispers resumed. If she does not fancy the river of Hades, then why follow him? I suspect she indeed has feelings for him. Indeed, the river of Hades is quite handsome. It is only natural for the West Queen Mother to be attracted to him. Furthermore, his strength is unrivaled in the wilderness. Save for the Dao ancestor, the crowd's chatter intensified. The notion that the West Queen Mother had developed feelings for the ancestor of the river of Hades spread like wildfire. What? The West Queen Mother pursues the ancestor of the river of Hades. Astonishing. They have become Dao partners. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan bore peculiar expressions, soon succumbing to their curiosity. What is happening? What have we missed? Such a splendid event. How could we possibly be excluded? Not only them, even the expressions of Fuxi and Nuwa were filled with astonishment. A fellow woman of the primordial era. Nuwa was well aware of the West Queen Mother's aloofness, which had remained unyielding even after several millennia of pursuit by the East Emperor. Her union with the ancestor of the Underworld left Nuwa utterly perplexed. The mere thought of the ancestor of the Underworld ignited a spark of fury within her. It was because of him that I suffered a significant loss of opportunities, resulting in 200 years of stagnant cultivation. Chapter 20. Prelude to the War of the Witch and the Demon. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the main subject, the ancestor of the Underworld, remained oblivious. After all, no one dared to relay such words to him. To provoke his ire would leave one with no refuge. Even in tears, this moment, the ancestor of the Underworld stood before the grand gate, awaiting. With his arrival, the surrounding area instantaneously cleared, and the chatter fell silent. Not a single great Luo golden immortal stepped forward to greet the ancestor, let alone the ancestor of the underworld, even the Taoist by his side, with an expression that seemed to threaten anyone who dared approach. Deterred others from coming near. However, one individual did dare to draw closer. The West Queen Mother, standing not far from the ancestor, her beautiful eyes glanced over, attempting to engage him in conversation. Did you truly strike the primordial supreme one? My elder brother claims he did, thus it must be true. There is no room for doubt, the Taoist replied disdainfully. Very well, she said, feeling thwarted before she could continue. And thus posed another inquiry. I have heard that you have acquired 7 supreme innate treasures. Indeed, my elder brother brought them back, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Taoist chimed in once more, his gaze fierce as it locked onto the West Queen Mother. Pray tell, what is your purpose in probing? Do you intend to covet these treasures? Certainly not. I merely inquired. The West Queen Mother replied, offering an awkward smile. Casting a glance at the ancestor of the underworld, she chose not to press further. Why does this Taoist interject unnecessarily? And why does the underworld ancestor not take the initiative to converse? The West Queen Mother inwardly complained. Just as silence enveloped the crowd, 2 fiery orbs shot in. The ancestor of the underworld's ears perked up. Without needing to look, he recognized these 2 fireballs belonged to Emperor Jun and the East Emperor Tai. Only they would make such an entrance. Shortly after their arrival, 2 graceful figures appeared, their beauty rivaling that of the West Queen Mother. The ancestor of the underworld gazed at them, pondering. Could it be Changshi and Shiha? According to later events, these 2 would marry East Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, ascending to the status of demon queens, their standing only slightly inferior to Nuwas. Alas, they would ultimately meet their demise. But what concern was that of his? As the ancestor of the underworld regarded them, the 2 sensed his gaze and turned, locking eyes with him. Their curiosity piqued. They had heard of the ancestor of the underworld's notorious reputation and found him less fearsome than they had imagined. In the crowd, Zhurong murmured upon seeing the newcomers, "Oh, it's that scruffy bird." He had not forgotten the wounds inflicted upon him by the East Emperor Tai during their last encounter. His words, spoken softly, reached the East Emperor's ears, causing his expression to darken. His eyes flashing coldly, he loathed being referred to as a bird. Spinning around, he glared at Zhurong, exclaiming, "Zhurong, do you wish for death? Have you forgotten the injuries I dealt you 200 years ago? Would you care for another lesson to refresh your memory?" What began as a mere whisper ignited Zhurong's fury at the mention of his past wounds, a being of the ancestral witch race. He could not abide being said to have been harmed. "Scruffy chicken, you must be seeking death. Without the chaos bell, your meager strength could never have injured me." Seeing Zhurong's rage, the East Emperor Tai smirked coldly. "If the chaos bell is my advantage, then find yourself a treasure, and we shall battle again." Zhurong, known for his fiery temperament, erupted at this provocation, pointing angrily at the East Emperor Tai. "You scruffy bird. If you have the guts, face me with your physical body. I will pluck every feather from you." Zhurong's declaration infuriated the East Emperor Tai. "You drive me to madness. Watch how I discipline you today." With that, he summoned the chaos bell, ready to unleash his wrath upon Zhurong. "That I fear you not." Zhurong sneered, preparing to retaliate. Suddenly, a hand pressed firmly upon Zhurong's shoulder, restraining him. His brow furrowed in discontent as he turned to see who dared interrupt him. "Who is so foolish as to obstruct me at this moment?" Upon recognizing the figure behind him, Zhurong's expression shifted. "Elder brother, why do you stop me? Today, I must teach this scruffy bird a lesson." The one restraining Zhurong was none other than Emperor Jiang, one of the 12 ancestral witches at that moment. The East Emperor Tai was also halted. "Cease this," Emperor Jun commanded, standing beside the East Emperor Tai. "Do you not realize where you are? Dare you create chaos here?" The East Emperor Tai pointed at Zhurong, seething. "Elder brother, he insulted us as scruffy birds that I cannot let this go unpunished, even within the sage's domain. I will teach him a lesson." Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes, speaking softly. "I understand. I too cannot let this affront pass, but now is not the time." "What do you mean?" The East Emperor Tai paused, confused by Emperor Jun's intent. "The witch race has multiplied significantly over the years. It is time to clean house." Emperor Jun spoke. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "Are you suggesting?" The East Emperor Tai's heart raced with excitement. his face lighting up with joy. When will we strike? In 3,000 years, after the Tao ancestor's teachings conclude. With that, Emperor Jun cast a glance at Zhurong and Emperor Jiang. The witch race had grown bold enough to challenge them. And it was time to restore order. Noticing the gaze, Emperor Jiang coldly returned it, snorting as he led Zhurong away. Elder brother, why must you drag me away? I want him to know the might of our ancestral witches. Zhurong protested, displeased at being led off by his elder brother. Rest assured, in 3,000 years, they will know. Emperor Jiang spoke slowly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Zhurong tilted his head. Failing to grasp the underlying meaning that in 3,000 years, the entire witch race will stand by you, allowing them to witness our strength and see who truly reigns supreme in the primordial world. Upon hearing this, Zhurong's eyes gleamed with anticipation that if war breaks out, I will be the first to charge in and thrash the East Emperor Tai, the ancestor of the Underworld, who had been observing them. Mused with raised brows, the 12 ancestral witches facing Emperor Jun and the East Emperor Tai, the clash between the demon race and the witch race will undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. Beside him, the Taoist's pupils constricted, excitement evident in his gaze. Brother, are you suggesting a war between the demon and witch races? The ancestor of the Underworld nodded slightly. Soon, once Hongjun concludes his teachings, the two races will go to war. However, Hongjun will undoubtedly intervene to end the original plot of the primordial world. Shortly after the war began, Hongjun would act, assigning one to govern the heavens and the other to control the earth, momentarily quelling the fury of both races. Truly remarkable, brother. You foresee all of this. The Taoist gazed at the ancestor of the Underworld with admiration. Near them, the West Queen Mother, having overheard the ancestor of the Underworld's words, felt a spark of curiosity. Friend, how do you know that the two races will go to war after the second lecture concludes? Chapter 21. Arrival of the Three Pure Ones. The dismissive attitude of Jane and Junie. Though the discord between the witch and demon races had long been known, how could the ancestor of the Underworld be so certain that they would clash after the Tao ancestor's second lecture? And how did he know that Hongjun would intervene? Are you truly eager to know? The ancestor of the Underworld glanced at the West Queen Mother, his tone unperturbed. Upon hearing this, the West Queen Mother nodded. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at the ancestor of the Underworld. She too was curious about how he came to possess such knowledge. Why should I divulge this to you? The ancestor of the Underworld replied coolly, surprised by his response. The West Queen Mother's expression faltered, a hint of indignation crossing her face as she turned away, no longer wishing to regard the ancestor. Very well, if you choose not to speak, I have no desire to hear it. The venerable ancestor of the river Styx squinted his eyes, but paid no heed to the woman that as time progressed. Numerous great Luo Jingxian began to arrive in succession. Over the span of a millennium, most great Luo Jingxian had already attained the mid-stage. Only a few had broken through to the late stage of great Luo Jingxian. Yet among them, two individuals surprised the ancestor of the river Styx, the demon clan's Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. These two brothers had unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of great Luo Jingxian. Along with the Three Pure Ones, there were 6 at the zenith of great Luo Jingxian in the primordial chaos. Just as one speaks of Cao Cao, Cao Cao appears. The ancestor of the river Styx had scarcely thought of the Three Pure Ones when they soared in on clouds. The gazes of the crowd turned towards them, their eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. The Three Pure Ones had arrived. Although they were aware of the incident involving the primordial heavenly venerable, none had truly witnessed it, and thus they held a profound reverence for the Three Pure Ones. Even if the incident were genuine, they dared not speak out, for the master of the Three Pure Ones was none other than the Tao ancestor. The ancestor of the river Styx also cast his gaze upon them, scrutinizing from head to toe. Their strength had grown slightly compared to 2 centuries prior, yet it remained insufficient. Ultimately, his gaze lingered on Laozi among the three. It was only Laozi who exuded a stronger aura that he could discern the prowess of the Three Pure Ones, while others merely sensed their overwhelming strength, staring wide-eyed in astonishment at the Three Pure Ones. One could not help but marvel at their might. Cultivated from the primordial essence of Pangu over millennia, it seemed that only the ancestor of the river Styx could stand against them in terms of strength. As the ancestor of the river Styx appraised them, the primordial heavenly venerable took notice and directed his gaze towards him. Upon realizing it was the ancestor of the river Styx, his eyes instantly radiated a cold glare, and an intangible aura was unleashed. The ancestor of the river Styx let out a light chuckle, his eyes filled with provocation. "What's the matter, little Yuan? Did you not enjoy the slaps earlier? Daring to glare at me, should I bestow a few more upon you?" As his words echoed, the surroundings fell abruptly silent. Incredulous gazes fixated on the ancestor of the river Styx, previously uncertain whether the primordial heavenly venerable had indeed been slapped in anger. It now appeared to be true. The expression of the primordial heavenly venerable darkened, his face clouded with fury, and his body subtly shifted, clearly poised to strike. "Junior brother, do you intend to act here? Do not forget what I mentioned previously at Kunlun Mountain." As the primordial heavenly venerable prepared to act, Lao Zi's admonishing voice reached his ears. "Humph." In response, the primordial heavenly venerable snorted coldly, turning his head as if to feign ignorance of the ancestor of the river Styx. Were it not for Lao Zi's presence restraining him, he likely would have already acted. What is happening? Why does the primordial heavenly venerable refrain from striking? The surrounding great Luo Jingxian watched in astonishment as the primordial heavenly venerable remained unperturbed despite the provocation. Expressions of disbelief etched on their faces. Is this truly the primordial heavenly venerable? Even after being addressed in such a manner, he does not retaliate. Could the rumors be true that the primordial heavenly venerable fears being struck? The murmurs of the crowd reached the ears of the primordial heavenly venerable, and he cast a frosty glare in their direction. The previously animated discussion ceased instantly, as they chose not to offend the primordial heavenly venerable. The ancestor of the river Styx squinted his eyes and called out to the primordial heavenly venerable, "Little Yuan, have you become timid? Is it merely a few slaps? How about I stand here, and we have another match? But this time, I want to use my hands. I shall wield my sword instead." Upon uttering these words, the primordial heavenly venerable remained unmoved, keeping his eyes closed and silent, as if he had heard nothing at all. Observing this, the primordial heavenly venerable slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering. "Oh no, I should have known better than to slap him. I've instilled a psychological shadow upon him. Should I abandon the void great seal and instead employ the Abhijna or the primordial slayer? In such a case, the primordial heavenly venerable would be even less of a match for me." Ordinarily, one would expect a surge of anger after being slapped, yet the primordial heavenly venerable managed to remain composed. The gazes of the surrounding great Luo Jingxian darted back and forth between the primordial heavenly venerable and the ancestor of the river Styx, their fear of the latter intensifying. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their inner desire to express their thoughts. The ancestor of the river Styx is truly impressive. At that moment, a voice resounded. "Junior brother, it seems that neither of us has arrived late this time." Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of all present turned peculiar. They were all too familiar with this voice, one that was difficult to forget, as it belonged to the first one to weep within the Tao ancestors' great hall. Soon, two bald figures emerged, followed closely by the tattered robes of Jane and Juni. "Esteemed friends, you have arrived quite early." Jane and Junti greeted the crowd with a bow and a smile. Yet, their aura, which was distinctly that of the pinnacle of great Luo Jingxian, subtly emanated from them at that moment. Their actions were meant to convey to everyone that the two brothers had indeed reached the peak of great Luo Jingxian, no less formidable than the three pure ones. Sensing the aura emanating from them, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment that it was understandable for the three pure ones and the ancestor of the river Styx to break through to the pinnacle of great Luo Jingxian, given their prior status as late-stage great Luo Jingxian. However, these two had previously only been mid-stage great Luo Jingxian, yet within a millennium, they had transcended to the pinnacle. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the Western lands was vastly inferior compared to here, as it could be considered rather sparse. Yet, under such circumstances, Jane and Junti had managed to break through, illustrating the exceptional talent they possessed. The ancestor of the river Styx's gaze shifted, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Although these two had achieved the pinnacle of great Luo Jingxian, their true strength was still inferior to that of the primordial heavenly venerable. The mosquito Taoist gazed at Jane and Juni, feeling quite displeased. These two bald heads have actually reached the pinnacle of great Luo Jingxian. Jane and Junti approached Nuwa, smiling and cupping their hands, "Senior sister," while they addressed her as senior sister. Their expressions were devoid of much respect. as they felt themselves to be at the pinnacle of Great Luo Jingxian, while Nuwa was merely a late-stage Great Luo Jingxian. Had she not been accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor ahead of time, they might not have bothered to pay their respects. They then turned to bow to the three pure ones, esteemed seniors. This time, their tone carried a hint of deference, especially with Laozi, the elder brother, present. Furthermore, the three pure ones were also at the pinnacle of Great Luo Jingxian, naturally warranting a degree of respect. The second chapter of the system, I choose three. The three pure ones regarded Junti with a slight nod as acknowledgement. As for Junti, he did not even spare them a proper glance, merely casting a sidelong glance before retracting his gaze. The mere disciple is worthy of calling them seniors. If they were not recognized disciples, they would not even deign to cast him a sidelong glance. Faced with the indifference of the three pure ones, a surge of mindless rage welled up within Junti. Even as a named disciple, he was still a student of the Tao ancestor. How could the three pure ones so brazenly disregard him? While resentment simmered in his heart, he did not allow it to show on his face. After all, this was the three pure ones, and provoking one would mean confronting all three. Yet the strength of the two of them was likely insufficient to challenge the three pure ones, although they could not afford to offend the three pure ones. There was no rule against targeting others. Junti's peripheral vision had already caught sight of the ancestor of the Underworld River, and his fury towards the three pure ones swiftly shifted to him. Turning, he approached the ancestor of the Underworld River alongside the Taoist of guidance, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an amiable demeanor. Yet, an aura emanated from him, seemingly applying pressure upon the ancestor of the Underworld River. The ancestor, already at odds with these figures, found his only potential ally to be the Mosquito Taoist, whose strength was merely at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, hardly a threat. Thus, it had come down to the ancestor of the Underworld River alone. Making matters simpler, a millennium ago, he had dared to seize the innate spiritual treasures of the two brothers. Now, upon their return from seclusion, they had come to reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. Not only did they seek their own innate treasures, but they also intended to extract something from the ancestor of the Underworld River. As Junti and the Taoist of guidance drew nearer, the ancestor of the Underworld River narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he had been awaiting their arrival. Apparently, the news of the Primordial Lord being bested had yet to reach the ears of these two bald-headed individuals. Perhaps this was for the best, as it spared him from the trouble of dealing with them. The surrounding Great Luo Golden Immortals watched the approaching pair with peculiar expressions. The ancestor of the Underworld River had subdued the Primordial Lord, who did not dare to interject. Yet, here were Junti and the Taoist of guidance, audaciously seeking him out. Observing their advance, the onlookers displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Previously, they had heard Bill boast about the prowess of the ancestor of the Underworld River. Now, it seemed someone was stepping forth to test that claim. If only they had small stools, they would have already sat down, munching on seeds. The Taoist of guidance, walking ahead, sensed the unusual demeanor of the crowd. Disciple, do you not feel that the expressions of those around us are somewhat amiss? Junti furrowed his brows, scanning the faces with his peripheral vision. Soon, he relaxed, a dismissive smile emerging. What is so strange? They are merely watching the spectacle of the ancestor of the Underworld River being dealt with by us. Are they not? Could it be they wish to see us receive a thrashing? What a laugh! The two brothers were now at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, aside from the three pure ones. They feared no one. Of course, their master still held the title of the strongest in the wilderness. Acknowledging this, the Taoist of guidance nodded slightly, choosing not to comment further. Although he still felt something was off, he could only interpret it this way. With two peak Great Luo Golden Immortals present, it was hard to believe they had come to be taught a lesson by the ancestor of the Underworld River. Junti's gaze returned to the ancestor of the Underworld River, and he scoffed disdainfully. Humph, let us set aside that for now. We must retrieve the two innate spiritual treasures that were taken from us. A millennium ago, you dared to seize our innate treasures. Now, you shall learn the meaning of regret. Today, no one can save you, ancestor of the Underworld River. This I, Junti, declare, approaching the ancestor of the Underworld River. His eyes glinted with coldness. Ancestor, our strength has reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Be wise and return to us the two innate treasures you took. I recall you possess two swords as well. They too are innate treasures. I ask for nothing more than their return. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to take action. The ancestor of the Underworld River remained silent, his gaze steady as he regarded Junti. Meanwhile, Junti began to flex his wrists. This scene instantly ignited excitement among the onlookers. Is it about to happen? The Primordial Lord recalled the pain of his previous defeat at the ancestor's hands. Feeling a fresh sting at the memory, the expressions of the surrounding great Luo Golden Immortal shifted, and the Taoist of Guidance furrowed his brow slightly. Why did these people seem so excited? Were they truly intending to teach the ancestor of the Underworld River a lesson? That did not seem right. They had seen them excited before, but now that the ancestor of the Underworld River was raising his hand, they were all aflame with anticipation. As he pondered, the ancestor of the Underworld River's impatience became palpable. I say, I have already warmed up. Why are you not making your move? Huh. The Taoist of Guidance was taken aback. We have yet to act. Why are you in such a hurry? In the next moment, the ancestor's expression darkened, his demeanor turning frigid. I will grant you a moment to breathe. If you do not act, I shall strike first. The Taoist of Guidance was still trying to comprehend the situation. What is going on? Were we not here to trouble the ancestor? Why does it feel as if he is the one seeking trouble with us? Was it due to the confidence gained from injuring Junti a millennium ago? Junti scoffed coldly, his hands shimmering with golden light. Since you are so eager to seek death, I shall oblige. He had no intention of listening to any further nonsense from the ancestor. Today, he would ensure that the ancestor was beaten into submission, so that he would avoid crossing paths with him in the future. The gathered great Luo Golden Immortals watched, amusement dancing in their eyes as Junti prepared to strike. It seemed they truly had no understanding of the situation, and indeed, had they known, they would not have dared to act so arrogantly. That moment, a voice resonated in the ancestor of the Underworld River's mind. Ding! The lecture by Hongjun is about to begin. Please make a choice from the following options. Option 1. Refuse to strike and return to the Blood Sea. Option 2. Strike to teach the Taoist of Guidance and Junti a lesson. Then return to the Blood Sea. Option 3. Fury and slap the Taoist of Guidance and Junti until they resemble pig heads. Without hesitation, the ancestor of the Underworld River chose option 3. The first two were out of the question. While he held grievances against Hongjun, he still needed to heed the lecture. As for the third option, it was far too simple. He silently declared to the system. System, I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making the optimal choice. Reward. Location of the 3 immortal islands in the Eastern Sea, and 1 supreme innate treasure. Hiss. The ancestor of the Underworld River inhaled sharply. Setting aside the supreme innate treasure, even the location of the 3 immortal islands was enough for him to beat them into submission. Seeing the ancestor of the Underworld River take a sharp breath, the Taoist of Guidance misinterpreted it as fear and looked down upon him. So you do no fear. I shall grant you 1 chance. Hand over all your treasures, and this matter will be forgotten. You may still be my friend, Junti. The West always welcomes your visit. Chapter 23. Pig-headed Junti. Upon hearing such shameless words, the ancestor of the Underworld River snapped back to reality from his delight at the location of the 3 immortal islands. His gaze turned icy. Visit? How dare you suggest friendship? What are you, a mere cur, to think you can be my friend? Let us set aside all else. What qualifies that dog-like face of yours? The ancestor's words turned Junti and the Taoist of Guidance's faces ashen. Their eyes bloodshot with rage. They had extended an olive branch to the ancestor, yet he had so openly insulted them before such a crowd. Brother, let us teach this ancestor a lesson. He truly knows not the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Very well. The Taoist of Guidance and Junti clasped their hands together, a golden light emanating from their bodies. Suddenly, 2 massive hands, glowing with golden light, emerged from the chaos, crashing towards the ancestor of the Underworld River. The Mosquito Taoist, witnessing this turn of events, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, exuding a murderous intent. How dare these 2 bald heads lay hands on his elder brother? Such audacity! Seizing the moment, he charged towards the Taoist of Guidance. Did they truly think there was no one by the ancestor's side? How dare they act so arrogantly? Watch as I, the Mosquito Taoist, drain the life from you. As for the Mosquito Taoist, both Junti and the Taoist of Guidance regarded him with disdainful smiles. Just a late-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, truly unafraid of death. Shifting their focus back to the ancestor of the Underworld River, their eyes glinted with coldness. The 2 unleashed their most powerful strikes, aiming to severely injure the ancestor. The Buddha's palm. The ancestor of the Underworld River observed the approaching massive hands with a sense of familiarity. As the golden hands bore down upon him, he remained fixated on them, appearing almost dazed. Boom! The massive palms struck the ancestor of the Underworld River, sending shockwaves radiating outward. The gathered great Luo golden immortals quickly activated their powers to defend against the fallout. Initially, Xuanti and the Taoist of guidance had worried that the ancestor might evade the blow. However, he stood there without a hint of evasion, a scornful smile gracing his lips. This it. You, the ancestor of the Underworld River, dare to claim the title of peak great Luo golden immortal? As they pondered, a mocking voice emerged from the swirling dust. Are you two truly capable? With such meager strength, how dare you call yourselves disciples of Hongjun? As I gazed upon the passage of a millennium, it appeared that your cultivation had been squandered on mere hounds. The dust settled, revealing a surge of malevolent energy and hostility that surged towards the chaotic heavens, instantly transforming the surroundings into a crimson hue, reminiscent of a tidal wave of blood. Moreover, this ominous essence spread outward, as if intent on engulfing the entire Chaos Lingxiao Palace. Witnessing the Elder of the Nether River remain unscathed despite the assault from the two, the onlookers were left utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Such overwhelming strength. The three clear ones were no match, and neither had Jane nor Junti inflicted any harm upon him that it seemed that, apart from the Tao ancestor, none could rival him. It would be prudent to avoid provoking him in the future. However, the 12 ancestors of sorcery furrowed their brows. The Elder of the Nether River, being inherently entwined with the sea of blood, emanated hostility and malevolence, which was quite normal. Yet, the familiar aura of malice emanating from him struck the 12 ancestors with an uncanny recognition, as if it were akin to their own essence. Could it be that the Elder of the Nether River was also a manifestation of Pangu's essence, merely fallen into the blood sea? After some contemplation, the 12 ancestors deemed this notion implausible. How could the Elder of the Nether River be a transformation of Pangu's essence? Otherwise, they would have sensed it long ago. Among the great Luo golden immortals, the most astonished were still Jean and Juni. The two bald heads, the palm strike they had unleashed, regardless of their own strength, was beyond the capacity of an ordinary great Luo golden immortal at their peak. Moreover, they had attacked simultaneously, yet the Elder of the Nether River stood there as if nothing had happened. Not only was he unscathed, but even the West Queen Mother behind him remained untouched. How could this be? How could you have suffered no consequences? This is impossible. Jane and Juni stared wide-eyed at the Elder of the Nether River. Disbelief etched across their faces. He is my elder brother. How could anything be impossible? At that moment, the mosquito Taoist had flown over, launching a fierce assault against Jane. The Elder of the Nether River smiled slightly, though this smile hardly conveyed goodwill. Indeed, what was impossible was merely that you two were exceedingly weak. Amidst their astonished gazes, the Elder of the Nether River vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Xuandi. His hand raised, slap. A crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire Chaos Lingxiao Palace. You dare strike me? Jane exclaimed, clutching his left cheek, his voice filled with fury. Slap. The Elder of the Nether River offered no reply, responding solely with another slap, as if to say, why should I not? The great Luo golden immortals watched in a mix of exhilaration and trepidation as Junti was struck. That, of course, some bore expressions of dismay. Notably the Primordial Lord of Heaven. The sound of the slap resonated not only upon Juni's face, but seemed to echo within their own beings. Pain. Such excruciating pain. Junti was left dazed by the sudden slap from the Elder of the Nether River. Being slapped in front of the crowd brought him more humiliation than death itself. Regaining his senses, his eyes glinted with cold fury as he gathered his power into his palm. Nether River. You dare to humiliate me. With those words, the Elder of the Nether River's void imprint hand struck again, instantly dispersing Xuanti's gathered power. Indeed, I do humiliate you. Come, bite me, slap, being a master of top-tier divine powers. The impact turned Xuanti's face red. You, slap. Before Xuanti could utter another word, the Elder of the Nether River delivered another slap in return. You what? Who do you think you are to speak to me? You haven't uttered a word, so I shall slap you. Nether River. You are too much. Slap, slap. 7 consecutive slaps rendered Xuanti's face swollen. Jane stumbled backward, pointing an accusatory finger at the Elder of the Nether River. Nether River, my junior brother is a named disciple of Hongjun. How dare you strike me? Slap, slap. 17 slaps landed upon Juni's face, causing his head to swell significantly, though he was still far from resembling a pig's head. Now, Junti could neither retaliate nor escape. He was left at the mercy of the Elder of the Nether River's relentless slaps. At this point, Junti remained silent, genuinely fearful of further punishment. Moments later, the Elder of the Nether River raised his hand once more to slap Junti. Slap. Who the hell told you to be silent? Speak. Junti was on the verge of tears, lamenting why he was being struck for his silence, wishing the Elder would direct his ire at Jane instead. Seeing that Junti still refused to speak, the Elder of the Nether River activated his frenzied slapping mode, grumbling, "Damn, your skin is really thick." If it weren't for the system compelling him to slap, he would have long drawn his sword to cut him down. That would be much quicker. A few swift cuts followed by a slap would suffice to swell his face. Observing that the Elder of the Nether River showed no signs of stopping, Jane felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for the mosquito Taoist entangling him, he would have never witnessed his junior brother's disgrace. Nether River, you seek death. Breaking free from the mosquito Taoist, he charged towards the Elder of the Nether River, gathering his power in hand. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him. In an instant, the Elder of the Nether River's hand was raised, a smile gracing his lips. Slap. The slap landed squarely on Jane's face, sending him hurtling backward. At this moment, the Elder of the Nether River had ceased his assault on Junti, for his head had swollen to an exaggerated size. If it weren't for the baldness, it would be hard to discern who he was. He then turned his gaze towards Jane, a cold smile gracing his lips. Now it's your turn. The Elder of the Nether River unleashed his void imprint hand once more. Soon, the sound of slapping echoed throughout the Lingxiao Palace, resounding with exceptional clarity. The Elder of the Nether River relished the act, and the great Luo Golden Immortals watched with a mixture of enjoyment and fear. Realizing he withstood the assaults of both Jane and Junti while delivering slaps to both at their peak, just how formidable was the Elder of the Nether River's strength? With the final slap delivered, the Elder of the Nether River finally withdrew. Quite satisfactory. Both sides were now entirely symmetrical. Each had swollen to a remarkable degree. Even their own mothers would struggle to recognize them. The West Queen Mother, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter. This the Elder of the Nether River? He doesn't seem all that terrifying. It appears rather amusing. Indeed, the Elder of the Nether River was exceptionally strong, arguably the mightiest among them. Yet, he did not exude the feared aura others spoke of. The West Queen Mother mused that if the Elder of the Nether River caught wind of her thoughts, he would surely scoff derisively. Such a notion is perilous. How dare you claim I am not terrifying? You have yet to witness the truly fearsome aspects. The onlookers beheld the now swollen faces of Jane and Junti. Torn between laughter and the effort to suppress it, their expressions contorted with discomfort. The primordial Lord of Heaven regarded Jane and Junti, feeling an unexplainable sense of relief. Although their strengths fell short of his, they still counted as great Luo Golden Immortals at their peak, yet they had been reduced to such a state. Had the Elder of the Nether River done the same in the Buzhou Mountain, he would have likely lost all sense of dignity. That moment, he felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. Having been thoroughly stunned, Jane and Junti finally regained their composure, beginning to use their powers to heal the bruises on their faces. Their icy glares fixed on the Elder of the Nether River. While their abilities allowed them to mend their physical wounds, the scars upon their pride would take much longer to heal. Now, not only had they failed to regain their dignity, but they had also been thoroughly humiliated. The loss of face for their Western sect was complete. Unable to endure the mockery, Junti's heart simmered with murderous intent, contemplating the slaying of the Elder of the Nether River right then and there, despite his injuries. However, before he could act, Jane intervened. Are you not ashamed enough? Do you wish to further tarnish our master's reputation? Though the Elder of the Nether River had swollen their faces, they had not sustained significant injuries. Moreover, it seemed that he had only used a fraction of his strength to achieve this result. Jane narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering. This implied that the Elder of the Nether River, without resorting to his swords, possessed little actual power, relying primarily on his speed. Additionally, since arriving, he had not seen the Elder wield his sword. This was highly incongruous with the Elder's character. Logically, had they sought trouble, the Elder of the Nether River would have drawn his sword long ago. Yet, he had not. Instead, he had opted for slaps. What could be the reasoning behind this? Jane suddenly conceived a startling realization. The two swords in the Elder of the Nether River's possession were rendered unusable. Otherwise, why would he refrain from using them? Thus, the Elder's current strength relied solely on speed. Intending to establish his dominance through this display, Attain's thoughts remained unvoiced. Fortunate that the Elder of the Nether River did not overhear. Otherwise, he would have surely retorted, "Your imagination is truly wild. I simply choose not to wield my swords. How could you conclude that my strength is lacking? If you were to utter those words now, I would not hesitate to strike you down with my sword." However, the esteemed ancestor of the river of Styx currently finds no interest in the changes of expression displayed by the deity of guidance. Instead, he is eager to discover the true nature of this exquisite innate spiritual treasure. As his divine consciousness delves into the storage bag, the ancestor's pupils constrict and his body trembles slightly. Astonishing, astonishing, astonishing. It is indeed that. Even when he acquired the blood of Pangu, the ancestor of the river of Styx had never been this exhilarated. Yet, to the eyes of the deity of guidance, his tremors presented a different spectacle. So it appears my conjecture was not incorrect. The ancestor of the river of Styx is indeed at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. However, in terms of true power, he likely remains within the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. He smirks inwardly. The mosquito Taoist has already returned to the side of the ancestor of the river of Styx. Casting a disdainful glance at the two individuals, "What rubbish, to be reduced to a pig's head by my elder brother. Henceforth, do not dare to claim you are at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. For you bring shame upon my elder brother." The deity of guidance, pulling along the irate Zhuan, departed from the scene. Ancestor of the river of Styx, the queen mother of the West, observing the ancestor's animated demeanor, could not help but exclaim softly, what delightful discovery could have stirred such excitement, rendering him a stark contrast to the ancestor she encountered before. Upon regaining his composure, the ancestor of the river of Styx casually waved his hand. "It is nothing, merely a whimsical thought." The onlookers, upon hearing his words, could not suppress their urge to roll their eyes. What whimsical thought could provoke such fervor? The ancestor of the river of Styx paid no heed to their expressions. After all, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure he had acquired was none other than the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. In the narrative of the primordial chaos, the owner of this 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus was none other than the demon ancestor Luo Ho. However, after his battle with Hongjun, this exquisite innate treasure had vanished without a trace, unexpectedly awarded to him by the system, coupled with the fiery red lotus of karma in his possession. He now held 2 lotus platforms. Could he possibly tread upon each one? If Hongjun were to witness this, he would surely be left agape. With a mere thought, he absorbed the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus into his primordial spirit. This object essentially provided him with an invisible protective layer. Within the depths of his primordial spirit, another lotus platform lay, the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus. When the 2 lotus platforms encountered one another, they remained inert, simply lying within the primordial spirit of the ancestor of the river of Styx. As he gazed upon them quietly, it was not until the gates of Lingxiao Palace swung open, and the voices of 2 acolytes echoed, that the ancestor of the river of Styx turned back. "Esteemed guests, please enter Lingxiao Palace to listen to the teachings." The 2 acolytes, unchanged after 4,000 years, greeted him with smiles. The ancestor of the river of Styx returned their greeting with a smile of his own and stepped inside. The seating arrangements had already been established, so he was in no rush. As long as he arrived before the teachings commenced, he was content. Should anyone dare to usurp his seat, they would undoubtedly find themselves in a most embarrassing predicament upon his gaze. As the ancestor of the river of Styx entered, those present instinctively made way that he proceeded to the first mat and took his seat. Behind him, the Queen Mother of the West and the mosquito Taoist settled down. What is your purpose in following my elder brother so closely?" The mosquito Taoist's direct inquiry caused the Queen Mother's expression to shift slightly as she replied softly, "I, a humble practitioner, acknowledge my inferiority to the ancestor of the river of Styx and seek to learn from both of you." Chapter 25. Hongjun's second teaching to these words. The mosquito Taoist nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her. "To dare to approach my elder brother so closely, should you even think to act against him, I shall be the first to eliminate you." As the Queen Mother of the West took her place behind the ancestor of the river of Styx, the expression of the Eastern Prince darkened. He had been trailing behind the Queen Mother in hopes of finding an opportunity to draw near to her, only to discover that she had seated herself directly behind the ancestor of the river of Styx. Thwarting his intentions, casting a glance at the ancestor of the river of Styx, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. River of Styx, you dare to steal my woman. I shall ensure you cannot survive in the primordial chaos. Suddenly, a wave of pressure emanated, and the doors behind them were closed by the acolytes. The murmurs of the crowd ceased instantly. As the figure of Hongjun materialized upon the lotus platform. All present bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our revered master, Tao ancestor." Hongjun nodded slightly, raising his hand to signal for everyone to rise. His gaze swept across the 6 individuals in front of him. And upon noticing the deity of guidance's swollen face, his brows furrowed slightly, though he said nothing. When his gaze fell upon Nuwa, his frown deepened further. He then turned his attention to the 3 pure ones, offering them a slight nod. Finally, his gaze rested upon the ancestor of the river of Styx. As he regarded him, the 3 pure ones involuntarily began to calculate. Curiously, why had his fate become even more obscure? Previously, he could discern the fate of the ancestor of the river of Styx. Although the act of sitting on the mat had surprised him greatly, it was still within the realm of calculation. Yet now, the fate of the ancestor of the river of Styx had transformed into a veritable abyss, an impenetrable sea before him. How had the river of Styx managed to conceal his own fate? The more elusive it became, the more determined he was to unravel it. Hiss. Hongjun took a deep breath and withdrew his hand. After all, the more he calculated, the more absurd it seemed, especially when it led back to Pangu. Retracting his gaze, he looked down at the assembly. Today marks the 2nd teaching, which will also span 3,000 years. I hope all of you will listen attentively. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened in their seats. Focusing intently on Hongjun, there are myriad paths to the Tao, but they ultimately distill into 3 methods of attaining sanctity. The first is through the laws of the universe, the second through the slaying of the 3 corpses, and the third through the accumulation of merit. Among these, the path of the laws signifies using one's mastery of laws to attain the Tao. Should one reach the pinnacle, they would achieve successful enlightenment. The great Pangu himself sought to attain the Tao through strength, yet regrettably, due to the existence of 3,000 deities and demons, he did not succeed. A flicker of regret and surprise passed through the eyes of the audience upon hearing this. The great Pangu, indeed, chose to pursue enlightenment through strength. Had he succeeded, the position of the first sage would have belonged to him, unassailable by anyone. After a brief pause, Hongjun continued. The second path involves the slaying of the 3 corpses. Every individual possesses 3 corpses representing their good, evil, and obsessive thoughts. By eliminating the 3 corpses, one may attain the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, thereafter merging the 3 into one to reach the status of a saint. At this pronouncement, the crowd gasped in unison. Compared to the first method, the second appeared significantly simpler. However, how does one slay the 3 corpses? As the crowd pondered this, the primordial beginning celestial master spoke up. Master, how does one slay the 3 corpses? His desire for sanctification surpassed that of the others, primarily due to the influence of the ancestor of the river of Styx. In response to the primordial beginning celestial master's inquiry, Hongjun provided a detailed explanation. The most crucial aspect of slaying the 3 corpses is, of course, the magical artifacts. One must utilize artifacts to eliminate the 3 corpses. In simple terms, the higher the quality of your artifact, the stronger the 3 corpses will be. As for the location of the 3 corpses, they reside within your own bodies. I need not elaborate further. The crowd displayed expressions of dawning realization. Oh, that is how it is. Upon hearing this, Eastern Emperor Tai's lips curled into a smile. The chaos bell in his hand could be considered a congenital supreme treasure. Among these individuals, how many possessed innate supreme treasures? This implies that should he succeed in slaying the corpses, he would undoubtedly become the strongest saint. The ancestor of the river of Styx narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. If he were to pursue the path of the laws, he would undoubtedly be unable to achieve it in the short term. As the river of Styx is associated with the slaughter of heaven, earth, and all beings. As for slaying the 3 corpses, he possessed no innate supreme treasure. The only item close to it was the gourd bracelet. The ancestor of the river of Styx glanced down at the gourd in his hand. However, the best would still be the chaos supreme treasure, which he regrettably lacked. Regarding the final method of merit, in the original narrative, the ancestor of the river of Styx had already attained complete merit but had yet to become a saint. solely due to the absence of primordial purple energy. Perhaps sensing this, Niwa addressed Hongjun Master. How does one achieve the final merit to attain the Tao? Hongjun turned to Niwa, speaking slowly. The path of merit is, in comparison to the previous two, arguably the simplest, yet its challenges are not to be underestimated, akin to attaining the Tao through strength. The only requirement for the path of merit is the merit of heaven and earth. Once one's merit is complete, one may directly transition from quasi-saint to saint. Even if one is only at the early stage of quasi-saint, the glimmer of understanding illuminated the eyes of the crowd. With everyone eagerly anticipating the final path of merit, the merit of heaven and earth, Enwa murmured to herself, her gaze fixed upon the venerable ancestor of the river of Hades. She harbored an inexplicable feeling that her path to sanctification was intertwined with him. The ancestor of the river of Hades, sensing her scrutiny, turned his head to meet her eyes. Observing the contemplative expression on Enwa's face, he felt a surge of astonishment within his heart. Truly, she was a person of great fortune, capable of contemplating matters so profound. Yet, the key to her path of sanctification lay within his grasp, the vine of the chaotic gourd, Daozu, if one were to achieve sanctification through merit. At this moment, the previously inconspicuous Dong Wanggong finally spoke up. He believed that the last method was undoubtedly the most effective and the easiest route to sanctification. As he uttered these words, all eyes turned toward him, as if regarding a fool. Are you out of your mind? If Daozu knew how to achieve sanctification through merit, he would have done so long ago, rather than resorting to severing 3 corpses. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Dong Wanggong froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Did I say something amiss? Zhuangmu averted her gaze, no longer wishing to look at him. How had she not noticed before how foolish Dong Wanggong was? Thankfully, she had not accompanied him. Otherwise, her face would have been thoroughly disgraced. Hongjun spoke calmly. As for the method of achieving sanctification through merit, I too remain uncertain. It relies solely on personal enlightenment, and I have already outlined the 3 methods of sanctification. Now, let us begin discussing the path to quasi-sainthood. Without granting the crowd a moment to react, Hongjun commenced his discourse. Dong Wanggong wished to interject, but upon seeing those around him close their eyes in contemplation, he hastily sat down. While the path to sanctification is indeed significant, it certainly pales in comparison to the path of quasi-sainthood at this moment. As Hongjun spoke, countless great principles swirled around the 6 individuals. A distinct advantage of their 6 lotus seats, they emanated a plethora of profound laws, allowing those who followed behind to bask in their radiance. Among them, Zhuangmu benefited the most. Had she not sought the ancestor of the river of Hades, she might have been pondering the elusive laws of the great Tao alongside Dong Wanggong at this very moment. 2,000 years later, as Hongjun was delivering his teachings, he suddenly opened his eyes, peering through the chaos toward the primordial realm and coldly declaring, "Bold creature, how dare you eavesdrop on the supreme Tao?" With a sudden gesture, a shriek echoed in the ears of the assembly. Eavesdropping? Could it be the 6-eared macaque? The ancestor of the river of Hades raised an eyebrow as he recalled a tale from the primordial realm, where the 6-eared macaque had once eavesdropped in this very location. How audacious to listen in on the supreme Tao. Had it not been for your benevolent intentions, you would have faced annihilation today. However, for your transgression, you must also pay a price. Hongjun lifted his hand and pointed gently into the distance. With a flash, a divine light soared forth, piercing through the chaos and reaching the primordial realm. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd could not suppress their awe. This was the power of a saint, capable of disregarding the chaos itself. The ancestor of the river of Hades now opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. To be able to eavesdrop from such a distance was truly remarkable. Should he encounter this 6-eared being, perhaps he could consider taking him in terms of eavesdropping. He likely stood alone in the entire primordial realm. When the time came, no secrets within the primordial realm would escape his ears. After completing this act, Hongjun resumed his teachings, prompting the crowd to quickly adjust their states and listen intently. 1,000 years later, Hongjun's discourse came to a close. The audience, enthralled and captivated, suddenly found themselves severed from the great Tao, their eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Just as they were immersed in the teachings, the abrupt cessation left them bewildered and unsatisfied. Upon concluding this session, another millennium would pass before the path of the saints was revealed. The mere mention of the saintly path ignited excitement within the hearts of the assembly. Even if 1,000 years remained, we humbly bid farewell to our esteemed master, Daozu. The Deluo Jinxian bowed respectfully to Hongjun, awaiting his send-off. Yet, moments passed, and Hongjun remained unmoved. There is no rush. I have an announcement to make. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd gleamed with anticipation. The previous conclusion had involved the acceptance of disciples. Could it be that this time, he too would take in 6 disciples? Even if he refrained from accepting disciples, bestowing some innate spiritual treasures would be splendid. The thoughts of the crowd were unbeknownst to Hongjun, who slowly addressed them. Currently, the primordial realm is in utter disarray. Hence I intend to appoint 2 individuals to oversee the myriad immortals of the primordial realm. As these words were spoken, expressions of surprise washed over the assembly. Though it lasted only a moment, soon, the Deluo Jinxian straightened their backs, their expectant gazes fixed upon Hongjun. However, upon glancing at the 6 individuals before them, they felt a diminishing sense of hope. The assignment of 2 individuals would undoubtedly fall to his own disciples. That it was evident. With Laozi from the 3 Pure Ones and the ancestor of the River of Hades, Thais for Enwa and Jane. They were not even considered. Jane, the bald-headed one, had been beaten into a pig's head by the ancestor of the River of Hades. Would he dare to manage him? He would likely just end up being beaten again. Although Enwa was a disciple of Daozu, she was still a member of the demon clan. To appoint her to oversee the immortals would equate to allowing the demon clan to dominate the primordial realm. The witch clan would never acquiesce. Thus, they believed that only the ancestor of the River of Hades and Laozi were the most suitable candidates. After all, they were the strongest, and their leadership would surely be respected. Just as the crowd anticipated the selection of the ancestor of the River of Hades and Laozi, Hongjun's next words left them dumbfounded. Dongwangong, Zawangmu. The assembly stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Were they not to appoint the ancestor of the River of Hades? How had it come to Dongwangong and Zawangmu instead? Upon hearing Daozu call his name, Dongwangong hurriedly rose to pay his respects, followed closely by Zawangmu, who bowed respectfully. Daozu. Hongjun nodded slightly and spoke. You 2 embody the essence of both yin and yang. It is most fitting for you to lead the myriad immortals, Dongwangong and Zawangmu. You shall now preside over the primordial realm. What? Preside over the primordial realm? Dongwangong and Zawangmu stood frozen, their eyes wide in shock, unable to find the words to express their disbelief. Not only they, but the surrounding Deluo Jinxian also believed they had misheard. The 2 of them were to become the leaders of the myriad immortals? Had they truly heard correctly? In a moment of distraction, such a monumental development had unfolded. Moreover, their strength was merely at the late stage of Deluo Jinxian. Why overlook the peak of Deluo Jinxian? Though such thoughts raced in their minds, none dared to voice their dissatisfaction, for Daozu was present. Were it anyone else, they would have openly expressed their outrage. Have they lost their minds, appointing a late-stage Deluo Jinxian to lead the myriad immortals? Once Dongwangong regained his senses, a surge of excitement lit up his face. Though he concealed his true elation in front of Daozu, he be the leader of the myriad immortals, even if only among the male immortals, was an extraordinary honor. Zawangmu too felt a thrill of joy, her delight evident upon her countenance. Dongwangong and Zawangmu quickly knelt, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Daozu. This was a position of leadership among the myriad immortals. Their status had instantly transformed, and how could they not be overjoyed? The onlookers regarded Dongwangong and Zawangmu with envy and resentment. If a late-stage Deluo Jinxian could become the leader of the myriad immortals, why had they not been chosen? The ancestor of the River of Hades observed the 2 with a smirk of disdain. What a pair of fools, truly believing that leading the myriad immortals was an easy task. They failed to consider that the witch and demon clans were the true protagonists in the primordial realm. Would they heed your commands? Even without counting the 2 clans, the demon clan alone could easily deal with them. Even if they were late-stage Deluo Jinxian, it would be of no consequence. Perhaps at first, the crowd might grant them some respect as the leaders of the myriad immortals. However, once they attempted to exert authority over the witch and demon clans, should they find it displeasing, they would disregard their commands entirely. Dongwangong was a prime example. When he tried to assert his authority over Dongwangtai, he was directly slain. The ancestor of the River of Hades glanced at Dongwangong and chuckled softly. Enjoy your moment of joy. You won't have many years left to live. This moment. Dong Wanggong was still basking in the delight of his newfound status as the leader of the myriad immortals. This meant that, apart from Hongjun, everyone here would be obliged to heed his commands. Just as he reveled in this thought, Hongjun called out, "Dong Wanggong." Dong Wanggong snapped back to attention, hastily bowing before Hongjun. Daozu. Hongjun nodded slightly, producing an innate spiritual treasure in his hand. This item is a supreme innate spiritual treasure known as the Nine-Dragon Golden Staff that IT has accompanied me for many years, and today I bestow it upon you, so that you may lead the male immortals henceforth. Before long, the Nine Dragons' golden staff transformed into a brilliant ray of light, soaring before Dong Wanggong and hovering silently in the air. Dong Wanggong inhaled sharply, his eyes widening as he beheld the Nine Dragons' golden staff, his breath quickening with excitement at a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Now, Dong Wanggong, too, possessed a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Cautiously, he accepted the Nine Dragons' golden staff and bowed respectfully to Hongjun. Thank you, Daozu. Chapter 27. The pride of Dong Wanggong. Dong Wanggong delicately caressed the Nine Dragons' golden staff, unable to conceal the exhilaration in his eyes. A supreme innate spiritual treasure that had accompanied Daozu for many years undoubtedly possessed immense power. With this treasure in his possession, what did he have to fear from the pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian? What did he have to fear from the river of Hades? In his mind, Dong Wanggong was already envisioning how he would govern the primordial realms once he ascended to the position of the foremost among the immortals. The other Deluo Jinxian gazed at the Nine Dragons' golden staff in his hands, their eyes brimming with envy. Among these Deluo Jinxian, at least half did not possess any innate spiritual treasures. The most they had were postnatal treasures, let alone a supreme innate spiritual treasure. How could they not be envious? As the other Deluo Jinxian looked on with envy, Di Jun's brow furrowed slightly. Lost in contemplation, Daozu is exceptionally generous to bestow a supreme innate spiritual treasure upon Dong Wanggong. Although he himself also possessed a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the direct gifting of one to Dong Wanggong raised some concerns in his perceptive mind. Why had Daozu chosen to confer such great authority upon Dong Wanggong? Was it due to the conflict between the Wu and the Liao clans? Di Jun pondered for a moment, but found no satisfactory answers. Everything seemed too ambiguous. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that he resolved to put his mind at ease and not dwell on it. In contrast, Dong Huangtai's thoughts were considerably simpler. His gaze turned to Dong Wanggong, filled with dissatisfaction. What right does Dong Wanggong have to become the leader of the male immortals of the primordial realm merely because he is a late-stage Deluo Jinxian? I have no interest in how you govern elsewhere, but should you dare to meddle with the demon clan, I shall burn you to ashes. After casting a glance at Dong Wanggong, Dong Huangtai withdrew his gaze. After all, this was Daozu's sacred ground, and he refrained from making a scene. The ancestor of the river of Hades looked at the Nine Dragons' golden staff, his eyes gleaming with excitement that a supreme innate spiritual treasure, second only to the gourd bracelet. Had it merely been an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, he might not have bothered to glance at it. However, this item was close to the level of a primordial treasure. It seemed he would have to find an opportunity to acquire it for himself. The ancestor of the river of Hades mused, having already envisioned the Nine Dragons' golden staff as his own. After all, Dong Wanggong would ultimately perish, and this treasure would remain in his possession for a time. That moment, Hongjun turned his gaze towards Shi Wangmu and spoke softly. Daozu. Shi Wangmu hurriedly saluted in response, her heart racing. Since you are to govern the female immortals of the primordial realm, a treasure is naturally indispensable. This item is also a supreme innate spiritual treasure, known as the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner. As Hongjun spoke, the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner flew gracefully before Shi Wangmu. Upon realizing it was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, she quickly bowed and accepted the banner. Thank you, Daozu. The ancestor of the river of Hades' eyes flickered as he gazed at the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner in her hands. This treasure was derived from the leaves of the Chaos Green Lotus, which itself was a primordial treasure. As a part of it, the power contained within the banner was by no means inferior to that of the Nine Dragons' golden staff. After addressing the matters at hand, Hongjun spoke again. The second sermon has concluded. All of you may return in 1,000 years. As his words fell, the figures of the Deluo Jinxian vanished from the Chaos Ling Xiao Palace, emerging into the outside world. As before, once they departed, The Ling Shao Palace disappeared without a trace. The cold gaze of Yuan Shi Tianzun fell upon the ancestor of the River of Hades for a moment before he departed with Laozi and Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Remaining for even a second longer, he feared he might lose control and take action against the ancestor of the River of Hades. Xiao Yuan, why did you leave? The ancestor of the River of Hades attempted to stop him, hoping for a confrontation, but Yuan Shi Tianzun was too swift, and by the time he uttered those words, they had already vacated the Chaos Ling Shao Palace. After the departure of the three Pure Ones, the duo of Jieyin and Zhuanti unusually refrained from causing trouble for the ancestor of the River of Hades. That as they left, they exchanged a meaningful glance with him, as if to say, I am already aware of your secret. Wait for the reckoning. Has he become frightened? Why is everyone leaving? Sighing, the gathered Deluo Jin Xian observed the departing three Pure Ones and Jieyin and Zhuanti with peculiar expressions. Seeing that there would be no drama to witness, the other Deluo Jin Xian opted to take their leave as well. However, one individual approached the ancestor of the River of Hades. It was none other than Dong Wang Gong, who, with the 9 dragons' golden staff in hand, could hardly contain his excitement. Approaching Shi Wangmu, undeterred by her disdainful gaze, he spoke softly, Shi Wangmu, from now on, we shall be the foremost among the male and female immortals of the primordial realm. Would you be willing to return together with the 9 dragons' golden staff, this supreme innate spiritual treasure? Combined with his identity as the leader of the male immortals of the primordial realm, he felt no fear of the ancestor of the River of Hades. As for the ancestor of the River of Hades, he chose to ignore him entirely. You and I are not on the same path, Shi Wangmu replied coolly. That matters not. I can first escort you back to Kunlun Mountain and then return to Donghuang Mountain. Dong Wang Gong maintained his smile. After all, he and Shi Wangmu would both be supreme among the immortals. Did it not seem fitting for them to be together? Therefore, offering to escort her home was hardly out of the ordinary. I refused. Shi Wangmu coldly rejected him. How bothersome. I have made my refusal abundantly clear, yet you still pursue me. Must I resort to harsh words to make you leave? Dong Wang Gong's expression stiffened. Yet he quickly regained his composure, speaking softly. We are, after all, a match made in heaven. Why do you reject me so vehemently? Furthermore, as we are both destined to be the leaders of the immortals, it is only fitting that you and I unite. As he spoke, Dong Wang Gong displayed an expression of utmost sincerity. Witnessing this scene, the ancestor of the River of Hades nearly burst into laughter. Ha ha! A match made in heaven. One resides in the east, the other in the west. You are teetering on the brink of death, yet you still think of Shi Wangmu, with such time on your hands. Shouldn't you be contemplating how to save your own life? Hearing the mocking laughter of the ancestor of the River of Hades, Dong Wang Gong's countenance darkened. He was no longer the same as before. Previously, he might have hesitated in response to the ancestor's taunts, but now, he was the leader among the immortals. Who dared to mock him? Turning to the ancestor of the River of Hades, he retorted angrily. River of Hades, what are you laughing at? The ancestor of the River of Hades' smile faded, his gaze turning sharp. What? Am I not allowed to laugh? His words caused Dong Wang Gong's expression to stiffen. Such blatant disregard for his authority was intolerable. If he could overlook it, the ancestor of the River of Hades had the audacity to disrespect even Dao Zhu. With a dismissive chuckle, the ancestor of the River of Hades thought, I care not for your affairs of romance, but should you dare to provoke me, even if you were conferred by Hongjun, I shall make you suffer. He held no fear of Hongjun. He had seen Jieyin and Zhuanti reduced to a pitiful state without intervening. Even if he were to beat Dong Wang Gong to a pulp, he would remain indifferent, as long as he wished it so. Suddenly, Dong Wang Gong trembled, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. However, emboldened by the presence of the 9 dragons' golden staff, he straightened his back and admonished, River of Hades, I am the male immortal conferred by Dao Zhu. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Chapter 28. The war between the demon emperor and the 12 ancestors of the witch clan River of Hades. Are you not strong? You dare strike at Jieyin and Zhuanti? Come, try striking me, and see if Hongjun will intervene. Though he refrained from voicing this provocation, it was clear that the ancestor of the River of Hades would relish the opportunity. As Dong Wang Gong seethed with indignation, a resonant chime echoed through the air. Subsequently, a wave of energy surged forth. The remaining Deluo Jin Xian, upon hearing the sounds of battle, halted their movements and turned back to observe. The clash between the Wu and Liao clans had commenced, The ancestor of the river of Hades frowned slightly and turned to look. He beheld Zhu Rong and Dong Huang Tai engaged in combat once more. Zhu Rong, after 3,000 years of listening to the Tao, your strength remains lacking, Dong Huang Tai taunted, his brow arched with provocation, even casting a disdainful glance at the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. Zhu Rong retorted coolly, what merit is there in relying on the chaos spell, Dong Huang? If you have the courage, duel me with your flesh. After the injuries to his body had healed, he charged forward once more. Having endured the presence of that scruffy bird for 3,000 years, today he could no longer hold back. He was determined to pluck every feather from its body. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Jun let out a cold snort and transformed into his true form. The three-legged golden crow, lunging towards Zhu Rong. The battle commenced swiftly, yet the demon race was still unprepared. Gong Gong observed as Dong Huang Tai also charged forward, despite his disdain for Zhu Rong. He recognized him as a member of the Wu clan. While he could engage, he knew that the other 11 ancestral witches would not stand idly by. The two races had harbored mutual resentment for a long time. And now that war was upon them, it was precisely what the Wu clan desired. Behind him, the 10 ancestral witches emerged in unison. Soon, the Wu and demon clans were locked in combat, the shockwaves from their clashes surging towards the assembled great Luo golden immortals. Brother, your words are remarkably accurate. Just as Hongjun concluded his teachings, the Wu and demon clans have begun to fight. The mosquito Taoist remarked with admiration towards the ancestor of the Ming River. He held no respect for anyone but his elder brother, bowing in complete reverence. The Western Queen Mother, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, observed the ancestor of the Ming River, although her understanding was limited. She recalled the words spoken 3,000 years prior. How did he foresee that the Wu and demon clans would engage in battle immediately after the second sermon of the Tao ancestor? Rather than waiting for the third, the ancestor of the Ming River chuckled softly, remaining silent as he watched Emperor Jun and the 12 ancestral witches in the distance. It seemed they could no longer contain themselves. Having just emerged, they were already embroiled in conflict. He had initially anticipated that they would return to their respective clans before commencing hostilities, yet they had begun fighting almost instantly for who struck first. He had not observed clearly. Are you truly intent on inciting a war between the Wu and demon clans? Emperor Jun brandished the He Tu and Luo Shu, his icy gaze fixed on Dijiang. Although he yearned for battle with the Wu clan, he had not indicated that it should occur here. Dijiang furrowed his brow, his gaze locked onto the He Tu and Luo Shu. This object was an exceptional, innate spiritual treasure. While it could not compare to the Chaos Bell, it was not to be underestimated. Dijiang scoffed. Humph. Were it not for the provocation from the Eastern Emperor, would we have taken action? Besides, did you not long desire to wage war with my Wu clan? Today is merely an opportunity for you to the leader of the 12 ancestral witches. He was well aware that the demon race had long sought conflict. The elder brother has spoken, Zhu Rong bellowed. It is clear that the demon race has been itching for a fight. Today, they seek me out as their excuse. There is no need to wait. I shall pluck every feather from your bodies. At this declaration, the dark expression on Dong Huang Tai's face seemed ready to overflow with rage, his visage contorting into a grimace. Zhu Rong. If you wish for death, simply say so. I shall grant it. Zhu Rong laughed heartily. Kill me? With you? A mere foul bird? What a jest. This retort pushed Dong Huang Tai's fury to its zenith, causing the last vestiges of reason to evaporate as he summoned the Chaos Bell to strike at Zhu Rong. Buzz, the 12 ancestral witches, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated against him. Bang, 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 as they became entangled. A wave of malevolent energy surged forth from the injured bodies of the 12 ancestral witches, drifting slowly towards the ancestor of the Ming River. This malevolent energy, the ancestor of the Ming River's expression faltered, revealing a hint of confusion that he extended a finger to touch the swirling malevolence. The moment his fingertip made contact, the energy merged into his being. A subtle transformation occurred within the ancestor of the Ming River, just a slight enhancement of his physical form. If it were not his own body, he might not have noticed the change. He refocused his gaze upon the 12 ancestral witches, his eyes gleaming with interest. It appeared that he would have to visit the Wu clan, for they could utilize malevolent energy to strengthen their physical forms. As he contemplated this, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Eastern King, who was now visibly shaken, his eyes wide with astonishment. They are utterly dazed. How can they govern the male immortals when they might be devoured alive? The corners of the ancestor of the Ming River's mouth curled into a mischievous smile as he addressed the Eastern King. You, after all, are still the leader of the male immortals. With such chaos ensuing, do you not intend to intervene, or are you afraid to act? Hearing the ancestor of the Ming River's taunts, the Eastern King's expression soured. This was a public humiliation before the Western Queen Mother. Yet, with her present, he could not admit to being intimidated. He feigned ignorance of the remarks. The ancestor of the Ming River regarded the Eastern King with disdain. Chuckling, I see now, you are indeed afraid. You, the so-called leader of the male immortals, should perhaps be using that 9-dragon golden staff to wash their feet instead. These words infuriated the Eastern King, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. Cursing the ancestor of the Ming River internally, Ming River, I have not wronged you. Why must you dig a pit for me? However, with the Western Queen Mother behind him, he could not afford to lose face in her presence, which would further diminish his standing. Gripping the 9-dragon golden staff, he found courage and declared, what is there to fear? It is merely a matter of stopping them. Armed with the 9-dragon golden staff bestowed by the Tao ancestor, he felt emboldened. With renewed confidence, he turned to the Western Queen Mother, proclaiming, as the leader of the Immortals, allow me to set an example. The Eastern King leaped into the air, soaring towards the warring clans. Determined to assert his authority over the Demon and Wu clans and demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with, he truly charged forward. The ancestor of the Ming River gazed on in astonishment. He actually went, truly fearless. Merely provoking him with a few words had spurred him into action. With such foolishness, he deserved whatever fate awaited him at the hands of Dong Huang Tai. Chapter 29. I am the Tao ancestor's appointed leader of the Immortals. Even if he were foolish, he should recognize that this was not the time to disturb the conflict between the two clans. Otherwise, he would be facing the wrath of both the Wu and Demon races. Yet, with him already gone, the ancestor of the Ming River ceased to speak, extending a hand in farewell to the Eastern King. Brave warrior, may your journey be safe. I shall safeguard your 9-dragon golden staff. The great Luo Golden Immortals watching the battle between the two clans expressed their astonishment at the Eastern King's audacity. The Eastern King. What is he doing there? Surely he does not intend to involve himself in the conflict between the Wu and Demon clans. It seems he has become swollen with pride since being named the leader of the male Immortals. Daring to intervene in the matters of the Wu and Demon races, the Eastern King was a source of amusement. Should we call him foolish or brave? As a late-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, could he truly manage the Wu and Demon clans? A mere glance from them could spell his doom. As the Eastern King approached, the 12 ancestral witches and Dong Huang Tai all took notice, their eyes locking onto him. Suddenly, the Eastern King felt a tightening in his chest, a shiver running down his spine. Surrounded by the gaze of numerous great Luo Golden Immortals, even with the 9-dragon golden staff in hand, he felt a twinge of fear. Firmly gripping the staff, he widened his eyes to appear fierce and shouted, I am the Eastern King, the leader of the male Immortals. I now command you all to cease hostilities. The 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with disbelief. Who is this fool? They wondered. How dare he presume to command them? Dong Huang Tai regarded the Eastern King with murderous intent, his eyes flashing with rage. You truly overstep your bounds. How dare you interfere with me? The pressure emanating from him bore down upon the Eastern King. When the Tao ancestor had conferred upon him the title of leader of the Immortals, Dong Huang Tai had harbored grievances by all rights. He felt he should have held that title instead. Brother, look at their demeanor. They intend to kill the Eastern King, the mosquito Taoist, reveling in the chaos. Scoffed at the Eastern King's audacity, he actually went after being ridiculed by the elder brother. Is this truly the leader of the Immortals? Surely it should be the elder brother in that position. Hongjun has grown quite senile. The ancestor of the Ming River narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Should the Eastern King perish, he could not escape culpability. For it was he who had urged the Eastern King to act. But what did it matter? The Eastern King was already caught in a trap from which there was no escape. Even if he met his demise early, what of it? If Hongjun were to blame him, so be it. He had nothing to fear. Moreover, in the ancestor's eyes, Hongjun was merely a powerful figure. Beyond that, he was inconsequential. Let him die, he mused. I wonder how Hongjun will feel when his newly appointed leader of the Immortals meets his end before even departing from the Chaos Lingxiao Palace. The old ancestor of the River of Hades spoke casually. The mosquito Taoist wore a sinister smile, his mind already conjuring the astonished visage of Hongjun. While they conversed here, the Eastern King was trembling in fear. In his heart, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon the old ancestor of the River of Hades. It is all your fault for insisting I come here. Now they harbor murderous intent towards me. Once I depart from this chaotic Lingxiao Palace, I shall make you pay dearly for this. No, I will not only seek revenge upon you, but I shall also see you perish in a sea of blood. I will drain your lifeblood drop by drop, feeding it to other beings. His fury towards the old ancestor of the River of Hades had reached a boiling point, wishing he could slay the old ancestor right then and there, yet lamentably lacking the strength to do so. However, this was not the moment to ponder how to deal with the old ancestor. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans remained unresolved. The Eastern King gritted his teeth and spoke resolutely. I am the foremost among the male immortals, personally appointed by Hongjun. Oh, you dare to defy me. Do not forget where we are. The Eastern King raised his nine-dragon golden staff, a dragon's roar reverberating throughout the expanse of the chaotic Lingxiao Palace. With no other recourse, he invoked the name of Hongjun, hoping to quell their hostility. Yet, to his dismay, the mention of Hongjun only intensified the murderous intent of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Brother, I shall slay him. The Eastern Emperor Tai could no longer contain himself. Why should he be subjugated by the likes of him? The 12 ancestors of sorcery also tacitly ceased their actions, finding the Eastern King increasingly irksome that if he dared to command them to halt today, what would prevent him from ordering them to undertake other tasks tomorrow, or even to take their own lives the day after? The Eastern King simply could not be spared. Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze fixated on the Eastern King. Clearly, he had grown far too complacent, unaware of who truly held dominion over the primordial world, daring to issue commands before them. However, Emperor Jun spoke coolly. The Eastern Emperor Tai's lips curled into a smile as the chaotic bell swung toward the Eastern King. That it appears you shall not survive today. It's over, it's over, it's over. The Eastern King broke into a cold sweat, his body trembling despite his efforts to remain composed. How dare you? How dare you? I am the foremost among the myriad immortals, personally appointed by the Tao ancestor. Even now, he clung to the hope of using Hongjun's name to suppress them. Heh, the Eastern Emperor Tai scoffed, regarding him as if he were a fool. He had already taken action. Why would he care about the Tao ancestor? Not far away, the old ancestor of the River of Hades' eyes gleamed with anticipation. The matter of slaying the Eastern King ultimately hinged upon the Eastern Emperor Tai. Yet, what would transpire should the Eastern King meet an untimely demise? Would Hongjun intervene early, bringing a temporary cessation to the conflict between the two clans? Or would the strife continue to unfold, only for Hongjun to take action in the end? If it were the latter, it would honestly benefit the old ancestor of the River of Hades, allowing the sea of blood to swell further. The old ancestor of the River of Hades regarded the Eastern King and softly remarked, Eastern King, why do you cower? You possess the unparalleled nine-dragon golden staff. Why fear the Eastern Emperor Tai? Do not forget who stands behind you. Hongjun himself. You cannot falter. His words, though soft, reached the ears of every great Luo golden immortal. The gathered immortals turned their gazes towards the old ancestor of the River of Hades. They were not naive. They understood that the Eastern King was surely no match for the Eastern Emperor Tai. In truth, the Eastern King might very well perish here. The old ancestor of the River of Hades was indeed ruthless, brazenly provoking the Eastern King. Seemingly eager for his swift demise, it seemed prudent to avoid offending the River of Hades in the future. The onlookers shook their heads in disapproval. Meanwhile, the Eastern King, upon hearing these words, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Damn it! Is this an invitation for me to die more swiftly? The mosquito Taoist found amusement in the Eastern King's frantic demeanor. Eastern King, were you not just boasting about how easily you could handle them? Hurry up! I am eager to witness the performance. The Eastern King was on the verge of tears. Brother, no. Ancestor, you are all my ancestors. Must I beg for your mercy? The old ancestor of the River of Hades might permit him to escape, but the Eastern Emperor Tai would not attend this moment. His only ally was Hongjun. Let us not forget, this is still the Lingxiao Palace, the sacred ground of the Tao ancestor. Your conflict here has already offended the Tao ancestor. Do you truly dare to slay me, Eastern Emperor Tai? Chapter 30. The Eastern King Seeks Death. Hongjun comes to the rescue. Though he spoke thus, his body was honest, retreating backward, for he sensed that the Eastern Emperor Tai truly intended to kill him. The Eastern Emperor Tai summoned his powers, hastening the chaotic bell's descent. You seek trouble where none exists. Insist on meddling in our affairs. Should you perish, you need not blame anyone but yourself. You have only your late-stage Great Luo Golden immortal status to blame. The resounding chime of the chaotic bell echoed as it descended upon the Eastern King. The Eastern King's pupils constricted, and he hastily wielded the nine-dragon golden staff to counter the chaotic bell. How dare you! With a thunderous roar and the sound of collision, the nine-dragon golden staff was sent flying back. Despite its power, the staff was merely a supreme innate spiritual treasure. How could it compete with a treasure of primordial origins? As the nine-dragon golden staff hurtled back, the chaotic bell maintained its relentless approach toward the Eastern King. His pupils contracted once more as he quickly summoned a protective, innate spiritual treasure. Bang! With a resounding crash, a figure was sent hurtling backward. Needless to say, it was the Eastern King that he steadied himself, clutching his chest as blood trickled from his lips, even with the protective, innate spiritual treasure. The impact from the chaotic bell was significant. Had he not possessed this treasure, the consequences would have been far more dire. Moreover, the protective innate spiritual treasure he wielded had been knocked away by the chaotic bell, rendering it unusable. Seeing him withstand the blow, the Eastern Emperor Tai let out a cold snort, commanding the chaotic bell to continue its assault. This time, he aimed to severely injure the Eastern King. Save me, Tao ancestor, save me. The Eastern King, now terrified, called out towards the vanishing figure of the Lingxiao Palace, abandoning all pretense. If he continued to feign bravery, he would surely meet his end. Just as the chaotic bell was about to make contact with the Eastern King, it suddenly halted, as if bound by an unseen force. He has acted. The old ancestor of the river of Hades squinted, a look of regret flashing in his eyes. He had anticipated some entertaining developments, only for Hongjun to intervene. What a pity. He wished to witness how events would unfold without the Eastern King. The mosquito Taoist cursed under his breath, clearly dissatisfied with Hongjun's interference. It was only natural for him to act. He likely did not wish for this situation to unfold prematurely. The old ancestor of the river of Hades spoke indifferently. This remark fell upon the ears of the mosquito Taoist as a cryptic enigma he could not decipher. My elder brother grows increasingly mysterious. I can hardly comprehend his words. The old ancestor of the river of Hades' voice naturally reached the ears of the Western Queen Mother, causing her to perk up in curiosity. Previously, she had found the old ancestor inscrutable, and now his words piqued her interest. She felt as though he held some profound knowledge she yearned to uncover, while the Western Queen Mother pondered. The chaotic bell had already been retrieved by the Eastern Emperor Tai. At that moment, Hongjun's figure appeared. Tao ancestor. The crowd stood momentarily stunned before bowing in reverence to Hongjun. Upon seeing Hongjun's arrival, the Eastern King's face brightened as he hastily knelt before him, his smile morphing into one of anguish, tears streaming down his face. Tao ancestor, you must save me. They wish to kill me. Since his transformation, this was the first time he had wept so openly. The ordeal had been utterly terrifying. Had it not been for the Tao ancestor's intervention, the chaotic bell would have likely left him grievously wounded. In a more severe scenario, he might not have even seen the Tao ancestor. Hongjun remained silent, his gaze directed at the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Eastern King is the appointed foremost male immortal of this humble Taoist. His governance over you is merely in accordance with my directives. Today, I decree that this matter shall be laid to rest. Hongjun's words elicited a frown from the Eastern Emperor Tai, who wished to respond but was silenced by a glance from Emperor Jun. Taking a deep breath to suppress his dissatisfaction, he clasped his hands in respect to Hongjun. Since the Tao ancestor has intervened, then the Eastern King's plight shall be considered resolved. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King was discontented. Having narrowly escaped death today, how could this matter simply be brushed aside? What of his innate spiritual treasure? It was unacceptable for the Eastern Emperor Tai to escape without suffering some consequence. Tao ancestor, the Eastern Emperor Tai clearly intended to kill me. Even as I invoked the Tao ancestor's name, he was resolute in his intent to slay me. This is a blatant disregard for the Tao ancestor. Dong Huang Tai remained silent. Yet the murderous intent flickering in his eyes conveyed a clear message to all present. The Eastern Prince would undoubtedly not survive. Below, Ming He Lao Zu chuckled and shook his head. His gaze fixed on Hongjun, eager to see what decision he would make. Killing Dong Huang Tai was certainly out of the question. Such an act would allow the Wu clan to dominate entirely and provoke the Yao clan, plunging the entire Hong Huang into chaos. Although Hongjun possessed strength that was not intimidated by these factions, it would undeniably affect his future plans. The Eastern Prince could not be killed. Nor could Dong Huang Tai. Today, I shall observe your response. Ming He Lao Zu wore an expression of amusement. Hongjun glanced at Dong Huang Tai before shifting his attention to Di Jun and Di Jiang. Di Jun and Di Jiang, you are both leaders of the Wu and Yao clans respectively. Yet war between your factions cannot commence at this juncture. The statement left both men momentarily stunned. What does this mean? They understood the prohibition against conflict. It implied they should refrain from fighting. However, the addition of at this juncture raised questions. What does it mean that war cannot commence at this time? Di Jun inquired, Dao ancestor, I do not comprehend your meaning. Hongjun replied coolly, in due time, you shall understand. Simply remember, the two clans cannot engage in war at present. Di Jun and Di Jiang exchanged contemplative glances before bowing in agreement. Understood. This meant, for now, they were not Hongjun's adversaries, and thus they remained respectful. Hongjun nodded slightly, saying, in that case, the Wu and Yao clans may return for the time being. As for matters of war, you will learn of them in due course. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed once more. Di Jiang led the other 11 ancestral witches away, returning to Hong Huang. Once outside, Zhu Rong felt increasingly unsettled and, after muttering a curse, turned to Di Jiang and asked, Elder brother, shall we truly not engage in battle with the Yao clan? Di Jiang snorted dismissively. Engage in battle? How could that be possible? He sighed, glancing back. But since the Dao ancestor has spoken, we must comply. Zhu Rong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration with no outlet, and struck a nearby surface with a fist. If the Dao ancestor had not intervened, the two clans might have already clashed, and the Wu clan would reign supreme over Hong Huang. The other 12 ancestral witches were also battle-hungry, and being ordered not to engage in conflict left them feeling restless. Let us go. The Dao ancestor has made his wishes clear. We will wait for a few hundred years. Should the Yao clan dare to provoke us, we shall disregard the Dao ancestor and fight outright. With Di Jiang's words, the group's tempers cooled somewhat, and they set off towards Buzhou Mountain. Not long after the 12 ancestral witches departed, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai flew towards the Sun Star. As they left, Dong Huang Tai cast a glance back, his eyes filled with lethal intent. When the opportunity arises, I shall surely eliminate this Eastern Prince. Had it not been for the Dao ancestor's intervention, the previous moment would have witnessed the Eastern Prince's demise. Chapter 31. Departing from Ling Shao Palace, Shi Wang Mu follows. The Eastern Prince observed Dong Huang Tai's departure with dissatisfaction. Dao ancestor, he nearly killed me, and you simply let him go? Even if he is to be spared, he should at least be compelled to yield something. Wounding him should guarantee a congenital spiritual treasure. Should I slay him, you would lead the Yao clan? Hongjun replied coldly. Very well, the Eastern Prince agreed without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Ming He Lao Zu chuckled. He had previously assumed it was a matter of pride. But now it seemed he was indeed foolish. You dare to meddle with the Yao clan? They would consume you alive. That if Hongjun were to slay Dong Huang Tai, your life would no longer matter. Upon hearing Ming He Lao Zu's laughter, the Eastern Prince's brow furrowed. The Dao ancestor stood nearby, yet Ming He Lao Zu dared to mock him. Darkness flickered in the Eastern Prince's eyes as he pointed at Ming He Lao Zu. Dao ancestor, he is the one urging me to intervene in the conflict between the two clans. Otherwise, I would not have nearly faced death. Laugh all you want. The Dao ancestor is right beside me. And your time is up. That he could not kill Dong Huang Tai, but he could not spare you either. Just as his words fell, Ming He Lao Zu drew Yuan Tuesday. Without hesitation, he swung it towards the Eastern Prince. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. The Dao ancestor was right there. Yet Ming He dared to strike at the Eastern Prince in his presence. They could only think to themselves, Ming He Lao Zu is truly formidable. The Eastern Prince had not anticipated that Ming He would act so boldly. He never imagined that Ming He Lao Zu would dare to act before the Dao ancestor, just as Ming He Lao Zu was about to strike the Eastern Prince. Hongjun intervened, blocking the attack. Hongjun regarded Ming-He Lao Zu and spoke slowly. Ming-He, you cannot kill him at this moment. Ming-He Lao Zu glared at Hongjun before sheathing his sword. I do not wish to kill him prematurely, but if he provokes me, I shall not let him go. Upon hearing this, Ming-He Lao Zu understood that Hongjun wished for him to wait for the right moment for the Eastern Prince's demise. The words sent shivers down the spines of the great Luo Golden Immortals, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? Did we hear that correctly? Ming-He dares to speak to the Tao ancestor in such a manner. Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly as he cast a deep look at Ming-He Lao Zu before finally responding. Very well. With that, Hongjun's figure vanished from sight. T.O. Hongjun. Ming-He Lao Zu represented an uncertainty. He had always adhered to the heavenly Tao, but Ming-He was an enigma he could not decipher. Who knew when Ming-He might disrupt this heavenly Tao, leading to unfavorable outcomes? The surrounding crowd fell silent, stunned by the spectacle they had just witnessed. The Tao ancestor actually consented? Am I dreaming? This cannot be the Tao ancestor. I must be dreaming. The Tao ancestor would never utter such words. Ming-He Lao Zu paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the great Luo Golden Immortals and instead turned to the Eastern Prince. Should you dare to point at me again, even without Dong Huang Tai Yi, I will slay you where you stand. The Eastern Prince trembled, nodding repeatedly. Fear had gripped him. The moment the Tao ancestor spoke, he had felt fear. Now, he regretted not slapping himself. Had he known, he would not have provoked Ming-He. Ming-He Lao Zu beckoned the adoring Wu Daoren. Let us go. The discourse has concluded. And we must return. Coming, elder brother. Wu Daoren puffed out his chest and flew towards Ming-He Lao Zu. Being beside his elder brother was immensely gratifying. Even Hongjun dared not speak against him. On the ground, Shi Wangmu gazed at Ming-He Lao Zu, her eyes shimmering with fascination. Oh, this is Ming-He Lao Zu, one who is unafraid even of Hongjun after a moment's contemplation. She too flew towards Ming-He Lao Zu. As Ming-He Lao Zu departed the chaotic Ling Shao Palace, a contemplative expression crossed his face. What a pity that the Eastern Prince did not perish. Even if I had struck, Hongjun would have intervened. Continuing along the original narrative, the Eastern Sea's 3 Immortal Island should soon make its appearance. Reflecting on this, the opportunity of the Eastern Sea's 3 Immortal Island should belong to the Eastern Prince. However, it now belongs to me. Poor Eastern Prince well, you are destined to die. I shall claim this opportunity on your behalf. No need for thanks. After Ming-He Lao Zu's departure, the Eastern Prince's countenance darkened to the point of overflowing with rage. Ming-He, the humiliation and enmity of today shall be repaid in double, no, 100-fold, 1,000-fold when I become a saint. The Eastern Prince's resentment was of no concern to Ming-He Lao Zu. Were it not for the 9-dragon golden staff in his possession, even if he were to perish at Dong Huang Tai Yi's hands, he would not spare a glance at at present. The most crucial task was to await the emergence of the Eastern Sea's 3 Immortal Island and seize the opportunity. Hongjun adhered to the heavenly Tao. After each discourse, treasures would manifest. This time, it would naturally be the Eastern Sea's 3 Immortal Island. If my calculations are correct, it should appear in approximately 100 years. However, as the Eastern Sea's 3 Immortal Island has yet to materialize, Ming-He Lao Zu could only return to the Blood Sea for now. After flying for a while, Ming-He Lao Zu abruptly turned to look behind him. I say, Shi Wangmu, you have been following us since you emerged. Is there something you wish to discuss? Her domain should be in Kunlun Mountain. What brings her here? After all, he was heading to the Blood Sea. Surely she would not wish to accompany him there. Realizing she had been exposed by Ming-He Lao Zu, Shi Wangmu flew forward, turning her head away from him, and replied earnestly, Is that so? I did not intend to follow you. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence along the way. The ancestor of the river of Hades squinted his eyes and gazed towards the Queen Mother of the West. A convenient route? Does your home conveniently extend to the Blood Sea? Kunlun Mountain stands behind you. Under his unwavering stare, the Queen Mother felt her earlobes flush with crimson. Yet, her mind raced, ultimately conjuring a plausible response. Indeed, I happened to pass by the Blood Sea. Is that not acceptable? It is reasonable. After all, merely a longer journey. She certainly could not confess that she was merely following along. The ancestor of the river of Hades remained silent, continuing to scrutinize her. Finally, feeling the weight of his gaze, the Queen Mother laid her cards on the table. I have heard tales of the Blood Sea's might and wish to witness it for myself. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the river of Hades nodded slightly. This explanation sufficed. Aside from him and the mosquito Taoist, no one else had ventured into the Blood Sea. Coincidentally, he too yearned to observe the reactions of others upon entering that realm. The mosquito Taoist, upon hearing the Queen Mother's intent to visit the Blood Sea, wore a displeased expression. You wish to venture into the Blood Sea? Surely, my elder brother's Blood Sea is not a place for you to tread. The Queen Mother cast a glance at the mosquito Taoist before responding. Did your elder brother not already grant permission? I merely wish to take a look. I mean no harm. Moreover, I have heard that the Blood Sea possesses the ability to suppress the cultivation of others, and I wish to witness its power. Complimenting the prowess of the Blood Sea alleviated the mosquito Taoist's animosity, and a smug smile crept upon his lips. The Blood Sea is indeed my elder brother's domain. Naturally, it is formidable. Chapter 32. Naming the chaotic 7 treasures Blood Gourd. The Queen Mother exhaled softly, relieved that the mosquito Taoist was not particularly astute. However, his blind allegiance to his elder brother vexed her. For now, as they approached the river of Hades, she had to get past him. The ancestor of the river of Hades remained unperturbed, continuing to soar towards the Blood Sea. Since the Queen Mother dared to come to him, he would not refuse her. Once they entered the Blood Sea, he would assume his dominating mode. Even if a quasi-saint were to arrive, they would be subdued within the Blood Sea. What could a late-stage great Luo Jingxian like the Queen Mother possibly employ against him? Before long, the trio arrived at the Blood Sea. Upon entering, the Queen Mother's expression soured, necessitating the invocation of her magical power to fend off the malevolent aura, despite being aware of the Blood Sea's might. She found herself utterly astounded. This was indeed the Blood Sea, and it was overwhelmingly powerful. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the river of Hades and the mosquito Taoist returned as if they were merely entering their own abode. Completely unfazed, the ancestor of the river of Hades made a subtle gesture, causing a gourd bracelet to soar forth, transforming into 7 gourd children, the gourd Taoists. Upon seeing their master, the 7 gourd Taoists hastily bowed in respect. Greetings, master. The ancestor of the river of Hades nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the 7 Taoist children, deep in thought. They had yet to receive official names since their arrival. Could they truly be called the first child and the second child? The Queen Mother, upon seeing the gourd Taoists, was immediately intrigued and approached. Taoist of the river of Hades, you possessed Taoist children. Yet, why do these 7 appear identical, save for their garments? The Queen Mother extended her jade hand, intending to touch them, but caught a glimpse of the mocking expression on the mosquito Taoist's face from the corner of her eye. What is this? The Queen Mother retracted her hand, her eyes filled with contemplation. As she withdrew, she noticed the mosquito Taoist's expression shift to one of disappointment. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Fortune smiled upon her, and the Queen Mother extended her hand once more, only to see the mosquito Taoist's face twist into another mocking grin. Were these Taoist children off limits to touch? In no time, she grasped the situation and withdrew her hand. The mosquito Taoist's eyes once again flickered with dismay. Previously, he had nearly suffered a beating for touching these gourd Taoists. And now, as he witnessed her about to embarrass herself, she chose to abstain. So it was, the Queen Mother's eyes illuminated with understanding. At that moment, the ancestor of the river of Hades, having pondered for some time, finally addressed the 7 gourd Taoists. Enough. Naming you has proven too laborious. From now on, you shall be called the chaotic 7 treasures Blood Gourd. We cannot genuinely name them the first child and the second child. Can we? The 7 gourd Taoists displayed no emotion, their eyes reflecting only reverence as they bowed to the ancestor of the river of Hades. Thank you, Master, for bestowing names upon us that I in their eyes. Only the ancestor of the river of Hades held significance. The presence of others was beneath their notice. Very well, go and amuse yourselves. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to depart. The gourd Taoists, having merged into the chaotic 7 treasures Blood Gourd, lacked sentience and could not perceive the external world. This explained why, upon entering Lingxiao Palace, Hongjun had not remarked upon the chaotic 7 treasures Blood Gourd eavesdropping. After the 7 Taoists offered their respects to the ancestor of the river of Hades, they exited the Blood Sea. Having awakened their intelligence, they retained an inherent curiosity for exploration. The ancestor of the river of Hades turned to the Queen Mother and inquired, "Now that you have seen enough, is it not time for you to take your leave?" Still observing the 9 heaven Shirong, the Queen Mother, Upon hearing the ancestor's implied dismissal, lifted her head and smiled. Has it truly been so little time? Surely, Taoist of the river of Hades, you would not expel your guests so swiftly. Her smile might have enchanted others, yet it held no sway over the ancestor of the river of Hades. However, he did not press the matter further, instead addressing the mosquito Taoist. Very well, you continue your watch. Little mosquito, keep an eye on her. After instructing the mosquito Taoist, the ancestor of the river of Hades intended to meditate. Since she wished to observe and dared to do so, he would allow her to watch to her heart's content. However, should she dare to meddle with the 9 heaven Shirong, she need not expect his courtesy. The Queen Mother pursed her lips. Just then, a Taoist child flew in, bowing to the ancestor of the river of Hades. Master, there is a little demon outside who wishes to see you, though it seems he is nearing his end. The ancestor of the river of Hades frowned slightly, directing his gaze towards the Taoist child. That a little demon. He seeks an audience with me. The Taoist child nodded and replied, he claims that you are his master. Named Xiao Gongming. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the river of Hades recalled the name S.O. It was him. He had arrived quite punctually, returning just as Xiao Gongming followed. Take me to him. After uttering this, the 2 figures departed. The mosquito Taoist cast a glance and then trailed behind. When matters arose, he would undoubtedly tag along. Seeing them exit, the Queen Mother resolved to step outside for some fresh air. The Blood Sea was truly not a place for individuals like them to linger. Although it posed no immediate threat to her, remaining there indefinitely was unwise. Prolonged exposure might lead to a backlash from its malevolent aura. Only the ancestor of the river of Hades, birthed from the Blood Sea, remained unaffected. Following the Taoist child, the ancestor of the river of Hades soon spotted a figure ahead. Xiao Gongming, how have you sustained such grievous injuries? The ancestor of the river of Hades frowned, waving his hand gently, sending forth a red light that merged into Xiao Gongming's body. Soon, his wounds began to mend, and it was not long before his eyes fluttered open. Upon recognizing the ancestor of the river of Hades, he immediately lunged forward, kneeling on the ground. Master, at last, I have found you. Xiao Gongming's voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Were it not for the ancestor's intervention, he might have clung to his legs and wept uncontrollably. The ancestor of the river of Hades wore a solemn expression as he inquired, what has caused this injury? The wounds appeared recent. Had he not intervened, Xiao Gongming would have met his demise shortly. Whether intentional or accidental, he had nearly been slain. Kneeling on the ground, Xiao Gongming lamented to the ancestor of the river of Hades. It was 2 formidable foes that I was merely escorting my 3 sisters to cultivate when we encountered them. They claimed that my sisters were fated to be taken, and I attempted to intervene, only to be gravely wounded. As he spoke, Xiao Gongming began to weep. I am incompetent. I could not even discern the movements of those 2 bald men, and my 3 sisters were taken away. I beseech you, master, bring my sisters back. The ancestor of the river of Hades grew increasingly grim. What are the names of your 3 sisters? Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. Xiao Gongming hurriedly replied, confirming that it was indeed the 3 fairies who had been abducted. The ancestor's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Those 2 bald men dare to seize my prized disciples. It seems you have been living too comfortably in the West. A voice resonated in the ancestor of the river of Hades' mind. Ding! The 3 fairies have been abducted by the Jin and Xuandi, who seek to take them as disciples. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Treat it as if nothing has occurred and return to the Blood Sea with Xiao Gongming. Option 2. Wait for the opportune moment to reclaim your disciples. Choose 3. Journey to the West. Reclaim the disciple. The Ancient One of the River of Darkness spoke directly to the system. Choosing the first option, he thought to himself, his mind must be clouded. Chapter 33. The 3 heavens are captured. Mount Samuding. Congratulations, host, on making the optimal choice. You have received a reward, a congenital spiritual treasure. Upon hearing it was merely a congenital spiritual treasure, the Ancient One of the River of Darkness displayed no change in his expression. The 3 heavens had been seized by that bald one, and at present, he had no inclination to concern himself with this congenital spiritual treasure. The Ancient One of the River of Darkness lowered his gaze toward Xiao Gongming, speaking coldly, you shall follow the little mosquito. I will return shortly. He extended his hand, and 6 beams of red light flew from afar, revealing the vine-wielding Taoist beside him. The total of 7 beams of red light converged around his wrist. restoring into the form of a gourd bracelet, resembling the Chaos 7 Treasures blood gourd. Having completed all this, the Ancient One of the River of Darkness vanished from the spot. Xiao Gongming shuddered and hurriedly bowed. I bid farewell to my master. In that fleeting moment, he had thought he was to meet his demise. Fortunately, it was not directed at him. Xiao Gongming looked at the mosquito Taoist, and then clasped his hands in salute. Master Uncle, may I inquire where we are headed? Although it had been 3,000 years since their last meeting, he would not forget that the person beside his master was indeed his master uncle. Follow me. I shall first take you to the Sea of Blood, the mosquito Taoist replied indifferently, casting a layer of magical power upon him to prevent him from being tainted by the malevolence of the Sea of Blood. Thank you, Master Uncle. Xiao Gongming hurriedly bowed again. After a brief moment, unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Gongming asked, Master Uncle, might I ask the name of my master? Having been a disciple for 3,000 years, it was only natural that he should know the identity of his master. The mosquito Taoist halted his steps, turned to Xiao Gongming, and chuckled softly. Consider yourself fortunate. You have taken my elder brother as your master. My elder brother's name is Mingi. Remember it well, and should any trouble arise outside, invoke his name to in this primordial realm. Even Hongjun must show my elder brother some respect. Recalling how his elder brother had dared to threaten Dong Wanggong in front of Hongjun was simply magnificent. Xiao Gongming was unaware of who Hongjun was, yet just hearing the name imbued him with a sense of pressure. Were he to dare call it directly, he would likely be crushed by that very pressure. He refrained from inquiring further about Hongjun. The place where Jane and Junti resided was called Mount Sumryu. In the eyes of the beings of the West, this Mount Sumru was akin to the mythical Mount Buzhou. However, if one were to truly speak of it, in the eyes of the Ancient One of the River of Darkness, Mount Sumru was nothing but refuse. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if this mountain were gifted to him, he would disdainfully cast it aside. Mount Sumru. Brother, today is indeed fortunate. We have encountered 3 individuals of considerable talent, who may be welcomed into our West, Junti remarked with a smile upon his lips as he regarded Jane. Originally intending to retreat and commence seclusion for cultivation upon returning, he had not anticipated meeting 3 remarkable little demons along the way. Just as his words fell, Jane furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean by fortunate? It is clearly they who are fated to be brought back by us brothers. Hearing this, a glimmer of understanding sparked in Junti's eyes, and he hastily corrected himself. It is my younger brother who spoke incorrectly. It is they who have the fate to be with us. Jane nodded slightly, extending his hand to form a seal, and 3 golden lights flashed by. Subsequently, 3 graceful figures appeared not far away, gazing about in bewilderment. These 3 were none other than the 3 heavens whom the Ancient One of the River of Darkness sought to accept as disciples. Jane and Junti turned to the 3 heavens, their expressions softening into amiable smiles. You 3 were originally transformed from clouds. Recognizing the difficulty of your cultivation, we intend to accept you as disciples. Are you willing? Still observing their surroundings, the 3 heavens turned their gazes toward Jane and Junti upon hearing their words. Initially, they had been cultivating alongside their elder brother Xiao Gongming, but suddenly 2 figures appeared, uttering words of fate, and carried them away. They had yet to grasp the situation when they found themselves here. The foremost among them, Yin Xiao, reacted swiftly upon seeing Jane and Junti, hastily bowing. Greetings, great immortal. The ability to easily transport them spoke volumes of the strength of these 2 individuals. The other 2 heavens quickly followed suit, bowing in unison. Greetings, great immortal. Although the 3 bowed, their eyes remained vigilant upon Jane and Junti. After all, being taken away so abruptly warranted a healthy suspicion at A.S. Peak de Luo Jin Xian. They were more than capable of perceiving such subtle shifts in expression. Each visitor bore similar expressions, and they had grown accustomed to it. Jane chuckled lightly, making his countenance appear even more affable. Rest assured, with the strength of my brother and me, had we harbored any malicious intent, we would have acted long ago. Why bring you here? The 3 heavens exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly. Yet their wariness did not diminish in the slightest. Seeing their continued vigilance, Junti shook his head with a smile. That my brother and I are already at the peak of de Luo Jin Xian. Would we bully mere little demons? Upon hearing this, the countenance of the 3 heavens shifted, their pupils contracting. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the strength of these 2 before them reached the pinnacle of de Luo Jin Xian. While their own cultivation was not high, they were aware that the Luo Jin Xian represented the highest power within the entire primordial realm. Naturally, they were oblivious to the existence of saints above that. Their astonished gazes fell upon Jane, prompting him to chuckle softly. Given that he was indeed at the pinnacle of the Luo Jin Xian, it was entirely reasonable for them to be astonished at his intention to accept them as disciples. Now, are you willing to take us as your masters? Yin Xiao did not respond but instead inquired, might I ask, great immortal, where is this place? Even in the face of peak de Luo Jin Xian. She felt it unreasonable to be taken away without even being informed of her whereabouts. In response, Jane laughed heartily, answering, the Western world, Mount Sumu. Indeed, it was somewhat hasty to accept disciples without introducing himself. He ought to ensure that his 3 disciples understood where they were. He believed that upon revealing this name, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Indeed, they were taken aback. Had they heard of the pinnacle of the Luo Jin Xian before, they might have felt a twinge of temptation. However, upon hearing the words the West, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, extinguishing any flicker of desire. To cultivate in the West required maintaining a state of purity, akin to renouncing all emotions. What difference was that from turning into stone? Had they cultivated for 3,000 years merely to become mere rocks? Then what was the purpose of their transformation and burgeoning intelligence? Yin Xiao felt immense gratitude for being recognized by such a peak de Luo Jin Xian, yet she would never choose to remain here. I apologize, great immortal. Yin Xiao cannot accept you as my master. Please allow us to depart. My elder brother is still in the east, and he will certainly be anxious if he cannot find us. As the first to awaken her intelligence, she could be considered the eldest sister, and she would not agree to let Xiangxiu and Bu stay either. Jane narrowed his eyes, suspicion flickering within. Your elder brother? Could it be that he is transformed from the clear wind? Indeed. Chapter 34. You are fated with the West. Jane narrowed his eyes and spoke with a sharp tone. Your elder brother possesses a commendable disposition. Yet he has no fate with our West. From this point forward, you shall take me as your master. There is no need to concern yourself with your elder brother's affairs. That little demon, while indeed commendable, has already received a lesson for daring to obstruct us from taking away those fated. The force of the strike delivered to him, while not great, was not something that a mere little demon could withstand. It is quite possible that your elder brother has already perished. Such a matter was not something they could be allowed to know. Harboring resentment would hinder their ability to take him as their master. Yun Xiao's yearning to leave was evident in her gaze, eliciting a flicker of anger from Jin. Arriving at this Mount Sumeru is indeed a matter of fate with us. Do you truly believe you can depart? It seems you do not understand USD. Oh, you know that above De Luo Jin Xian, there are saints. Only by taking us as your masters may you have a place among the saints. Jane and Junti's words were indeed enticing. Had it been anyone else, they might have already agreed. However, the 3 heavens had no knowledge of the position of a saint. At present, their only desire was to return and find their elder brother. Thank you, great immortal. It is truly impossible for us 3 to take you as our masters. We had already taken our vows 3,000 years ago. She still recalls the words spoken back then. Waiting for 3,000 years to seek out this master in the sea of blood, the brows of Zhuan Ti furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting within her heart. Truly, one offers you kindness. Yet you spurn it, insisting that I resort to force. Nevertheless, her expression remained serene as she smiled and said, after 3,000 years, I have already taken a master. Who knows, I might even be acquainted with him. This left San Shao feeling somewhat awkward, for although they addressed him as their master, they had not truly apprenticed under him and were unaware of his name. We have yet to formally become disciples. We merely call him master, without even knowing his name. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhuan Ti chuckled. You have not yet officially become disciples, and you haven't even been told his name. It is likely mere talk. Today, the 3 of you shall take us as your masters. Even if he were to come, he would have nothing to say, perhaps even congratulating you. What does it matter if you have a master? Would he dare to cause trouble in the West? If he comes, I shall break his legs. Observing that Jie and Zhuan Ti were not letting them off easily, Yin Xiao's eyes brimmed with pleading. Great immortals, we truly do not wish to cultivate in the West. We implore you to let us return to as her words fell. Jie raised a hand to halt them, reprimanding. You 3 are fated to be with us. Cherish this destiny well. From now on, you shall cultivate here, and no one shall disturb you. Without allowing them a chance to respond, Jie waved lightly. All right, You three are now my new disciples. Henceforth, you shall address me as master. And someone will guide you down to cultivate. Before long, a bald disciple hurried over, cupping his hands in greeting to Jia and Zhuan-Ti. Master. Jia and Zhuan-Ti nodded slightly, their gaze shifting to San Xiao. You three shall be taught by him. Remember to cultivate until your 6 senses are purified before you may leave the mountain. Jia's words clearly indicated a desire to prevent them from leaving Mount Shumi. You may leave if you first allow me to rid myself of distractions and forget the past. Despair etched across San Xiao's faces. They had merely sought to cultivate, only to find themselves captured here. Forced into apprenticeship. Moreover, from their words, it was evident that without achieving 6-fold purity, they could never leave the mountain. Given their current strength, escape was utterly impossible. Observing their expressions, Jia and Zhuan-Ti exchanged knowing smiles. Such occurrences were not novel. Initially, reluctance was common, but in time, they would be guided toward acceptance. The disciple who had been summoned was once resistant as well, yet through their careful guidance, he had become one of their own. Even if you oppose it, it matters not. We provide for your sustenance and shelter, yet you shall not be allowed to leave. Eventually, when you can no longer endure, you will naturally be guided. Just as they were feeling satisfied, a furious shout erupted. You two bald scoundrels, come out here. The voice was thunderous, causing the entire Mount Shumi to tremble. Upon hearing this voice, both Jia and Zhuan-Ti's expressions shifted. It was the voice of Ming He. They soon broke into cold laughter. How amusing. They had been contemplating how to take revenge on him, and today he had simply come to their domain. Those who dared to shout in Mount Shumi, as disciples of Mount Shumi knew, were presented with an opportunity to showcase their worth before Jia and Zhuan-Ti. Who are you to dare to shout in Mount Shumi? As the words left their lips, they felt a tremendous pressure descend upon them. Bang! The disciple fell to his knees, his head striking the ground heavily. Witnessing this, Jia and Zhuan-Ti quickly intervened to dissipate the pressure, turning to glare coldly at the bald disciple. You take them down first. You have a millennium to allow her to convert to the West as you command. The disciple, filled with trepidation, hurriedly bowed to Jia before leading San Xiao away. They had no choice. Even if he was merely a disciple, he was not someone they could contend with. Meanwhile, Jia and Zhuan-Ti leaped into the air, heading toward the old ancestor Ming He. Zhuan-Ti wore a frigid expression. Ming He truly has guts, daring to cause trouble in our domain. The enmity of 3,000 years shall be repaid in full. In the East, he might have been somewhat weaker. But in the West, this was their domain. Their strength was far from trivial. After a moment of contemplation, Jia spoke slowly. First, injure him and drive him back to the sea of blood. We must enhance our strength within this millennium. We cannot afford to waste time at this juncture. With the teachings from the Tao ancestor just concluded, he did not wish to delay even a moment longer. Zhuan-Ti furrowed her brows, dissatisfaction flickering in her eyes. Did you not hear his tone? He is clearly here to provoke us. To merely injure him seems too lenient. Brother, I believe it would be wiser to severely wound him and reclaim the innate spiritual treasure. Upon hearing this, Jane pondered for a moment before nodding. Since Ming He sought us out first, it would be of no consequence to severely injure him. Then let us reclaim the innate spiritual treasure. Zhuan-Ti grinned broadly. In her mind, she envisioned Ming He, grievously injured, fleeing in disarray. Today I shall finally witness Ming He fleeing in disgrace. Just wait until the next time I lecture. I will mock him mercilessly, allowing him to experience the loss of face. Upon hearing this, Jane too burst into laughter. Though cultivation is indeed paramount, nothing could surpass the importance of reclaiming the innate spiritual treasure and ensuring Ming He's humiliation. In the Palace of Chaos, they had lost face thrice, each instance more humiliating than the last. This grievance must be avenged. This moment, the old ancestor Ming He had arrived outside Mount Shumi. Gazing at the mountain, his eyes narrowed, murmuring to himself, the Bodhi tree. Though he was at a considerable distance, he could still sense the innate principles contained within. This would be worth taking back to plan in the Sea of Blood. He thought to himself, should Zhuan-Ti hear this, she would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Not only had he dared to steal the innate spiritual treasure, but he was also coveting her Bodhi tree. Truly a thief. Chapter 35. The old ancestor Ming He takes action. So it is the Taoist friend Ming He. May I inquire what brings you to Mount Shumi? Jia and Zhuan-Ti approached, cupping their hands in greeting with a smile. Though the smile appeared somewhat frosty, the old ancestor Ming he chuckled lightly, raising his head slightly, his disdainful gaze sweeping over Mount Xantiom. This place was inconsequential. He merely wished to obliterate it. His gaze shifted back to Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti. Hand over the person. Person? Which person? Jiayin was taken aback, then replied with a smile. Are you not here to join us for tea? Dear friend Minghe, how about we go to Mount Shumi for a cup of tea together? The disciples watching from a distance saw the figures of Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti growing larger in their minds. The master is truly magnanimous, even welcoming those with ill intentions with a smile. Truly commendable. When will I ever reach such a state of mind? Tea. Drink your mother's milk, you bald scoundrel. You have the audacity to invite me for tea after stealing my people? I'll drink your grandmother's legs. The old ancestor Minghe pointed at Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti, unleashing a torrent of insults before the beings of the West. They cared not for their disgrace. If you do not hand over the person, I shall ensure he is humiliated throughout the entirety of Hongjun. The cold smiles of Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti froze, their expressions darkening, their eyes turning icy. Previously, they had been made fools of in the Lingxiao Palace, and now they were being openly insulted before the beings of the West. Did they truly think the two of them, as brothers, were easy to bully? The beings on the ground, witnessing their master being insulted, displayed expressions of fury. Who are you to insult our master? Do you not know where this is? Apologize quickly, or you will not leave Mount Shumi. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than he fell to his knees, the sound of cracking bones echoing from his knees. The old ancestor Ming he had merely cast a glance, pinning the bald disciple to the ground. Seeing this, Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti hurriedly released their peak Dayuo golden immortal aura to counter Ming He's pressure. Ming He, you have matters to discuss. Let us enter Mount Shumi first, before numerous disciples. They could not afford to lose face. How could they maintain their authority in the West if they did not? What are you? You think you can invite me into your Mount Shumi? The old ancestor Ming He scoffed. They seemed to have realized that Mount Shumi had a certain restraint over him, wanting to weaken his strength by inviting him inside. I did not come here to exchange pleasantries. For the second time, hand over the person. You keep mentioning a person. Who exactly are you referring to? Zhuan-Ti furrowed his brow. Soon, 3 enchanting figures flashed through his mind. Could it be? Are they the ones that Ming He spoke of? How could that be possible? He had taken them as disciples 3,000 years ago. At that time, they should not have been able to take form. This Ming He dares to come here for a disciple he took in 3 millennia ago. Zhuan-Ti coldly remarked. Who are you? There is no one here that you speak of. The chosen ones from the West cannot possibly return. Do not forget. This is Mount Shumi, a place that can suppress your power. If a real fight breaks out, it is uncertain who would emerge victorious, feigning ignorance. Very well, I shall not hold back today. If you do not hand them over, I will raise your entire Mount Shumi to the ground. The ancestor Ming He was enraged, emanating the aura of a peak Deluo golden immortal. If you do not comply, I will turn Mount Shumi upside down. If I cannot find you today, I will return tomorrow, and if not then, the day after. Ming He, your tone is quite audacious. As a Taoist, assert that there is no one here. Your rudeness is intolerable. Today, I shall suppress you on behalf of my master. Jiayin brandished the grand banner of Hongjun and shouted angrily to Tio this day. He still refused to acknowledge that he had taken the San Shao. The ancestor Ming, he wasted no words. Summoning the Abhij, upon seeing these 2 swords, the expressions of Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti turned cold. Zhuan-Ti caught a glimpse of Jiayin from the corner of his eye, his gaze filled with inquiry. Did you not say he was unarmed? What is that he wields? Jiayin was equally astonished. According to his calculations, the ancestor Ming he should have been without a sword, yet he now possessed one. However, the ancestor Ming he did not afford them the luxury of contemplation. He had already swung his sword towards Zhuan-Ti. Junior brother, are we to allow ourselves to be bullied on our own turf? Let us strike together, Jiayin shouted to Zhuan-Ti, already producing a piece of innate spiritual treasure. Hearing this, Zhuan-Ti also drew forth his innate spiritual treasure. Bang! The 3 innate spiritual treasures collided. Yet the Abhij in Ming He's hand was a supreme innate spiritual treasure. How could their treasures possibly contend? Daring to act in Mount Shumi. Ming He, you are truly overstepping your bounds. Zhuan-Ti's face was grim. His gaze fixed intently on the ancestor Ming He. Though surprised that Ming He could still wield a sword, He held firm in his belief that his 6 roots of purity bamboo would not falter against any opponent of equal caliber. At that moment, the ancestor Ming He summoned another innate spiritual treasure, precisely Zhuan Ti's own divine staff. He then hurled it towards Zhuan Ti at him. Why innate spiritual treasure? Zhuan Ti exclaimed in shock. He had never anticipated that Ming He would wield his own treasure against him. But now he had no choice but to defend himself. As for Jiayin, who stood nearby, the ancestor Ming He had no intention of sparing him. Throwing his beads at him. 2 Innate spiritual treasures were used by Ming He as if they were mere stones to be cast aside. After forcing the 2 back, the ancestor Ming He retracted the 2 treasures and let out a cold laugh. Did you think you alone could wield power? Suddenly, the ancestor Ming He extended his hand, and a blood-red light soared into the sky. In the heavens, a colossal blood-red hand appeared, enveloping the entire west in crimson. Before this giant hand, Mount Shumi appeared insignificant, barely worthy of notice, having refrained from unleashing the true might of his void-sealing palm until now. He found it fitting to test its power against these 2 bald heads. As he gazed at the enormous hand above, Jiayin's brows furrowed. Brother, is this not the technique that Ming He used outside the Lingxiao Palace? Watch as I shatter it with 1 palm. Zhuan Ti scoffed disdainfully. This hand may look fearsome, but its power is not that great. There is no need for you to act in concert, for I can handle it alone. Being humiliated before his disciples by Ming He, who wielded their own innate treasures against them, further fueled Zhuan Ti's resolve. Ming He, you shall pay for today's events. With golden light shimmering in his hand, Zhuan Ti struck a mighty palm towards the sky. Empowered by his magical energy, the golden palm expanded to match the size of Ming He's void-sealing palm. Watching from below, the beings of the West widened their eyes in awe. Truly, their master possessed immense power. Even the residual waves of this strike could easily shatter the surroundings. Daring to approach Mount Shumi, they had not considered whose domain they had entered. For why the ancestor Ming He possessed their master's treasures, they did not dwell on it too much. After all, today, this blood-robed Taoist would have to account for his actions, and their master's treasures would surely return. Chapter 36. 6 Roots of Purity Bamboo. Mine. Boom. The 2 colossal palms collided, producing a thunderous sound. Amidst the astonished gazes of the beings in the west, the shockwaves from the collision surged towards Mount Shumi. Should these waves escape, they could inflict grievous harm upon half of the Western forces. Jiayin, sensing the impending shockwave, extended his hand, unleashing a beam of light to intercept all residual energy. The Western disciples were already few in number, and sustaining injuries from the shockwaves would not bode well. Initially, the beings of the West were filled with trepidation, but upon witnessing Jiayin effortlessly block the attack, admiration blossomed in their hearts. Zhuan Ti cast a cold smile towards the distant ancestor Ming He. Ming He, I expected this palm to be formidable, yet I effortlessly neutralized it. Your claims of being a peak de luo golden immortal appear to be mere bluster. His words elicited laughter from the audience below, their gazes laden with derision directed at the ancestor Ming He. Are you frightened now? You claim to be a peak de luo golden immortal. Yet our masters are as well, and there are 2 of them. The corner of Ming He's mouth curled into a smirk as he regarded Zhuan Ti with a look of disdain. Sensing something amiss, Jiayin raised his gaze to the sky. The blood-red giant hand summoned by Ming He had not dissipated. It continued its descent towards the ground. Zhuan Ti followed Jiayin's gaze upward, his pupils constricting in disbelief. How could it be? He had never anticipated that. On his own territory, empowered as he was, he could not shatter that hand. Jiayin, witnessing Zhuan Ti's momentary distraction, found his frustration boiling over. The giant hand is descending, and you are lost in thought. Focusing his energy, Jiayin unleashed a palm strike against the giant hand. With a concerted effort, he managed to shatter it. Yet, Ming He's palm had proven strong enough to withstand their combined might. How could his strength be so formidable? Moreover, over the course of 3 millennia, he had undoubtedly grown significantly stronger. Even if they could not best Ming He, it made little sense that they could not contend against him together. The ancestor Ming He, hearing their thoughts, would undoubtedly mock them. You think your strength has increased? Have I remained stagnant? As the giant hand transformed into a cascade of bloodlight, Zhuan Ti regained his composure, glaring at Ming He with eyes aflame with fury. Turning to Jiayin, he spoke in a low voice. Brother, I will restrain him with the 6 roots of purity bamboo. You shall suppress him. Upon hearing this, Jie Yin's eyes lit up. Indeed, his junior brother's 6 roots of purity bamboo could seal space and even shroud the opponent's senses. With such a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the ancestor Ming, he would surely be at a disadvantage. A cold smile crept across Jie Yin's face as he nodded slightly. Good, he to have been forced to use the 6 roots of purity bamboo against Ming. He was a testament to the gravity of the situation. Zhuan summoned the 6 roots of purity bamboo and launched it towards the ancestor Ming-He. Upon witnessing this, a smile graced Ming-He's lips. At last, Zhuan had deployed this supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 6 roots of purity bamboo, while slightly inferior to the supreme innate spiritual treasures, possessed formidable power nonetheless. From the moment he had seen the 6 roots of purity bamboo, he had coveted it. But it had remained firmly in Zhuan Ti's grasp. As Zhuan Ti activated its power, Ming-He wasted no time, hurling his Chaos 7 Treasures blood gourd at it. The gourd was still stronger than Zhuan Ti's 6 roots of purity bamboo. Even if it were to clash with the Chaos Bell, it would surely gain the upper hand. As Jane and Zhuan Ti beheld the blood gourd summoned by Ming-He, their brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing their expressions. This gourd exuded an aura that felt on par with an innate treasure. Facing Ming-He, they knew they were not his match, especially with such a treasure in play. However, Zhuan Ti still possessed the 6 roots of purity bamboo. As long as he could ensnare Ming-He, they had little to fear. Did he truly believe they were not peaked Deluo golden immortals? But in the next moment, Zhuan Ti's expression shifted dramatically. The 6 roots of purity bamboo he had sent forth was ensnared by Ming-He's Chaos 7 Treasures blood gourd. The 6 roots of purity bamboo trembled. It was drawn into Ming-He's grasp. Ming-He, Zhuan Ti's eyes blazed with fury as he let out a furious roar, but he could scarcely believe that the venerable ancestor of the river of the underworld had audaciously seized the 6 pure bamboos. Zhuan Ti attempted to summon them back, yet all he achieved was to cause the chaotic 7 Treasures blood gourd to tremble, while the 6 pure bamboos remained firmly in the grasp of the river's patriarch. Such a magnificent treasure, held in your possession, is nothing short of a travesty. Enough, you needn't thank me. I shall safeguard it for you, the river's patriarch said with a disarming smile. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti nearly spat blood in outrage. What do you mean by safeguarding it for me? You've pilfered my belongings and now have the audacity to claim to protect them. River of the underworld, return the 6 pure bamboos to me. Zhuan Ti bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, his heart bleeding in despair. This was his most formidable innate treasure. Although it lacked raw power, its ability to seal space was invaluable to him. The river's patriarch furrowed his brow and replied sternly. Your 6 pure bamboos. These are clearly my 6 pure bamboos. He continued to fabricate lies, challenging Zhuan Ti's claims with the incredulous assertion that if he called for them, they would return to him. The patriarch's seriousness, as if the treasure were indeed his, nearly sent Zhuan Ti into a frenzy. Unbelievable. I have never encountered such a shameless individual. Zhuan Ti seethed. If you do not return the 6 pure bamboos today, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. The lump lodged in his throat, his complexion flushed with rage, his eyes glinting with the desire for vengeance. He deeply regretted revealing the 6 pure bamboos. Had he exchanged them for any other innate treasure, he would not be in such a state of fury. Though he could still sense the 6 pure bamboos, they were ensnared by the river's blood gourd, rendering them utterly unreachable. A wicked grin crept upon the patriarch's lips, more akin to a playful smirk than a massacre. Are you daring to threaten me in my own domain? Did he not realize that he was impervious to death? The sea of blood is not a place of suffering. The river of the underworld is not a place of demise. Do you think I speak in jest? It seemed that Zhuan Ti was still unaware of his own capabilities. Moreover, these 2 were insufficient to slay him. He had yet to exhaust the treasures in his possession, and his mind brimmed with the 12-petal annihilation black lotus and the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus. If he truly unleashed them, he could single-handedly wash the western lands in blood. The thought of a bloodbath in the west crossed his mind. The countenance of Jie Yin changed dramatically. His gaze now heavy with apprehension directed at the patriarch of the river. The sudden sense of crisis had surged through him, emanating from the very figure before him. He sensed that if this continued, dire consequences would surely follow. Jie Yin turned to Zhuan Ti and called out softly. Junior brother, it was not merely him who felt this ominous foreboding. Zhuan Ti, being at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, also sensed it. his expression stiffening in alarm. "What is it? Did you not threaten a massacre? Why have you fallen silent?" The patriarch of the river toyed with the 6 pure bamboos, chuckling amiably. Chapter 37. Departure from Mount Shumi. Xuan clenched his fists, striving to suppress the anger boiling within him. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the patriarch of the river. Today, he had suffered a tremendous humiliation in the eyes of the West. How could he ever face the beings of the West again? Would he allow others to gossip about how he was bested by the river of the underworld at his own doorstep? Despite Jie Yin's seemingly calm demeanor, he too harbored a seething rage, yearning to flay the patriarch alive, to be cornered at his own threshold, and then to lose a supreme innate treasure was a humiliation too great to bear. Observing their inaction, the patriarch's mirth morphed into mockery. "Have you lost your resolve at a mere threat? Do you two truly think yourselves deserving to be disciples of Hongjun? Today, I have acquired a supreme innate treasure. My spirits are high, and I shan't press you further. Just hand over the person." Could he not be pleased with the acquisition of the 6 pure bamboos? Xuan Ti's eyes blazed with cold fury. Yet it vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, replaced by a thought transmitted to Mount Shumi. Soon, a bald disciple arrived, accompanied by the 3 celestial maidens. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the trepidation in the disciple's eyes. In battles between apex great Luo golden immortals, even the slightest residual force could spell doom. Though he had cast aside distractions and maintained the 6 pure bamboos, he still harbored a profound fear of death. Master T approached Jie Yin and Xuan Ti, bowing respectfully. The 3 celestial maidens, upon spotting the patriarch of the river, froze momentarily before their faces lit up with excitement. "Master," they exclaimed in unison, rushing toward the patriarch. In hindsight, though their master donned a blood-red robe, he was kind-hearted, unlike the West, which had forcibly detained them. Had Jie Yin and Xuan Ti heard their thoughts, they would have surely been enraged. After all, they had been assaulted at their own doorstep. How could one claim that he was kind-hearted? Observing the 3 celestial maidens unharmed, the patriarch of the river nodded slightly. They clung to his hands. Unwilling to let go, they truly did not wish to remain here. Yet against an apex great Luo golden immortal, they were powerless. Jie Yin and Xuan Ti, witnessing the 3 celestial maidens address the patriarch of the river as master, felt a wave of regret wash over them. These 3 little demons had merely encountered them on the road and seemed fortuitous, yet they had no inkling that their backing was the river of the underworld. Had they known who their patron was, perhaps today's events would have unfolded differently. Xuan Ti gazed at the patriarch of the river, undeterred, and asked, "River, they have returned to you. Could you not return the 6 pure bamboos to me?" Though he was aware of the patriarch's nature, understanding that once he consumed the innate treasure, it would never be returned, the 6 pure bamboos were of paramount importance to him. The patriarch of the river raised an eyebrow, looking at Xuan Ti with feigned confusion. "What 6 pure bamboos? I have seen none. Perhaps you simply forgot to take them." A bystander, unaware of the situation, might genuinely believe that Xuan Ti had forgotten the 6 pure bamboos. Yet at that moment, the 6 pure bamboos lay in the patriarch's hand, which he toyed with from time to time. Was this not a blatant lie? After toying with the treasure for a while, the patriarch said softly, "Very well, I will take you all back to see elder brother." In the sea of blood, Xiao Gongming pondered, "Master, did you not intend to avenge me?" With a gentle wave of his hand, the patriarch of the river departed with the 3 maidens. Xuan Ti, witnessing his departure, felt compelled to intercept. How could he allow the patriarch to leave with his 6 pure bamboos? At that moment, Jie Yin placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. "Junior brother, let it go. Let it go." Xuan Ti's face turned a shade of green with rage. He had taken away my supreme innate treasure. How could he simply let it slide? Jie Yin challenged. "Can you defeat him? Can I? Or can we both together?" His words effectively silenced Xuan Ti. Yet the fact remained that his supreme innate treasure had been stolen. He could not simply stand by and watch the 6 pure bamboos be taken from him. Moreover, he had no formidable treasures at his disposal. The 6 pure bamboos were his most reliable and powerful artifact. And now he was left to watch helplessly as they were seized. The enhancing divine staff had been taken by the patriarch of the river, nearly causing a disruption in his cultivation. Now it was the 6 pure bamboos. Could he still cultivate effectively? The patriarch of the river has only taken your 6 pure bamboos. He has not refined them. The treasure remains yours. Once we achieve the status of quasi-saints, we shall retrieve them, and we will ensure he pays dearly. If you are impatient, You may wait until the third time the master gives a sermon and request his assistance. Upon hearing Jieyin's words, Zhuan Ti's eyes brightened. Indeed, even if the patriarch of the river intended to refine them, it would require some time. Even if he succeeded, they could simply request the master to intervene. Ultimately, it would only mean that the patriarch held them for a millennium. After a millennium, they would return to him. Though he thought this way, his heart remained heavy with grief. After all, the artifact he had lost was a tremendous weapon. The innate treasures of the West were already scarce. Now, 3 had been taken by the patriarch of the river, leaving them with even fewer. But brother, without the 6 pure bamboos, my strength is halved. When outsiders come to the West, it is likely. Jiayin squinted. Deep in thought, his gaze fell upon the Bodhi tree, and suddenly, an idea struck him. Of course, your true form is the Bodhi tree. You can refine it into a treasure. You are, after all, a manifestation of the Bodhi tree. And transforming it into a treasure for your own use would be most advantageous. Even if it is merely a supreme innate treasure in your hands, it can wield the power of a primordial treasure. Upon hearing this, Zhuan began to ponder that at present, he possessed but a few innate spiritual treasures, with none of the finest among them. If he could refine the Bodhi tree into a supreme innate treasure, it would indeed be feasible. Moreover, his senior brother had mentioned that he was, in essence, a transformation of the Bodhi tree, making its utilization far more intuitive, its might rivaling that of an innate supreme treasure. Should this come to fruition, it was possible that the two could truly contend with the Lord of the Underworld, or rather, overshadow him. This plan seems plausible, but it is imperative to harness the Bodhi tree effectively to unleash its utmost potential. Zhuan mused, casting his gaze towards the departing figure of the Lord of the Underworld, his eyes glinting with determination. Jane, squinting, turned to the bald man and declared, "No living being shall leave the West." This matter would undoubtedly spread, and his immediate goal was to ensure that the inhabitants of the primordial chaos remained unaware. More importantly, it was crucial to prevent the beings of the West from escaping. Once they attained the status of saints, they could seek vengeance against the Lord of the Underworld and reclaim their dignity. With that said, he vanished from sight. Following Jane's departure, Zhuan too disappeared from the scene. The disciples within Mount Sumeru could scarcely believe the events that had transpired. Their master had been defeated. Chapter 38. The Queen Mother of the West bestows treasures. At this moment, the Lord of the Underworld had returned to the Blood Sea with the 3 heavens. Elder brother, the mosquito Taoist called out upon seeing the Lord of the Underworld's return, his tone laced with admiration. His elder brother had not been gone long before returning from the hands of the 2 bald men. Bringing with him 3 little demons, it appeared that the 2 guardians of the West were not as formidable as they seemed. The Queen Mother of the West regarded the Lord of the Underworld, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. How could he return so swiftly? Just how powerful was he? Upon the return of the 3 heavens, they noticed Xiao Gongming, unscathed in the distance, and smiles spread across their faces. They had been taken away, fearing Xiao Gongming would be harmed. Xiao Gongming, relieved to see the 3 heavens unharmed, lamented, "It is my elder brother's inadequacy that failed to protect you." He then turned to the Lord of the Underworld and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master." The Lord of the Underworld waved his hand dismissively and inquired of the 4. "Earlier, I asked if you would be willing to take me as your master. Today, I ask once more. If you wish to be my disciples, I shall take you under my wing. Of course, should you decline, I shall not impose upon you. You may leave at any time." With a pause, the Lord of the Underworld introduced himself. "I am the poor Taoist, Lord of the Underworld." Upon hearing this, Xiao Gongming immediately knelt and prostrated himself before the Lord of the Underworld. "Master, I have pledged my allegiance to you 3,000 years ago and shall never waver." From the words of his uncle, he had already discerned the might of his master, especially in the presence of this blood sea. Were it not for his uncle's assistance, he would have been obliterated by the malice within. Merely this fact sufficed to affirm the immense strength of his master. Following his lead, the 3 heavens quickly bowed in respect. We, Yin Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, pay our respects to our master, Xiao Gongming. Having heard tales of the Lord of the Underworld's prowess from the mosquito Taoist, knew that the 3 heavens had witnessed it firsthand. The 2 bald guardians of the Western realm, at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, were no match for their master. Moreover, in their presence, they had dared to seize a treasured sword, yet the 2 had not pursued them. Such a master, who would dare to oppose? Seeing this, The Lord of the Underworld nodded slightly, thus formally accepting them as his disciples. The Queen Mother of the West observed the Lord of the Underworld with surprise that I never imagined you would take on disciples. In her mind, the Lord of the Underworld was shrouded in malice, exuding an aura of dread as if a demon had descended. Yet he had taken on disciples, and these three little demons seemed to be of insufficient strength, likely having just recently taken form. What? Is it forbidden for me to have disciples? The Lord of the Underworld replied with a smile that held a hint of sarcasm. The Queen Mother of the West regarded the three heavens, a smile gracing her otherwise icy demeanor. The three heavens were indeed beautiful, and the Queen Mother found herself enchanted by their clear, innocent eyes. I am the poor Taoist, Queen Mother of the West, a friend of Lord of the Underworld. You may call me Aunt. Upon hearing this, the three heavens quickly bowed. Aunt. The Lord of the Underworld's eyes sparkled with dissatisfaction. My friend. You dare to say that? How long have we known each other? And you already call yourself a friend? If that is the case, I must have countless friends throughout the primordial chaos. Lord of the Underworld, you have indeed taken in 3 obedient disciples, the Queen Mother of the West replied with a smile, extending her jade hand. Instantly, 3 treasures appeared before them. In the puzzled gaze of the 3 heavens, the Queen Mother presented the treasures. Since you call me Aunt, a gift is only fitting. Although they are but postnatal treasures, they will suffice for your needs. The faces of the 3 heavens changed, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the postnatal treasures. They had only recently taken form, but had accompanied Xiao Gongming long enough to gain some understanding of the primordial chaos. For a great Luo golden immortal to receive postnatal treasures might have led to curses, as it would be seen as an insult. However, the 3 heavens were different. Having just taken form, their strength was only at the celestial immortal level, and they possessed not a single treasure. The postnatal treasures before them were enough to leave them in awe. Thank you, Aunt, but we cannot accept such a gift upon our first meeting. The 3 heavens hesitated to accept the postnatal treasures. Had it been a gift from their master, they might have eagerly accepted. Yet, this woman, though an aunt, was still a stranger, and such a precious gift felt inappropriate to accept. The Queen Mother chuckled lightly, understanding their hesitation. These are merely postnatal treasures. I have plenty of them. Even in the eyes of your master, they are not particularly rare. Furthermore, your master possesses only innate treasures, none of which are postnatal. He certainly cannot give you innate treasures, as you would not be able to wield them. The 3 heavens turned to their master. Though they voiced their refusal, their desire was evident. After all, they were postnatal treasures. The Lord of the Underworld raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the Queen Mother of the West. Well, this Queen Mother of the West has long been aware of your intentions. I see now that you have designs on my disciples, seeking information through them. However, since you are offering gifts freely, I shall not be rude. If it is a gift from the Queen Mother of the West, then I shall accept it. Upon hearing this, the 3 heavens felt a surge of joy, and after thanking the Lord of the Underworld, they turned to the Queen Mother of the West. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Aunt. Though these treasures were not bestowed by their master, they felt a connection as if half of the credit belonged to him. Subsequently, the 3 heavens gleefully accepted the postnatal treasures. They had never anticipated that they would receive postnatal treasures so soon after becoming disciples. Their joy, however, ignited envy in Xiao Gongming, who stood nearby as a disciple of the master and the first to pledge allegiance. He believed he should also receive a postnatal treasure. Approaching the Queen Mother of the West, he bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with anticipation. Disciple Xiao Gongming pays my respects to Aunt. His gaze clearly communicated his desire for a postnatal treasure. The Queen Mother of the West understood his intentions and chuckled. You arrived too late. I only had 3 postnatal treasures, all of which have been given to them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gongming's hopeful expression instantly faltered. What is this? Just moments ago, you claimed to have no shortage of postnatal treasures. Yet now you say you have only 3? Are you mocking me? Nevertheless, he dared not voice his grievances. Anyone who could be called a friend of his master was surely of equal strength. Turning his gaze towards the Lord of the Underworld, he looked on with renewed expectation, as if to say, Look, my 3 junior sisters have each received postnatal treasures. They asked their elder brother, should I not receive one as well? The Lord of the Underworld smirked slightly, placing a hand on his shoulder. They asked their elder brother, what postnatal treasure do you desire? Chapter 39. Refining the 6 Roots of Purity Bamboo. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gongming's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with gratitude. Truly, my master is benevolent to offer me a postnatal supreme treasure. He quickly bowed to the lord of the underworld, his heart brimming with anticipation. Thank you, master, for bestowing this treasure. The old ancestor of the river of Hades chuckled lightly, yet his gaze was laced with a chilling glint. Curse your grandmother's leg. All I possess in my hands are innate spiritual treasures. Do you truly desire them? Even if I were to grant them to you, would you be capable of wielding them? As their senior brother, your cultivation level is surprisingly inferior to that of your junior sister. What audacity do you have to request treasures from me? Depart and focus on your cultivation. Only when you have transcended to the profound immortal realm should you contemplate such matters. Xiao Gongming stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Why is it that my junior sister possesses postnatal spiritual treasures, yet they transform into a quest for the profound immortal level upon reaching my hands? Is this not a blatant disparity in treatment? I was the first to become her disciple. Moreover, both she and I are heavenly immortals. How is it that I fall short? As for breaking through to the profound immortal realm, it took me 3,000 years to reach the heavenly immortal stage. To cultivate into a profound immortal, would that not require 10,000 years? The mere thought of needing another 10,000 years to achieve such a breakthrough filled his visage with despair. The Queen Mother of the West observed his half-dead demeanor and stifled a giggle that it seemed that cursing by the river of Hades was rather entertaining. She then turned to the old ancestor of the river of Hades and Taoist mosquito, clasping her hands in farewell. As long as it is still you, old ancestor of the river of Hades, I take my leave that we shall meet again in a millennium, having already witnessed the blood sea and the old ancestor's acceptance of disciples. She had nothing further to occupy her time. Thus, she resolved to return to Kunlun Mountain to resume her cultivation, striving to elevate her strength within the next millennium. However, the old ancestor of the river of Hades did not return the gesture of farewell, merely stating, "Take care, no need to see you off." Before turning away towards the blood his words, the Queen Mother of the West pouted in irritation and departed. How curious it was that when the old ancestor had been cursing others, he had been so loquacious, yet now he fell silent in her presence. Did she truly appear so unappealing? If that were the case, why did the Eastern King persistently pursue her, after arranging suitable cultivation locations for Xiao Gongming and the other three? The old ancestor of the river of Hades entered seclusion. His foremost task was to refine the 6 strands of pure bamboo that if he did not refine this item, it could very well be reclaimed by Zhuan at any moment. The treasures he had acquired were not for sharing. Attempt to seize them. Absolutely not. Surrounding the old ancestor of the river of Hades were 5 supreme, innate spiritual treasures: the 12 annihilating world black lotus, the 12 fiery red lotus, the abyss, the primordial butcher, and at the center, the chaotic 7 treasures blood gourd. The blood-red malice and black murderous aura incessantly eroded the 6 strands of pure bamboo. With these 5 supreme, innate spiritual treasures suppressing the bamboo, the speed of his refinement increased significantly. However, complete refinement might still require several days, for this item had been in Zhuan possession for many years, making it quite challenging to assimilate. Should others hear that the old ancestor of the river of Hades required several days to refine these 6 strands of pure bamboo, they would undoubtedly spew forth a mouthful of blood. What did it mean to say a few days for refinement? For them, the process typically began at several years, or even hundreds of years. How was it that for him? It was merely a matter of days. Soon enough, 7 days elapsed. In the grand expanse of the primordial world, 7 days hardly amounted to anything. It could be gone in the blink of an eye, especially in the blood sea, where one hardly needed to close their eyes for 7 days to pass. It is done. The old ancestor of the river of Hades suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He then retracted all 5 innate spiritual treasures and fixed his gaze upon the 6 strands of pure bamboo floating before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Although they had become tainted with malice and their color had darkened considerably after refinement, their abilities remained unchanged. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the 6 strands of pure bamboo flew into the old ancestor's grasp. As he infused his magical power, the bamboo radiated a green luminescence, intertwined with black and red energies, while the swirling blood sea around him came to an abrupt halt. How formidable it was that even the blood sea was subdued. How wasteful it had been in Zhuan hands that a flicker of surprise danced in the old ancestor's eyes. quickly followed by a chuckle. Had Zhuan truly activated it, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. Fortunately, he had preemptively reclaimed the 6 strands of pure bamboo. Now, in his possession, he had the 12 annihilating world black lotus for defense, the abyss for offense, and the 6 strands of pure bamboo for control. With the blood sea no longer a source of torment and the river of Hades unyielding, no one in the primordial world, save for Hongjun, could suppress him. Moreover, he possessed a 12 fiery red lotus, which could elicit envy from others. Simultaneously, as the old ancestor of the river of Hades refined the 6 strands of pure bamboo, Zhuan, who was meditating within Mount Shumi, suddenly changed countenance. His eyes flashed with malice, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. River of Hades, I vow to kill you. Initially, he had been contemplating how to reclaim the 6 strands of pure bamboo at the opportune moment. However, he now found himself utterly severed from any connection to them. This meant he could no longer utilize the 6 strands of pure bamboo. His supreme, innate spiritual treasure had been refined by the old ancestor of the river of Hades, becoming the latter's artifact. The thought of this caused Zhuan to spew forth another mouthful of blood. The previous time had been due to the backlash from having his treasure refined, and this time, it was due to his indignation in the span of just 7 days. He had lost his supreme, innate spiritual treasure. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, appearing before the Bodhi tree. Zhuan gazed at the Bodhi tree before him, his eyes filled with hesitation. After all, the Bodhi tree was his true form. Who would wish to refine their own essence into a treasure? Now, he found himself without a usable artifact. Yet, it seemed he had no choice but to refine it if the old ancestor of the river of Hades were to learn of Zhuan Ti's intentions. He would undoubtedly intervene. How dare you attempt to refine what I have set my eyes upon into a treasure? You truly seek death. But the old ancestor remained oblivious. After refining the 6 strands of pure bamboo, he resumed his cultivation. With merely a century remaining until the emergence of the 3 brothers of the Eastern Sea, this time could not be squandered if he wasted 100 years for every millennium. He would squander 1,000 years in 10 millennia. How much cultivation would that entail losing? Moreover, it was not only the old ancestor of the river of Hades who was cultivating. All beings within the primordial world returned to their respective sanctuaries to begin their training. With another millennium until Hongjun's 3rd sermon, they were determined not to waste this time, all preparing for their ascension to the quasi-saint leveled in an instant. The primordial world fell into a notable stillness. No, it was not entirely silent. The tension between the witch and demon clans was palpable, ready to ignite at any moment, were it not for the emperor-level Tai and the 12 ancestral witches suppressing them. The 2 clans would have clashed long ago. Though large-scale wars did not occur, small skirmishes happened frequently, tacitly accepted by both factions that large-scale warfare was out of the question, but small conflicts were permissible. Surely the Tao ancestor would not intervene in such trivial matters. However, these minor conflicts typically ended in victory for the witch clan, renowned for their robust physical forms, even a lesser which was not a match for the demon clan. In essence, during skirmishes, the witch clan emerged victorious 9.5 times out of 10. Chapter 40. By Zaoffer's counsel, the demon court brother, this cannot continue. Without the great demons emerging, the demon clan stands no chance against the witch clan. The witch clan's momentum was burgeoning, practically riding atop our heads on the sun star. Eastern Emperor Tai abruptly stood, pointing towards the primordial realm, speaking fervently. Let us follow my suggestion and take action to slay a few ancestral witches. To temper their arrogance, they truly think our demon clan is so easy to bully. Right now, the demon clan suffers one defeat after another, and our morale is dwindling that if this continues, we won't even need to wait for war. Our demon clan will be finished. Hearing the Eastern Emperor's complaints, Emperor Jun rebuked him. Enough, I understand your desire for war, but the time is not yet ripe. Stung by Emperor Jun's reprimand, Eastern Emperor Tai fell silent, muttering, Brother, have you also become as enigmatic as the Tao ancestor? If now is not the time for war, then when will it be? Surely we cannot wait until we are at the brink of confrontation. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun sighed. You think I do not wish for that? Look at the current situation. Hongjun's sermon has just concluded, and the entire primordial world is focused on breaking through to the quasi-saint level. After a pause, Emperor Jun continued, As for your idea of slaying a few ancestral witches, it would be best to abandon that thought. What do you believe would happen if we killed them? The witch and demon clans would engage in full-scale war, and chaos would ensue throughout the primordial realm at that point. Both of our cultivations would falter, while others ascend to quasi-sainthood. We'd remain at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The Eastern Emperor furrowed his brow, visibly displeased at being overshadowed by the demon clan. Must it truly continue like this, setting aside the fate of the demon clan? If this pattern persists, we will find ourselves obliterated before the witch and demon clans even engage in battle. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Dejuan fell into a deep contemplation. The words of Donghuang Tai echoed in his mind, a notion he had pondered himself, yet he had yet to devise a solution. Despite the formidable strength of the demon clan, they consistently faced defeat in battle, leaving them in a state of great frustration. Was it truly, as Tai suggested, that they should wait until the demon clan's numbers were halved before engaging in war? If that were the case, they might as well concede the wilderness to the witch clan. As Emperor Dejuan contemplated, a voice resonated from outside. Emperor Dejuan of the demon clan, Baize requests an audience. The announcement abruptly interrupted his thoughts, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Baize? What could he possibly want here? Could there be some significant event concerning the demon clan? Even if something monumental had occurred, Baize's strength should be capable of handling it. Presently, within the entire demon clan, apart from the two of them, the strongest were merely a few great demons, and Baize, who had requested to meet, was undoubtedly of the same caliber, a great Luo golden immortal. Besides Baize, there were also the formidable Jiuying and Ingzhao, all of whom were also great Luo golden immortals. It is you, brother Baize. Why do you stand on ceremony? Please, come in, Dejuan called softly, snapping back to the present. Almost immediately, a young man clad in white robes entered. His hair bore a hint of silver, and he exuded an air of elegance, as if he were about to wield a fan. Upon arriving at the Fusang Palace, Baize bowed to both Emperor Dejuan and Donghuang Tai. Greetings, Emperor Dejuan and Emperor Tai, as the strategist of the demon clan. Baize placed great importance on etiquette. Dejuan smiled and replied, Brother Baize, you are being overly formal that we are all brothers here. No need for such titles. He then inquired, May I ask what brings you to us today? Baize shook his head. There is no pressing matter concerning the demon clan. I have come today for another reason. I am aware that you, Emperor Dejuan, are troubled by the conflict between the witch and demon clans, and I have come to offer counsel. These words, a spark of interest ignited in Dejuan's eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Baize. As the strategist of the demon clan, Baize's capabilities were unquestionable, and if he had come to offer advice, he must have devised a brilliant plan. Brother Baize, please, do share. I am all ears, Dejuan urged, his heart racing with anticipation, for their clan had long suffered losses. Baize smiled knowingly, but then his expression turned serious as he spoke in a low voice. Are you aware of the current state of the demon clan, Emperor? Dejuan paused, taken aback. An emperor. How could he not be aware of his own clan's situation? Of course, I am informed, he replied. Baize nodded and continued. Since you are aware, you understand why the demon clan has been consistently defeated. At this statement, Dejuan furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Baize that he certainly understood the situation, yet he could not articulate why they had faced continual defeats. Was it due to the witch clan's physical prowess? Yet the demon clan was not lacking in strength either, and in terms of numbers, they were abundant. As he pondered, Baize shook his head. It appears that Emperor Dejuan still does not fully grasp the circumstances of our clan. Stop beating around the bush, just tell us what you have to say, interrupted Donghuang Tai. Growing impatient. This, Dejuan turned sharply, scowling at Tai. Tai, he admonished, his eyes narrowing, before turning back to Baize with a smile. Brother Baize, I apologize for Tai's temperament. I hope you can overlook it. Baize waved his hand dismissively, unfazed by the interruption. It is my fault for not being clearer. Both of you, as demon emperors, have been isolated on the Sun Star, and your understanding of the happenings in the wilderness is likely limited. To summarize, the demon clan is currently fragmented. It is no exaggeration to say that if a conflict were to erupt, the demon clan would surely face catastrophic defeat. Dejuan's brow furrowed tightly as he inhaled deeply, signaling Baize to continue. I have a strategy that can unite our forces. Many of the great demons have already established their own factions, neglecting the affairs of the demon clan. which has significantly weakened our overall strength. We could take a page from Dongwang Gong's book and establish a celestial court. A celestial court? Dijuan questioned. His curiosity piqued. He was not well versed in this matter. After returning to the Sunstar, their focus had solely been on cultivation, leaving them unaware of recent developments in the wilderness. Bai Zhe nodded, elaborating, after establishing the celestial court. Dongwang Gong has garnered numerous followers, buoyed by the backing of Daozu. That if we were to do the same, with both of you as demon emperors, none in the demon clan would dare to defy your authority. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope shone in Dijuan's eyes, while Dongwang Tai's gaze sparkled with excitement. Indeed, if we could achieve that, the power of the demon clan would be firmly in our grasp. The reason for our defeats lies in our disunity. We are all fighting our own battles. If we can gather them under one banner, even if our strength is diminished, it would still constitute a formidable force. At that point, not only the Witch clan but even the combined might of other clans would not stand a chance against us. Moreover, once the Witch clan is vanquished, the rest would be left in disarray. And given time, they would not pose a threat to us. And regarding Hongjun's warning that it is not yet time for war, does that even matter? The Witch clan has already made their move. Do we still heed such counsel? Dijuan turned to Bai Zhe, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Bai Zhe, for your invaluable advice. Once the celestial court of the demon clan is established, I shall ensure you are appointed to a high position. Bai Zhe chuckled softly before adding, however, the celestial court established by Dongwang Gong benefits from the support of Hongjun, allowing for rapid expansion. Our celestial court will require careful planning. This celestial court is not a threat. It can be dismantled at any moment. Dijuan laughed heartily. Chapter 41. The Awakening at the Three Immortal Islands of the Eastern Sea. A century later, within the span of 100 years. The celestial court established by Dongwang Gong expanded rapidly under the watchful eyes of both the Witch and Demon clans, leveraging the backing of Hongjun and wielding the Nine Dragons' golden scepter. Numerous powerful beings flocked to join the celestial court. This led to a substantial increase in numbers, gradually forming the third great power of the wilderness. Given a little more time, it was conceivable that they might even rival the Witch and Demon clans. However, such an eventuality was unlikely to materialize in the Blood Sea. Within the sanctum of Ancestor Mingi, after 100 years, he opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashing within. Above his head, the three flowers began to tremble, as if something was on the verge of breaking free from its shell. This was none other than the good corpse within Ancestor Mingi's three corpses. He was now only a hair's breadth away from becoming a quasi-saint. Once he vanquished the good corpse, he would ascend to that status. In the next moment, Ancestor Mingi vanished from his location, only to reappear outside the Blood Sea, observing the trio of Sanxiao alongside Xiao Gongming. The four struggled to endure the oppressive malice emanating from the Blood Sea, as it would have a retaliatory effect on their cultivation. Ancestor Mingi promptly arranged for them to be situated outside and instructed them in their respective cultivation methods. Over the course of a century, their realms had all risen to true immortal. Ancestor Mingi was quite satisfied with this progress, yet upon recalling that it took them 3,000 years to reach the celestial immortal stage, his expression darkened. That I truly do not understand how you have cultivated 3,000 years, and you have only now reached the celestial immortal realm. His words halted the four in their training. They opened their eyes to regard their master, and quickly rose to bow in respect. Master. Ancestor Mingi nodded slightly, gesturing for them to rise. At that moment, the figure of the mosquito Taoist appeared. Given his cultivation level, he could still perceive Ancestor Mingi's words. Furthermore, it was challenging for him to calm his mind and focus on cultivation. The mosquito Taoist respectfully addressed Ancestor Mingi. Elder brother, have you emerged from seclusion so soon? Has your realm advanced? Ancestor Mingi shook his head, gazing towards the east, as he replied calmly, not quite yet. He had appeared here for several reasons, one of which was to sense the emergence of the three immortal islands in the Eastern Sea. Upon detecting their location, he withdrew from his cultivation. However, even if he had not appeared, Ancestor Mingi would not have continued his training, as he was uncertain what might transpire upon breaking through to the quasi-saint level. At his words, the mosquito Taoist's face lit up with excitement, as if he were the one about to break through. Truly impressive, elder brother. You will likely be the first to attain sainthood, surpassing those disciples of Hongjun. Ancestor Mingi chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, not so quickly. At most, I shall only achieve the quasi-saint level. As for the realm of a saint, that is likely to be after the conclusion of the Grand Three discussions. With a casual glance, the Blood Sea was entrusted to the Mosquito Taoist. Along with these three little ones, as I shall depart for a while, the ancestor of the Underworld River did not afford the Mosquito Taoist the opportunity to speak. Having uttered his words, he vanished from this place. The location of the three immortal islands in the Eastern Sea had now been revealed, and he was undoubtedly heading there to seize the opportunity. The Mosquito Taoist watched his elder brother depart, yearning to follow, but was restrained by his brother's hold. With no alternative, he was compelled to relinquish his intent. Letting out a sigh, he had an unsettling premonition that something monumental would transpire in the Hongjun as his brother left, and he longed to witness it. Yet for now, he was left to oversee his brother's disciples, directing his gaze towards them. The Mosquito Taoist's expression instantly turned. I see why that it is all you're doing. My brother now engages in matters without my inclusion. What are you staring at? Focus on your cultivation. Before my brother returns, ensure I attain the Dao Xian immortal realm. Having said this coldly, the Mosquito Taoist vanished from sight, retreating to the Blood Sea to continue his contemplations. The three disciples, bewildered by the sudden scolding, exchanged glances, shrugged, and resumed their cultivation. The temper of their master was indeed formidable. In the depths of the Eastern Sea, within the dragon palace that extends beneath the waves, several figures were conversing in hushed tones. Among them was the familiar silhouette of the Eastern King, whose strength had surged to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal after a century of relentless effort. Within the Dragon Palace, he had been elevated to a position of honor, surrounded by several members of the Dragon Clan, all possessing formidable powers in the mid to late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Beside the Eastern King stood an elder dragon, also at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, known as Hongjun, the clan leader. The Eastern King, seated in his exalted position, exuded an air of arrogance, his demeanor and speech revealing the essence of a superior being. Over the century, with the continuous expansion of the immortal court, he too had experienced a swell in his own stature. Those beneath the great Luo Golden Immortal were no longer worthy of his attention. Were it not for a particular matter, even for the leader of the Dragon Clan, he would rather not have made the effort to visit. The Eastern King turned to Hongjun with a smile, saying, I entrust you, clan leader Hongjun, with the matter of the three immortal islands. Hongjun chuckled heartily, responding readily, rest assured, Eastern Emperor Donghua, who in the entirety of Hongjun is unaware that the Eastern Sea belongs to our Dragon Clan. Once the three immortal islands appear, I shall be the first to notify you. Hearing Hongjun's assurance, the Eastern King nodded in satisfaction. Then I shall rely on you, clan leader Hongjun. Await the day when the immortal court engulfs the witch and demon clans. It will be your Dragon Clan's moment to re-emerge. At that time, you shall reclaim your dominance over Hongjun. Hongjun clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. The Dragon Clan had once ruled Hongjun. Yet after the calamity of the Dragon Han, the remaining dragons had fled to the Eastern Sea, establishing dominion over the oceanic expanse but ultimately losing their rule over Hongjun, reduced to mere overseers of the waters. With the rise of the witch and demon clans, they had become mere shadows of their former selves, gradually withdrawing from the grand stage of Hongjun. Just when it seemed they would continue in this manner, the Eastern King arrived. Although the immortal court was currently weak and not a match for the witch and demon clans, the backing of Hongjun provided hope for the Dragon Clan's return to glory. As for the three immortal islands, once confirmed, the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly locate them. Clan leader Hongjun, you are too modest. We shall need to rely on the Dragon Clan in the future. The Eastern King replied with a smile. Despite his words, a cold sneer lingered within his heart. Did you think your Dragon Clan could reclaim supremacy over Hongjun? You are sorely underestimating me, the Eastern Emperor Donghua. Were it not for the need for you to keep an eye on the three immortal islands and your clan's influence, do you believe I would seek you out? As they pondered their own schemes. Chapter 42. The Vortex of the Eastern Sea, where immortals meet their demise. Upon the azure surface of the sea, the ancestor of the Underworld River soared upon the 12-grade fiery red lotus, akin to a streak of crimson lightning. Had he summoned the 12-grade world destruction black lotus, the very air would have crackled with black lightning. The eastern sea of the Hongjun was indeed vast. As he surveyed the seemingly endless expanse, the ancestor of the Underworld River could not suppress a sigh. Such a grand vista would soon be obscured when the calamity of the witch and demon clans commenced, leaving the eastern sea tragically diminished. After flying for a while, the ancestor's brow furrowed. Something felt amiss. He could sense a presence nearby, yet it eluded him. This system had provided only a vague direction, rendering his search futile. In this eastern sea, he would likely find nothing in less than a decade. Even if he were to locate it, he would have long become the Eastern King. Moreover, the surrounding area appeared deceptively tranquil, devoid of any signs of treasures emerging. Just then, as the ancestor was lost in thought, he caught sight of a figure, a tiny golden immortal, speeding towards a certain direction, his expression brimming with excitement, clearly indicating that something valuable lay ahead. The ancestor of the Underworld River raised an inquisitive eyebrow, contemplating the situation. After a brief moment, he decided to follow. Since he was at a loss, it would be prudent to see what treasures awaited ahead. As he closed in, the tiny golden immortal remained blissfully unaware of his presence, even as the ancestor drew perilously close. What kind of treasure could elicit such joy that it blinded him to those around him? After traveling a short distance, the ancestor of the Underworld River beheld a blood-red vortex nearby, surrounded by scattered limbs and severed arms. Above, numerous immortals were gathered, golden immortals, tiny golden immortals, and even a great Luo golden immortal. The ancestor's gaze swept downward, where within the vortex lay a phantom, revealing a mountain, or rather, an island, radiating divine light, its periphery adorned with treasures. This scene was undeniably alluring. Any observer would feel an irresistible urge to plunge into the vortex. For such treasures were scarce in the Hongjun. Even if they existed, they were claimed by formidable beings, leaving no share for others. Yet, a mere golden immortal dared to enter this vortex. How reckless! It would be better left to me. A tiny golden immortal. The tiny golden immortal, who had been following the ancestor, sneered at the gathering and charged forth with haste. The speed was astonishing, and the ancestor could hardly intervene. He had witnessed many rushing to their doom. Yet none were as eager as this one. The tiny golden immortal plunged into the vortex, and before he could even let out a scream, he was torn apart, his blood staining the surroundings anew. Compared to the blood sea, the water here was relatively clear. From the moment he spoke to his demise took less than a second. This spectacle caused some similarly inclined tiny golden immortals to reconsider their intentions. It was evident now that the tiny golden immortal was doomed. They were not foolish enough to charge in. The one who had just leaped was surely a fool, rushing in without grasping the situation. If even tiny golden immortals could not enter, did it require a great Luo golden immortal to breach this vortex? As the crowd debated, an elderly figure clad in gray robes scoffed disdainfully. You lot are nothing but fools. Charging in is merely courting death. This opportunity belongs to me. His words quickly drew the attention of those around him, their expressions marred by displeasure. Insulting that fool was one thing, but to label them as useless was intolerable. That a young golden immortal glared at the elder. You old man, how dare you speak like that? His words, however, were swiftly muffled by a companion beside him. Are you seeking death? He is Xianbi, a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal. The young golden immortal froze, his face paling in fear. How could a being of such caliber be among them? Xianbi cast a sidelong glance at the golden immortal, his tone icy. Today, I am in a good mood. Having come across such a treasure, I shall spare your life this time. Should you dare to raise your voice against me again, I will annihilate your clan. Having spoken, an aura emanated from his being, indicative of the mid-stage cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Upon sensing this aura, all present felt an overwhelming pressure, gasping for breath, save for the venerable ancestor of the Underworld River, who remained unfazed. The aura exuding from the ancestor of the black turtle was merely a tickle to him. You worthless lot, bear witness to how I acquired this opportunity, he declared with a haughty laugh before charging towards the swirling vortex. The most formidable aspect of the black turtle clan was their protective shell, capable of effortlessly withstanding attacks from even a late-stage great Luo golden immortal. Dealing with this vortex would be child's play. As he entered the vortex, the anticipated scene of blood and flesh being torn apart did not unfold. Instead, the ancestor of the black turtle nestled within his shell, successfully enduring the vortex's onslaught. This sight left the onlookers in stunned silence. Behold, our ancestor of the black turtle. This vortex poses no challenge for him. Even if you were to strike him a couple of times, he would withstand it effortlessly. The two disciples accompanying the ancestor stood tall and proud, relishing the reflected glory of their master's resilience against the vortex. The ancestor of the Underworld river observed the spectacle with a bemused smile. Turning to the two disciples and saying, "Enough of your boasting. Your ancestor of the black turtle is in peril." This statement was met with immediate protest from the disciples. "Impossible. Our ancestor possesses the strength of a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal. How could he be in danger?" But scarcely had the last word left the disciple's lips when a series of cracking sounds echoed, signaling the emergence of fissures in the ancestor's shell. Inside, the ancestor of the black turtle sensed the dire situation, his face betraying a flicker of despair. The vortex's pull was immense, and before long, he was submerged halfway. Unable to ascend, in desperation, he called out, "Quick, rescue me." The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing his plea. The ancestor of the black turtle had not withstood the vortex after all. Was he not a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal? However, their astonishment quickly morphed into schadenfreude. "Now you seek help, after calling us all worthless before. Whereunto you quite formidable. Come up here by yourself." Voices echoed around him, and the last flicker of hope in the ancestor's eyes extinguished. Leaving behind only despair, the cracks widened. He cast aside any pretense of dignity. "If you just save me, I will do anything. Kneel and apologize, even bow my head." No sooner had he uttered these words than his protective shell shattered, and the vortex began to tear at his flesh. Bereft of his shell, his body was no different from that of an ordinary Tai golden immortal. "Save me." What began as pleas for mercy transformed into anguished screams. As his flesh was shredded, his cries abruptly ceased. The onlookers above regarded the scene with cold indifference, some even spitting in contempt. One golden immortal surveyed the vortex below, shaking his head. "The so-called invulnerable ancestor of the black turtle has been torn apart. Is this opportunity truly unattainable? Must we wait for a saint to withstand this vortex?" The discussions reached the ears of the ancestor of the Underworld river, who smirked disdainfully. "This is merely a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal. There are still late-stage and peak realms, not to mention quasi-saints. There is no need for a saint." He flexed his wrist and chuckled. "Finally, it's my turn." While the vortex was indeed formidable, it was not insurmountable. With a subtle motion of his fingers, 6 pure bamboo stalks materialized in the air. With this magical artifact, not even the depths of the vortex would pose a challenge. Just as the ancestor of the Underworld river prepared to launch himself into the vortex, a voice from within his mind interrupted him. "Ding! The 3 immortal islands of the Eastern Sea are about to appear. Please make a choice from the following options. Option 1. Leave this place and forfeit the 3 immortal islands. Option 2. Wait for the Eastern King to arrive and enter the 3 immortal islands together. Option 3. Forcefully enter with your physical body." Hearing the 3 options presented by the system, a rare look of surprise crossed the ancestor's face. The third choice implied a reckless endeavor, meaning he could not use the pure bamboo. Moreover, the vortex might even shred a peak great Luo golden immortal. "Given the circumstances, I choose option 3. While others might hesitate, he was the ancestor of the Underworld river. Hesitation was not in his nature. "Ding! Congratulations on making the optimal choice. Reward: 3 drops of Pangu's essence blood." The ancestor gasped in astonishment. Though he had anticipated receiving Pangu's essence blood, he had not expected it to be 3 drops all at once. "Is the system truly bestowing upon me the essence of Pangu? Or has it become so common that it is found everywhere?" After regaining his composure, a smile crept onto his lips. With these 3 drops of essence blood, his physical strength could very well rival that of the ancestral witches, or perhaps even surpass them. The vortex before him was hardly a concern. The ancestor of the Underworld river clasped his hands behind his back and soared toward the vortex. Observers watched in bewilderment. What was he doing? Was he truly intending to enter the vortex? Is he a fool? The most defensively robust ancestor of the black turtle has already perished, and he dares to follow suit. They speculated that he must have been dazzled by the treasures below, recklessly plunging downward. As the murmurs persisted, the ancestor's expression turned icy. "Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart." The ancestor of the Underworld river was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. On the cusp of quasi-sainthood, a mere glance at the golden immortal sent him spewing blood uncontrollably. This display left the surrounding crowd in shock at a single gaze capable of causing a golden immortal to bleed. Surely he must be a great Luo golden immortal. It has to be true. Even I, a Tai golden immortal, failed to discern how he made his move. Yet, what use was a great Luo golden immortal against the vortex's might? All present had witnessed the devastation it wrought, leading to inevitable death within its depths that I in their eyes. The ancestor of the Underworld river was a doomed man, and entering the vortex would be tantamount to signing his death warrant. His cold gaze swept over them. They fell silent, and he turned his attention back to the vortex. The ancestor of the black turtle had spoken the truth. These individuals were indeed worthless, each one a stranger to the harsh realities of the world. A mid-stage great Luo golden immortal was a common sight in the wilderness of Hongjun. Yet here, he was treated as a revered ancestor. The ancestor of the Underworld river plunged into the vortex. His countenance shifted, growing somewhat grotesque. How formidable! It feels as though every inch of my skin is being torn in various directions. In a wonder the ancestor of the black turtle's shell could not withstand it. Even other peak great Luo golden immortals would likely falter. Gritting his teeth, the ancestor of the Underworld river grinned. This little vortex has quite the bite. Oh, what if it's powerful? I can take it. Without a hint of hesitation, he drew forth the 3 drops of essence blood and swallowed them whole. The malevolent energy refined his body. Coupled with the external tearing, the ancestor of the Underworld river's physical form rapidly enhanced. Unexpected gains were surfacing. Although his physical enhancement was swift, the pain of the tearing was equally intense. Fortunately, as his body strengthened, the agony diminished significantly. Meanwhile, the gazes of the onlookers directed at the ancestor of the Underworld river underwent a transformation. He was enduring the vortex without utilizing any magical artifacts. Enduring the vortex without artifacts was inconceivable. Surely, he must have used a hidden artifact. The tearing force above the vortex was lesser. Let him descend and witness the transformation into a mass of blood. Yet, as they observed the ancestor of the Underworld river's descent without incident, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary divine ability that allowed him to remain unharmed for a brief period? Impossible. There's no fluctuation of spiritual energy. He must simply be using a magical artifact. They speculated that only a congenital supreme treasure could withstand such forces, yet the ancestor did not appear to possess one. I wager he merely employed a minor ability to endure the vortex. In time, he too will meet the same fate as the ancestor of the black turtle. Upon overhearing the discussion above, the ancestor of the river of Hades let out a cold laugh. This a display of disdain towards me. It is high time for this group of insignificant beings to broaden their horizons. With that, he accelerated his pace, diving deeper into the abyss. The further he descended, the greater the force of the whirlpool became. Any other peak Luo golden immortal might have perished in such a tumultuous current. Yet, he was the ancestor of the river of Hades. What fear could he have of this vortex? Aside from a slight discomfort when withdrawing, there was nothing else to fear. Unscathed, he left those above in astonishment. How could he endure for so long? Was he not a Luo golden immortal, but rather a sage? They found it hard to believe that a Luo golden immortal could withstand such a whirlpool. After all, just moments ago, the ancestor of the Xian turtle had arrogantly entered the vortex, only to be completely assimilated with the Eastern Sea. The ones who had previously mocked the ancestor of the river of Hades now found cold sweat beading on their brows. At that moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. It was over. Chapter 44. The Island of the Three Immortals. As they marveled at the ancestor of the river of Hades, he had already arrived at the downwind position. His visage contorted in agony. The tearing force below was of an entirely different magnitude, inflicting excruciating pain. The ancestor of the river of Hades cursed inwardly. Just moments ago, the intensity of the whirlpool had surged exponentially. Had it not been for his possession of 3 drops of Pangu's essence blood, he might very well have stained the Eastern Sea with his own blood. Although he feared not death, he could not endure such pain. While he was lost in his internal curses, a sudden shift caught his eye, and the tearing force vanished without a trace. The unexpected lightness took the ancestor of the river of Hades by surprise. As he looked around, he beheld an island. With his feet resting upon the surface of the sea, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the distant land, the island of the Three Immortals. Drawing a deep breath, he understood why others had failed to locate the island of the Three Immortals. It existed within a realm of its own. The whirlpool served as the sole entrance to this hidden world. It was likely that even if one were to discover the location of the island, entry would remain impossible. The tearing force of the whirlpool was such that only the 12 ancestral witches could hope to breach it. Casting his gaze across the boundless sea, the only sight before him was the island of the three immortals. Without a moment's hesitation, the ancestor of the river of Hades surged toward the island. At that very moment, the Eastern King had also received news concerning the island of the three immortals. "Are you certain that is the island of the three immortals?" The Eastern King abruptly rose. His gaze fixated intently on the crimson dragon before him. The hint of embarrassment flickered across the dragon's countenance. He had at least heard rumors of treasures emerging, but to definitively claim it was the island of the three immortals was quite another matter. However, with the proud June at his side, he could not afford to admit ignorance. He steeled himself to respond that I cannot say for certain, but there are indeed treasures about to manifest there. Moreover, a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal has already perished within, making it hard not to speculate that it is indeed the island of the three immortals, which is why I returned to report. Next to the Eastern King, June shot a glare at the crimson dragon. "You dare return to report without certainty? Shouldn't you wait until you are sure before coming back? The dragon clan has nurtured such incompetence." The dragon trembled under the gaze, not out of fear of the Eastern King, but of the formidable June. The danger was palpable. A Tai golden immortal had been torn to shreds upon entry, and the mid-stage Deluo golden immortal, the ancestor of the Xian turtle, had not lasted long before becoming mere bloodstains. Perhaps fearing retribution, the dragon hastily added, "Though I did not venture inside, I have seen enough of the scenes within." Upon hearing this, June nearly choked with rage. "Could you not deliver your message in one go? Speak quickly, lest the Eastern Emperor grow impatient." The dragon, fearing delay, quickly recounted the tale. The Eastern King remained calm at first, but upon hearing of the treasures, his expression ignited with excitement. He felt an instinctual certainty that what the dragon described was exactly what he sought. The island of the three immortals. "Ha! Splendid. This is precisely what I need to find the island of the three immortals." The Eastern King laughed heartily, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. With the treasures of the island, he could swiftly augment his power, perhaps even break through to the quasi-saint realm. "That I thank the Dragon Clan for this. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises." The fiery glint in June's eyes was unmistakable. As long as the Dragon Clan can return to the primordial chaos, dominance is but a breath away, restoring the Dragon Clan to its former glory. Yet, before the Eastern King, June remained composed, stating, "It is an honor to serve the celestial court under the Eastern Emperor." This flattery pleased the Eastern King, a smile gracing his lips as he relished the sentiment. Despite the backing of Hongjun, the primordial chaos still bristled with the strength of the witch and demon clans. Only a few other formidable beings were inclined to join forces, and encountering someone so adept at flattery was a rare occurrence. Since the island of the three immortals has emerged, let us hasten our journey. The sooner we acquire the treasures, the sooner the celestial court can expand. "Ha! Indeed." The Eastern King waved his hand, leading the Dragon Clan away as they soared toward the island of the three immortals. Behind them, several peaked Deluo golden immortals followed, drawn by the prospect of the Dragon Clan's return to the primordial chaos, eager to align themselves with the Eastern King. The heavens, the island of the three immortals. The ancestor of the river of Hades stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the sight before him. He was aware of the abundance of treasures on the island, yet he had not anticipated such a wealth of riches. It was no exaggeration to say that treasures were strewn about as far as the eye could see. The disparity between this place and the Blood Sea was stark, one barren, the other overflowing with treasures. Although innate treasures were scarce, the sheer volume of acquired treasures was overwhelming. If this news were to reach the ears of the witch and demon clans, they would likely abandon their hostilities and descend upon this place to unearth riches instead. In truth, the rapid ascension of the Eastern King was rooted in the treasures of the island of the three immortals. However, these treasures now belonged solely to him. The Eastern King would receive no share. He could only wonder how the Eastern King would react upon discovering that he had usurped his opportunity. Would he be enraged to the point of spitting blood? Now that would indeed be amusing. The ancestor of the river of Hades flicked his wrist, and 7 crimson lights shot forth, landing beside him. "Pay your respects, my lord." The 7 acolytes bowed reverently to the ancestor of the river of Hades. "I have a task for you. Gather all these innate and acquired treasures. Though they were merely a gourd-shaped handstring, their essence remained that of a gourd. For them, collecting these treasures within the gourd was a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, The 7 acolytes bowed deeply before retrieving their true gourd forms that a flash of crimson light erupted as the innate and acquired treasures surged into the gourd with frenzied abandon. The ancestor of the river of Hades stood by, observing that as time passed, the innate and acquired treasures within the island of the 3 immortals were nearly all absorbed by the gourd, even when there were still some left. The ancestor of the river of Hades showed no inclination to intervene. The treasures absorbed by the gourd were already plentiful. Even 2 more were more than sufficient days for the remaining acquired treasures. The ancestor of the river of Hades had no desire to spare them a glance. Today, I am feeling magnanimous. You may seize the remaining acquired treasures for yourselves. With a flick of his wrist, a crystal-clear gem appeared in his hand that it was a serendipitous find on the island of the 3 immortals, worthy of being called a spirit stone or celestial crystal. Within it resided a dense concentration of spiritual energy, capable of enhancing one's strength or replenishing magical power. Though the ancestor of the river of Hades rarely found use for it, he would not allow it to fall into the hands of others. Chapter 45. The Mysterious Taoist Hymn. Just as the ancestor of the river of Hades prepared to depart, he abruptly halted, turning his gaze to the side. Why did it feel as though there was something there? He murmured to himself and approached the edge of the sea. Previously, his attention had been consumed by the spiritual roots and treasures, leaving him oblivious to other surroundings as he walked towards the sea. The ancestor of the river of Hades suddenly collided with an unseen barrier, akin to glass. Imperceptible to the eye but tangible to the touch, an invisible barrier. It seemed there were more treasures hidden within. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of the ancestor of the river of Hades' mouth. He took 2 steps back, clenched his fist, and with a fierce exertion, struck forward. Boom! As the fist of the old ancestor of the underworld struck the barrier. The entire 3 immortals island trembled. The surrounding sea roiled with enormous waves, propelled by the force of his blow. The old ancestor of the underworld did not relent, increasing his strength to unleash another powerful strike. Having acquired 3 drops of Pangu's essence blood, he was eager to gauge the might of his own physique today. Boom! This time, not only did the 3 immortals island sway, but the very world itself seemed to quiver. As if on the verge of shattering, the old ancestor of the underworld nodded in satisfaction. Having yet to exert his full strength, such overwhelming power had already been manifested. His physical prowess, it seemed, had likely surpassed that of the primordial witches. He withdrew his hand, gathering energy once more, and swung his fist again. Boom! 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 The reverberations of the old ancestor's punches echoed throughout the entirety of 3 Immortals Island. Break for me, he commanded, his gaze sharpening as he channeled his energy into a single, forceful punch directed at the barrier. A cracking sound resonated, reaching the ears of the old ancestor of the underworld. This prompted him to withdraw his hand, fixing his attention ahead. Soon, the barrier was riddled with cracks. The old ancestor extended a finger, gently touching the surface, and the barrier disintegrated into starlight, dissipating into the air. Before his eyes appeared an island, not an ordinary one, but one composed entirely of celestial crystals, by the heavens. The old ancestor of the underworld was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. He had encountered celestial crystals before and had recently collected a substantial amount, yet what lay before him surpassed his hoard by 100-fold. In mere centuries, his disciple would have surely attained the golden immortal status. What was that? While the old ancestor remained astonished, his peripheral vision caught sight of something, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. At the pinnacle of this celestial realm, there appeared a feature resembling a volcanic crater, containing a pool of water. This could not merely be called water. It must be the 3 light divine water. The old ancestor's mouth fell slightly agape. Even if it were only half the amount, such a sight would still elicit awe from him. Compared to the earlier experience with the chaos gourd vine, he could only utter one phrase. So much, too much. This was not a mere small pool. Even if thousands were to bathe within it, there would be no shortage to its depths. Once he was wounded in the future, he could simply transport this celestial crystal island and dive into its waters, leaving his enemies utterly dumbfounded. Such extravagance. Amidst his astonishment, the old ancestor's gaze shifted upwards. He involuntarily inhaled sharply, unable to suppress an exclamation. The 12th grade pure world white lotus. How could this object possibly appear here? Had it been present in the original narrative, this was destined to be the lotus lantern of the future. However, the old ancestor of the underworld paid little heed to that. for above the pure world white lotus stood a middle-aged man. Clad in a white robe, his hair had nearly turned entirely white, save for a few strands of black atop his head, when the old ancestor of the underworld directed his gaze towards him. The man also opened his eyes, meeting the old ancestor's stare. His gaze was serene, devoid of any emotion, and upon seeing the old ancestor, remained indifferent. After a few moments, a hint of emotion flickered in his eyes. To cultivate in such a place, this individual was certainly not to be underestimated. The old ancestor of the underworld instantly became vigilant, his eyes fixed on the middle-aged man. After sizing up the old ancestor, the man spoke in a calm tone out of familiar aura. The next moment, his gaze turned cold. That it is quite bothersome. The old ancestor furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "What do you mean by a familiar aura? You claim it is familiar, yet you also express disdain?" The old ancestor of the underworld could easily show you a thing or two. As he uttered these words, a flash of crimson glinted in the man's eyes, a murderous intent creeping in. Previously expressing disdain, now he openly revealed his intent to kill. Do I know you? I must say, even if there is a familiar aura, is it not inappropriate to resort to violence so quickly? The old ancestor's expression darkened, a chill creeping into his smile. The middle-aged man remained silent, yet the murderous intent in his eyes spoke volumes. The old ancestor waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I understand now. You wish to fight, do you? Very well, I shall indulge you today. But before we engage, would you care to explain whose aura it is that lingers upon me?" Though the man's eyes flickered with murderous intent, he responded coldly to the old ancestor's query. "Let me clarify. You bear the aura of Pangu. Regardless of who you are, anyone who possesses his aura must die." Upon hearing this, the old ancestor grasped the situation. Nodding slightly, so it was. His 3 drops of Pangu's essence blood had left a potent aura that had yet to dissipate. Knowing this, he declared, "Prepare yourself to meet your end today." The middle-aged man's aura bore down upon the old ancestor, eliciting a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Though you are a quasi-saint." With the strength of a quasi-saint and a hatred for Pangu, he might have already deduced the old ancestor's identity. The old ancestor chuckled. "Is it truly justifiable to seek my death solely because I possess Pangu's aura? Anyone with his aura must die." The middle-aged man reiterated, offering no further dialogue. He swiftly charged towards the old ancestor, demonstrating astonishing speed. How could one in the quasi-saint realm move with such swiftness? Feeling the rush of his approach, the old ancestor's countenance shifted. In the blink of an eye, the man stood before him. "No, this does not seem to be mere speed. It feels more akin to manipulation of space." As the old ancestor contemplated this, the middle-aged man began to gather his magical energy. "All who bear his aura shall perish." The old ancestor sensed the world around him shift, as if something was emanating outward only to retract at an incredible velocity. In his periphery, the once turbulent waves of the sea had stilled. As if frozen in time, it was evident that the middle-aged man intended to unleash his full power to obliterate the old ancestor, revealing the depths of his fury towards Pangu's strike with such intensity from the outset. This adversary truly presented a formidable challenge. The old ancestor of the underworld narrowed his eyes. He was certainly unafraid of such an attack. Yet, to assume that merely possessing Pangu's aura warranted an assault upon him was quite audacious. Chapter 46. The Ascendant Eyebrow Taoist. The old ancestor's gaze turned icy, the previous mirth vanishing, replaced by an aura of menace. Since this individual had initiated hostilities, he would not hold back either. Channeling his magical energy, the old ancestor executed a void palm strike towards the middle-aged man. Strengthened by the 3 drops of essence blood, and nearing quasi-saint status himself, he was not without means to retaliate. Boom! The 2 palms collided, causing the entire 3 Immortals island to shake violently, and the surrounding sea surged to heights of 1,000 zhang, as though the realm was about to fracture and give way to existence itself. Amidst the chaos, a red figure was sent hurtling backward. The old ancestor of the underworld, shaking out his wrist, he regarded the situation with mild surprise. This quasi-saint was quite formidable, though he had withstood the impact. A gap in their realms was still evident. His physique rivaled that of the primordial witches, and with the protection of the annihilation black lotus in his mind, he emerged unscathed. Yet, being sent flying in such a manner was intolerable to him. He was accustomed to being the one who struck others, not the reverse. A fierce glint of malice and malevolence radiated from the old ancestor's eyes. the abyssal annihilation blade materialized in his grasp. While a 12th grade infernal fire red lotus emerged beneath his feet, that a phantom of a blood sea loomed behind him, enveloping the entire three Immortals island, coupled with his blood-red robe and darkened expression. In that moment, the old ancestor appeared to embody something far more sinister. Ascendant eyebrow, I have shown you courtesy. The old ancestor directly addressed the middle-aged man before him, upon hearing his name called. Ascendant eyebrow's eyes widened in surprise. You actually know me? Tio think that after several millennia, someone still remembered his name. Surprise aside, the murderous intent upon his face did not wane. Regrettably, while you may recall my name, I cannot spare your life, for you bear the aura of Pangu. In the next instant, Ascendant eyebrow vanished from sight. This sudden occurrence caused the old ancestor's brow to furrow deeply. Just moments ago, the divine consciousness that had locked onto him had abruptly vanished, and he could no longer detect Ascendant eyebrow's presence in the vicinity. In other words, Yang Mei's prowess lies not in sheer speed but in his uncanny ability to vanish without a trace. His capabilities seem to transcend the confines of space, and he must currently be navigating through it. Thus, to ensure a decisive strike against me, he will undoubtedly materialize behind me. This Yang Mei, resorting to such underhanded tactics against me, reveals a profound lack of self-confidence. The ancestor of the Underworld, Mingi, disdainfully shook his head, surveying his surroundings. However, after a considerable pause, he observed no movement from Yang Mei, which stirred his impatience. That I say, Xiao Yang, if you're going to make a move, do so promptly. You're acting like a timid turtle. If you don't strike soon, I might just leave. Mingi feigned intent to soar towards the 12-petal pure world white lotus, with a total of 4 12-petal lotus platforms, and now 3 in his possession. One could only wonder if such a strategy of rapid switching would truly unsettle the opponent. Just as Mingi was about to reach the 12-petal pure world white lotus, a sense of danger suddenly emanated from behind him. Finally, he has made his appearance. Mingi spoke coolly, as the 12-petal infernal red lotus beneath him transformed into the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. The dark aura of the 12-petal annihilation black lotus enveloped Mingi. Bang! Yang Mei's hand struck against this dark energy, akin to striking a formidable iron mountain. Though he could push it back, he could not inflict any damage. The shockwave sent Mingi careening backward. He steadied himself, turning to face Yang Mei with a smile playing on his lips. Come now. Aren't you a quasi-saint? I'll allow you 2 strikes. Don't say I, a peak de luo golden immortal, am not showing you any courtesy. In response to Mingi's provocation, Yang Mei's murderous intent intensified, and his expression darkened. For his first strike, he unleashed his full power, which Mingi successfully blocked. This was understandable, considering his formidable physicality and his cultivation at the peak of de luo golden immortal. However, for the second strike, Yang Mei's speed was astonishingly swift, so much so that even a quasi-saint might struggle to react. Mingi found himself standing atop a different lotus platform. What the hell? How did you come into possession of this Ruaho's item? How could it be with you? The middle-aged man retracted his hand, casting an accusatory gaze at Mingi. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Mingi's eyes. You recognized it, did you? Well, it makes sense, since you survived the hands of Pangu. Recognizing the 12-petal annihilation black lotus should pose no challenge. Initially questioning Mingi, he was unexpectedly met with a psychological blow. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Yang Mei's face, Mingi chuckled. I harbor no intention of insulting you. I merely commented on your impressive survival against Pangu. Just look at the other divine beings. How many have managed to endure? Out of 3,000, nearly all were vanquished by Pangu. I must ask, how did you survive? Ignoring Yang Mei's increasingly darkening countenance, Mingi continued to muse aloud. Yang Mei's gaze was icy and terrifying, his voice laced with an insatiable murderous intent. Speak your name, and I shall grant you a swift death. Mingi laughed heartily. You wish for a quick death, do you? I'm not blind to your intentions. I could allow you to strike me a few more times before I retaliate. You think you deserve to know my name? Yet, as one of the 3,000 divine beings, I suppose it's not inappropriate to share it. I am Mingi. You may call me Ancestor Mingi. Yang Mei furrowed his brow, repeating the name Mingi, in no need for soliloquies. Someone like you, who has been in seclusion for so long, wouldn't know my name? Mingi replied nonchalantly. Yang Mei snapped back to reality, his cold gaze fixed upon him. I know not how you acquired the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, but today, Your demise is certain. My demise. You certainly have a knack for jesting, Mingi retorted with a grin. The blood sea still exists. How could he possibly perish? Even at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, it was improbable for him to be utterly vanquished. Mingi's mocking laughter pushed Yang Mei's fury to its zenith. A nameless junior dares to mock me. With a furious roar, he vanished once more from sight. Mingi cursed inwardly. Here we go again. Does he truly believe I lack the means to counter him? Ding! Yang Mei Daoist is about to unleash his most formidable strike against you. Please make the best choice from the following options. Option 1. Surrender immediately and follow Yang Mei from now on. Option 2. Escape from here. 3,000 years in the east, 3,000 years in the west. Option 3. Slay Yang Mei. Upon hearing the options presented by the system, Mingi chuckled softly, no need to ponder. I choose option 3. This insignificant Yang Mei must be eradicated here. Surrendering or fleeing is simply not his style. Chapter 47. The Eastern King grows arrogant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making the optimal choice. Reward: a portion of the power of spatial laws. Upon hearing the system's reward, Mingi's pupils contracted. Now, that's a commendable reward. Casting his gaze toward the approaching Yang Mei, he suddenly found him far more agreeable. Thank you for granting me a portion of the spatial laws. Even if it is merely a fragment, gratitude aside, he would still remain here. At most, after your demise, I would erect a monument in your honor. Mingi's words were akin to a dagger to the heart. Yang Mei had yet to perish, and already, he was contemplating erecting a monument. Just as he acquired the spatial laws, Yang Mei furrowed his brow. Why is he laughing? And why did his aura momentarily shift? Does he possess some hidden card? Yang Mei's figure materialized a short distance away, eyeing Mingi warily. Caution was warranted. Though his current aura was that of a quasi-saint, his strength lay at the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal. Otherwise, this ancestor of the Underworld would have long since met his end if it came to a clash. His previous injuries had yet to heal. If he were to sustain further wounds, it would take him tens of thousands of years to recover. A troublesome affair indeed. Despite having the 3 light divine water on hand, its effects were limited. It merely expedited his recovery, or else he wouldn't have remained here for millennia. Mingi observed Yang Mei's hesitance, his brow furrowing with dissatisfaction. I say, Yang Mei, why have you stopped? Hurry up and make your move. That if you don't die, how can I claim this reward? Once you perish, that reward will be mine. You, a so-called Yang Mei the Great Immortal, stand before me, yet you hesitate to act. Surely, you're not afraid? If you do not move soon, I shall take action myself. As Mingi spoke, he prepared to strike, his malevolence coiling around the abyssal blade, causing Yang Mei's brow to furrow once more. He had previously overlooked it. In Mingi's grasp was an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, he could wield 4 innate spiritual treasures. How could he still afford to divert his attention to other matters? Mingi sneered, charging toward Yang Mei. You've been the aggressor thus far. Now, it's my turn to retaliate. Yang Mei Daoist scoffed coldly. Also rushing toward Mingi, did he truly think Yang Mei was afraid? He merely found the blood-robed Daoist before him somewhat peculiar, a fusion of malevolent and ominous energies. Remarkably, he appeared unscathed and capable of nurturing his powers, which took him by surprise. Boom! Boom! As their battle raged on, the entire Sanctification Island seemed on the verge of shattering. Yet, the temporal fabric of this place was ultimately crafted by Yang Mei. How could it collapse so swiftly? Meanwhile, outside Sanctification Island, onlookers noted that after Mingi entered, he had yet to emerge, not even a drop of blood shed, igniting their curiosity. Should we not venture in as well? He has been inside without incident. I believe I can manage, too. You, have you forgotten how the Xian Gue ancestor met his end? It seems you've truly reopened old wounds and forgotten the pain, remarked a Tai Golden Immortal. Rolling his eyes, we can't even enter. We can't just stand here idly. Just then, an unfriendly voice echoed from behind. Those in front, move aside. Clear the path. Upon hearing this, a Tai Golden Immortal, displeased, turned and retorted. Do you know where this place is? How dare you speak so brazenly? Speak another word, and I shall have you removed at once. Upon turning to behold the individual approaching from behind, Tai Jingxian felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to prevent an exclamation of anger from escaping his lips. He hastily rolled away, too intimidated to raise his gaze at eye in front of him. Dong Wang Gong wielded the 9-dragon golden staff. Casting a disdainful glance at the assembled crowd, behind him stood the esteemed leaders of the 4 dragon clans from the 4 corners of the seas. The atmosphere was akin to that of 4 pinnacle great Luo Jingshians, with Dong Wang Gong serving as their protector. Who was this audacious individual daring to stand before the Dragon Clan leaders? Clearly, with the leaders of the Dragon Clan positioned behind him, he possessed considerable influence. As Dong Wang Gong reveled in the astonishment and reverence directed towards him, he basked in the glory of being acknowledged as the true Emperor of the East, the Donghua Xian Emperor. Just as he relished this moment, Jun stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands, addressing Dong Wang Gong. Donghua Xian Emperor, might I inquire if this is the 3 Immortals island you mentioned? The interruption caused a flicker of displeasure to cross Dong Wang Gong's features. What audacity! Do you dare to interrupt this emperor? However, recognizing the necessity of the Dragon Clan's support in the future, he quickly sheathed his sword and directed his gaze towards the swirling vortex below. Indeed, this is the 3 Immortals island. Upon witnessing the ethereal images emerging from the sea's surface, Dong Wang Gong's demeanor transformed with excitement. With these innate and acquired spiritual roots, along with the treasures at hand, his celestial court would undoubtedly flourish. Yet, he pondered the need to elevate his own strength before contemplating the enhancement of his celestial court. Although he had established the court, the others were not entirely loyal to him. Investing in them would merely be a waste. Only once his power ascended to the quasi-saint level could the celestial court expand further. At that point, the witch and demon clans, they would be insignificant. Not only was Dong Wang Gong exhilarated, but Jun was also swept up in excitement, his eyes glistening with emotion. The abundance of treasures available for cultivation was staggering. It was a bittersweet thought to relinquish them to Dong Wang Gong. Nevertheless, considering the Dragon Clan's potential resurgence in the wilderness, he chose to endure. After observing for a while, Dong Wang Gong turned to Jun and remarked, "Clan leader Jun, you have performed admirably. Should you desire any territory in the wilderness, feel free to express your wishes without hesitation. I will ensure it is granted. If you seek a position within the celestial court, I shall accommodate you." The tone of his voice revealed his profound satisfaction. This declaration left Jun overjoyed, hastily responding, "Thank you, Donghua Xian Emperor. It is our honor to serve you for the wilderness. Wherever the Emperor points, we shall go. Should you require assistance, simply direct the Dragon Clan. They are eager to serve you." Jun's words were laden with flattery, and Dong Wang Gong found them pleasing, his satisfaction growing. When one speaks with such deference, it is only right to reward them with a position, and as for the rank, he could choose at will. The wilderness was vast, yet the Dragon Clan was but a small fraction therein. The leaders of the other 3 Dragon Clans exchanged secretive glances, silently cursing their shamelessness. Shihai is also willing to serve the Emperor. All members of the Dragon Clan can be directed at will, thereby enhancing the strength of the Celestial Court. My only request is for a minor position for my kin. Chapter 48. The outburst of Yangmei Daoist. The other 2 clan leaders, witnessing this, could only shake their heads in disbelief at the lack of shame. While they spoke in such a manner, their mouths remained honest, pledging their loyalty as long as the Emperor desires. "We shall be your instruments, going wherever you command." Dong Wang Gong, already in high spirits, was further buoyed by Jun's flattery. Bursting into laughter, "Ha ha ha! Your contributions are invaluable. Once we secure the 3 Immortals Island and enhance our strength, I shall seek vengeance against Mingi for previously seizing my woman." He recalled the humiliation of nearly being slain by Dongwang Tai before the assembly of great Luo Jingshians. The memory of Mingi daring to draw his sword against him in front of Hongjun fueled his desire for retribution. That a glint of cold light flickered in Dong Wang Gong's eyes. "Emperor, shall we descend to inspect the 3 Immortals Island?" Jun inquired, interrupting Dong Wang Gong's brooding thoughts regarding Mingi and Dongwang Tai, causing his irritation to resurface. This Jun, though commendable in many respects, lacked the insight to perceive his emotional state. There is no need for haste. The numerous severed limbs below indicate the perilous nature of this vortex. The emergence of the 3 Immortals Island cannot be far off. A brief wait here shall suffice. You need only guard this place and prevent others from approaching. With that, he turned his gaze towards the vortex, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The witch and demon clans had dominated the wilderness for far too long. It was high time for a change in leadership. Suddenly, the surface of the sea reacted dramatically, causing the entire eastern sea to tremble. What is happening? The expressions of the crowd shifted, their attention fixated below. While Dong Wangong's face gleamed with unrestrained joy, the agitation of the sea surface signaled the imminent emergence of the three Immortals Island. Dong Wangong turned to Ao Jun, commanding, "Ensure no one approaches. And do not let this news escape. The three Immortals Island is about to appear. If others learn of it, they will surely come to seize it. Although we are 5 pinnacle great Luo Jingshians, we cannot guarantee that others will not be of the same caliber if 6 or 7 arrive. What will become of my reputation as an emperor?" Upon hearing this, Ao Jun promptly set to work, quickly securing the area. "Rest assured, Emperor, all regions of the Eastern Sea have been sealed off. No one shall enter or exit." Dong Wangong was greatly pleased with Ao Jun's efficiency. They now awaited the emergence of the three Immortals Island. "Damn it, your physical form is surprisingly resilient." The Mingyi old ancestor frowned at Yangmei Daoist. He had initially believed Yangmei Daoist to be formidable, possessing the aura of a quasi-saint. However, after engaging in combat, he realized that while Yangmei Daoist exuded quasi-saint energy, his fighting capability was merely that of a pinnacle great Luo Jingxian. Yet, his physical body was remarkably sturdy. After numerous collisions, he remained unscathed, although a hint of surprise lingered in Mingyi's heart. His astonishment turned to shocked. "It should be I who poses this question. How is your strength so formidable?" He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Did you not claim I bore the aura of Pangu? Now do you comprehend the origin of my physical resilience?" Upon hearing this, Yangmei Daoist fell into contemplation before addressing Mingyi. "Our physical strengths are evenly matched. Continuing this battle will yield no victor. Let us conclude this matter. You may depart, and we shall act as if nothing has transpired." Mingyi Daoist chuckled darkly. "What do you mean, act as if nothing occurred? I have long sensed something amiss with you. You possess the aura of a quasi-saint, yet your strength is that of a great Luo Jingxian. You must be severely injured and unable to unleash your full power." Mingyi's words struck true, causing Yangmei Daoist's expression to darken. "To have battled me for so long signifies your potential. Hence, I shall spare your life. But do not overestimate your worth. Overestimate my worth. You are nothing more than a remnant of the Yangmei sect." Yangmei Daoist retorted. "I see now. You, a quasi-saint, cannot best me, a great Luo Jingxian. Very well, admit your shortcomings, and I shall grant you a swift end. You." Yangmei glared at Mingyi with venomous eyes, radiating a murderous intent that would have shattered a Tai Jingxian. Yet, he soon composed himself. His injuries remained unhealed. He could not afford to exert his full strength, for doing so would waste years of recovery, causing a further decline in his power. Clenching his teeth, Yangmei Daoist steeled himself. Addressing Mingyi, "I shall offer you half of this 3 luminaries divine water, which is a generous concession. As for the 12-petal pure world white lotus, it is still unripe and cannot be cultivated. So let us conclude our enmity here." If others were to hear these words, they might have readily agreed. Yet, the individual before him is none other than the esteemed Yangmei Daoist, a master of spatial sorcery. Surely he would be inclined to share the divine Sanguang Shinshui. Old ancestor Mingyi chuckled softly, twirling the twin swords in his grasp. "Oh, you truly believe me to be a fool? I depart with the Sanguang Shinshui, and once you have healed, you plan to return and slay me." Yangmei's expression shifted subtly, as he had indeed harbored such thoughts, unaware they had been discerned. "Has that rendered any discussion futile? If so, then let us all suffer." With a disdainful snort, Yangmei Daoist vanished once more. Though his disappearance mirrored the previous one, old ancestor Mingyi could distinctly sense this time. His speed had significantly increased. "Mingyi, today you have brought this upon yourself. I offered you face, yet you spurned it. Should you perish, you shall have no one to blame but yourself." The voice reverberated from all directions. And at the same moment, a palpable sense of danger enveloped Mingyi. This ominous feeling emanated from everywhere, rendering him unable to discern its precise origin. "Have you unveiled your true capabilities?" Mingyi murmured to himself. As a master of spatial sorcery, he found himself at a disadvantage against old ancestor Mingyi's tactics. In the next instant, Yangmei Daoist materialized behind old ancestor Mingyi, who remained oblivious to his presence. Caught off guard by the swiftness of his arrival, "Perish!" Yangmei bellowed, delivering a powerful strike to the back of Mingyi's torso. despite Mingi's formidable physique and the protective 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, which had elevated his defenses to their zenith. The force of the blow sent him careening away. Were you not so audacious a moment ago? Why did you not evade? Yangmei Taoist mocked, observing old ancestor Mingi with derision. In the next breath, he vanished once more, reappearing behind the airborne Mingi. This is the extent of my prowess. I need not exert my full strength to deal with you. Chapter 49. Anger is futile, you shall still perish. Boom! Old ancestor Mingi was struck aloft. Meanwhile, Yangmei Taoist awaited above. Mingi, come now, continue to fight me. His ability to extricate himself from Pangu was entirely due to this divine power. As long as he wished, he could traverse through space, traveling to any desired location. He could even teleport directly from Sanxian Island to the Chaos Lingxiao Palace, albeit at a considerable cost, and his body might struggle to keep pace. Bang! Old ancestor Mingi was once again hurled into the ocean, stirring up monstrous waves that threatened to engulf Sanxian Island. Yangmei's fingers twitched, and the tumultuous waves calmed instantly, the sea surface growing eerily tranquil. Yangmei exhaled deeply. Damn it, I overexerted myself. Fortunately, it didn't aggravate my old wounds, or I would be in serious trouble. Mingi, emerge now. I know you are unscathed, but today you must meet your end here. Yangmei's gaze fixed upon the depths, his voice icy. With Mingi's defenses, it was impossible for him to be mortally wounded by his own blows. As he spoke, a sudden flash of red light flickered across the sea's surface, followed by a gradual boiling of the waters. Boom! Waves erupted as old ancestor Mingi ascended upon a fiery red lotus. Despite enduring 3 consecutive strikes, he had not sustained significant damage. You call yourself a spatial sorcerer, yet this speed of yours bears little else of merit. Old ancestor Mingi's taunts filled the air, igniting Yangmei Taoist's ire. He refrained from unleashing his full power, fearing further injury, yet, being openly derided by a younger foe, regardless of his lofty state of mind, only fueled his desire for vengeance. You seek death so fervently. I shall oblige. Yangmei's countenance darkened, the aura of a quasi-saint pressing down upon old ancestor Ming. In the next moment, he stood before Mingi, as though he had teleported directly. This caught old ancestor Mingi off guard momentarily. So this is your true strength. Mingi observed Yangmei Taoist, his tone composed, devoid of fear. His expression ignited Yangmei's fury. To emanate the power of a quasi-saint, and yet remain unperturbed in the presence of old ancestor Mingi. Was he truly fearless? Nevertheless, he paid no mind to Mingi's thoughts, focusing solely on the task at hand, to seize this opportunity and slay old ancestor Mingi. Gathering his magical energy, he unleashed a formidable punch towards Mingi. In that instant, it felt as though the world had dimmed, time itself frozen. On Sanxian Island, only Yangmei Taoist's fist remained in motion. I shall remember your name. You are the first to compel me to exert my full strength at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal. As Yangmei uttered these words, his brow furrowed. He observed old ancestor Mingi's fist slowing down dramatically, his perception waning. What? Yangmei Taoist gasped in horror. What is happening? Why is my consciousness fading? No, my awareness is being sealed. This is the work of Mingi. Soon, he grasped that this was indeed the handiwork of old ancestor Mingi. Behind him, 6 pristine bamboos floated, emanating a dim green glow. Bitter bamboo. How did this come to be in your possession? Yangmei Taoist immediately recognized the object behind old ancestor Mingi. Mingi offered no reply, murmuring to himself, "The first enemy has indeed been used against you." A grin spread across Mingi's face as he swung his sword. The abyssal blade, downwards. Bang! Yangmei Taoist was sent reeling backwards. Old ancestor Mingi mimicked his earlier movements, appearing behind him once more and delivering another strike. Are you not formidable? Do you wield spatial laws? Come, show me your prowess. Captured in Mingi's grasp, Yangmei Taoist was relentlessly battered by 2 swords. Despite his strength, old ancestor Mingi wielded supreme innate treasures, which proved effective against him, resulting in visible wounds across his body, just as old ancestor Mingi prepared to deliver a lethal blow to his head. Yangmei Taoist spoke. Mingi, you cannot kill me. Should you slay me, when Yangmei Daxian returns, he will exact vengeance upon you. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Mingi's eyes flickered with surprise. You can still speak. Truly impressive for a former quasi-saint. However, I despise threats the most. I had intended to construct a monument for you. It seems more fitting to reduce you to a mist of blood instead. With that, Mingi swung his sword towards Yangmei's neck. exerting all his strength. Even if he did not perish, he would surely be gravely injured. Bang! As the strike landed, blood gushed forth, and Yang Mei Daoist was propelled away once more. Your body is remarkably resilient. I have not managed to sever it even once. Such a waste of my effort. Old ancestor Mingi expressed disdain for Yang Mei's sturdy neck. Could you not have a more easily severable neck? It would save me effort and allow you to perish sooner. Nonetheless, I, being a merciful individual, shall grant you another strike to hasten your demise. With that, he surged towards Yang Mei Daoist once again. This time, he could clearly observe the terror etched upon Yang Mei's features. Mingi, Yang Mei Daxian will not spare you. Yang Mei Daoist bellowed, his body beginning to stir, cracks appearing upon his form that it was evident he intended to risk significant injury to attempt to slay old ancestor Mingi. But was it truly that simple to confront the indomitable old ancestor Mingi? With a flick of his wrist, Mingi unleashed the Chaos 7 Treasures Blood Gourd, hurling it towards Yang Mei Daoist. This artifact, released on its own, was a supreme innate treasure, and with the addition of the Chaos Gourd Vine, its power was unmatched, rivaling that of the innate treasures that a singular item of innate treasure. This object would undoubtedly stand as a supreme entity among its kind. Since you wish to fight to the death, old ancestor Mingi would certainly lend a hand as the Chaos Blood Gourd struck Yang Mei Daoist, who had already planned to sustain injury to vanquish Mingi. The impact caused even more cracks to mar his body that a subtle smile graced old ancestor Mingi's lips as he swiftly approached. Lowering his gaze upon the cracked Yang Mei Daoist, he raised his sword for a decisive blow. Bang! As the head was severed, the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades had not yet concluded his endeavor. The conflagration ignited beneath him, transforming the ascendant Daoist into mere ashes. The ascendant Daoist had fallen. It was at the very moment of his demise that, in a dim expanse of time, a pair of eyes opened. With the opening of those eyes, a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. Splutter, the River of Hades. Chapter 50. The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades slays 3 corpses. The middle-aged man let out a piercing howl, his gaze turning feral, his eyes shimmering with a crimson light. This individual was none other than the ascendant immortal. During the fierce battle against Luo Hu, his virtuous corpse sustained grave injuries, compelling him to seek refuge in a sacred place to recuperate. Utilizing the principles of space, he believed that even if he could not emerge victorious, he could certainly escape. However, he never anticipated that his virtuous corpse would be annihilated by a Pique de Luo Jin Xian. Though his virtuous corpse bore injuries, it was utterly inconceivable that it could fall to a de Luo Jin Xian. Yet, against all odds, the River of Hades had slain his virtuous corpse. The ascendant immortal's fingers twitched as he sought to divine the heavenly secrets. Yet after much calculation, it became evident that the River of Hades bore no relation to him. What the hell? The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades has slain my virtuous corpse. Yet the heavenly Tao informs me that it has no connection. If it weren't for the overwhelming might of the heavenly Tao, I would have already begun to curse it. Upon recalculating, he found that aside from the River of Hades being shrouded in mystery, there was nothing that connected to him. The slaying of his virtuous corpse should have entailed some karmic ties, so why was there none? The ascendant immortal began to lose his composure. River of Hades. I, the ascendant immortal, shall remember this grudge. When I find you, I will ensure you experience the torment of being scorched by flames. No matter where you hide, I will hunt you down. The essence of becoming a saint lies in the unification of the 3 corpses. And now, with 1 corpse severed by the River of Hades, his highest achievement could only reach that of a quasi-saint, unless he were to attain the Tao through the laws or merits. However, neither had anyone succeeded in achieving, not even Pangu, who had long since perished. The River of Hades had effectively closed the door to his sanctification, driving him to the brink of madness, just as his fury peaked. It seemed the heavenly Tao responded. A wisp of malevolent energy was drawn from the ascendant immortal, specifically targeting the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades. In that moment, he became akin to one who swears an oath. His intent detected by the heavenly Tao, which then absorbed the malevolence emanating from him. That malevolent energy fused with the heavenly Tao within the Chaos Lingxiao Palace. Hongjun abruptly opened his eyes and gazed skyward, his brow slightly furrowed. Ascendant immortal. While he was meditating, he suddenly sensed a presence. Had he not been well acquainted with it, he might not have perceived it at all. Resentment and murderous intent. What is happening? How could he harbor such formidable resentment? The ascendant immortal's strength was beneath his own, merely a quasi-saint. Who could provoke such overwhelming animosity in him? Curiosity flickered in Hongjun's eyes as he began to calculate. River of Hades. The deductions bewildered Hongjun. He deduced from the heavenly Tao that the River of Hades had slain the ascendant immortal's virtuous corpse. The River of Hades was not a deluogene stin. How could he slay a quasi-saint? Wait, why was the River of Hades present on the three immortal island? The more Hongjun calculated, the more absurd it seemed. The opportunities of the three immortal island were originally meant for Dong Wang Gong. Yet now the River of Hades had devoured them. How would Dong Wang Gong evolve after this? Only to be slain by Dong Huang Tai Yi. Chaos ensued. Indeed, the River of Hades was a variable. With a flicker of thought, he resumed his calculations regarding the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades. However, after a short while, Hongjun abandoned the effort. The fate of the River of Hades was like a dense fog. Parting it revealed an even thicker mist, utterly inscrutable. Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly. He could discern the fates of all beings in the world, yet he could not unravel the mysteries surrounding the River of Hades. Very well done on the three immortal island. The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades remained oblivious to the fact that his slaying of the ascendant immortal had already been discovered by Hongjun. However, he was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly earned the ire of the ascendant immortal. Having slain his virtuous corpse, the ascendant immortal could never become a saint. It was only natural that he would harbor a grudge. Nevertheless, what did it matter to the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades? When the ascendant immortal came for retribution, he would simply slay him in return. Who knows, the system might reward him with all the laws of space, allowing him to traverse dimensions at will, or even possess his own small world. He kept these thoughts to himself, lest the ascendant immortal overhear and vomit blood. You kill as you please. Do you think you are someone of importance, disregarding me? The ascendant immortal? The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades turned his gaze towards the 12-petal pure world white lotus. This pure world white lotus surely belonged to him now. And he had already acquired 3 lotus platforms. The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades squinted, deep in contemplation. Should he bring over the 12-petal merit golden lotus from the west wind, thus possessing 4? He pondered the possibility. If these 4 lotus flowers were to merge, could they revert to a primal treasure? Such thoughts lingered in the mind of the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades. Though even with the system, he dared not envision a primal treasure. Perhaps, becoming an innate treasure was feasible. Just as the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades contemplated this, his gaze fell upon the 3 light divine water within the celestial crystal. And his eyes brightened. Of course, since this is where the ascendant immortal recuperates, the spiritual energy must be abundant. Why not sever the 3 corpses here? Now, with 3 lotus flowers in hand, if he were to use them to sever the 3 corpses, the proximity to the source would surely enhance their fusion. With this in mind, the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades settled himself upon the 12-petal pure world white lotus. It would be a tremendous waste not to utilize such a splendid location. Moreover, once this place emerged into the world, there would be no other like it. The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades began to absorb the spiritual energy. The 3 flowers atop his head trembled in response. He also summoned the 12-petal fiery red lotus from his mind. Now, he awaited the moment his cultivation approached that of a quasi-saint to sever the 3 corpses. 5 days later, the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades, seated upon the 12-petal pure world white lotus, opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, astonishment and disbelief flickered within them. It was severing the 3 corpses this effortless. The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades murmured to himself, clearly taken aback that it had taken merely 5 days to eliminate the virtuous corpse. During his cultivation, the ancient ancestor of the River of Hades had utilized the 12-petal fiery red lotus to sever the 3 corpses. Initially, he had intended to use the Abhijna primordial slaughter, but uncertain of what to use for the last corpse, he ultimately opted for the fiery red lotus. He severed the 3 corpses. The entire 3 immortal island began to tremble. The ancient ancestor of the River of Hades understood that the world here was on the brink of collapse and would soon manifest in the East Sea. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, Dong Wang Gong noticed the whirlpool expanding, causing the entire East Sea to quake, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The 3 immortal island is finally about to emerge. Once this immortal emperor obtains the 3 immortal island, my strength will surely increase, and the celestial court will develop at an accelerated pace. The distance to becoming the true sovereign of the primordial world grows ever shorter. Beside him, Hongjun had already prepared to offer his congratulations. Chapter 51. The Awareness of the Ancestor. Dong Wanggong's cold smirk. While they rejoiced, others began to worry at Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones were engaged in their cultivation at that moment. Laozi, situated at the center, abruptly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and agitation. However, being at the pinnacle of Deluo Jinxian, he quickly regained his composure. As the leader of the three pure ones, he had the fortitude to maintain his composure. The other two pure ones also opened their eyes, their brows furrowed, and their expressions grave. As the strongest among the three pure ones, they had never encountered such a situation before. This sensation was reminiscent of the feeling associated with the chaotic gourd vine. Could it be that someone is seizing the opportunity? Yuan Shi Tianzun speculated. After all, the sensation was too similar, making it difficult for them not to think back to the last incident of opportunity snatching. Upon realizing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. River of Hades, Laozi, remaining composed, shook his head. No, this sensation is similar to before, but it is certainly not an opportunity snatching, though I am quite familiar with this feeling. It is akin to being in first place only to have another cross the finish line ahead of me. This is even more infuriating than seizing an opportunity. What is worse is that I cannot discern the source of this predicament. Although he is the first to think of the River of Hades, it seems too coincidental. Yet, it is indeed that coincidental. The ancestor of the River of Hades has become the first to attain quasi-saint status, altering the original narrative of the primordial age. Fortunately, the point of change is not significant, and no major events have transpired. It simply means that everyone must collectively bear the consequences with the ancestor of the River of Hades. The ancestor considers this to be a trivial matter. As immense spiritual energy floods into his being, he feels as though he is transcending, not only in body, but even in his primordial spirit. With the influx of spiritual energy, the essence of the heavenly Tao soon follows. This is something invaluable, crucial for future ascension to sainthood, and the more one can absorb, the better. Moreover, he is the first in the primordial age to break through to quasi-saint status. Of course, this does not include Hongjun being the first. Grants the ancestor of the River of Hades numerous advantages. The amount of heavenly Tao essence he absorbs far exceeds that of the next individual, and his strength will surpass that of his peers at the same level by a considerable margin. Most importantly, he will receive the protection of the heavenly Tao. However, this aspect does not overly concern the ancestor. In terms of survival capability, who could dare claim to surpass the ancestor of the River of Hades? As he contemplates this, the three flowers atop his head tremble, and a figure emerges, transforming into a white-robed Taoist, bearing a striking resemblance to the ancestor of the River of Hades. Yet, in his eyes, there is significantly less malice and more benevolence. This is my benevolent corpse. The ancestor of the River of Hades strokes his chin, observing intently. In turn, the white-robed Taoist also scrutinizes him. After a moment of observation, the ancestor's eyes light up, and he nods in satisfaction. You know, I must admit, I do look rather handsome. The ancestor's comment elicits a moment of speechlessness from the white-robed Taoist. How should I address you? The ancestor inquires, feeling a peculiar sensation at the thought of asking for his own name. The white-robed Taoist responds with a smile. Mingyi, is that not my own name? Perhaps sensing the ancestor's thoughts, he adds two more words. By He Dao Run. Upon hearing this, the ancestor takes a deep breath. Regardless, this is still his benevolent corpse. Even if it is named by He Dao Ren, he can tolerate it, and they can always change the name later. Suddenly, the world of Sanxian Island begins to tremble, and unlike before, cracks appear in the sky, as if the very fabric of space were fracturing. Observing this, the ancestor swiftly retracts all his treasures and stores everything from Xianjing Island into his spatial bag. With the foundation of Xianjing, the 12-petal pure world white lotus should remain stable for the time being. After exchanging a glance with Bai He Dao Ron, the ancestor decides to withdraw. At that moment, he catches sight of Dong Wanggong through the rift in the sky. In that instant, his figure halts, a glint of amusement in his expression. Alas, the opportunities within Sanxian Island have long been seized by me, leaving you with naught but the scraps. At this juncture, Dong Wanggong waits anxiously. Although Sanxian Island is on the verge of emerging, he grows increasingly restless. Such an opportunity must be claimed by him first. Despite Ao Jun's efforts to keep the news under wraps, other clans in the East Sea have also received word. Just then, a mountain peak rises ominously from the tumultuous sea. This peak is none other than Sanctification Island. It has emerged. A shout from a Deluo Jinxian from another clan sends them rushing towards Sanctification Island. At this moment, whoever claims the treasures first is the rightful owner, and with such an abundance of treasures, one person cannot possibly gather them all. Before this immortal emperor, do you still dare to covet the opportunities of Sanctification Island? Dong Wanggong scoffs and swiftly flies to the side of the late-stage Deluo Jinxian, gathering his magical energy and striking a palm towards him. Who are you to stand in my way? The Deluo Jinxian, who had been struck away, questions with a sullen expression. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong smirks derisively, fixing a condescending gaze upon him. Sanctification Island is coveted by this immortal emperor. Whoever dares to act will meet their demise. As for you, you are not worthy to know the name of this immortal emperor. Yes, it is precisely this kind of gaze that relishes the notion that those who wish to eliminate me are utterly powerless. Dong Wanggong revels in this expression. It is a symbol of status that I care not for your identity. Can you stop me? Or the Deluo Jinxian behind me. He gestures towards the multitude of Deluo Jinxian behind him. Even if you try to intervene, what does it matter if you are at the peak of Deluo Jinxian? In the face of opportunity, do you think the Deluo Jinxian behind me will not fight tooth and nail? Ao Jun, observing this situation, realizes that it is time for him to make his entrance. After signaling to the dragon clan behind him, he flies towards Dong Wanggong. You dare oppose the Donghua Immortal Emperor? By doing so, you are also opposing our dragon clan. Those wishing for death, step forward. As the ruler of the East Sea. Ao Jun's words carry weight, quickly subduing many. However, there are always a few hotheads who remain unruly. And even Ao Jun cannot tame them. How could such an opportunity be allowed to be taken by a single individual? If given the chance, they will undoubtedly rush towards Sanctification Island. Dong Wanggong narrows his eyes, beckoning to Ao Jun and the Celestial Court personnel. If there are any among you who remain unconvinced, let them stand here. Retreat is acceptable, but whoever dares to advance shall die. In an instant. The Deluo Jinxian are furious but dare not voice their anger, while the Tai Jinxian are directly intimidated into silence, and the remaining Jinxian have long since fled. Such is the might of an immortal emperor. A single word can quell them. This moment. Ao Jun hastens to curry favor. Chapter 52. I am called Yang Mei Daoran. This act of flattery places him second in the East Sea. Who would dare claim to be second? It feels wonderful, truly delightful. Dong Wanggong, with a satisfied expression, turns to Ao Jun. You performed admirably today. Come with me into Sanctification Island. Dong Wanggong regards Ao Jun as if bestowing a great honor upon him. The latter is momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement. Thank you, Donghua Immortal Emperor. Sanctification Island was discovered by Ao Jun's subordinates, and the surrounding area was secured by him. Dong Wanggong has done nothing but acknowledge the existence of Sanctification Island in the East Sea. However, to enter Sanctification Island alongside the Donghua Immortal Emperor is a privilege Ao Jun considers a great honor. As Ao Jun is invited, the other three dragon clan members grow restless. However, knowing they are all of the same dragon lineage, they refrain from acting out. After all, the dragon clan has already allied with the Celestial Court. In the end, they are all united. Even if there is a slight difference, it will not affect their dominion over the sea region. Under the envious gazes of the three dragon clan leaders, Dong Wanggong leads Ao Jun into Sanctification Island. Dong Wanggong gazes longingly at the nearby Sanctification Island, eager to rush forward and claim the treasures within. Your master has arrived for the treasures of Sanctification Island. As he revels in excitement, his pupils suddenly constrict, as if sensing something. The nine-dragon golden staff in his hand swings towards his left. A resounding dragon's roar reverberates throughout Sanctification Island as the nine-dragon golden staff transforms into a golden dragon, swirling in a specific location. It seems to have failed to locate the target of Dong Wanggong's attack, creating a haze. What do you want me to attack? Attack the air. Dong Wanggong furrows his brow. The nine-dragon golden staff is a weapon of the Dao ancestor, and with it, Dong Wanggong's power has significantly increased. Yet, in this situation, he finds himself at a loss. Observing the direction of his perception, Dong Wanggong bellows, "Cunning spirit, reveal yourself before this immortal emperor." As his words fade, a foot suddenly extends from the air. followed by the appearance of a white-robed Taoist before Dong Wang Gong. However, Dong Wang Gong cannot discern the face of the white-robed Taoist, as if obscured by some force, the more he tries to see clearly. The more indistinct it becomes. Dong Wang Gong's expression shifts, his gaze filled with caution, treading upon the void. Who are you? Though the presence of the white-robed Taoist feels powerful and familiar, he does not succumb to fear and flee. After a century of training, he has mastered the nine-dragon golden staff, and its power has naturally soared. Who are you? Do you not know who this immortal emperor is? Dong Wang Gong, the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm, conferred by Hongjun, responded with a smile. The figure before him was none other than the benevolent corpse of Mingi Laozu, Baihadoran. Upon hearing Baihadoran's casual words, Dong Wang Gong chuckled. Since you are aware, then why not take your leave? Yet, he felt an increasing familiarity with this person, as if he were Mingi Laozu himself. However, wasn't he clad in a blood robe, emanating a sinister aura, the individual before him? In contrast, bore none of that. It was as if he had arrived fortuitously, and besides Mingi Laozu, no one had surpassed the quasi-saint realm. Thus, he inferred that this person possessed the strength of a peak de Luo Jin Xian, albeit with some means to traverse the void. Baihadoran cheerfully retorted, with your mere de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, do you think you can command me to retreat? Although he was the benevolent corpse of Mingi Laozu, he was not a paragon of virtue. His kindness was limited, reflective of Mingi Laozu's own scant benevolence. The mere fact that he was engaging in conversation without resorting to violence was already a significant display of mercy. Do you not recognize that I am the foremost male immortal, sanctioned by the Daozu? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Despite being unable to see through the individual before him, it did not hinder his faade. Armed with the nine dragons' golden staff and backed by the Daozu, did he truly fear being slain? Had he known that this person was the benevolent corpse of Mingi Laozu, he would have likely knelt in submission. And so what? I dare to call Hongjun by name. Why would I fear a mere celestial emperor like you? Baihadoran's words caused Dong Wang Gong's countenance to shift dramatically. He had been engaged in banter with him and had failed to notice that this individual had the audacity to address the Daozu directly. This was the second time he had heard someone brazenly utter the Daozu's name. Do you not fear the Daozu's retribution for your insolence? Dong Wang Gong exclaimed, pointing at Baihadoran. The latter simply shrugged, having done so countless times before. Why would he fear this? Who exactly are you? Seeing Baihadoran's nonchalant demeanor calmed his anger somewhat. After all, the last individual who dared to call the Daozu by name had nearly met with a fatal end. A hint of amusement flickered in Baihadoran's heart as he spoke. I am Yangmei Daoran. Perhaps you have heard of me. Dong Wang Gong furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He was certain he had heard this name before, but could not recall when. Yangmei Daoran, the great immortal Yangmei. He suddenly remembered. Isn't Yangmei your true name? He asked cautiously. I am indeed his benevolent corpse, Baihadoran replied with a friendly tone. The revelation made Dong Wang Gong gasp in shock, regretting his earlier bravado. Upon hearing that Baihadoran was the benevolent corpse of the great immortal Yangmei, he was convinced. There had been whispers of Yangmei Daoran's ability to traverse the void, and indeed, this individual had arrived in such a manner. Moreover, only Yangmei Daoran, aside from the fearless Mingi, would dare to invoke the Daozu's name. Though merely a benevolent corpse, his strength still rested at the quasi-saint realm. What a twist of fate. I came searching for opportunities. And yet I encounter a figure from the previous era. Should conflict arise, unless the Daozu intervenes, I would have no chance of escape. Dong Wang Gong swallowed hard, a smile creeping onto his face as he bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed Yangmei. I sincerely apologize for not recognizing your identity earlier. How thoughtless of me. Baihadoran chuckled. It seems the arrogance has vanished now that you know to apologize. Despite the laughter, Dong Wang Gong felt a chill run down his spine. After all, he was the benevolent corpse of Yangmei Daoran. Surely, he possessed some measure of kindness and would not resort to violence against him. He bowed once more, saying, I was in the wrong earlier. I hope you can overlook my insolence. Esteemed one. Chapter 53. The Nine Dragons' Golden Staff is mine. You, little Dong Wang, still think to leverage Hongjun's name against me? Mingi Laozu extended a hand, playfully poking him, his tone laced with mockery. Dong Wang Gong's expression shifted as he hastily bowed. Esteemed one, you misunderstand. I merely hoped that, given your prior acquaintance with the Daozu, You might show me some leniency. Oh, you wish for leniency? Baihe Daoren replied coolly. Although his tone lacked malice, Dong Wangong felt sweat bead on his forehead. He no longer sought leniency. He merely wished to escape this situation. This individual possessed quasi-saint strength and could easily end his life. Furthermore, he was a comrade of the Daozu. Having fought against the demon ancestor Luo, he did not believe the Daozu would seek vengeance for him. What a joke! Would one sacrifice a brother for the sake of a subordinate? Dong Wangong nearly bent double, desperate for Yangmei Doran's forgiveness. If he later discovered that this Yangmei Doran was merely the benevolent corpse of Mingyi Laozu in disguise, he would surely be enraged. Meanwhile, Ao Jun, standing beside him, dared not even breathe, fearing that Yangmei Doran might turn his ire upon him. Though he wished to witness the dragon clan's return to the primordial realm, the most crucial aspect was that he wanted to see it with his own eyes. If Dong Wangong were to perish here, or if he himself were to meet his end, what would become of the dragon clan? As the benevolent corpse of Yangmei Doran, I naturally harbor goodwill. Baihe Daoren remarked calmly. This statement relieved Dong Wangong. Kindness meant survival. Yet, Baihe Daoren's next words caused his heart to lurch. Do you wish to live or die? The question sent a jolt through Dong Wangong. And he hastily replied, I wish to live. I long for life to at that moment. He refrained from calling himself the Celestial Emperor. He was on the brink of death, and claiming such a title would be courting disaster. If he angered Yangmei Doran, not even Hongjun could save him. Baihe Daoren regarded him and slowly said, Very well, I shall grant you this favor and spare your life today. Hearing this, Dong Wangong's heart eased, and he quickly bowed to Baihe Daoren. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you for your mercy. I currently oversee the celestial court. Should you require anything, I shall lend my utmost support. Baihe Daoren teased. What assistance could a mere wretch like you provide? Instead of feeling angered by the insult, Dong Wangong responded with a smile. Indeed, I am but a lowly being. I shall take my leave now. With that, he pretended to depart. Did I permit you to leave? Baihe Daoren interjected, prompting Dong Wangong to straighten up and hastily bow again. Do you have any commands, esteemed one? I shall surely comply at this moment. He understood that he could not afford to maintain any dignity. To do so would mean certain death, and he had no desire to die. Your performance has been satisfactory. Hand over the treasure you possess for me to play with. Baihe Daoren gestured, indicating that Dong Wangong should surrender it. Upon hearing this, Dong Wangong's expression changed drastically. That artifact had been bestowed upon him by the Daozu, a supreme innate spiritual treasure he had grown accustomed to over the years. Moreover, he intended to use it to slay 3 corpses. How could he simply agree to relinquish it? It seems you are unwilling to lend it to me. Baihe Daoren's tone turned frigid, his aura pressing down upon Dong Wangong. Esteemed one, it is not that I am unwilling to part with it. This supreme innate spiritual treasure was given to me by the Daozu. If I were to lend it to you, I would have difficulty explaining myself later. Dong Wangong replied with a mournful expression. Upon hearing this, Baihe Daoren nodded. Very well, since you are unwilling to part with it, I shall not force you. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed one. Dong Wangong hurriedly expressed his gratitude, but before he could finish, Baihe Daoren interrupted him. You are nothing but a nuisance. I merely wish to borrow it for a while, yet you act as if I intend to kill you and seize your treasure. I have not engaged in such antics for many years. Even if you have Hongjun behind you, what does it matter? Just look at whether he can save you faster, or if I can kill you faster. The cold words of the White River Taoist sent chills down the spine of Dong Wangong. The more he spoke, the more it seemed he had no desire for further chatter and was ready to kill and seize treasures directly. Dao Zhu is at Lingxiao Palace. Given the distance, he should be able to come to my rescue, right? Yet, at such a close range, he could also end my life in no time. At that moment, the White River Taoist released his aura, unmistakably a quasi-saint. Upon sensing this aura, Dong Wangong's mind went blank. A quasi-saint. It truly is Yangmei Taoist, in the entire Honghuang. Apart from Daozu, only Yangmei Daxian possesses the power of a quasi-saint. Wait, I misspoke. I am willing to surrender. Dong Wangong shouted in a panic. There was no choice but to comply. Otherwise, he would surely perish here, and his dream of becoming the overlord of Honghuang would be utterly extinguished. Crying out, Dong Wangong extended his hands, offering the 9 dragons' golden staff to the White River Taoist. Fool, the White River Taoist cast a disdainful glance at Dong Wangong, lightly curling his finger to draw the 9 dragons' golden staff into his grasp. At that moment, as he seized hold of it, the Nine Dragons' golden staff transformed into a golden dragon, attempting to break free from the White River Taoist's grip. It has some strength that a smile crept onto the White River Taoist's lips as he concentrated his power, firmly controlling the golden dragon. After all, he was indeed a quasi-saint. How could he fail to subdue such a minor golden dragon? As the White River Taoist exerted more force, the golden dragon reverted back to the Nine Dragons' golden staff, landing back in his hand. Watching the Nine Dragons' golden staff being taken away just like that shattered Dong Wanggong's heart. It was indeed a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. However, thinking of the 3 immortal islands, his heart calmed considerably. The opportunities there would be sufficient for him to elevate his strength to the quasi-saint level. All right, I will borrow this Nine Dragons' golden staff for a while. When I am done playing with it, I shall return it to you. Although the White River Taoist said this, how could he genuinely return it? Once it had fallen into his hands, no one could take it back. The White River Taoist merely gave him a glimmer of hope, making him believe that the treasure could still be reclaimed. Indeed, hearing this, Dong Wanggong chose to believe. A being of quasi-saint caliber surely wouldn't deceive him. You ought to remember who I am. Even after your strength increases, you can come to me to reclaim this treasure. I, Yangmei Taoist, await your visit anytime. As the White River Taoist spoke these words, he stepped into the void and vanished. Though he only grasped a portion of the laws of space, it was more than sufficient for the White River Taoist to tear through the void and leave this place. After respectfully seeing the White River Taoist off and confirming that no one was around, Dong Wanggong's expression contorted into a grimace. Chapter 54. Dong Wanggong spits blood. Yangmei Taoist, you truly have some nerve to even attempt to steal Dao Zu's Nine Dragons' golden staff. You wait. Once I break through to quasi-saint, I will surely tear you to shreds. Dong Wanggong trembled all over, his eyes reddened to the point of bleeding. Meanwhile, beside him, Hongjun wore a look of astonishment. Is this still Dong Wanggong? How is he so different from before? Weren't you so arrogant? What is this foolish demeanor? Can he truly lead the Dragon Clan back to Hongwang? Perhaps he wouldn't say much about the earlier scene of pleading for mercy. After all, everyone fears the strong. Yet now, after the White River Taoist's departure, Dong Wanggong erupted into a tirade, making Hongjun feel he was quite foolish. Even if he wanted to curse, it should have been in silence. How could he let it slip out? Don't you think Yangmei might not have left and could return upon hearing your words? Perhaps sensing his gaze, Dong Wanggong turned with murderous intent. Hongjun hurriedly averted his eyes, frightened into lowering his head. I saw nothing. I know nothing. Dong Wanggong shouted. You better not have seen anything. If news of this spreads, your Dragon Clan might vanish from Hongwang. Hongjun's pupils constricted, and he quickly replied. This matter will not leak. No, I don't even know what happened. Please rest assured. Immortal Emperor, he was certain that Dong Wanggong possessed the intelligence to manage this. Despite the Dragon Clan's arrogance across the seas, there were only 4 real powerhouses among them. Offending the Celestial Court, they had no strength to win. Hearing Hongjun's words, Dong Wanggong's anger dissipated considerably. If even a whisper of this matter got out, he would fight to preserve his dignity. Even if it meant going to war with the Dragon Clan, he was no longer the powerless Dong Wanggong, but the esteemed Dong Wanggong of the Celestial Court. Standing at the pinnacle of existence as an immortal emperor, how could he make mistakes or fear death? Simultaneously, he felt fortunate to have brought only Hongjun with him. Otherwise, even if he remained silent, he would have no way to establish authority before others. This would only make him appear a laughingstock. You will keep your mouth shut about this. I will grant you a 10% share of the opportunities within the 3 immortal islands. Dong Wanggong intended this as a silencing fee for Hongjun, ensuring that he would keep this matter confidential. Hongjun's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly bowed in response. Thank you, Immortal Emperor, but I know nothing. What do you mean by keeping silent? His response pleased Dong Wanggong greatly, and he then led Hongjun onward toward Penglai, Immortal Island. As they neared the island, Dong Wanggong's heart raced furiously, and his pulse quickened. Losing the 9 Dragons' golden staff mattered not. He still had the 3 immortal islands. As long as his strength could be enhanced, finding another top-grade innate spiritual treasure would not pose a problem. It was merely a matter of slightly lesser power. Behind Dong Wanggong, Hongjun shared his excitement. According to the visions of spiritual roots and treasures, even if they obtained only 10%, it would be sufficient for their Dragon Clan's descendants for a considerable time. When the descendant strength improved, The entire dragon clan would also rise in power. When they returned to Hongwang, they would no longer need to fear other clans. However, when they landed on the 3 immortal islands, Dongwang Gong was left dumbfounded. There was not even a trace of spiritual roots, let alone any spiritual treasures. What is happening here? Dongwang Gong stared incredulously at the scene before him, rubbing his eyes vigorously, wondering if he was mistaken. Yet, surveying the barren surroundings, he widened his eyes and stepped back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No, this must be merely superficial. The true spiritual roots must be hidden elsewhere, Dongwang Gong murmured. Flying deeper into the 3 immortal islands, Hongjun looked at the desolation before him, equally in disbelief. This barren expanse is the 3 immortal islands. He would never believe it. Just then, Dongwang Gong's excited voice rang out ahead. I told you, the spiritual roots must be deeper within. In Dongwang Gong's hand, he held a postnatal spiritual root, beckoning to Hongjun. Hurry, come with me. It's right in front. The 7 disciples of Mingi Laozu, though tainted by malevolence, still held some good intentions within. For instance, one of them, seeing the postnatal spiritual root that Dongwang Gong clutched, deemed it too lackluster and chose not to collect it in the gourd, releasing it to return an hour later. Dongwang Gong stood on the 3 immortal islands, his face darkened, clutching 9 postnatal spiritual roots in his hand. Meanwhile, Hongjun behind him held but 1 spiritual root. Dongwang Gong indeed had not lied. He truly distributed 10%, such a vast expanse, and only 10 postnatal spiritual roots. How could that be possible? Hongjun, standing behind him, looked at the postnatal spiritual root in his hand and suddenly felt an urge to laugh. After waiting so long and losing a treasure, he had only found 10 postnatal spiritual roots. This was a loss that left him with nothing. Puffed. Dongwang Gong spat out a mouthful of old blood, his body staggering backward. Fortunately, Hongjun was quick enough to catch him, concern etched on his face. Immortal Emperor, are you all right? Yet Dongwang Gong's expression hardly conveyed that he was unscathed. Yangmei, Dongwang Gong roared skyward in fury. Since Yangmei has appeared here, it means that the opportunities of the 3 immortal islands have long been seized by him. All of this was orchestrated by the suddenly appearing Yangmei, though this alone would not be significant. Yangmei had also stolen his 9 dragons' golden staff. He could now say he had nothing left. No, wait, he still had a few postnatal spiritual roots in hand. Puffed. Realizing this, Dongwang Gong spat out another mouthful of blood. A full 1.80 meters in height. Yangmei, you have seized my opportunities and plundered my treasures. Your heart is truly relentless. I shall undoubtedly find you and exact my vengeance, even if you are a comrade of the Tao ancestor. I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Suddenly, tears streamed from the eyes of Dongwang Gong. Everything is gone, utterly lost. The entire celestial court is already aware of his attempt to seize the fortune of Sanctification Island. If he returns empty-handed, how will they bear to face me? In such a scenario, those formidable beings who do not encounter spiritual roots or treasures will surely abandon the celestial court. Once they depart, the strength of the celestial court will pale in comparison to that of the dragon clan. Not only will they fail to become the overlords of the primordial chaos, but they will also be incapable of reigning over the seas. Yangmei, you have made my existence unbearable. I shall ensure that you suffer as well. From this day forth, there shall be no peace between Dongwang Gong and yourself, in the realm of the great immortal Yangmei. As he tended to his wounds, he suddenly felt an ominous connection locking onto him. Who is it that seeks to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? Is it the river of the underworld? No, it is a different presence altogether. Yangmei was momentarily bewildered. Having not offended anyone, why would there be an enemy seeking his demise? An adversary has appeared out of thin air. Chapter 55, by He Dao Ren in the chaotic Lingxiao Palace. The Taoist grounds of Hongjun. He had scarcely closed his eyes when he abruptly reopened them. This time, his gaze was filled with astonishment, peculiarity, and confusion. As a sage of primordial chaos, he possessed an acute understanding of the expressions within the heavenly Tao. For instance, previously, when the ancestor of the river of the underworld addressed him as Hongjun, he paid no heed as long as it did not disrupt the heavenly Tao. After all, if he were to correct every name uttered, he would be overwhelmed with tasks. Provided there was no intent to insult him, he generally refrained from intervening. That a glimmer of golden light flickered in Hongjun's eyes as he began to deduce the circumstances surrounding Dongwang Gong's fierce animosity towards Yangmei. However, as he delved deeper, His expression transformed from doubt to one of complexity and peculiarity. The river of the underworld had proven to be a variable, becoming the first to attain quasi-saint status. Yet, what thoughts occupied Dong Wang Gong's mind that he was so easily ensnared and forged an enmity with Yang Mei? Typically, Hongjun refrained from uttering profanities, but today he found himself witnessing the foolishness of Dong Wang Gong. Now, the ancestor of the river of the underworld had slain Yang Mei's good corpse, leaving no trace of causality. The river of the underworld seized his treasure, leading to Dong Wang Gong's unwarranted connection with Yang Mei. What a convoluted situation, Dong Wang Gong. You are truly foolish. Did you not think to call upon the wayfarer in times of crisis? You are not yet at death's door. Do you think the wayfarer would not come to your aid? Alas, this is indeed unprecedented in the entirety of primordial chaos, and I shall not cast blame upon Dong Wang Gong. However, the river of the underworld has certainly expanded my understanding. Previously, I thought his refusal to take on a master was folly. But it seems he was already calculating during the discourse. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Dong Wang Gong. This entire affair is linked to the river of the underworld becoming a quasi-saint ahead of schedule, leading Dong Wang Gong to mistakenly perceive Bai He Dao Run as Yang Mei's good corpse. Nonetheless, curiosity stirred within him. How had the river of the underworld come to grasp the laws of space? In the entirety of primordial chaos, only Emperor Jiang among the 12 ancestors of sorcery possessed such a capability. The river of the underworld, born from the sea of blood, could not possibly wield such power, implying that he must have successfully cultivated it upon attaining quasi-saint status. If that is the case, it would provide a reasonable explanation. Yet, how did the river of the underworld cultivate it? This eludes my comprehension. At present, I cannot fathom the river of the underworld, nor can I discern how he acquired the laws of space. To commands such a challenging and esoteric principle. It seems his innate talent surpasses even that of the three pure ones. Had he witnessed the ancestor of the river of the underworld prior, he would not have remained seated in meditation upon the lotus platform, but would have sprung to his feet. For beneath the ancestor of the river of the underworld lay the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. EC. After Bai He Dao Ren manifested in an expanse of open sea, he had already been waiting. Dao friend of the river of the underworld. Dao friend Bai He, the ancestor of the river of the underworld, and Bai He Dao Ren exchanged greetings. In truth, the ancestor of the river of the underworld was reluctant to reciprocate, feeling somewhat peculiar. However, as the good corpse of the ancestor, Bai He Dao Ren felt compelled to pay his respects. Understanding Bai He Dao Ren's intentions, the ancestor acquiesced and returned the gesture, considering they were essentially one and the same. Bai He Dao Ren extended his hand, presenting the 9-dragon golden staff to the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Before he could utter a word, it transformed into a cascade of golden blossoms, soaring back to the ancestor's head and vanishing from sight. The ancestor of the river of the underworld paid little mind to this, scrutinizing the 9-dragon golden staff in his possession. This artifact was an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, one that he had long coveted when Hongjun bestowed it upon him. Naturally, being a treasure wielded by Hongjun, its might was beyond question. With this, how many exceptional innate spiritual treasures does he possess? He himself could scarcely keep count. Indeed, what Jane and Juni had said was correct. This exceptional innate spiritual treasure was indeed fated to be his. Subsequently, he summoned his magical power to commence the refinement of the 9-dragon golden staff. As soon as he began, the staff quivered, attempting to break free from the ancestor of the river of the underworld's grasp. How audacious! The quasi-saint aura of the ancestor descended upon it, instantly subduing the 9-dragon golden staff. Before long, this staff was refined and became his own treasure. Perfect. Let us now test the potency of this artifact. The ancestor of the river of the underworld declared, channeling his magical essence, causing the 9-dragon golden staff to morph into a golden dragon that surged toward the sea. Boom! The ocean surface erupted in colossal waves, with numerous marine creatures, particularly from the Xiangui clan, sent soaring into the air, flipping onto their backs, lifeless. As the waters settled, more sea creatures floated to the surface, belly up, evidently perishing from the shock of the 9-dragon golden staff's power. The ancestor of the river of the underworld was immensely pleased with this outcome, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although he had refined the 9-dragon golden staff, it would take some time to unleash its true might. Otherwise, it would only result in a few dead fish rather than striking down a Tai golden immortal. With the ancestor's strength, even a Deluo golden immortal would be left reeling. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the ancestor of the river of the underworld. If only he knew that all the fortunes had been taken by me, and he had also offended Yangmei, would he ultimately not be left gasping for breath? Pondering this, the ancestor shook his head. Such a tragedy, he decided not to dwell on this matter any longer. Should Bai He Dao Ren's compassion stir, it could lead to trouble. Though uncertain if the good corpse he had severed possessed any compassion, it was still likely more benevolent than his OWNAS. The ancestor of the river of the underworld refined the nine-dragon golden staff, Dong Wang Gong, who was in the midst of recuperation, spewed forth a fountain of blood once more. This time, it shot out 3 meters away. Yang Mei. Dong Wang Gong's anguished cry echoed, a heart-wrenching lament. Even the distant river of the underworld could hear it. What a tragedy, what a calamity. It is best to depart from this place. The ancestor of the river of the underworld mumbled to himself, intending to leave. Dong Wang Gong had been so severely ensnared by his own folly. He could only speculate what would transpire next. However, though you suffer greatly, I suppose I have also saved your life. Once you acquire this fortune, you will undoubtedly swell with pride, seeking conflict with the demon clan. In such a case, as you clash, you would inevitably fall to the blade of Dong Huang Tai. You have engaged in a high-stakes match. Yet now, I have seized all your opportunities, and you no longer possess the nine-dragon golden staff. In the near term, or even for a millennium, the celestial court will lack the strength to confront you. Thus, you, Dong Wang Gong, shall not dare to stir trouble. Have I not saved your life? You bled 2 pounds. I have guaranteed your survival. Is this not a worthy exchange? Were Dong Wang Gong to hear the ancestor's thoughts, he would not wait to seek trouble with the demon clan. He would instead be driven to his demise by the ancestor of the river of the underworld's words. Damn it. After all this, I am the one wounded while you reap the benefits, and when it is all said and done, I must still thank you. Chapter 56. Hongjun's transmission, summoning to the chaotic Lingxiao Palace just as the ancestor of the river of the underworld was about to depart. A voice resonated within his mind. River of the underworld, come to the chaotic Lingxiao Palace. Hongjun. Alas, this matter has been discovered by him. Upon the emergence of Hongjun's voice, the heart of the old ancestor of the Mingyi was suddenly enlightened. Since Hongjun had summoned him, it was evident that he was aware of the theft of the nine-dragon golden staff belonging to Dong Wang Gong, and had also sown a seed of karma for Yang Mei. It was indeed impossible that he called upon Hongjun's name, for otherwise, he would have appeared much earlier. There was no need to wait until now. However, the old ancestor of the Mingyi was not overly flustered. He possessed the audacity of a madman. Since Hongjun had invited him to the Chaos Lingxiao Palace, he would take a trip to ascertain the situation. The demand for him to relinquish the nine-dragon golden staff was simply out of the question. Even if Hongjun were to kill him, so be it. Now that he was a quasi-saint, although he could not match Hongjun in strength, if he dared to enter the Blood Sea, it was not impossible to reach a stalemate. Just as the old ancestor of the Mingyi was contemplating, his vision suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he found himself in the Chaos Lingxiao Palace. Beside him stood 2 young disciples, Hao Yin and Yao Qi. The unexpected appearance of Mingyi startled both of them momentarily. After all these millennia, he still resembled a little child. The old ancestor of Mingyi chuckled as he ruffled the boy's hair. This little one would someday become the Jade Emperor of Heaven. Now being patted on the head by him, one could only wonder whether he would hold a grudge in the future. The answer was likely yes, else he would not feel intimidated. Under Hao Yin's displeased gaze, the old ancestor of Mingyi withdrew his hand and turned his attention to Yao Qi, his eyes suddenly brightening. How had he not noticed before how beautiful she had grown? She would undoubtedly be a little beauty in her adulthood. The old ancestor of Mingyi praised her. Yao Qi's fearful heart gradually eased. Being a disciple of Hongjun, there was no formal greeting to exchange. Instead, he decided to bestow upon her a primordial spiritual root. With a flick of his hand, he extracted 3 primordial spiritual roots from the Chaos 7 Treasures blood gourd and presented them to Yao Qi. Upon seeing the primordial spiritual roots, Yao Qi's eyes lit up with excitement, yet she did not reach out to accept them. The old ancestor of Mingyi smiled gently, placing them in her hands and then patting her little head. Study diligently. Meanwhile, Hao Yin looked on enviously. What about me? You've already patted my head. Do you not think to give me one? Under Hao Yan's expectant gaze, the old ancestor of Mingyi strode into the inner chamber. Halfway there, he turned back to Hao Yan and slowly said, "What use does a child like you have for a spiritual root? Be wary of the one surnamed Yang. Do not say, I did not warn you." Perplexed by Hao Yan's expression, the old ancestor of Mingyi pushed open the door and entered. Sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform, Hongjun opened his eyes to regard the old ancestor of Mingyi. After all, he was the first saint of the primordial world, and the Mingyi showed him due respect. "Mingyi, I have come before the Tao ancestor." Hongjun chuckled lightly, teasing, "You still know to show respect to this old man." The old ancestor of Mingyi responded with a nod and stood there, awaiting Hongjun's further words. After studying the old ancestor of Mingyi for a while, Hongjun spoke again. "I in the primordial world, the only one who addresses me in such a manner is you alone. Thus, you understand what I mean, do you not?" The old ancestor of Mingyi squinted his eyes and shook his head. "That I do not understand." That a smile crept upon Hongjun's lips, concealing his true emotions. "It seems I must give you an alert. Then, Dong Wang Gong, do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of Mingyi silently acknowledged the truth. Indeed, he was aware. However, there was no expression on his face as he maintained a calm gaze with Hongjun. "I do not understand." Hongjun raised his hand and pointed to the top of the old ancestor of Mingyi's head. "This is not good," the old ancestor of Mingyi thought to himself, sensing the impending danger, and attempted to suppress the 3 flowers atop his head, but his strength was insufficient. One of the flowers floated out and transformed into the figure of Bai He Daoren. Upon emerging, Bai He saw Hongjun and bowed respectfully. "Disciple Bai He, greetings to the Tao ancestor." Hongjun nodded slightly and turned his gaze back to the old ancestor of Mingyi, clearly inquiring if he had anything to say. The old ancestor of Mingyi regained his composure and spoke plainly. "It is quite normal for me to have broken through to become a quasi-saint." Seeing that he still refused to acknowledge it, Hongjun laughed. "Well, Mingyi, your audacity is commendable. However, even if you deny it, I will not press further. Now, relinquish the 9-dragon golden staff." With that, Hongjun extended his hand. The old ancestor of Mingyi had already declared that he had claimed the 9-dragon golden staff by his own strength. How could he possibly hand it over? Since he had been discovered, the old ancestor of Mingyi no longer feigned innocence and shook his head. "This is something I seized through my own strength. Leaving it to Dong Wang Gong would simply be a waste." His words rang true. In his possession, the 9-dragon golden staff had yet to unleash even half of its potential. Observing this, Hongjun furrowed his brow and after a moment of silence, spoke. "The 9-dragon golden staff cannot remain with you. It was intended for Dong Wang Gong's use. How about this? It is also a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. I will exchange it for the 8 treasures glazed bottle. You may use it as a storage ring or as a means of attack." The old ancestor of Mingyi was still reluctant to part with it. With the 9-dragon golden staff in hand, who would desire a bottle that lacked offensive capabilities? Even if it could attack, its power would surely be limited. Seeing this, Hongjun sighed softly and tossed the 8 treasures glazed bottle to the old ancestor of Mingyi. At the same time, he reached out and the 9-dragon golden staff appeared in his hand. What the? The old ancestor of Mingyi was taken aback and hurriedly checked, only to discover that the 9-dragon golden staff he had hidden in the blood gourd was indeed gone. This was the prowess of Hongjun, truly worthy of being a saint. Dong Wang Gong was indeed unworthy of the 9-dragon golden staff, yet having it in his possession still proved beneficial. This supreme primordial spiritual treasure could be considered compensation for you. Logically, after reclaiming the 9-dragon golden staff, he need not provide anything to the old ancestor of Mingyi. However, since he had already given it, the old ancestor of Mingyi could not afford to make a scene. Bai He Daoren, standing to the side, clasped his hands in gratitude toward Hongjun. "Thank you, Tao ancestor." Hongjun nodded slightly and, turning his gaze back to the old ancestor of Mingyi, teased, "Mingyi, you are quite the generous corpse. It seems you have been mingling with many." Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of Mingyi did not respond, but instead bowed respectfully to Hongjun. "Since the Tao ancestor has no further matters, I shall take my leave." He then prepared to depart. Just as he was about to exit, he was called back by Hongjun. "How could there be nothing? I summoned you for 2 matters, and you have only heard one." At this, the old ancestor of Mingyi had no choice but to halt his steps and regard him. Bai He Daoren spoke up. "Tao ancestor, please proceed." Although he was a servant of the old ancestor of Mingyi, he possessed his own independent thoughts. The old ancestor of Mingyi could only understand his intentions but could not overly interfere. Hongjun's expression turned serious as he withdrew his jovial demeanor. Mingi, for 500 years. You must not intervene in the affairs of the primordial world. Hearing this, the old ancestor of Mingi narrowed his eyes. That it seemed that his actions had grown too bold, and he had indeed crossed this individual's bottom line. However, in 500 years, Dong Wang Gong would likely be killed, and the powder keg of the Wu and Yao clans would explode at this time. The matters of the heavenly Tao are not within your power to alter. The more you attempt to change them, the more chaotic they will become. Mingi, if you intervene in the primordial world within 500 years, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Hongjun's words carried the weight of a saint's aura, pressing down on the old ancestor of Mingi. Even though he had broken through to the quasi-saint level, he found it hard to breathe under this pressure. Yet he stood tall. Even if I must die, I shall die standing. Unfazed by this blatant threat, the old ancestor of Mingi showed no fear. Reluctantly, Hongjun withdrew his oppressive aura and sighed softly. Mingi, you do not comprehend the magnitude of the turmoil caused by your seizing of Dong Wang Gong's opportunity and framing it upon Yang Mei. Heed my advice. Within 500 years, do not involve yourself in the affairs of the primordial world. Knowing that Mingi was undaunted by death, a hard approach would not suffice. He thus opted for a softer tactic. This was already Hongjun showing leniency toward the old ancestor of Mingi. Otherwise, matters could escalate to a point where he would be cornered at his own doorstep. The old ancestor of Mingi clasped his hands and then stated, "Since the Tao ancestor has spoken, I shall abide by this. If I cannot meddle in the affairs of the primordial world, surely I may traverse its expanse without issue." Traveling through the primordial world? Hongjun's brows knitted in contemplation. Now, the old ancestor of Mingi could be regarded as the foremost quasi-saint, and even if he were to delay his cultivation for a millennium, he would still surpass others. However, if he were to wander, would there be unforeseen complications? His intention was to keep Mingi within the Blood Sea for 500 years without allowing him to emerge. Ultimately, Hongjun decided that as long as he did not interfere with the primordial world within 500 years, he could let him roam as he wished. Finally, Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Very well." Upon hearing these words, the venerable ancestor of the Dark River clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you. Since the Tao ancestor Hongjun has concluded his matters, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, the ancestor of the Dark River withdrew the Taoist of the White River. Once he had done so, he returned to the entrance of his abode. Do all sages behave so capriciously? He pondered, preparing to depart from the chaotic Lingxiao Palace. To be truthful, he was not afraid of Hongjun, but rather apprehensive of being cornered at his doorstep. Such a predicament would render him incapable of venturing forth, missing out on the myriad fascinating occurrences in the primordial world, which would undoubtedly be excruciating. However, even if he could not intervene, could he not simply observe? Turning back, he beheld Haoyan vying for the innate spiritual roots of the Yao pool. "You already possess 3. Share one with me." Naturally, the Yao pool was reluctant, guarding its treasures jealously. "Why not ask my friend, the Dark River Taoist, instead of trying to seize mine?" The Dark River was well aware that Haoyan dared to provoke the likes of Kuan Yin, a madman he could not afford to offend. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an icy presence emanated from behind him. "It is ill-mannered to speak ill of me in my absence." The voice of the ancestor of the Dark River unexpectedly materialized, startling Haoyan, who stiffened and turned around, wearing a mournful expression. Dark River Taoist. How unfortunate. He had not appeared until Haoyan mentioned him. "Beware of speaking ill of me behind my back," the ancestor warned, his eyes glinting with frosty light. He then disregarded the stunned Haoyan, intending to depart. Suddenly, a hurried voice called out from behind, "Dark River Taoist." Turning around, he saw Haoyan had suddenly summoned him, causing a smirk to form at the corner of his mouth, lending him an air of mischief. "Little Haoyan, do you seek me for something?" Haoyan nodded and inquired, "Why should I be cautious of someone named Yang? Could you elaborate?" "For reasons unknown." Upon hearing this question from the ancestor of the Dark River, he felt an instinctual sense that the ancestor spoke true. Yet, he could not grasp the meaning, and his luck would have it. The Dark River ancestor was exiting, and he seized the opportunity to ask further. "I cannot divulge too much," the ancestor replied, gazing earnestly at Haoyan. "Such matters cannot be revealed. Do you understand? Speaking of it would impede my cultivation." After giving Haoyan a light pat on the head, he stepped upon the 12-petaled fiery red lotus and departed. "Wait." Dark River Taoist, Hao Yin shouted urgently, but alas, the ancestor had already soared away, leaving him frustrated and clutching his head. Why can't you explain? His gaze turned back to the Yao pool, and after a moment of silence, he approached. You possess 3. Share one with me. Though he could not comprehend the situation, he felt vexed and had to vent his frustrations elsewhere. The ancestor of the Dark River would certainly not divulge such matters to him. If he learned that without Hongjun, the future of the deification would be jeopardized, the repercussions would be far greater than those of the Eastern King. Although he was not afraid, it would directly impact his cultivation as he departed from the chaotic Lingxiao Palace. The ancestor of the Dark River squinted his eyes, initially intending to return to the Sea of Blood. He altered his course upon sighting Mount Buzhou. He already possessed 4 drops of Pangu's essence blood. Although he felt his physical strength rivaled that of the ancestral shaman, he had yet to formally test it. A contest against the ancestral shamans would provide clarity on whose physical prowess was superior, allowing him a definitive assessment. As for Hongjun's admonition to refrain from meddling in the primordial realm, he thought, I am merely going to compete. What harm could come of it? The ancestor of the Dark River turned and called out to Hongjun, I shall engage in a contest of physical strength with the ancestral shamans. This does not constitute overstepping, does it? If he were truly confined to his home because of this, he would find himself utterly bored. After a while, with no response from Hongjun, the ancestor of the Dark River soared toward Mount Buzhou. I have already informed you. Since you do not respond, this does not count as overstepping. When you emerge later, I shall not acknowledge it. Just as the ancestor of the Dark River approached Mount Buzhou, Hongjun within the chaotic Lingxiao Palace had already sensed his presence. Hearing the words of the ancestor of the Dark River, Hongjun wore a look of exasperation. Dark River, you truly cannot sit still for a moment. Can you not return to your Sea of Blood and cultivate in peace? Although Hongjun felt a measure of dissatisfaction, he had previously consented to let him wander the primordial realm as long as it did not disrupt the greater scheme of the primordial world. He would allow it. Regarding the Dark River, he truly did not wish to involve himself unless absolutely necessary. He had never encountered such an irrepressible individual. Unbeknownst to the Dark River ancestor, he was oblivious to Hongjun's grievances and had no desire to comprehend them. At that moment, he had already arrived at Mount Buzhou. Upon nearing the vicinity, he discerned an aura of malevolence ascending toward the heavens. However, this malevolence, when compared to the ominous aura of the Sea of Blood, paled in comparison. That if the malice from the Sea of Blood were to be transferred here, it would undoubtedly explode, overshadowing all else. If the two forces were to combine, adversaries would find themselves at a loss, one diminishing their intellect and the other their strength, leaving them powerless. Observing the ominous aura, the ancestor of the Dark River felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had returned to the Sea of Blood. Chapter 58. The Six-Eared Macaque. What a pity that such a multitude of locations would no longer exist in the future. The ancestor of the Dark River shook his head slightly, sighing, just as he was lost in thought. His gaze sharpened, and he turned to the side. In the next moment, a furious roar reached the ears of the ancestor of the Dark River. You vile creature, daring to intrude upon my Wu tribe. You seek death. Immediately after, a wounded demon candidate burst forth, covered in scars and bleeding profusely. How audacious of a mere demon candidate to trespass into the territory of the Wu tribe. Were they so oblivious to the state of the conflict between the two clans? If captured by the Wu tribe, this demon monkey would surely meet its demise. Initially disinclined to observe further, the ancestor of the Dark River paused and turned to regard the demon candidate. What the 6 ears? The ancestor of the Dark River was taken aback to discover that this demon monkey before him was indeed the six-eared macaque. How did this rascal find himself here? During Hongjun's sermon, this fellow had eavesdropped in the primordial realm, only to be reprimanded by Hongjun. The ancestor could not help but think, you, old rascal, are truly audacious to eavesdrop on Hongjun's teachings in the primordial realm. However, he remembered that he had previously intended to take him on as a disciple, but had forgotten due to the affairs surrounding the 3 Immortals Island. Who would have thought he would appear in the territory of the ancestral shamans? This was truly a death wish. Well, fate has brought us together. I shall save your life. The ancestor of the Dark River muttered to himself, extending his hand to grasp the six-eared macaque. As the six-eared macaque attempted to flee, an unseen force seized him, pulling him toward the ancestor of the Dark River. What? The six-eared macaque exclaimed in alarm, Beginning to screech, he was in the midst of fleeing when suddenly he was ensnared by someone. How could he not feel fear? Trembling before the ancestor of the Dark River, he clearly sensed that his life was hanging by a thread. Silence. The ancestor of the Dark River snapped, his impatience palpable. The six-eared macaque immediately fell silent, refraining from further speech that it was prudent to remain quiet. The being before him could effortlessly capture him, and clearly, his strength surpassed his own, making it all too easy to extinguish his life. Who are you to impede my pursuit of the demon clan? Are you perhaps one of them? A cold voice interjected from the Wu tribe's celestial realm, despite the evident strength displayed by the ancestor of the Dark River. They were within the territory of Mount Buzhou, the domain of the Wu tribe, where they would not be intimidated. The ancestor of the Dark River offered no response, his focus remaining on the six-eared macaque. Are you the six-eared macaque? Although he bore a striking resemblance, he still needed confirmation that if so, he would take him on as a disciple. If not, he would send him away, deeming him a waste of time. The six-eared macaque, unable to articulate a response, could only nod in fear, terrified that the ancestor of the Dark River might devour him. Very well. It seems I have not erred in my judgment. I find that you, little demon monkey, and I share a fateful bond. Do you wish to take me as your master? Having spoken, he merely gazed at him, and no further words followed this moment. The ancestor of the Underworld felt compelled to inquire of the ones known as Jin and Junti, asking if there was a connection between them. However, he certainly offered far more than Jin and Junti, granting others the freedom of choice. The duo of Jin and Junti would take anyone they fancied, regardless of the individual's willingness. The six-eared macaque was momentarily taken aback, clearly startled, tilting its head to observe the ancestor of the Underworld. Once clarity dawned upon it, the macaque's eyes widened, and its expression turned fervent, executing a seamless bow of reverence to the ancestor. After 3 bows, the anticipation gleamed in the macaque's eyes. The ancestor of the Underworld gave a slight nod and extended a finger, casting a red light upon the macaque. In an instant, its injuries were healed, which seemed trivial to the nearby Wu clan, who scoffed, having expected a master of remarkable prowess, only to witness mere healing abilities. Yet, the next moment rendered them speechless. The macaque's previously bent posture suddenly straightened, soon matching the height of the ancestor of the Underworld. Most astonishingly, the macaque's power surged, propelling it into the realm of the celestial immortals. What the hell? This is the celestial immortal level. It took me a millennium to reach this stage, and that was only by absorbing the Wu clan's malevolence, hastening my progress. But this macaque, who merely had some intelligence and minor cultivation, broke through to the celestial immortal stage in but a second. Damn it. I want to apprentice under him too. The six-eared macaque stared at its own claw in confusion, its eyes gradually lighting up with excitement. And soon it was bouncing around before the ancestor of the Underworld. What a formidable power. Please grant me 100 female monkeys. I wish to revel in their company. Nevertheless, it maintained a sense of decorum. Hastily kneeling before the ancestor of the Underworld in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Suddenly, it realized it could articulate words, and its excitement intensified. Rise. The ancestor of the Underworld gestured for it to stand, then turned his gaze toward the celestial Wu clan. At that moment, the onlookers could only gawk, their mouths agape, unable to comprehend how a mere mortal could summon a celestial immortal. With a snap of his fingers, the ancestor of the Underworld brought him back to reality. He quickly bowed before the ancestor, saying, Senior, I was myopic earlier and have offended you. The Wu clan operates on such principles. Once you subdue them, they will yield. Although the ancestor of the Underworld had not fully subdued him, he had certainly instilled a sense of fear. The ancestor of the Underworld waved his hand and inquired, What is your name? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, Xingrong. Even in his bewilderment, he understood that before such a formidable being, honesty was the wisest course. The ancestor of the Underworld's eyes flickered with interest as he continued, What is your relationship with Xing Tian? Xing Tian is the great shaman of our tribe. Xingrong replied. The ancestor of the Underworld nodded slightly. While he was not extensively acquainted with the Wu clan, he possessed some foundational knowledge. Beyond the 12 ancestors, the remaining powerful figures were the great shamans. Typically, the 12 ancestors did not make appearances, as they resided in the Pangu Hall and lacked their own tribes. Just because they were absent did not imply that others were, such as the aforementioned Xingtian, as well as Ho, Yi, and Quafu, who were also great shamans of the Wu clan, akin to tribal leaders. Xing Tian. His head has yet to be severed. I shall see what he truly looks like. The ancestor of the underworld took a keen interest in Xing Tian and gestured for Xing Rong to lead the way. Very well, take me to meet Xing Tian. His intention to meet Xing Tian suggested prior acquaintance, which took Xing Rong by surprise. He had not expected the ancestor of the underworld to make such a statement. However, recalling that the ancestor could directly name Xing Tian, he assumed they must have known each other. Regardless of whether they were acquainted, Xing Tian was a Deluo golden immortal, his physical prowess formidable enough to not be trifled with. Thus, he guided the ancestor of the underworld toward Xing Tian's tribe. Before long, the three arrived at Xing Tian's tribe. The inhabitants of the tribe, upon seeing the ancestor of the underworld, displayed no notable reaction, but when they beheld the six-eared macaque, their faces shifted to one of astonishment. Soon followed by murderous intent. A demon monkey. How dare it enter the Wu clan? It is courting death. The demon race has slain countless Wu clan members. This creature must perish. Kill that demon monkey. The cries of the Wu clan echoed in the ears of the six-eared macaque, causing it to huddle closely to the ancestor of the underworld. The enmity between the Wu and the demon races, while not at its most extreme, had reached a point where they were prepared to attack upon sight. Unexpectedly, encountering the demon race in the midst of their territory was an affront to them. Xing Rong, who led the way, smirked slightly. This is only the beginning. I shall relish watching how you handle this, for the Wu clan is not to be trifled with. Fear not. With me here, no one shall lay a hand on you. The ancestor of the underworld replied nonchalantly, his expression devoid of any hint of panic, merely observing the Wu clan with calmness. He was unafraid even of Hongjun. What was there to fear? Moreover, those present were merely ordinary Wu clan members. Easily dealt with. What could the 12 ancestors do? They could not touch his disciple. Hearing the ancestor's reassuring words, the six-eared macaque's eyes glimmered with admiration as it gazed at him. Just how powerful is my master? Amidst the furious glares of the Wu clan, the ancestor of the underworld continued onward, disregarding them completely. They were merely minor characters, not worth his attention. As they ventured deeper, Xing Rong halted. Turning to the ancestor of the underworld. We have arrived. This is the residence of the great shaman Xing Tian. As his words fell, a massive figure emerged from the structure ahead, wielding a colossal axe with a fierce expression. The ancestor of the underworld's gaze sharpened. The axe confirmed that this was indeed Xing Tian, who would later be known as the god of war. Moreover, from the ancestor's perspective, Xing Tian towered over him. You needn't worry about height. In a few years, we shall stand eye to eye. Xing Tian glared fiercely at the ancestor of the underworld, but then his gaze shifted to the figure behind him, and his expression shifted instantly. Boldness, how dare you enter my Wu clan? Xing Tian radiated a murderous aura, yet maintained his composure, turning to Xing Rong and demanding, who is he, that you dare to bring a demon into our territory? Great shaman Xing Tian, I am unsure of his identity, but he insists on meeting you and claims to know you. Xing Rong hurriedly replied. Xing Tian's voice turned cold. How absurd. I am unaware of any acquaintance with him. His gaze then fell upon the ancestor of the underworld, loudly questioning, who are you? I have never seen you before. Why do you claim to know me? As he spoke, he raised his axe, clearly indicating that unless the ancestor provided a satisfactory explanation, he would not hesitate to use it. This scene incited cheers among the Wu clan members. Great shaman Xing Tian is mighty. Quickly slay that demon monkey. The cheers echoed in the ears of the ancestor of the underworld, provoking a disdainful expression upon his face. Had these Wu clan members never seen the world, they were roused to such excitement by a mere axe. If I were to shatter a mountain with a single palm strike, would they not lose their wits in awe? Now that I have encountered you, there is little more to say. However, you are rather tall. Perhaps I shall return in a few years to compare our heights, the ancestor of the underworld remarked casually. A statement that sent a chill down Xing Tian's spine, sensing an ominous portent. Just as Xing Tian was about to explode, the ancestor of the underworld added, by the way, I am here to seek your ancestors. Summon them forth. Xing Tian's brows furrowed. You have yet to reveal your identity, yet you dare to seek our ancestors? However, at this moment, he had already lowered his axe, for anyone who could seek the ancestors should not be an ordinary individual. The ancestor of the underworld chuckled lightly. You, alas, do not possess the qualification to know who I am. If you truly wish to know, then lead me to your ancestors. I am holding the six-eared macaque. He had forgotten to mention his name, but he figured he would learn it in due time. Xing Tian's temper flared. He glared at the ancestor of the underworld, displeased. You, even if you are at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal, must still disclose your name here. Moreover, at the crucial moment when the ancestral shaman was in deep cultivation, how could one allow any interruptions? As a prominent figure among the witch clan, Xing Tian held a significant status. Yet this red-robed Taoist appeared to disregard him entirely. Very well. If you refuse to take me, I shall go alone, the old ancestor of the Underworld River remarked coolly, turning away towards the Pangu Hall. The Pangu Hall is not a place you can simply enter. Halt at once. Xing Tian bellowed angrily, rushing forward to block and encircle the old ancestor of the Underworld River. If you wish to meet the ancestral shaman, we must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength. The witch clan thrives on combat. If you defy me, I shall force you into submission. Should you yield, I shall look down upon you and continue to assail you. Unless you manage to subdue me. Suddenly, the surrounding malevolent energy coalesced around his colossal axe, and Xing Tian swung it toward the old ancestor of the Underworld River. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers. The great shaman, Xing Tian, was making his move. One swing of the axe, and he would sever the head of his opponent. Their cheers resounded, while the six-eared macaque nearly lost his wits, his eyes bulging in fear at the sight of Xing Tian. With an aura akin to that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, and being merely a celestial immortal himself, he knew that a mere breath from Xing Tian could spell his demise. How could he not be terrified? The old ancestor of the Underworld River regarded the descending axe with a light chuckle. After all, he was a quasi-saint. Unleashing his full power would be somewhat unfair. Yet, it was quite audacious for a nascent great Luo Golden Immortal to dare strike at him, indeed. You are the first in the entirety of the primordial realm to attempt such a thing. Extending his hand, he gently flicked it towards Xing Tian. Suddenly, a formidable surge of magical power surged forth, aimed directly at him. Feeling the overwhelming force of the impending strike, Xing Tian's face turned ashen, for he did not know if he could withstand this onslaught. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to brace himself. He positioned the axe before him and summoned all his strength to resist. Boom! A resounding explosion followed, giving rise to what resembled a mushroom cloud. Under the forceful blast, the surrounding structures were obliterated in an instant. Fortunately, the physical resilience of the witch clan members saved them from being blown to smithereens. Though they were not unscathed, eye in the sky, a dark figure plummeted downward, growing larger with each passing moment. It was none other than Xing Tian. Hurled into the air by the explosion, thud, he crashed heavily to the ground, covered in blood, his colossal axe long since sent flying. Upon seeing his state, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the old ancestor of the Underworld River. I did not even unleash my full power, yet you were grievously wounded. Chapter 60. The emergence of Zhu Rong, the witch clan in shock. The old ancestor of the Underworld River had only recently broken through to quasi-saint status, and he had not yet fully grasped the extent of his power, but he could still ensure that no one perished. However, he had not anticipated that the Xing Tian would be so severely injured by his mere presence. Hearing the old ancestor's words about not using his full strength, Xing Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. I thank you. I truly thank you for not using your full power. At this moment, the six-eared macaque, had he not been constrained, would have already collapsed to the ground. Beside him, Xing Rong had long since lost his wits due to the old ancestor's earlier strike. Where am I? What have I done? What have I brought back? Why has the great shaman Xing Tian been sent flying? They were all in a state of astonishment, and the surrounding area fell into an eerie silence. The only sound being that of the lingering shockwave. It was Xing Tian, the great shaman of the witch clan, in existence on par with the great Luo Golden Immortal, even if his strength was lacking. He should not have been blown away so easily. Who, then, was this red-robed Taoist, that he possessed such formidable power? The onlookers, having survived, were filled with wariness and vigilance, with such a powerful figure among them. How could they not be cautious? Although they feared the Underworld River, none dared to leave the vicinity at that moment. A searing heat surged forth, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air, turning the ground beneath their feet as hot as molten lava. Yet for the old ancestor of the Underworld River, these were trivial matters. A smirk played on his lips as he mused. Indeed, it is you who has emerged. Shortly thereafter, the furious roar of Zhu Rong echoed. How dare you come to the witch clan to harm others? You must be seeking death. The figure of Zhu Rong soared from the direction of the Pangu Hall, heading straight for the old ancestor of the Underworld River. Just as he had settled into his meditation in the Pangu Hall, the sound of thunderous chaos reached his ears. Was this not a direct challenge to the witch clan? He had encountered arrogance before, but this was the first time someone had dared to stir trouble within their domain. How could he possibly let this transgression go unpunished? It is you. Zhu Rong was about to unleash his wrath and take action when he noticed a familiar figure standing not far away. The Underworld River? Zhu Rong paused momentarily, calling out softly to confirm. In the next instant, the old ancestor of the Underworld River turned around, the familiar visage confirming Zhu Rong's suspicion. It was indeed the Underworld River. His gaze shifted to the bloodied Xing Tian, and his expression changed. Was it he who had injured Xing Tian? As Zhu Rong assessed the old ancestor of the Underworld River, the latter's gaze met his. It did not take long for Zhu Rong to deduce the extent of his opponent's strength. Peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, impressive indeed. Meanwhile, the surrounding members of the witch clan erupted in cheers once more. Initially taken aback by Xing Tian's downfall, their spirits soared upon Zhu Rong's arrival, their excitement palpable. How dare anyone come here to cause trouble? Let them learn the might of the witch clan. The ancestral shaman has arrived. The ancestral shaman is the one who has wounded the great shaman Xing Tian. We beseech the ancestral shaman to take action and teach this red-robed interloper a lesson. The power of the ancestral shaman has reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the Primordial World, no one could stand against them, even though this red-robed figure might also be at the peak. They had 12 ancestral shamans to rely on. What was there to fear? Yet they were mistaken. The old ancestor of the Underworld River was a quasi-saint, capable of single-handedly confronting all 12 of them. Listening to their fervent declarations, Zhu Rong's expression became somewhat rigid. Teach whom a lesson? The old ancestor of the Underworld River? Do not be foolish. This individual, at the pinnacle of the great Luo, had once struck the primordial Lord of Heaven with such fury that the latter had no chance to retaliate. Even the duo who had broken through to the pinnacle of the great Luo, Jin and Jinyi, had been thoroughly bested by the old ancestor of the Underworld River. He was far from being their match, at least 3. No, 5 ancestral shamans would be required to contend with him. Old friend of the Underworld River, might I inquire as to your purpose for visiting our witch clan? Zhu Rong respectfully clasped his hands before the old ancestor of the Underworld River. This scene left the entire witch clan in a state of bewilderment. What is going on? The ancestral shaman is addressing him as old friend of the Underworld River. Do they know one another? No, that is not the pressing concern. Why does Zhu Rong show such amiability? Has he been drinking fake wine, or is he still half asleep? The minds of the witch clan members, already not adept at reasoning, had short-circuited completely. It is not that Zhu Rong has suddenly grown benevolent. It is merely a show of respect in front of the old ancestor of the Underworld River. Let him spare the Eastern Emperor Tai and see how things unfold. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque, who sat slumped behind the old ancestor of the Underworld River, stared wide-eyed at his master. How powerful! How magnificent! When shall I possess such strength? No, I cannot believe I am cowering in fear on the ground. What a disgrace to my master! From now on, even if it costs me my life, I shall stand tall. Underworld River, do you not find that name rather familiar? Just then, a voice of confusion arose from the crowd as these words were spoken. They drew the attention of many, who began to ponder deeply. Previously, when the ancestral shaman had mentioned the Underworld River, they had not fully grasped the significance. But now, recollections flooded back. The Underworld River was the individual who had dared to strike the primordial Lord of Heaven. A lone figure who had the audacity to slap the primordial Lord, forcing the 3 pure ones to flee in disgrace. After all, this incident had first circulated among the witch clan. How could they possibly forget the old ancestor of the Underworld River? I have heard that he also dealt a severe blow to the peak Great Luo Golden Immortal of the West within the Chaos Lingxiao Palace. Is that truly the case? No wonder the ancestral shaman treats the Underworld River with such courtesy. He must be here to seek trouble with our witch clan. What should we do? For such a formidable being, they certainly felt the urge to retaliate, yet fear lingered at the back of their minds. Recalling the fate of the last individual who had sought to provoke the old ancestor of the Underworld River, in the depths of the pit, Xing Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils trembling in disbelief. What? I was blocking the old ancestor of the Underworld River. However, that was a figure who could easily defeat the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How could I have provoked him? It's over, it's over. Even if I survive from now on, It would be better than living in such a state. Like this moment, he truly wished to weep, longing to travel back in time and slap himself twice in the face. What possessed me to provoke him for no reason? If he had exerted even a fraction of his strength back then, I might not be pondering this predicament now. As this thought crossed his mind, Xing Tian shivered involuntarily that he hastily rose and made his way towards the ancestor of the Ming River. Ming he Dao Yu. Xing Tian's call drew the attention of both the ancestor of the Ming River and Zhu Rong. The latter's eyes filled with discontent and resentment. Look at you, reduced to this state. You should just stay where you are and not show your face. It would be best if you remained hidden forever, never to rise again. Tell me, what possessed you to provoke the Ming River? How do you intend to resolve this? And you, the several of you ancestral witches, were you not aware of the explosion just now? I clearly saw you all with your eyes wide open when I left. Zhu Rong was furious with the other ancestral witches, yet with the ancestor of the Ming River present, he refrained from being too harsh. The ancestor of the Ming River cast a sidelong glance at Xing Tian. What? Are you still unconvinced? Do you wish for me to strike you again? Chapter 61. The 12 Ancestral Witches Appear. Zhu Rong's fury, the blow from the ancestor of the Ming River, had been quite merciful. Had he applied a little more force, he could have obliterated Xing Tian entirely, just as the ancestor of the Ming River uttered these words. Xing Tian knelt on the ground. Previously, I did not know it was you, esteemed ancestor of the Ming River. I have offended you greatly. Please, how you choose to deal with me is entirely up to you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive Do. The ancestor of the Ming River was taken aback for a moment, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. He had anticipated defiance, perhaps even self-harm, but instead, Xing Tian was here to offer an apology. This Xing Tian was capable of humility. Not all of the Wu clan were foolish. Rise. You are merely at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. I shall spare you this time. The ancestor of the Ming River stated he had the authority to say such a thing, being a quasi-saint. The initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal was hardly worth his concern. Moreover, Xing Tian was a great witch. To kill him would create problems for the Wu clan in the future. He would still want to stand next to him and mock him about their heights. So he could not allow him to perish so easily. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian was overwhelmed with gratitude, eager to bow deeply before the ancestor of the Ming River. Thank you, esteemed ancestor of the Ming River. I am grateful for your mercy towards Xing Tian. I shall remember this kindness. Just as he was about to bow, the ancestor of the Ming River waved his hand gently, preventing him from doing so. There is no need for such formalities. I have come to seek the ancestral witches. Previously, when you obstructed me, it was your duty, and I shall not hold it against you that a quasi-saint like the ancestor of the Ming River engaging in quarrels with an initial stage great Luo Golden Immortal would only invite ridicule upon himself upon returning. Yet Xing Tian was once again moved that it seemed the ancestor of the Ming River was not as ruthless as the rumors suggested. He had been unjustly maligned. Thank you, esteemed ancestor of the Ming River. After bowing once more, Xing Tian rose to his feet. The onlooking Wu clan members gazed at the ancestor of the Ming River with wide, gleaming eyes, their admiration growing. Is this truly the ancestor of the Ming River? How remarkably composed. I had thought he would slaughter our clan. Surely, the rumors must have been mistaken. How could the ancestor of the Ming River be a villain, simply because he wore a red robe? Yes, from now on, should anyone dare to call the ancestor of the Ming River a villain, I would take issue with them. The actions of the ancestor of the Ming River transformed him into a paragon in the hearts of the crowd. Were these words to reach the ancestor of the Ming River's ears, he would surely not forgive Xing Tian and might strike him once more. You dare to label me a good person? It seems my deeds are not well known enough. Zhu Rong observed this scene, a broad smile spreading across his face. Ming He Dao Yu is truly magnanimous, unconcerned with trifles. He had prepared for Xing Tian to suffer serious injuries. Yet it had concluded in this manner. He then turned to Xing Tian, admonishing, Xing Tian, the ancestor of the Ming River does not hold grudges against you. Consider yourself fortunate. Should the ancestor of the Ming River visit here in the future, it will be as if he is meeting with me, the 12 ancestral witches. If I discover that you have treated him with disrespect, you know the consequences. Zhu Rong's words prompted Xing Tian to nod vigorously. I understand. From now on, I will treat the esteemed ancestor of the Ming River as one of the ancestral witches. He then clasped his hands in respect towards the ancestor of the Ming River. The ancestor of the Ming River nodded slightly, appearing calm. Yet inwardly, he was somewhat speechless. Am I to receive treatment akin to that of the ancestral witches? Do they wish for me to become the 13th ancestral witch? Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque looked upon the ancestor of the Ming River with uncontainable admiration, eager to prostrate himself and declare his allegiance. My master is the Ming River. Who dares to provoke me? Shortly after Zhu Rong spoke, several figures appeared from the distance. Exactly 11 in number. Upon their arrival, Zhu Rong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, they have arrived. I could not have held out much longer. And why have you all chosen to arrive now? You brothers are truly inconsiderate. The 11 ancestral witches approached Zhu Rong, bowing in respect to the ancestor of the Ming River. Ming He Dao Yu. At this moment, Di Jiang stepped forward, addressing the ancestor of the Ming River. This matter is our fault. We have caused you offense. That Di Jiang could be described as the intellectual backbone among the 12 ancestral witches. Without him, it would have been impossible for them to engage in the cataclysmic battles of the Wu and Yao. The situation had unfolded without the presence of Ho Tu, and although Di Jiang was somewhat brutal, he still possessed reason. Given that Di Jiang had spoken thus, the ancestor of the Ming River naturally would not show a sour face. He returned the gesture with a bow and acknowledged the others, effectively greeting them. The 12 ancestral witches regarded the ancestor of the Ming River with curiosity. What had prompted his sudden visit to the Wu clan? Surely something significant must be afoot. They hardly knew him. Their interactions had been minimal, and his unexpected presence in the Wu clan raised questions. Ming He Dao Yu, may I ask what brings you to our Wu clan? Di Jun inquired. The Blood Sea was not nearby. So the ancestor of the Ming River's arrival surely held some purpose. The ancestor of the Ming River chuckled heartily. It is nothing of great consequence. I have long believed that the 12 ancestral witches are not only powerful, but possess formidable physical forms in the Hongjun realm. Today, I wish to seek your guidance. He spoke of them being the pinnacle of power in Hongjun. A glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. Was this not a clear compliment to their might? After all, it was a statement that they were stronger than the Yao clan, a sentiment they would undoubtedly appreciate. However, upon hearing that he wished to seek their guidance, their expression shifted to one of perplexity. He had traversed thousands of miles from the Blood Sea merely to challenge them. The atmosphere grew tense as smiles faded from their faces. Could this figure be probing their strengths on behalf of the Yao clan? They turned their gazes toward the six-eared macaque, their eyes glinting with suspicion. With the Yao clan's presence nearby, it was entirely plausible he had allied with them. How foolish of me to have treated him as an ally. It turned out he had come here to provoke us. Ming He, I have regarded you as an ally of the Wu clan, but it seems you have joined forces with the Yao clan to assess our strength. Do not presume that we are easy to bully if you seek a fight. I, Zhu Rong, will oblige. Do not think your strength intimidates us. We have 12 ancestral witches at our disposal. Zhu Rong's temper flared, and a wave of scorching energy surged toward the ancestor of the Ming River. Such was Zhu Rong's principle. Each of the 12 ancestral witches possessed a unique law. In the future, they would come to realize the challenges of this path, and would ultimately choose to cultivate their laws. After all, possessing the innate ability to wield the laws of power without utilizing it for cultivation would be a tremendous waste. The ancestor of the Ming River frowned at Zhu Rong's outburst. Join the Yao clan and probe your Wu clan. What nonsense is this? How could I have joined the Yao clan? I merely came to seek your guidance. Have you truly failed to comprehend my intentions? Your words are so foolish. It is no wonder that Gong Gong would crash into Mount Buzhou. Chapter 62. Zhu Rong's confidence humph. Is it not true? If you are not allied with the Yao clan, then how do you explain the presence of that monkey demon behind you? This is nothing short of joining the Yao clan, and you still wish to deny it. Zhu Rong coldly remarked. It seems that the ancestor of the Underworld River is in a good mood today, devoid of his usual temper. Otherwise, he would have already taken action. The ancestor of the Underworld River turned his gaze towards Di Jiang, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. I fear I have not articulated myself clearly. Perhaps this is something you cannot comprehend. After a moment of mutual contemplation, Di Jiang directed a reprimand at Zhu Rong, saying, Zhu Rong, the ancestor of the Underworld River has come seeking wisdom, not to join the demon clan. I have long urged you to temper your temper, but you have chosen to disregard my counsel. He then turned to the ancestor of the Underworld River with an apologetic demeanor. That I apologize. Zhu Rong often acts without consultation. That I hope the ancestor of the Underworld River will overlook this. Despite the apology, there was still a hint of contemplation in his eyes. evidently pondering the possibility of Zhurong's words. Dijiang, do you also suspect that my arrival signifies a provocation against your Wu clan? The ancestor of the Underworld River fixed his gaze upon Dijiang and spoke in a calm tone. The Blood Sea and Mount Buzhou are quite distant. Your sudden visit, accompanied by a monkey demon, raises questions. Moreover, there are numerous powerful beings in the wilderness, such as the Three Pure Ones. Why would I seek out your Wu clan? Even if it were a matter of inquiry, your clan's strength cannot match that of the ancestor of the Underworld River, can it? Dijiang's words implied his disbelief that the ancestor of the Underworld River had come solely for enlightenment. In the world of the wilderness, are not the Three Pure Ones the mightiest? Why seek out the Wu clan instead of them? Even when the 12 ancestors of Wu face the Three Pure Ones, they may not prevail. After all, the ancestor of the Underworld River has previously vanquished the primordial heavenly sovereign. Now, you come to us under the pretense of seeking knowledge, accompanied by a demon clan. It is difficult not to arouse suspicion that I have come solely to seek your counsel, yet not regarding strength, but rather the physical body. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. The ancestor of the Underworld River stated impassively. His expression remained unchanged, yet the countenance of the 12 ancestors of Wu dramatically shifted. You wish to compare physical bodies with us. You must be aware that our physical forms are universally acknowledged as the strongest in the wilderness. You dare to challenge us on this front. The words from the ancestors caused a momentary pause among them. Is the ancestor of the Underworld River truly proposing a comparison of physical strength? Does he not know that the ancestors were birthed from the blood of Pangu, making their physical prowess unrivaled in the wilderness? The 12 ancestors of Wu regarded the ancestor of the Underworld River with flickering eyes. While they readily acknowledged his formidable strength, they dared not concede that anyone could surpass their physical might. You were challenging us on our strongest attribute with your weakest, Dijiang inquired with a perplexed look. Do you truly wish to compare physical bodies with us, ancestor of the Underworld River? His repetition aimed to confirm that he had not misheard, for the ancestor of the Underworld River was the first to dare such a challenge. The ancestor of the Underworld River, observing their expressions, displayed little emotion, merely nodding seriously that indeed, you truly believe I am here seeking an easy defeat. I never engage in endeavors lacking confidence. Dijiang chuckled and responded. Since the ancestor of the Underworld River has said as much, we shall accept your challenge. It seems you are unaware of the true strength of our ancestral physical forms. Allow me to enlighten you. Zhurong, still caught off guard, pondered. We are not here to discuss whether the ancestor of the Underworld River belongs to the demon clan. How did we suddenly find ourselves in a brawl? Suddenly, Zhurong's eyes lit up. A fight. Now that's something I excel at, especially concerning physical strength. Ancestor of the Underworld River, since you wish to compare our physical forms, I, Zhurong, shall engage you today and demonstrate what true physical prowess entails. Zhurong retracted his fiery aura and began to limber up. Having restrained himself for centuries, he was eager for this battle to that moment. Dijiang cautioned, Zhurong, remember to hold back. The ancestor of the Underworld River has not trained in physical strength. Fear not. I will exercise caution, Zhurong replied enthusiastically, signaling the surrounding Wu clan members to step back and avoid injury. Let the contest commence. The ancestor of the Underworld River prepared to engage, his physical form primed for action. With 4 drops of Pangu's blood enhancing his physique, he was uncertain of the extent of his power. However, he believed it sufficient to contend with the ancestors, if not overpower them, at least to gauge his own strength. Just then, Zhurong raised a hand, halting the ancestor of the Underworld River. Wait a moment, I will not rely solely on my physical strength to intimidate you. I shall allow you 3 strikes first. And only after that will I retaliate. Zhurong spoke. He took his stance, indicating to the ancestor of the Underworld River that he could commence his attack. This is indeed an insult. The ancestor of the Underworld River chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow at Zhurong. Are you certain of this? I will not show mercy. Should I injure you? What then? Zhurong laughed heartily, confident in his resilience. You cannot injure me. Do not worry if you manage to harm me today. I shall acknowledge you as my master and bow to you in respect. Zhurong proclaimed disdainfully. Injure me. With your physique, ancestor of the Underworld River, it is impossible, he boldly declared. I stand here to assert that even if 10 ancestors of the Underworld River were to come, they could not harm me. Zhurong's audacity was palpable. A hint of intrigue curled at the corners of the ancestor of the Underworld River's mouth. You wish to become my disciple? Very well, everyone has heard. If I injure you, Zhurong shall become my pupil. The ancestor of the Underworld River's declaration incited a chorus of laughter among the onlookers, for it was clear that without employing his magical powers, the ancestor of the Underworld River's physical strength was no match for them. The crowd dismissed his words, believing Zhurong would not sustain any injuries. The ancestor of the Underworld River began to flex his wrists, his silence punctuated by a smile. The prospect of Zhurong becoming his disciple was not without its perks. It would afford him a degree of prestige in future encounters. After all, only Hongjun, among the ancestors, would refer to himself as a disciple. Are you ready? Here I come. Zhurong laughed heartily, slapping his chest in readiness. Bring it on. The setting was within the Wu clan's territory. Typically, they would vacate the premises to engage in battle. Yet Zhurong believed that the ancestor of the Underworld River's physical form would not cause significant destruction. The other ancestors watched with keen interest, curious about who had emboldened the ancestor of the Underworld River to challenge their kind. As Zhurong's words fell, the ancestor of the Underworld River's eyes shifted. Chapter 63. The ancestor of the Underworld River's physical form, journey to Mount Buzhou. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Underworld River's vitality surged forth. In the astonished gaze of the 11 ancestors, he transformed into a streak of red lightning, hurtling towards Zhurong. What is happening? How can the ancestor of the Underworld River's vitality be so potent? Does that imply his physical strength? The distance between them was considerable, yet they sensed the surge of energy the moment he unleashed it. Meanwhile, Zhurong remained blissfully unaware, still proudly posturing, until the sound of rushing wind reached his ears, prompting him to finally regard the ancestor of the Underworld River. In an instant, the ancestor was upon him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The next moment, BM. Zhurong felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Before he could react, he was propelled through the air like a cannonball, creating a sonic boom in his wake. The ancestor of the Underworld River had not exerted his full strength, merely testing his capabilities. Yet Zhurong was flung away effortlessly. Boom! At a height of 10,000 meters, the formidable figure of Zhurong struck the ground, creating a profound pit that seemed to have no bottom in sight. Had it not been for the intervention of the ancestor of the Underworld River, who restrained his ascent, the depth would have been multiplied by 100. The onlookers were frozen in place, utterly captivated by the spectacle, even forgetting to breathe. Xing Tian nearly fell to his knees, while Lu Ermiho had already knelt, albeit in reverence to the ancestor of the Underworld River. The other ancestral witches, though accustomed to grand displays, found themselves rendered speechless in this moment. It was universally acknowledged that the physical forms of the ancestral witches were the most powerful in the primordial realm. Yet here stood the ancestor of the Underworld River, who had effortlessly sent Zhurong flying with a single punch. While Zhurong was not the weakest, he certainly did not rank among the strongest. And if the Underworld River was indeed birthed from the Blood Sea, was that not also a manifestation of Pangu's essence? Why then was the ancestor of the Underworld River's physique superior to that of the ancestral witches? It was as if they were mere ancestral witches, while he was the great ancestral witch, who truly possessed the essence of Pangu. As everyone pondered in silence, the Earth Mother finally spoke. Do you not sense the ominous energy emanating from the Underworld River? Could it be that he, too, has cultivated such malevolent power? As the second most astute among the 12 ancestral witches, she could distinctly perceive the anomaly within the ancestor of the Underworld River. The presence of malevolence was one thing, given his connection to the Blood Sea, but why did the aura within him resemble theirs so closely, as if it were intertwined with theirs? Di Jiang contemplated for a moment before responding. I, too, have sensed it. It bears an uncanny resemblance to our own, or rather, to the essence of the Father God Pangu. In truth, it could not merely be described as a resemblance. In his perception, it was indeed the essence of Pangu. Though he dared not fully accept this notion, upon hearing his words, the others began to attune their senses to in the next instant. Their expressions shifted in unison, filled with confusion and disbelief. They genuinely felt the essence of Pangu emanating from the ancestor of the Underworld River. It was not merely similar, it was identical. As the equal of Zhurong, Gong interjected, why does the Underworld River carry the aura of the Father God? Could it be that he, too, possesses ancestral witch lineage? However, that seemed unlikely. Perhaps the Underworld River bore the essence of Pangu, which accounted for the presence of the Father God's aura. Di Jiang had pinpointed the crux of the matter, but this notion was swiftly dismissed. No, the essence of Pangu could not possibly exist in this world any longer. The father god Pangu has long since perished and cannot still endure that I in the entirety of the primordial realm. The essence of the father god cannot exist. This assertion was met with agreement from the other 10 ancestral witches, for it was well known that the last remnants of Pangu's essence had transformed into their very beings. Unbeknownst to them, the ancestor of the Underworld River possessed a system that bestowed upon him 3 drops of essence, as if in wholesale supply. With the combined 4 drops of essence, the ancestor of the Underworld River's physique had undoubtedly surpassed that of the 12 ancestral witches. This was a fact beyond question. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong, having been sent sprawling, flew back while clutching his abdomen, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and flames licking at his midsection as he began to recover from his injuries. As he beheld the ancestor of the Underworld River, who appeared almost ghostly in demeanor, he felt utterly dazed. I am an ancestral witch, the strongest physical form in the primordial realm. You have sent me flying with your mere physical prowess and wounded me. Who truly is the ancestral witch here? Zhu Rong was left questioning his own status, bewildered by his inability to withstand such an onslaught. The ancestor of the Underworld River regarded Zhu Rong, noting his minor injuries with a hint of surprise. You have sustained but a slight wound. Indeed, the prowess of an ancestral witch's physique is not to be underestimated. Yet, this was merely my first strike. I still have 2 more to deliver, and I shall amplify my strength by 20%. This time, the ancestor of the Underworld River intended to unleash 90% of his power. Upon hearing that he would increase his strength, Zhu Rong felt a surge of indignation. Is this a slight against me? Before the eyes of all the witch clans, you mock my inability to withstand even a strike from the Underworld River. As one of the 12 ancestral witches, he would not allow his pride to be tarnished. Enraged, he bellowed, that was merely my oversight. I was unprepared. This time, I demand you unleash your full strength. I refuse to believe you can send me flying again. As one of the 12 ancestral witches, he would never submit to being overpowered. It was merely a matter of being caught off guard against the formidable physique of the ancestor of the Underworld River. The ancestor chuckled. Very well. Since you insist, I shall unleash my full power. However, I shall not take advantage of you. You may strike first, and the extent of your strength is entirely up to you, with Zhu Rong's insistence. The ancestor of the Underworld River was more than willing to oblige. The only time he had previously exerted his full strength was against the Taoist of the Rising Brow, yet even then, it had not been a complete manifestation of his physical might. In Zhu Rong's eyes, flames blazed with fervor as he grinned widely. If the ancestor of the Underworld River's physique was indeed formidable, then it was worth the challenge. This was the first time he had encountered someone whose physical prowess surpassed that of the ancestral witches, igniting an irrepressible spirit of defiance within him. Just as the two prepared to clash, Di Jiang interjected, however, this is not the place for battle. This is the realm of the witch clans. Your conflict will surely bring ruin. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong and the ancestor of the Underworld River exchanged glances before soaring towards the Mount of No Return. This mountain served as the battleground for ancestral witches, the site for every significant confrontation. As they watched the 2 figures depart, Di Jiang turned to the gathered witch clans and proclaimed, all great witches are welcome to witness the battle at Mount of No Return. Such a high-caliber duel will be beneficial for the great witches to observe, but those lacking sufficient strength should refrain. Even a mere shockwave could prove fatal. Moreover, this time, the opponent was not merely another ancestral witch, but the Underworld River. As soon as his words fell, several figures surged towards the Mount of No Return, with the 11 ancestral witches trailing behind. By the time they arrived, the ancestor of the Underworld River and Zhu Rong had already begun their fierce confrontation. Zhu Rong was enveloped in flames, his visage flushed as he exhaled searing breaths. At a glance, he appeared striking and formidable. In contrast, the ancestor of the Underworld River maintained a tranquil demeanor, devoid of any ostentation. Yet the tumultuous energy swirling within him was a testament to his extraordinary nature. Chapter 64. Zhu Rong seeks a mentor. Gong Gong's defiance. Underworld River. Zhu Rong roared, charging toward the ancestor with fervor. Wherever he passed, the air was ignited by his scorching presence. The ancestor of the Underworld River took a step back, channeling his strength, causing the ground to fissure with profound cracks that seemed to reach the abyss. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two were engaged in a relentless melee. With no magical powers at play, their combat devolved into a raw exchange of blows, the only sounds echoing from the mountain being the clash of their strikes. Even as Zhu Rong exerted his full strength, He could not overpower the ancestor of the Underworld River. The true extent of his physical might was a revelation. Could the Blood Sea truly birth such powerful beings? Had the ancestor of the Underworld River once been an ancestral witch? Considering that, it seems plausible. Otherwise, how could he possess such strength and begin to gain the upper hand? Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch, was no slouch either and was already retaliating under such circumstances at that moment. The ancestor of the Underworld River fought without any tricks. It was a straightforward exchange of punches. Even the full force of Zhu Rong fell upon him. Yet he remained unfazed. In contrast, Zhu Rong found himself struggling to find openings to strike back. As he was being pressed down by the ancestor's might, it was only due to Zhu Rong's robust physique that he managed to endure for as long as he had. Had this been Dong Wang Gong, a single punch would have sent you spewing blood for miles. Zhu Rong, give it your all. Strike him down. Don't dodge. Attack his lower body. The lower body. Oh dear, if you are this weak. Perhaps you should refrain from fighting. The great shaman gazed at Zhu Rong being struck, filled with a fierce desire to charge forth and deliver a resounding beating to the ancestor of the Mingi. Meanwhile, the 11 ancestral shamans observed Zhu Rong, their expressions growing grave. Although Zhu Rong ranked among the weakest in their midst, should a battle ensue, it would undoubtedly be impossible to determine a victor in the short term. Yet, at this moment, the ancestor of Mingi was decisively overpowering Zhu Rong. This indicated that the ancestor was confident in his ability to contend with the ancestral shamans. What an absurd situation this was. The mightiest of the ancestral shamans was being suppressed by someone in their least favored domain. How infuriating. It was Mingi who should be regarded as the ancestral shaman, while they were mere products of the Blood Sea. The news of the ancestor of Mingi's physical superiority over the ancestral shamans would soon spread among the members of the shaman clan, embellished with exaggeration, leading to their being regarded as the next Yuan Shi Tianzi. What a bizarre turn of events. They remained silent as the ancestor of Mingi continued his relentless assault. Having fully adapted to the rhythm of his physical form, his speed had increased, and his strikes had grown more powerful, with at least a 20% enhancement in strength compared to before. However, as the battle with Zhu Rong progressed, the ancestor's adaptability only intensified. After each exertion of his full strength, he could only utter one word: exhilarating. He finally comprehended the ancestral shaman's penchant for combat. It was indeed a craving for such exhilarating sensations. Of course, while the ancestor of Mingi reveled in this, Zhu Rong found himself in dire straits. Previously, during their encounters, he had managed to hold his own, but this equilibrium was short-lived as he soon sensed a shift. Mingi began to assert his dominance. Initially, he thought his misstep had granted Mingi an opportunity. But alas, he soon realized he was mistaken. At this point, the question of whether he stumbled or not became irrelevant, for each of Mingi's strikes landed with increasing ferocity, even without targeting a specific area. Zhu Rong's body could not withstand the blows, and he began to tremble. The ancestor of Mingi's gaze sharpened as he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch to Zhu Rong's side, striking his ribs. The impact was devastating. This technique proved effective, causing Zhu Rong to taste blood at the corner of his mouth. He had nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forced himself to swallow it down. If word spread that an ancestral shaman was coughing up blood from being struck, his reputation would be in tatters. Yet, the ancestor of Mingi offered no mercy, delivering another heavy blow to Zhu Rong's other rib. This time, the strike targeted his kidney as Zhu Rong's face paled, and he hastily cried out, "Stop! Cease your assault! I concede." As he uttered these words, he felt the sting of tears. How could a dignified ancestral shaman be forced to admit defeat through mere physical prowess? He would never be able to show his face among the shaman clan again. The ancestor of Mingi, poised to strike once more, halted at this sudden concession. He hadn't anticipated such a swift surrender. He was thoroughly enjoying the battle, and now, with Zhu Rong's unexpected admission of defeat, he found himself at a loss. Upon hearing Zhu Rong's admission of defeat, Gong Gong could no longer contain himself. "Zhu Rong, how utterly disgraceful, to concede to someone else. You still consider yourself an ancestral shaman?" He scoffed. "Do you forget that your loss means you must pay homage to the ancestor of Mingi? Do you truly wish to become his disciple?" Just as Zhu Rong caught his breath, his brother's mockery ignited his fury. It was one thing for his brother not to assist him, but to ridicule him in front of others was intolerable. "Mingi's physical prowess may be formidable, but if you dare call me weak, come up here and test your mettle. I'll make you regret it." Gong Gong laughed heartily. "I've long said that you possess the weakest strength. Yet you insist on competing with me. Today, I'll show you who is truly superior. But before that, weren't you just saying you wanted to pay homage to a master? Gongong's words were laden with the intent to witness Zhurong's humiliation. Zhurong, with his fiery temper and a desire for dignity, felt that Gonggong was stripping him of all semblance of pride before so many onlookers. Very well. I, Zhurong, shall uphold my word, since I have declared my intention to honor the ancestor of Mingi. I shall follow through. That he glared coldly at Gonggong before bowing to the ancestor of Mingi in a gesture of respect. Disciple Zhurong pays his respects to master, though there was a hint of resistance in his tone. He nonetheless adhered to his word, and the ancestor of Mingi would naturally accept this homage. The ancestor of Mingi was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had thought Zhurong was merely jesting, not taking it seriously. Now, he found himself genuinely surprised by Zhurong's earnestness. While the ancestor of Mingi stood stunned, the great shaman was left speechless. What was happening? Zhurong was actually paying homage. Did this not imply that the ancestor of Mingi held a status that surpassed even that of Zhurong? What did it mean to surpass Zhurong? It meant he had eclipsed all ancestral shamans. After all, the 12 ancestral shamans shared the same roots and could be regarded as brothers. That Zhurong's homage effectively elevated the ancestor of Mingi's status without cause. Recovering from his astonishment, the ancestor of Mingi smiled and gestured for Zhurong to rise. Although Zhurong had paid homage, he still bore a hint of dissatisfaction. He cupped his hands in a gesture of gratitude and replied, "Thank you." However, he was reluctant to call him master, as that felt too difficult to utter. The ancestor of Mingi said nothing further. If Zhurong was unwilling to accept his status, he had ways to make him comply. "Gonggong, I have already paid homage. Will you not come down? Are you afraid?" Zhurong turned to Gonggong, calling out loudly, "Come if you dare. I fear nothing." Gonggong snorted disdainfully and descended, bowing to the ancestor of Mingi. Although he was no longer Zhurong's master, a gesture of respect was sufficient. Zhurong observed him descending, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 65. Emperor Jiang takes action only through combat. Could the true strength of Mingi be gauged? Gonggong remained unaware of the trials he was about to endure. Today, he would experience it firsthand. As Zhurong contemplated this, the ancestor of Mingi and Gonggong had already begun their clash. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their relentless collisions echoed throughout the region. After receiving a punch from the ancestor of Mingi, Gonggong's expression shifted dramatically. So heavy, so strong. Just as this shock registered in his mind, the ancestor of Mingi's fist struck his side ribs. The impact was devastating. Boom! Gonggong, like Zhurong, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. As he glanced at the taunting Zhurong, he swallowed the blood in his mouth, returning the provocation. Yet, his bravado lasted but a fleeting moment before the ancestor of Mingi unleashed another strike. Boom! A punch landed squarely in Gonggong's abdomen, and before he could recover, another blow followed. Gonggong's face paled, and he hastily retreated, exclaiming, "Stop! I concede." Fear gripped him. He simply could not withstand the onslaught. What had the ancestor of Mingi consumed to achieve such formidable physical strength? What's this? Weren't you just boasting about wanting a fight? Is it too much for you now? Zhurong taunted from the sidelines. You were so confident earlier. What happened to that bravado? Gonggong, wounded and ridiculed by Zhurong, felt his anger surge. If I cannot best Mingi, I can still take you on. Gonggong turned, ready to confront Zhurong. Enough. You two fools. Cease your antics and do not disgrace the shaman clan. You are tarnishing our reputation. Xianming's voice cut through the air as he admonished Zhurong and Gonggong. He then leaped gracefully to a position not far from the ancestor of Mingi. I am not to be compared with these two weaklings. I will engage you in battle. Though Xianming was female, her temperament was anything but gentle. She was fiercely assertive, often speaking her mind without hesitation. Moreover, her prowess among the ancestral shamans was considerable, and if it came to a fight, she could very well hold her ground against Zhurong. Most importantly, her physical strength surpassed that of both Zhurong and Gonggong, which emboldened her to challenge the ancestor of Mingi. The ancestor of Mingi welcomed Xianming's challenge, relishing the prospect of continuing the exhilarating combat. "Please," he said courteously. The moment his words fell, Xianming charged forward, launching a fierce assault against the ancestor of Mingi. She understood that to face Mingi, one must strike first to prevent him from seizing the opportunity. This was a sound strategy, yet the ancestor of Mingi denied her that chance. Withstood her attacks with his body, he retaliated with a punch to her abdomen. "Show mercy." Such an idea was foreign to the ancestor of Mingi. Though Xianming initially held the advantage, the tide soon turned, and the ancestor of Mingi began to unleash a torrent of strikes that left her unable to counter, while she could have fought back. Any attempt would only provoke a more ferocious assault upon her midsection. Must you only target my abdomen? Xianming was driven to the brink of madness, retaliating fiercely, yet before long, he was sent flying by the ancestor of the Mingi River. The ancestor of the Mingi River nodded slightly, acknowledging Xianming's prowess. Her strength surpassed that of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, and her physical form was also notably superior, remarkably, despite enduring injuries for such an extended period. Xianming managed to refrain from spilling a single drop of blood. After casting a glance at her, the ancestor of the Mingi River turned to the 9 ancestral witches, inquiring, "Who among you wishes to step forward?" Upon hearing her words, silence enveloped them, with no one daring to respond. The 3 who had already engaged had been decisively defeated, and their strengths were comparable. Any further attempts would be futile, they pondered. Their gazes shifted towards Di Jiang, the only one present who had yet to truly engage in battle. At this moment, it seemed that only Di Jiang could shoulder the burden. As Di Jiang sensed the collective gaze upon him. His lips twitched involuntarily. "Why do you all look at me? I may not necessarily prevail." However, since they had already turned their attention to him, he could hardly refuse to step forward. He soared over to the ancestor of the Mingi River and clasped his hands in greeting. "Mingi Dao Yu, today I come to test my mettle against you." Upon seeing Di Jiang approach, the ancestor of the Mingi River's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Among the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang was the strongest and also the most astute. This time, she finally had a worthy opponent. The battle would not be as monotonous as before. "Very well, Di Jiang Dao Yu, please proceed," she replied, her eyes brimming with martial spirit. In the very instant her voice fell, Di Jiang's figure vanished, employing the acceleration of space. The ancestor of the Mingi River raised an eyebrow, instantly comprehending why he had disappeared. In the next moment, Di Jiang reappeared before her, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at her chest. The ancestor of the Mingi River narrowed her eyes, offering no defense, and instead, she struck back at his chest. Di Jiang had unleashed all his strength right from the outset, clearly intent on a swift resolution without delay. Observing that the ancestor of the Mingi River did not evade his attack but instead countered, his eyes flickered with surprise. Logically, she should have retreated from his strike. However, this was advantageous. An exchange of injuries could prove beneficial. Boom! Their fists collided against each other's chests, both being propelled backward by the force of the impact. The surrounding ancestral witches and great witches gaped in astonishment. Closely watching the duel. One was their elder brother Di Jiang, the strongest among the ancestral witches, a sight few had witnessed. The other was the mightiest in terms of physical form, making it uncertain who held the upper hand. Naturally, the witch clan hoped for Di Jiang's victory. The ancestor of the Mingi River regarded Di Jiang from a distance, a hint of astonishment in her gaze. This punch was markedly different from Zhu Rong's. The force was significantly heavier, and the ancestor of the Mingi River even felt pain from the blow. Finally, a formidable opponent has emerged. Her eyes radiated a fierce determination as she fixed her gaze upon Di Jiang. Meanwhile, Di Jiang exhibited no outward expression, yet within him, waves of tumultuous emotion surged. Such a heavy punch. No wonder Zhu Rong and the others could not withstand it. If my physical form were not sturdier than theirs, I fear I would have faltered as well. Regrettably, had he been the first to strike. It might have been the ancestor of the Mingi River sent flying that he could distinctly sense the ancestor's aura intensifying as she began to acclimate to his physical form. How is this possible? Is his purpose here solely to enhance his physical prowess? Contemplating this, he charged towards the ancestor of the Mingi River once more. Unyielding, she surged forward in response. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed throughout the unyielding mountain. As time elapsed, Di Jiang's astonishment manifested visibly on his face. Chapter 66, Victory of the Ancestor of the Mingi River. The physical prowess of the ancestor of the Mingi River had likely surpassed his own. Initially shocked by her strength, he now marveled at how she had honed such formidable physicality. With the relentless sounds of their combat ringing out, the onlookers' eyelids twitched in response. This was the first time they had witnessed someone engage Di Jiang for such an extended period. Soon, without a decisive victor emerging, Di Jiang and the ancestor of the Mingi River battled for 5 days. Though the ancestor held a slight advantage, truly overcoming Di Jiang with mere physical strength would require considerable time, perhaps even years, to subdue him. Nevertheless, having acquired 4 drops of essence blood, Her physical prowess had surpassed that of the ancestral witches, leaving her quite satisfied. 5 days had passed, and astonishingly, the ancestor of the Mingi River had yet to be defeated. 5 days were but a trifle. It would take at least a century to determine a victor. The ancestor of the Mingi River has managed to secure the upper hand. Her physical capabilities have far surpassed ours. The 11 ancestral witches began to deliberate. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Mingi River and Di Jiang were engrossed in their exhilarating duel, entirely indifferent to the discussions around them. 3 months later, the ancestor of the Mingi River had transitioned from merely holding an advantage to dictating the rhythm of the battle. Di Jiang had begun to adopt a defensive posture, searching for opportunities. At this rate, it would not take long before he succumbed. Had it not been for Di Jiang's robust physique, he might have already suffered grievous injuries akin to Zhu Rong's. The spectators, wide-eyed, were filled with disbelief. This state of affairs had persisted for a month. After all, their elder brother had begun to find himself at a disadvantage. How could they not be astounded? It's over. If even brother Di Jiang cannot prevail, what hope do we have? What on earth is happening with the ancestor of the Mingi River? How can his physical form be so formidable? He must be a monster. Otherwise, such physicality is inconceivable. The great witches were rendered speechless. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Xianming exhibited little surprise. They were among the most composed, having already witnessed the ancestor's strength and thus finding it hard to be astonished. Yet, witnessing someone engage their elder brother for such an extended duration stirred a sense of nostalgia within them. In contrast, the other 8 ancestral witches were markedly different. Their most hopeful elder brother was currently at a disadvantage, and they could not help but be shocked. Moreover, this was merely a contest of physical prowess. If the ancestor of the Mingi River were to wield her magical abilities, how long could Di Jiang endure? As time flowed on, the ancestor of the Mingi River and Di Jiang continued their fierce entanglement for another 2 months. Eventually, one day, the ancestor of the Mingi River clenched her fist, channeling her momentum into a single, powerful strike aimed at Di Jiang's chest. Bang! Di Jiang was sent hurtling backward, the visible shockwave radiating from the impact. In a short span, he appeared at a distance, a testament to the principles of spatial law. Though he had been struck away, Di Jiang suffered little harm. Any injuries he sustained were partially healed upon his return. He soared back towards the ancestor of the Mingi River, clasping his hands in respect. Mingi Daoyu, your prowess is indeed formidable. After such a prolonged stalemate, you emerged victorious, truly worthy of being the favorite of the primordial beginning and the one who guides the destined in response. The ancestor of the Mingi River graciously acknowledged, I owe my victory to the support of the ancestral witches. Had you struck first, it is likely I would have been the one sent flying. Di Jiang's heart swelled with joy at such words. At least his dignity had been somewhat restored. When recounting the tale in the future, he could attribute the ancestor's strength to the assistance of the ancestral witches. Acknowledging their contributions, the ancestor of the Mingi River, while speaking humbly, also paid tribute to them, enhancing their regard for her. Though they were indifferent to reputation, the position of being the mightiest in physical prowess still held significance. As for the rumors that might circulate afterward, the ancestor of the Mingi River paid them no heed. As long as they did not slander her, they were free to say whatever they wished. Before long, the 12 ancestral witches escorted the ancestor of the Mingi River back to their domain. Zhu Rong, as her disciple, naturally followed closely behind. In that moment, among the 12 ancestral witches, Zhu Rong found himself descending a rank. You may address the ancestor of the Mingi River as Daoyu. I shall call her master, while you remain my brethren. Gong Gong. From now on, let's keep it separate. You shall call me uncle, and I shall call you brother. You always desired for me to call you brother, and I have acquiesced. Though Zhu Rong followed behind the old ancestor of the Underworld River without uttering a single complaint, one could hardly blame him. After all, what could he do if he were to voice his grievances and face the consequences? Meanwhile, Di Jiang kept his head bowed, lost in deep contemplation. The old ancestor of the Underworld River had yet to unleash his full power. And even relying solely on his physical form, he was able to contend with Di Jiang. Should the old ancestor employ his magical prowess and artifacts, the outcome would be inevitable. Di Jiang would find himself thoroughly defeated. One must ponder, despite both being at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, what accounted for the sheer strength of the Underworld River. Furthermore, he had his brothers to consider. Di Jiang cast a glance at his own kin and sighed. Deciding against further ruminations, excessive contemplation would only lead to tears. Little did he know, the old ancestor of the Underworld River had already ascended to the quasi-saint level, inherently enhancing his physical form. If it were merely the great Luo golden immortal realm and the blood of Pangu, it would be a mere stalemate with Di Jiang. Although Di Jiang and the old ancestor had fought for what felt like an eternity. A span of 5 months had indeed passed. Upon their return, all members of the witch tribe peeked out, curious to witness the victor. It was obvious. The ancestor which had triumphed. The discussions among the witch tribe left Zhu Rong wishing he could bury his head in the ground. For there are countless ways to insult a person, and he found himself humiliated by his own kin. The 12 ancestor witches, accompanied by the old ancestor of the Underworld River, approached not far from the Pangu Great Hall. At that moment, the six-eared macaque sat idly, playing with sand in his hands. With no cultivation techniques to speak of, he was left with little choice but to sit idly or stare vacantly. Now that he had found something entertaining, he was content to play with the sand. Upon hearing commotion behind him, he turned to see the old ancestor of the Underworld River, prompting him to rush over in excitement. 5 months had passed. He had been playing with sand for 5 months and was on the verge of losing his wits. This was not the worst of it. The more dreadful aspect was the way others looked at him. By nightfall, the eyes of the witch tribe gleamed with a green light, fixated on him nightly. Moreover, he could hear their words, talk of roasting him for dinner or chopping him up to toss into the sea. Even knowing he was a disciple of the old ancestor of the Underworld River, these individuals still dared to entertain such thoughts. Chapter 67. The Departure of the Underworld River. The 12 ancestor witches wish to bid farewell. Watching his master leave, the six-eared macaque felt tears welling up. The presence of his master was truly comforting. The old ancestor of the Underworld River cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to Zhu Rong. Your senior brother here, and yet you fail to show proper respect. Zhu Rong's expression shifted as he clamped his mouth shut, his face flushed with embarrassment, his gaze pleadingly directed at the old ancestor. As the esteemed Zhu Rong, a 12 ancestor witch, how could he bow to a mere monkey? Furthermore, given the current tension between the witch and demon tribes, there was no way he would bow to this monkey. The old ancestor of the Underworld River smirked. Do not forget, you once took me as your master. Although old Six may be younger, he became a disciple before you. Is it not only natural for you to address him as senior brother? This statement caused Zhu Rong's face to redden further, and it was evident that his embarrassment was not due to heat. The six-eared macaque looked at his master with confusion. Didn't I just become a disciple? How am I already old Six? Zhu Rong glared at the six-eared macaque, trembling with rage. Just the thought of addressing him as senior brother felt like a death sentence. Ultimately, under the scrutinizing gaze of the old ancestor, he grit his teeth and whispered to the six-eared macaque, I pay my respects to my senior brother. Uttering those words was already the pinnacle of Zhu Rong's endurance. To ask him to say anything more might very well lead him to his demise on Mount Buzhou. The ancestor which addressed me as senior brother. What on earth is happening? The six-eared macaque was still reeling from the revelation. No, it couldn't be. His brain was struggling to process it. Did I miss here? Am I dreaming? Or have I already perished, and this is merely an illusion? An ancestor which, nonetheless, has called me senior brother, not just the six-eared macaque, but the entirety of the witch tribe was left dumbfounded. Weapons clattering to the ground. Are we still dreaming? Perhaps we died the first time the old ancestor of the Underworld River clashed with the witch tribe, and this is just our illusion? In their eyes, ancestor witches were exalted beings. How could they possibly refer to someone else as senior brother, especially a mere monkey? The old ancestor of the Underworld River patted the shoulder of the six-eared macaque. Chuckling, this is my newly accepted disciple. From now on, he shall be your junior brother. Do you comprehend? The six-eared macaque dumbly nodded. I understand. However, his understanding was far from complete, as he still felt as though he were caught in a dream. 5 months prior, he had been filled with trepidation, and now, the ancestor which was his junior brother, the transformation was simply too drastic. Observing the utterly bewildered expression on the six-eared macaque's face, the old ancestor of the Underworld River chuckled softly. Were he in the same position, he might also struggle to grasp the enormity of such a change. Meanwhile, the mosquito Taoist was likely kneeling on the ground in worship at this very moment. After exchanging respectful gestures with the ancestor witches, the old ancestor of the Underworld River waved his hand and departed with the six-eared macaque. Upon witnessing this scene, Di Jiang quickly gestured for others to accompany them in seeing the old ancestor off. They escorted the old ancestor of the Underworld River out of Mount Buzhou before flying back. Once the old ancestor departed, Di Jiang called out to a mighty witch, Hua Fu. Shortly after, a robust figure emerged. exuding an aura that rivaled that of Xing Tian. Unlike Xing Tian, however, Fu bore a much kinder visage. Fu nodded slightly, addressing Di Jiang with respect, ancestor, which to Di Jiang's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his lips. Spread the word of the old ancestor's arrival. Let all of Hongwang know he has come to our witch tribe. Fu paused, bewildered by Di Jiang's request. You may proceed without hesitation. Do not inquire further. Remember, it is imperative that everyone in Hongwang knows the old ancestor has visited our witch tribe. Upon hearing this, Fu refrained from questioning further, nodding and retreating to fulfill the task. Once back in the Pangu Great Hall, Zhu Rong could no longer contain himself and inquired, Elder brother, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting we let everyone know we were defeated by the old ancestor of the Underworld River? It was already embarrassing enough, and to let the people of Hongwang know would strip them of any remaining dignity. Huda chuckled lightly. You still fail to think critically. Zhu Rong turned to him. Puzzled. What do you mean? Seeing Zhu Rong's genuine confusion, Huda felt exasperated. It was evident that Zhu Rong was the only one who lacked critical thinking. He began to explain. Why did the Underworld River come to our witch tribe? To compete with us. With so many people in Hongwang, why did he not seek out others? Is it because our physical strength is superior? Listening to Zhu Rong's words, Huda rolled his eyes, but I cannot entirely blame her. I did not clarify properly. What I mean is that the Underworld River's visit here for a competition naturally elevates our status. Regardless of how others perceive it, the fact remains that he has come to our witch tribe. And we, the 12 ancestor witches, personally saw him off. After speaking, he looked at Zhu Rong and gently asked, Do you understand now? Zhu Rong shook his head. Not at all. At this, Huda's face darkened. Why had he not realized earlier that Zhu Rong was so dense? Was he truly as foolish as he seemed? Previously, when he called him foolish, Zhu Rong had denied it, but now he was clearly displaying signs of ignorance. Gong Gong, who stood nearby, scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. To associate with such a fool is to tarnish the reputation of the 12 ancestor witches. Gong Gong's words ignited Zhu Rong's temper. Why do you always have to talk so much? Can you remain silent for once? Just as the two were about to engage in a heated argument, Di Jiang intervened to stop them. The strength of the old ancestor of the Underworld River was at least superior to that of the Sanqing, or perhaps even stronger than them. With such a formidable figure behind us, many powerful beings would hesitate to meddle in the affairs of the witch and demon tribes. We do not require the old ancestor to join our witch tribe. We only need others to recognize that he is allied with us, which serves as a deterrent. As Di Jiang spoke, he turned his gaze toward Zhu Rong. In truth, your decision to take him as your master is not without its advantages. Should you encounter any troubles, he would not stand idly by. Now, one can only feel a sense of grievance for Zhu Rong, as he allows the Ming He to be entwined with the Wu clan. Zhu Rong begins to comprehend the situation. It can now be said that the Ming He has effectively become one of their own. After explaining, Di Jiang ceases to speak further and begins to meditate in silence. This time, the prowess of the Ming He has left a profound impact on him. Previously, he had always believed himself to be invincible, a paragon of physical strength. However, upon encountering the Ming He realizes his misconception. There exist individuals who can cultivate their physical form and even surpass them in strength. This revelation is a tremendous blow, akin to a thunderclap that leaves them both scorched and tender. How could a clan dedicated to the cultivation of the physical body be unable to contend with one who does not? Meanwhile, Zhu Rong, at this moment, dutifully begins his cultivation, refraining from further chatter as they engage in their cultivation. News concerning the Ming He ancestor and the Wu clans swiftly circulates. This time, it is due to Di Jiang's directive to disseminate the information, which, although lacking embellishment, has nonetheless taken on a distorted flavor. Chapter 68, Rumors of the Primordial World. Return to the Bloodsea. What? The Ming He has joined the Wu clan. This must be a fabrication. How could he possibly align himself with the Wu clan? It is true. I was informed directly by a holy spirit from the Buzhou mountain. When the Ming He departed, all 12 ancestral witches came forth to bid him farewell. And they were even seen laughing together. Throughout the primordial realm, everyone became aware of this matter, and they were left in a state of astonishment. Within Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones furrow their brows slightly. What is the Ming He up to, joining the Wu clan at such a time? The Tongtian teaching lord is the first to speak. The Yuanshi Tianzun lets out a cold laugh, saying, why should we concern ourselves? He dares to join the Wu clan. It seems he is tired of living. Laozi frowns even deeper. his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. He should be aware of the circumstances surrounding the Wu and Yao clans. How could he choose to join at this juncture? This madman is capable of anything. I suspect he is merely seeking trouble for himself. Yuan Shitian Zun dismissively remarks that as for the Minghe, even if he were to perish, it would not concern them. They would applaud nonetheless. Laozi slightly shakes his head. Even if he is a madman, he would not be foolish enough to join the Wu clan at this time. Unless there are conditions worthy of his attention. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Let him be. Regardless, whether he aligns himself with the Wu or Yao clans, there will be no favorable outcome for him. And his affairs are of no consequence to us. Yuan Shitian Zun and Tongtian teaching Lord nod slightly, choosing not to further concern themselves with the Minghe ancestor. After pondering for a moment, Laozi turns to the two and inquires. I sense a stirring within. The three flowers begin to tremble, suggesting the emergence of the good corpse is imminent. As for you, through recent cultivation, I feel on the brink of a breakthrough. It won't be long before I can enter the quasi-saint realm. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shitian Zun and Tongtian teaching Lord display envy in their eyes, but a flicker of disappointment crosses their faces as they reflect on their own lack of such sensations. Observing their expressions, Laozi acknowledges their absence and subtly gestures for them to continue their cultivation. Now that he is nearing the quasi-saint realm, the other two are likely not far behind at this moment. The Minghe ancestor has returned to the Blood Sea with the six-eared macaque. Just as he lands, the Wang Daoren appears before him. Elder brother, he respectfully addresses the Minghe ancestor. His gaze shifts to the six-eared macaque behind him, filled with curiosity. Elder brother, why have you brought back a monkey? Simultaneously, the three heavens emerge, followed closely by Xiao Gongming. Master, you have finally returned. Xiao Gongming attempts to kneel but is swiftly lifted by the Minghe ancestor's magical power before he can complete the gesture. The Minghe pays little mind to Xiao Gongming, his gaze directed towards the three heavens. Not bad. Though it has been a short time since our separation, your powers have significantly increased. The three heavens now stand at a respectful distance from the Minghe ancestor. Bowing that we pay our respects to our master, the Minghe ancestor nods slightly, proceeding with introductions. This is the six-eared macaque. He is your junior disciple. The four of them are your senior brother and three senior sisters. Only then does Xiao Gongming notice the six-eared macaque, his eyes glinting with surprise. He is a celestial immortal. He then bows slightly to the six-eared macaque. I am Xiao Gongming. You may call me senior brother from now on. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque hastily returns the gesture. Senior brother. The three heavens begin their introductions as well, bowing to the six-eared macaque. Yin Xiao, Xiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, we greet our junior brother. I greet the three senior sisters. The six-eared macaque responds, his eyes filled with curiosity as he regards them. Bi Xiao looks at the six-eared macaque, her expression one of happiness. Last. I am no longer the youngest. This moment. The previously silent Wang Daoren finally speaks. Elder brother, I sense a change in you. Your aura is far more powerful than before. Being at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, his observational skills are naturally sharp, especially since he has been by the Minghe ancestor's side. He can certainly perceive the changes in him. Your perception is commendable, but why are you still at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal? The Minghe ancestor squints his eyes. Questioning him, this inquiry leaves Wang Daoren feeling somewhat embarrassed. Elder brother, you know my situation. I must absorb to advance, but this place is barren, devoid of anything to consume. Furthermore, my innate talent is lacking. So my cultivation naturally proceeds at a slower pace. As he speaks, he suddenly senses something amiss and his eyes widen. Elder brother, have you perhaps broken through? Previously, when departing, the elder brother mentioned being on the brink. Now, with this stronger aura, it must be a breakthrough. The Minghe ancestor smiles but remains silent. However, Wang Daoren, having been with him for so long, understands the situation and his expression becomes animated. Elder brother has achieved a breakthrough, which means you are now a quasi-saint. My elder brother is now a quasi-saint. Wang Daoren's breath quickens with excitement. His exuberance mirrors that of someone who has achieved a breakthrough themselves. The Minghe ancestor chuckles and shakes his head, turning his gaze to Xiao Gongming. You shall be responsible for arranging his accommodations. With that, the Minghe ancestor leads Wang Daoren back to the Blood Sea. At this moment, only the six-eared macaque remains, wide-eyed. Enough. Since you are the newly accepted disciple of our master, you must possess extraordinary qualities. You have already addressed me as senior brother. I shall not neglect you. Xiao Gongming states, directing his gaze towards Bi Xiao. You have long desired a junior brother. He has arrived. so I entrust the fifth junior brother to you. Having said this, he departs. He must continue to strive in his cultivation. After all, the innate treasures of the postnatal era should never be squandered. Unless summoned by the master, he typically remains absent from the outside world. Bixia watches Xiao Gongming fly away, a look of helplessness in her eyes. For over a century, Xiao Gongming has complained daily about the master's favoritism. Fifth junior brother, do follow me, she says to the six-eared macaque with a smile. Above the blood sea, Wang Daoren furrows his brow. Perplexed. Elder brother, why have you taken in a monkey? He appears rather dim-witted. He is the six-eared macaque, the one who dared to eavesdrop on Hongjun's teachings, the Minghe ancestor replies. Upon hearing this, Wang Daoren immediately recalls that time. He indeed heard Hongjun take action, followed by a scream. It turns out it was this very monkey. Elder brother is fortunate indeed to have found him. But why take him as a disciple? He can hear Hongjun's teachings, which means he will gain insight into all matters of the primordial realm in the future. Everything will be laid bare before us. Upon concluding his thought, Wang Daoren's eyes brightened. If this is the case, then who would dare to speak ill of us in the future? We would know of all their schemes. Just as he finishes speaking, the Minghe ancestor scolds him in frustration. Fool! With him, we should discern where the opportunities lie so we can seize them in advance. Elder brother is astute. Wang Daoren gazes at the Minghe ancestor with admiration. Chapter 69. Dijun's Anxiety. Bestowing gifts. After some discussion, the Minghe ancestor shifts the topic. Enough of this. Your cultivation level is still too low. I will elucidate the path to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal for you. The mosquito Taoist's choice of a subordinate with such meager strength is surely a blow to his own prestige. Upon hearing these words, the mosquito Taoist sat up excitedly, before his bewildered gaze. A flower materialized above the head of the ancestor of the Underworld River, transforming into the White River Taoist. Elder brother? Two elder brothers, this scene left the mosquito Taoist utterly flabbergasted. This is my virtuous corpse. The ancestor of the Underworld River explained to the mosquito Taoist. The White River Taoist smiled faintly and bowed to the mosquito Taoist. Greetings, fellow Taoist mosquito. I am the White River Taoist. The mosquito Taoist was taken aback, returning the bow in a fluster. An elder brother bowing to him was a burden too great to bear, even if he were a virtuous corpse. Moreover, they looked identical. Failing to reciprocate the gesture could jeopardize his standing. The White River Taoist will impart knowledge to you, so make sure to study diligently. He is now also a quasi-saint, and if he were to strike you, he would not hold back, the Underworld River remarked. Swiftly moving to a distance. He preferred not to summon the mosquito Taoist, primarily out of fear of inciting his wrath and annihilating him with a mere slap. To be frank, the mosquito Taoist was as reckless as Zhu Rong. His defining trait could be summed up in one word: rashness. Not long after the ancestor of the Underworld River returned to the Blood Sea, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai from the Sun Star learned of the news regarding the ancestor of the Underworld River's alliance with the Witch Clan. What did you say? The Underworld River has joined the Witch Clan. Is this news reliable? Emperor Jun questioned a small demon below him. The small demon trembled under the scrutiny of the demon emperor, but answered truthfully. That is what the Hongwang realm is saying, and many holy spirits have witnessed it firsthand. Emperor Jun squinted, deep in thought. Dong Huangtai erupted in fury, shouting, I always sensed something was amiss with the Underworld River. And now it has come to this. He has joined the Witch Clan. How are we, as the Demon Clan, supposed to face such a powerful adversary, though they too were peaked to Luo Golden Immortals? It was uncertain who would emerge victorious against the Underworld River. Should he truly ally with the Witch Clan, the tides of fate would dramatically shift against them. No. Emperor Jun shook his head at this moment. At this juncture, the Underworld River could not possibly choose a side. He must be well aware of the circumstances between the Witch and Demon clans. Even if a battle were to ensue, would it need to be known by all? What do you mean? Dong Huangtai inquired, perplexed. This news may very well be false. The Underworld River might have gone to the Witch Clan, but the likelihood of him truly joining them is slim. It is possible that this is the outcome that Di Jiang desires. Despite considering the Witch ancestors to be fools, I remain cautious of Di Jiang. After all, when it comes to intellect, he surpasses me. Dong Huangtai began to comprehend and asked, Are you suggesting they want us to believe that the Underworld River has joined the Witch Clan? This was the only explanation, yet it was also conceivable that the Underworld River had genuinely allied with them. He could not definitively ascertain whether the Witch Clan was indeed propagating this news, or if it was the truth. If it were false, that would be fine. But if it were true, and a conflict arose with the Underworld River stepping in, the Demon Clan would truly be at a loss, since he wishes for us to see. Let us show him as well. Emperor Jun murmured, Turning his gaze to the small demon, "You shall take a branch of the Fusang divine tree to the ancestor of the Underworld River and tell him it is a small gift from our demon clan to our friend." The Underworld River. The small demon looked up in confusion, thinking he had misheard. But the Fusang divine tree is a primordial spiritual root. Even a branch is extraordinary. We are just giving it away. Elder brother, isn't that too extravagant? This is our companion divine tree. Furthermore, what connection do we have with the Underworld River to warrant such a gift? Dong Huangtai was equally perplexed and hastily exclaimed. He was 100 times reluctant to part with the branch. He could endure other losses, but this was far too precious. Emperor Jun laughed heartily. No connection? Ha! After gifting this, we shall indeed have a connection with the Underworld River. Such a valuable item. The Underworld River's character ensures he will accept it. Then the entire Honghuang will be aware. Although Emperor Jun's intentions were clear, Dong Huangtai still found himself baffled. He seemed to grasp the concept but could not comprehend it fully. Regardless of whether the Underworld River had joined the Witch Clan, it was common knowledge that they had previously interacted. Thus the Demon Clan could forge a connection with the Underworld River as well. When the Witch and Demon clans inevitably clashed, the ancestor of the Underworld River would surely not aid the Witch Clan. Would he? I do not expect him to assist our Demon Clan. I only require him to observe our struggle. This sentiment struck Dong Huangtai clearly. They desired for the Underworld River to witness their battle without intervening. Although somewhat reluctant, he soared toward the Fusang Grand Hall. In the Blood Sea, the White River Taoist was elucidating the grand principles of Deluo to the Mosquito Taoist, while the ancestor of the Underworld River lounged leisurely. Though it could hardly be termed leisurely at this moment, he too was engaged in cultivation. Just then, a voice reached the ears of the ancestor of the Underworld River. "Master, someone has arrived, claiming to be from the Demon Clan." Upon hearing Yun Xiao's words, the ancestor of the Underworld River opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. "The Demon Clan? What business do they have with me? Have I any prior dealings with them?" The ancestor of the Underworld River pondered, attempting to recall any interactions he may have had with the Demon Clan. Apart from the six-eared macaque, he truly had no dealings with any other demons. "Very well, since they seek me out, I shall go see," the ancestor of the Underworld River murmured, and his form vanished from sight. The Mosquito Taoist, sensing the ancestor's disappearance, instinctively intended to follow. However, before he could move, the White River Taoist restrained him with a firm hand. "You are on the verge of breaking through to the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal. You must not stray more than half a step from my side." The White River Taoist spoke coldly. Hearing this, the Mosquito Taoist had no choice but to obediently return to his seat. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Underworld River had already arrived outside the Blood Sea. Standing before the small demon, "You seek me?" The sudden appearance of the ancestor of the Underworld River startled the small demon, causing him to stumble back repeatedly. Regaining his composure, he bowed to the ancestor of the Underworld River. "I greet the esteemed ancestor of the Underworld River." The ancestor of the Underworld River nodded slightly. "Speak. What brings you here?" "It is as follows. I come on the orders of Emperor Jun, the Demon Emperor, to present a gift to the esteemed ancestor of the Underworld River. Emperor Jun said he has missed you greatly after a century and wishes to find an opportunity to reminisce." The ancestor of the Underworld River narrowed his eyes, regarding him with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Do you take me for a fool, seeking to reminisce? Surely, there must be some matter for which you seek my assistance." However, he was genuinely curious about the gift. "What has Emperor Jun sent?" the ancestor of the Underworld River inquired. Upon hearing this, the small demon quickly rummaged through his storage bag, producing a gift box that, while not very large, was rectangular in shape. The small demon opened the box, revealing its contents. What on earth? A branch of the Fusang divine tree. At the moment he laid eyes on it, the ancestor of the Underworld River recognized its significance. While others might view it as an ordinary object, he, as a quasi-saint, could perceive the primal aura emanating from Is Emperor Jun truly this generous, sending such a treasure? Ding! Emperor Jun has sent a gift. Please make the best choice from the options below. Option 1. Accept the gift. Option 2. Decline the gift. The voice of the system caused the ancestor of the Underworld River to momentarily pause in surprise. This was the first time he had encountered two choices within the system. He had previously chosen 3 and found none. The ancestor of the Underworld River squinted, contemplating his decision. In the next moment, he spoke. "I choose option 1. The first option was indeed a supreme primordial spiritual root, and this item was also the companion divine tree of Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. Whether he received it or not, As for the reward, it likely would not be anything of great value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the optimal choice. The system's voice concluded, leaving the ancestor of the Underworld River in a state of bewilderment. System, where is my reward? Did you consume it? However, the system paid him no heed, and the ancestor of the Underworld River felt powerless. He glanced at the small demon and nodded slightly. Please convey my gratitude to Taoist Emperor Jun. You may return now. Without waiting for him to say anything, the figure of ancestor Mingi vanished into thin air. Would he not leave this place, or perhaps venture in to invite him for a cup of tea? This left the little demon momentarily stunned, hand hovering in midair. Ancestor Mingi, your speed in accepting gifts is rather astonishing, he mused. Upon returning to the bloodline, Ancestor Mingi gazed thoughtfully at the branch in his hand. In the next instant, his figure materialized at the Nine Heavens Shirong. This object had remained undisturbed since it was placed here, and now it had unexpectedly found its purpose once more, with a gentle wave of his hand. He isolated this area from the malevolent energies outside, creating a secluded little island. The master of this realm, Ancestor Mingi, found it effortlessly achievable. He then took out a branch of the Fusang divine tree and planted it there. However, this was not the end. With a flick of his wrist, the 8 treasures glazed bottle appeared in his grasp. Ancestor Mingi poured 3 drops of divine water upon it. Simultaneously, he produced celestial crystals to fill the small island. Although uncertain of success, he felt compelled to try. Should he succeed, the world would witness the emergence of a second Fusang divine tree. If Ancestor Mingi truly accomplished this, it would surely infuriate Dijuan. I present a tree, and you cultivate a Fusang divine tree in return. The mosquito Taoist, restrained by the Baiha Taoist, remained oblivious to the events unfolding with Ancestor Mingi. Yet, he sensed that his elder brother was up to something monumental. As Ancestor Mingi planted this branch, news of his action spread once more. What? Ancestor Mingi has allied with the demon clan again. Has he not already joined the witch clan? Those who could once discern the situation of the Hongjun were now utterly bewildered. Why are both the witch and demon clans vying for Ancestor Mingi? What is so special about him? Have you not considered the 3 purities? Their strength is formidable as well. Speaking of the 3 purities. At this moment, Laozi had successfully vanquished the corpse. With the descent of the heavenly Tao's aura, Laozi's expression changed. Why is it so scarce? I was the first to break through to quasi-saint. The heavenly Tao's aura cannot be this meager. Unless someone has surpassed me to quasi-saint ahead of time. Laozi quickly realized the reason behind the scant heavenly Tao aura. Could it be Mingi? At this thought, a sense of unease washed over him. After all, he was the strongest among them and had the potential to be the first to break through to quasi-saint. With this realization, Laozi's expression darkened. Mingi, why is it that you always appear during these pivotal moments? As the foremost of the 3 purities and the eldest disciple of the saints, with these 2 advantages, he should have been the first to achieve quasi-saint status. Yet now, he was being overshadowed by Mingi, which he could not accept. If I cannot surpass you in seclusion, I refuse to believe I cannot in the mortal realm. After muttering this, a figure appeared beside him, mirroring Laozi's form. This person was none other than the benevolent corpse Laozi had slain. In the days to come, you shall assume the name Li Er and traverse the Hongjun on my behalf. Upon uttering this, Laozi watched as Li Er bowed and vanished from sight. His gaze then turned toward the direction of the Blood Sea. Mingi, even if you break through to quasi-saint, the position of saint shall still belong to me. As time passed, following Laozi's breakthrough to quasi-saint, Yuan Shi Tianzun also achieved the same. Behind him stood Tong Tian Jiaozhu. After the 2 became quasi-saints, they felt a surge of excitement but experienced no other emotions. At this moment, they were unaware that Ancestor Mingi was the first to attain quasi-saint status, believing instead that Laozi held that honor. It was this mindset that led them to refrain from inquiring further. Not long after the 3 purities attained quasi-saint status, Nuwa also broke through. Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai followed in Nuwa's wake. Achieving quasi-saint strength, next came the Western Jejiao, with Hongjun from the Xinyuanzi Taoist temple at Wanshou Mountain, followed by Kuanping. All of them chose to sever their 3 corpses. In contrast, Dijong opted for the path of law verification, a route deemed the most arduous and nearly impossible to succeed. After Dijong chose the path of law verification, the entire Hongjun erupted in fervor. Dijong's choice of law verification is incredibly bold. Did not the Tao ancestor declare that law verification is the most challenging? Even the great Pangu could not achieve success in the end. Who would have thought he would dare to choose this path? I respect him for that. However, many believe that if even Pangu failed to attain verification, Di Zhang's chances were slim. Di Zhang's decision to pursue law verification became a hot topic throughout the Hongwang, with acquaintances discussing it at every meeting. Even more astonishing was that all the other ancestral witches had also chosen the path of law verification, propelling the witch clan to new heights. The reputation of the witch clan surged dramatically. The Dao ancestor had previously stated that law verification was the most challenging route to surpassing sainthood. That Di Zhang's choice was significant, but the collective decision of all the ancestral witches to follow suit was unprecedented. Nevertheless, some ancestral witches did not choose this path, but deliberating over it was futile. Those who had chosen the path left no room for others to select corpse severing. Once they all opted for law verification, the 12 ancestral witches would become one of the strongest factions in the Hongwang. Chapter 71. Hongjun takes action again. Shortly after this news reached the demon clan, many great demons began to enter seclusion. As time moved forward, Dijuan and Dong Huangtai finally took flight to Buzhou Mountain one day to engage in battle with the 12 ancestral witches. Before long, this news spread throughout the Hongwang. All eyes were drawn to this event, for the two clans were in a state of heightened tension. Should one side emerge victorious, the dynamics of the Hongwang would inevitably shift. However, the battle did not last long. 5 days later, Dijuan and Dong Huangtai returned to the Sunstar. The 12 ancestral witches, having retreated to the Pangu Great Hall after their departure, no longer appeared in the Hongwang. The outcome of this fierce conflict, whether the ancestral witches triumphed or the demon clan did, remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, traces of their blood were found upon Buzhou Mountain. Their clash only intensified the already palpable conflict between the witch and demon clans. In an instant, both factions erupted into chaos, with the great witches and great demons rising to prominence. Notably, Bai Zhe served as the strategist for the demon clan, playing a crucial role in the witch-demon war, leading the demons to victory on several occasions. Meanwhile, the witch Xiang Tian wielded a battle axe, charging into the demon ranks with unrestrained ferocity. Aside from them, a figure named Li Er Daoren emerged in the Hongwang, wielding a sword technique that made his presence known to all. After all, anyone who dared to provoke him would meet an untimely demise, regardless of their identity. In Lingxiao Palace, Hongjun, who was deep in meditation, furrowed his brow, fingers beginning to calculate the changes in the Hongwang. In the realm, he could not fathom Mingyi's destiny, yet he could discern the fates of all others. The conflict between the witch and demon clans had already commenced. Now, only the celestial court awaited its positioning. Hongjuan's brow furrowed deeper. Had Mingyi not seized the opportunity from Dong Wang Gong, the celestial court would have been established by now. Yet with the witch-demon war underway, Dong Wang Gong likely dared not show himself. It appeared that I must take action. Hongjun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, and in the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Dong Wang Gong sat in silence upon the throne of Aojuan, his expression inscrutable, thoughts veiled in mystery. Ever since his opportunity was seized, he had remained in contemplation, pondering how to elevate the celestial court. On either side of him sat powerful members of the dragon clan, their gazes frequently shifting toward him. After all, this individual had been seated in contemplation since his return, leaving them curious about his thoughts. Dong Wang Gong's brow furrowed, deep in thought. The East Sea now held no opportunities for growth. Returning to the Hongwang was the only viable option. However, the 9-dragon golden staff had already been snatched away, making a return impossible, and it was rumored that many had already broken through to quasi-saint strength. Even if he returned, what use would it be? Aojuan inhaled deeply and spoke softly to Dong Wang Gong. Donghua Xiandi, the witch and demon clans have gone to war, that we might as well return to the Hongwang and seize a territory. The witch and demon clans are unlikely to concern themselves with us, allowing us to develop swiftly. Now, many individuals have already ascended to the quasi-saint realm in the primordial chaos, yet in the 4 seas, they remain merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. If they continue to linger in the 4 seas, it is likely that they will achieve sainthood, while this place still hosts only great Luo golden immortals. The Eastern King raised his gaze to Aojuan, a cold glint shimmering in his eyes. How could he not understand that returning to the primordial chaos was the most prudent course of action? However, without the 9-dragon golden scepter in hand, would the other immortals heed his commands? Even if he were to return, without the 9-dragon golden scepter, he would be rendered insignificant. Even as an immortal emperor, his title would amount to naught, save for the influence it might still wield here in the Eastern Sea. The matter of returning to the primordial chaos requires further contemplation, for the ongoing conflict between the two clans could easily result in casualties. The Eastern King spoke in a low, somber tone. Upon hearing these words, Aojuan let out a self-deprecating smile. His current state of mind was more stifled than that of the immortal emperor before him. He had merely been robbed of his opportunities and treasures. While he, Hongjun, the Dragon Clan's leader, had seen the entire Eastern Sea usurped, since the Eastern King returned to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, he had commanded the Celestial Court's Immortals to seize control of the region. Despite his status as the Dragon Clan's leader, he found himself overshadowed by the might of the clan's formidable warriors. This was not the worst of it. The most significant issue was that this situation had spread throughout the Dragon Clan. How could a Dragon Clan leader serve as a subordinate in the Eastern Sea? Such news would surely tarnish his reputation. Initially, he had hoped that the conflict between the Witch and Demon clans would provide an opportunity for the Eastern King to reclaim his standing in the primordial chaos, allowing them both to change their circumstances. Yet now, this immortal emperor before him was utterly opposed to the idea. After being rebuffed, Hongjun fell silent, and the Eastern King offered no further response. In that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the gathering, with no one daring to speak. The Eastern King clenched his fists, his expression gradually contorting into a snarl. Raising his brow, he thought bitterly, "It is all because of you. Had you not seized my opportunity, I would never have hidden away in the Eastern Sea." Each time the surroundings fell into silence, the Eastern King would mentally berate Yang Mei if not for Yang Mei's interference. He would have long since broken through to the quasi-saint realm. When comparing Yang Mei to the old ancestor of the Underworld River, he felt a far greater animosity towards Yang Mei. Although the old ancestor had openly drawn his sword against him in front of Hongjun, it was done with a sense of righteousness. Unlike Yang Mei's treachery, not only had he taken the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter, but he had also snatched away opportunities. Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the Eastern Sea. The already furious Eastern King, upon hearing this roar, assumed it was mocking him, and his murderous intent fixated on Hongjun. "How dare you provoke me while I still stand here?" This unexpected dragon's roar left Hongjun momentarily bewildered. Sensing the Eastern King's murderous gaze, he quickly waved his hands. "It is not our Dragon Clan." Indeed, how could one be so lacking in awareness as to not realize the immortal emperor was in a fit of rage? In the next moment, a golden dragon soared towards the Eastern King, transforming into the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter as it floated before him. The Eastern King, still seething with anger, froze upon beholding the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter. The Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter? Hadn't Yang Mei taken it away? How could it have returned? Is Yang Mei back again? With this thought, the Eastern King's expression turned wary, a hint of fear glimmering in his eyes. After all, he was merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. It was no exaggeration to feel fear, for Yang Mei, a quasi-saint, could easily eliminate him. Even if he gathered the strength of the Dragon Clan and the Celestial Court, how long could that last? Just as he felt the tension rising within him, a voice imbued with celestial harmony echoed in his ears. "Eastern King, what are you still doing there? Seize the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter." Upon hearing this voice, the Eastern King's heart skipped a beat. Instead of reaching for the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter, he soared into the sky above the Eastern Sea. Chapter 72. The Return of the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter. The Eastern King breaks through. Hovering in the skies over the Eastern Sea, he hastily knelt. "I pay my respects to the Tao ancestor." The Eastern King felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Yet, he could not find Hongjun's figure, although the voice continued to resonate. "Eastern King, the primordial chaos is in turmoil. As the foremost male immortal, how can you hide in the Eastern Sea? I have retrieved the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter for you. Now hasten back to the primordial chaos and address the greater situation." Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the Eastern King could not help but sigh with relief, his face lighting up with excitement. The Tao ancestor's implication was clear. He could return to the primordial chaos. Yet, the next moment, a shadow of despondency crossed his features. "Tao ancestor, my current strength is insufficient to effect any change in the primordial chaos. There are already over 10 quasi-saints. I fear others will not heed my commands. Returning to the primordial chaos with the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter seems to offer little more than a means of survival." "I am well aware of this," the Tao ancestor replied. "Once you possess the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter, solutions will present themselves." After Hongjun finished speaking, the Eastern King felt as though he had departed. He bowed towards the direction of the Chaos Ling Shao Palace. "I respectfully bid farewell to the Tao ancestor." He then returned to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, gazing at the floating Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter. "Solutions," he murmured, extending his hand to grasp the Nine-Dragon Golden Scepter. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a sudden pull emanated from the scepter, yanking him forward until his hand firmly adhered to it. Before the Eastern King could regain his bearings, a surge of formidable power surged into his body. The three flowers atop his head appeared and began to sway. Even someone as oblivious as the Eastern King understood the significance of this. Quasi-Saint. His heart surged with elation. I am about to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, and the next step is to slay the three corpses. Gazing at the nine-dragon golden scepter in his hand, a cold smile crept upon the Eastern King's lips. As a supreme innate spiritual treasure wielded by the Tao ancestor, the power derived from slaying the virtuous corpse would greatly enhance his own strength. Hongjun watched the transformation of the Eastern King, rising to his feet with eyes wide in disbelief. He recognized the nine-dragon golden scepter, which had been taken by Yang Mei. Setting that aside, what was the meaning of the three flowers atop the Eastern King's head? He only knew that the Eastern King had flown out swiftly, and after a short while, had returned. What had transpired in that brief interval? While he pondered this, the nine-dragon golden scepter in the Eastern King's hand suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light, launching upwards towards the Eastern King's head. This golden light resembled a colossal golden sword. Descending upon him, one of the flowers atop his head floated down, transforming into another Eastern King. Observers from the Dragon Clan were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a powerful aura erupted from within the Eastern King. He had attained the Quasi-Saint realm. The Eastern King spread his arms, inhaling deeply, a look of ecstasy gracing his face. Oh, this is the Quasi-Saint realm. Ha ha ha. I too have become a Quasi-Saint. As he reveled in his newfound strength, the Eastern King laughed heartily, his expression ablaze with excitement. Quasi-Saint, at long last, I have reached this stage. Coupled with the power granted by the nine-dragon golden scepter, he felt invincible, believing no one could stand against him. Yang Mei, should I encounter you again? Beware. The Eastern King's eyes glimmered with fierce intent. He was filled with confidence, certain that he could bring Yang Mei to his knees. His unwavering self-assurance stemmed from having never truly witnessed Yang Mei's capabilities. After all, his encounters had only been with the virtuous corpses of the old ancestor of the Underworld River and the White River Taoist, whose strength barely reached the initial stage of Quasi-Saint. This had led him to mistakenly believe himself invulnerable. As he unleashed his murderous intent, Yang Mei sensed it as well. Why has this karmic connection intensified so greatly? Could it be related to the Underworld River? In the primordial chaos, the first being he had encountered was indeed the Underworld River, thus it was only natural that he would associate this karmic link with it. However, he was puzzled as to why. Despite having slain the Underworld River's virtuous corpse, he had not felt a greater karmic response. He remained unaware that the old ancestor of the Underworld River's two swords left no trace of karmic connection in their wake. As for the current state of the Underworld River, he had no knowledge of its strength or whether it had broken through to the Quasi-Saint realm. Even if it had not, it would surely be close. Even if it had achieved that level, I believe I can still contend with a Quasi-Saint given my current strength, Yang Mei mused. The next moment, a fierce glint flashed across his face. That instant, one of the flowers from his three flowers soared forth, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in black robes. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Mei. He was his evil corpse. My current injuries prevent me from returning to the primordial chaos. You must go and slay the Underworld River. As soon as Yang Mei issued his command, the figure of the middle-aged man in black vanished without a trace. In the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, upon learning that the Eastern King had become a Quasi-Saint, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Quasi-Saint, is this what a Quasi-Saint truly is? Was it not said that achieving Quasi-Saint status requires a lengthy period of time? How could the Eastern King attain such a breakthrough merely by grasping the nine-dragon golden scepter? Have we been following the wrong path? The pinnacle of the Deluo Jinxian, a formidable beings, gazed upon Dong Wang Gong with eyes brimming with envy. Could one not feel such envy? They remained at the summit of Deluo Jinxian, all in hopes of transcending to the realm of Quasi-Saint. Yet, they pondered when the opportunity to achieve such a breakthrough would grace them. Other beings, watching Dong Wang Gong's ascension, could not suppress their astonishment. To break through to Quasi-Saint so swiftly, indeed. He was worthy of being called an immortal emperor. With the immortal emperor's breakthrough to Quasi-Saint, would not the strength of our celestial court stand in formidable opposition to the witch and demon tribes? While outright confrontation seemed implausible, certainly, we could make our presence felt. Does this not imply that soon our celestial court might dominate the vast wilderness? Hearing the discussions below, Dong Wang Gong nodded in satisfaction before raising his voice in a resounding proclamation. I, Dong Wang Gong, the Donghua Immortal Emperor, have today stepped into the realm of Quasi-Saint. His voice rang out loudly, swiftly echoing across the entirety of the Eastern Sea. This stirred the celestial beings remaining in the Eastern Sea into a frenzy. Congratulations to the Immortal Emperor on your breakthrough to Quasi-Saint. Congratulations to the Immortal Emperor on your breakthrough to Quasi-Saint. The cries reverberated throughout the Eastern SEA.in response to their exclamations. A look of contentment spread across Dong Wanggong's face. Let them shout to their heart's content. I am indeed the Immortal Emperor, destined to wield dominion over the wilderness, reflecting on the words of the Tao ancestor regarding returning to handle the grand affairs of the wilderness. A smile graced Dong Wanggong's lips, now that he was an Immortal Emperor and had achieved the breakthrough to Quasi-Saint. Remaining in the Eastern Sea felt like a diminution of his stature. All Celestial Court members, heed my command. In 3 days, we shall return to the wilderness together. I, Donghua Immortal Emperor, am ready to return. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted once more in jubilation. At last, we are finally returning to the wilderness. After spending several hundred years in the Eastern Sea, the prospect of going home filled them with exhilaration. Among those rejoicing was Hongjun, who was on the verge of tears. The Immortal Emperor truly departing. He felt too embarrassed to face anyone, fearing he would become a subject of ridicule. With the Immortal Emperor's departure, the Eastern Sea would once again revert to his command. 3 days later, Dong Wanggong, accompanied by the Celestial Court's myriad beings, departed the Eastern Sea, advancing majestically towards the wilderness. Following in his wake were countless colossal dragons, among them, Hongjun himself. Initially believing that the Eastern Sea would revert to his control after Dong Wanggong's departure, he was taken aback when, 3 days later, the Immortal Emperor returned with the entire dragon clan to the wilderness. Hongjun's heart was undoubtedly filled with reluctance, yet he found himself powerless against the might of the Immortal Emperor. And thus he complied. He could not shake the apprehension of what dangers awaited them upon returning to the wilderness. As Dong Wanggong and the powerful beings returned to the wilderness, the situation there grew increasingly intricate. The 12 ancestors of sorcery and 2 demon emperors remained in seclusion, prompting the Celestial Court to accelerate its development. With Dong Wanggong's quasi-saint prowess, it wasn't long before he claimed dominion over the territories of the witch and demon clans. With Dong Wanggong's strength firmly established, and as the foremost among male immortals, the Celestial Court's numbers swelled, gradually drawing more beings into its fold. This surge in strength propelled the Celestial Court dangerously close to rivaling the witch and demon tribes. After several decades, Dong Wanggong's influence had solidified, positioning him as the 3rd major power within the wilderness. Though still somewhat lacking in foundational strength compared to the 2 tribes, the gap was narrow indeed. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, in the domain of Shiwangmu as a guardian of the celestial maidens, Shiwangmu, much like Dong Wanggong, possessed a treasure of authority. In the skies above Kunlun, a Deluo Jinxian called out to her below. The Immortal Emperor has decreed, requesting Shiwangmu to join the Celestial Court and govern alongside him. Upon hearing the voice from outside, Shiwangmu frowned in contemplation. This Dong Wanggong had dispatched emissaries to her once more. Ever since his return to the wilderness, the Celestial Court's power began to swell, prompting repeated calls for her to join. Initially, she would graciously decline, expressing her gratitude for Dong Wanggong's goodwill. However, as time passed, the persistent request became unending, despite her prior warnings. Now, preferring to remain undisturbed, she resolved to let him call until he grew weary of it. Just as Shiwangmu entertained this thought, a voice reached her ears. Queen Mother, Dong Wanggong's envoy has arrived again. Moments later, a woman appeared at her side, a follower who had sought refuge with her, having been acknowledged as the leader of the Celestial Maidens. She chose to remain tranquil, unlike Dong Wanggong. Nonetheless, it was not uncommon for beings to seek her allegiance. Since they had come, Shiwangmu would not dismiss them outright. But she would not permit the Celestial Maidens to engage in the tumultuous affairs of the wilderness. Shiwangmu inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement.